So let me wait for our man Jameson to provide the text on the call at his convenience. And of course, what I'll do is check the live streaming. That looks like it's working quite well. And
okay,
yes,
I've got it.
Oh, wonderful!
And
thank you. And,
I am going to supply the link.
Yeah, when Brendan comes on, which hopefully he will.
Oh, he's on now.
Oh,
I'm here, Douglas.
Oh, excellent,
Sorry.
excellent. So,
I have to get into my car before these.
Oh, your car. Is that what you do
interrupt.
during lunch? Do you normally do that during lunchtime?
Yeah, always. I wouldn't stay in that COVID-infested hellhole called our break room.
Oh my God! Oh, so sorry for you.
It's like a little box. It's like a little box with a fridge in it, and like people just sit in there on their breaks. It's like, do you guys not know what's going on? Like,
Thank you. Oh my God, that's awful. Oh.
They like take their masks off and shit. It's like, why don't you just go stand outside and get some sun? Like, what's wrong with that? Like,
Yes, thank you. Oh my God. So George Knight says, much love, Douglas, and much love in return to George Knight. A lot of his stuff, as well as Daniel Arola's, I have to catch up with. And what was I going to say? Now that we have you with us, how much longer do you have on your lunch break? Do you want to get into what we were going to talk about, or do you want to eat first?
Probably like, yeah, I have like 20 minutes. I could just like do what you don't want me to do and munch while we're talking.
Okay, so during your 20 minutes, we can actually go live now. Let me see if we've got the links up. Okay, so we've got the link from Jason.
Right. Oh wait, are we live yet?
Yeah, we're live.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll save the roasting for later then.
Oh my God, the roasting. Okay, you mean of certain of the store and the like? Give me a break. We all hate work. I mean.
Oh no, the work I'll roast on air, no problem.
Yeah.
I was just gonna.
Okay, some other roasting. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, other roasting.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so let me turn on the share screen before we even start sharing the links. Okay. This will kind of show people the funniest parts of what I've been dealing with, because I wanted to show this to you. I regret that Attack One couldn't be with us, because he would appreciate this. Now, I'm hoping all of you can see the screen, right? All of you can see Derek Talley's little messages here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So this is so fucking funny. I want to show this to you. The YouTube sent me this, where basically what happened was that the other day when I was on the when Selena was kind enough to put up one of her graphics, which she takes my photographs and she does this computer thing with them, and so I'm literally to turn this on. But let me when I went over here, what happens is as soon as this plays out, it goes to one of these music videos on the side. And I have to turn that off before it happens. So the other day, that played for a few seconds, this music video. So what happened was YouTube sent me a notice that a copyright claim was made on the music, but it says your video is live and the visibility settings you selected remain applied to it, but it is now being monetized by the copyright owner, and they have chosen to receive analytics about it. This is not a copyright strike. This claim does not affect your account status. But what happens is now UMG, which is Universal Music Group, and that is basically that's a global music corporation that is basically owned by both the French media conglomerate Vivendi and the Chinese tech company Tencent, and which owns a minority stake. And their global corporate headquarters is Santa Monica, California. They are now making money off me. This is
now, what music do you have on your YouTube?
It was just an accident where I clicked on Selena Khan's little video she made for me.
It wasn't even like a full second. It was like,
answer the question. Stop. Answer the question.
Oh, it's La Carcacha. La Carcacha, live from the Astrodome. It's like this Latin American, La Carcacha, La Carcacha, it's like that.
And that was in the background?
Yeah, for just a second. It was just like the briefest of seconds.
It can be edited out.
Oh, I don't care. I don't care. I mean, what are they going to make off my fucking video? Like,
That's not the point. The point is it's putting ads on your shit. That's the problem.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So, well, you know, I mean, at the same time, we'll see. I'll talk to Brendan about that later.
It might help with the algorithm, like suggesting it or something.
Yeah, it should help. Even it may be worth.
Funny.
This is such bullshit. It shows a concerted effort to fuck with you.
Yes, it does. But it's so stupid.
Right.
So it's entertaining in its own right. So I wanted to show Brendan this, of course. Now, the comments lately, Brendan, and I wish Pac-Man was on with us as well, and Derek, but these are so funny. ASMR, I was showing this to Peter Moon the other night. There's this individual named ASMR Straw. I don't want to make fun of them. They're not attacking me, but basically he was saying, I don't think blacks sent any bombs to Asians, and not all these blacks are attacking Asians. A lot of it seems set up. And what evidence do we have that blacks sent bombs to Asian? I bet whites did that. And either he later retracted it and deleted it, or someone else did, but that disappeared off the video itself. But it's interesting that he uses graphics that are very similar to my illustrative technique to basically, as his avatar.
Those are screenshots from Final Fantasy.
Okay, yes, there we are. So that makes sense. So he's using the screenshot of a character from a video game. And then the ASMR, I looked that up, and it says, this is the biggest YouTube trend you've never heard of. Think Google. Right. I looked that up on Think Google because, of course, none of us are capable of thinking for ourselves. And this ASMR shit, it's autonomous sensory meridian response, which Peter Moon said automatically. Watch out for that word meridian. A lot of people are MK Ultra.
All it means is like when you get a chill or like a shiver or like something so good you get like that.
Right,
feeling,
Right, relaxing, often sedative sensation begins on the scalp and moves down the body, but this is the best. So this is a black African-American guy with this channel. It's a real channel, and what he's doing is shotgun ASMR with hand movements and metal sounds. Oh my God. As V would say, this is what we call creep factor. Creep factor through the roof.
This guy's funny.
So my constructive criticism is, please don't do that. People really find that odd to this individual. And then he's doing that with the cinnamon toast.
I mean, he could just be doing it. It's like cringeworthy on purpose. Like one of them says like lotion and hand movements or something.
Maybe. Then on my other video, then there was this guy obviously trying to be offensive with his name, Lucky Jappigo, but he wrote, "Ooh, Douglas, you're so entertaining. However, young man, quit bitching about the Asian thing. Blacks, wits, polka dots, we're all in trouble, son. Not just you and yours. You're not that special, kid. So keep working, but lay off the whining. Right. It's pathetic and ridiculously histrionic. The work you've done regarding actual events is best, and what makes you valuable to humanity. Focus on that gift." Now, you might think that's Richard K. Cole Jr., but both Peter Moon and I agreed it's not, because, it's actually complimentary and it doesn't focus on himself. Right. Yeah, but it's just odd but I'll have to answer to that tonight. And this one, the other one was Dougie won't discuss whether the Asian massage parlors in Atlanta were involved in the sex trade. So I'm going to be answering those questions.
I mean, RKC couldn't even spell, like, when I was looking at his shit.
Yeah, no, it's true. Well, this guy can't spell either. Wits. Look at how he spells wits. Wits, polka dots, whites, he means whites, but, he can't spell that.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's, this is a photograph I just wanted everybody to have in their minds later when I bring this guy up. This poor bastard, the communist Chinese are keeping him in China the rest of his life. He can't see his family. He's already been separated from them for 2 years, and he's done nothing. Poor son of a...
Canadian?
What's that?
This is a Canadian guy?
No, this guy's an Irish national. He's an Irish national. Richard O'Halloran. If you ever feel bad about what's happening to you, you think about that poor guy and you'll feel better again.
Right. Holy
that's so there you go. I just want to show everybody that, and but I
What exactly? What kind of grounds? What grounds do they have to hold him?
It's they have no grounds. They're just doing it because they can. It's I'll go into that later tonight, and just make certain you listen to the opening hours at least. Later when you get a chance to review it. And so I just want everybody to know we're at the top of the hour now. We're going to officially start the program. Is there anything you want to say at the time you have left? I want Brendan to share with us something positive, whatever he wants to share.
There's all kinds of positivity and evolution happening. I mean, we're seeing it happen. Mm-hmm. It's just, I would say like this spring is going to be, like I said before, the most verdant spring we've seen in a while, like worldwide, because of like the lack of pollution. And now that we're like quote unquote opening back up, more and more people are in a better mood. I mean, it's like, we're starting to see the light, so to speak, as far as positivity and how like people are being, so that's a start.
Yeah. No, that's thank you. I really appreciate that. And was there something astrological you wanted to emphasize? Something that would
Yes, of course. Sidereally speaking, we're gonna have like Venus coming into view. So Jupiter's already visible in the morning, the Mercury and Jupiter. So once Venus comes in April, things will be a lot better or more softer, more benevolent, stuff like that. So yeah, like Venus is also abundance, has to do with abundance, wealth, comfort, pleasure, stuff like that. So we will see a difference coming by the time mid-April comes around, as far as energetically speaking.
Yeah, that's such a relief, and I'm really glad that you can share that with us. And aside,
because we've had like a heavy 6 months because of like the multiple conjunctions and various things that have happened. Like, as we know, it's been a rough 6 months.
And tell us a bit about what you discovered when you went looking for the San Antonio, New Mexico, quote unquote UFO crash, the crash of the other composite dirigible with the Beetle bomber as its as its delivery vehicle. That when yeah, I don't think I
looked at that.
No, what I mean to say is that was the Joyce Riley interview with myself, the subject thereof, which you did. Yes, tell us a bit about what you discovered about Joyce Riley. Is that essentially she's been scrubbed from the internet? Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. From what I can tell, unless people have like private collections, whatever was publicly available on the internet after she passed away just got completely salted from the internet. Like even on YouTube, there's very few, which is strange because usually you get people reposting.
Yes.
So it's very strange that like most of her catalog has been like wiped, including your interview, or I would say specifically your interview is like salted because that specific year, like the year that it was done in, like is removed from the server itself. Like her name's not even on it. So
wow, holy shit.
Yeah. So whatever happened, they didn't want any of her stuff coming back from the grave, so to speak.
Wow. And that is like, if you can find out anything about her on the side, like what might have happened to her aside from what her obituaries say, do let us know. And I don't feel she's personally an angel of any sort, and I think most of what she was talking about with many of these people was just pure 100% crap and just bullshit.
Yeah.
But I think that maybe what happened was she was really bitter, and maybe she realized she was going to die, and she just wiped it herself to take everything with her, like somebody who just said, "Fuck the world, I'm not taking it all with me." Yeah. Okay, so that's possible.
A possibility for sure.
Yeah. Okay. And so if you can find out anything more about her, that's appreciated. And it's but definitely please keep looking for that date.
I mean, she did. Yeah. What I could see is like she attained the rank of captain, which is interesting.
Yes, in the Air Force. Right.
For a woman at that time in the Air Force, it's very not abnormal, but it's like definitely notable, I think.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, and like I said, her involvement as well with the serial killing angle, where the nurse who was killing all the babies, right? Yeah, that's bizarre as well. So there's all this elements of her that is unusual. And so, as for yourself, do let us know what about yourself personally? Are you planning to, relocate or need some help? Anything you need, let our audience know if you need some kind of help.
I mean, I'm currently stable.
Okay, good.
But I'm in the process of like looking for other places to live, and an opportunity presented itself on the East Coast, but I like California's weather too much.
Yeah.
Like, I went to the East Coast when I was younger, and like I never really want to go back. Like as far as the weather is concerned. So I mean, I think my best bet is to go to the coast. My friend went to Carmel the other day, and he was like, "Bro, it's a paradise. Like, why are we in Sacramento? Like, we're stuck." Like, so. And if anyone who doesn't know, Carmel is like near Monterey, and it's like one of the most beautiful places in all of the world. Like, amazing scenic things going on there, and most of it is actually owned by like Hollywood people. Like Big Sur is owned by like Clint Eastwood, like almost outright.
Oh,
so,
shit! Wow, that's
there's
incredible.
a lot of like wealthy people that live there because it's like one of the most beautiful spots in the world. Yeah.
It's true, yeah, and I'm sure our man Peter Moon can back that up. He was talking about areas where the only people you're going to find are wealthy elites.
Yep.
Yeah, and so we can go into that at some point as a
So
social.
that's how I felt when I was in Mill Valley. I was like, oh my god, like, why am I in Sacramento? Like, like everyone was so happy because they were all rich. Like everyone was so happy. Like
Yes.
they treated me nice, even though I looked like I was homeless and shit.
Yes.
They were still nice to me.
Yes. Yes. Because they can afford to be. Yeah.
Pretty much.
Oh my God.
If I was living there, I'd be happy too. It's like you wake up and you see like birds and like the nice sea breeze, and you're just like chilling. It's nice. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. No. This is.
Hopefully, I'll get there one day.
Well, yeah.
I'll get there one day.
Yeah, I definitely want you to move there and work there, because just the environment is just so much more conducive to everything, mental health, emotional stability. Yeah, and Sacramento is just it's the capital of our state, but there's something intrinsically wrong with it.
There is. I mean, yeah, not to bash my hometown, but it's like people that come here from the Bay Area. Like I work with some chick. She came from like Richmond or something out in the Bay Area, and she was like, what is wrong with you Sacramento people? Like, you people are crazy or something.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, I know.
Yeah. When I lived in Davis, which is 10, 15 minutes away from Sacramento,
Close,
towards San Francisco, it was known as the cultural armpit of California.
It is the armpit, yeah.
A cultural armpit, because there is no culture there. There's government. There's some history.
Right.
There's
Which
some
people ignore completely. Like I'll go out to like the gold mining areas, and like no one cares about it. Like they don't care anything.
But I will say that since I was there, when I was there in October, I was very impressed, not only at how much the area around the Capitol had been enhanced, particularly the bridge that goes from West Sacramento to Sacramento is gold. I said, wow, they painted a bridge gold. Everybody comes to California and gets disappointed why the Golden Gate Bridge is
not gold,
red lead instead of gold. But if you want to see a gold bridge, you go to Sacramento. It's not as big. But you see a gold.
That's like our landmark. It's called like the Tower Bridge. It's like a landmark here. Yeah.
That's amazing. Oh, wow. I mean, they ought to redo the Golden Gate Bridge so that it is gold, as tacky as that would fucking look. I remember...
it might not be as visible, and it might be much better to have it the way it is, because it's very visible to ships and stuff.
Yes, no, that's quite true.
Airplanes.
Yes, no, there's a reason why they do it. As a matter of fact, for people who don't know, it's actually 2 shades of color. It's literally half on one side, one shade, and a different shade on the other. Yeah, so just tell us about that, Brendan, what you know about that.
I mean, you could see it, like, if you're looking from the city side, and you're on, like, the side that's, like, towards the bay, you could see, like, it's like a more rust color. It's like a darker color.
Yes.
If you go to where Marin Headlands is, and you look from that side, it's like a bright red. Obviously for like visibility and ships and stuff.
Okay.
It makes. I don't know why, but maybe like during the morning time, it's easier to see it or something like this.
Yeah. Oh no,
You know?
no. It's meant because there's literally a visibility difference from the sea, from the ocean side.
Perspective, yeah.
Yeah, as opposed to the side that is on the you know, on our the landlubber side, as my father
The
taught me.
landlubber, yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh my God. Anyhow, it was beautiful having you. I'll take it that you'll have to, you know, deprive us of your company soon, but hopefully you'll have a whole,
Yes.
whole show to be with us sometime soon. Okay.
You know, while
Yeah,
we
so
while-
they gave me my days off. So
Yeah.
I'll
JMO just
listen
left.
to you both.
He'll be back, but I'm sorry.
Right back.
What were you gonna say? Peter wanted to say something to you.
I was just going to say, well, we're on the subject of the bridge. I have an interesting story to tell. When I was in Lisbon on L. Ron Hubbard's ship, the Apollo, he had a director visit the ship, Milton Katselas. He was a Hollywood director who had a very successful acting class in Hollywood. He was a Scientologist, and he had just finished the editing of the film Butterflies Are Free with Goldie Hawn in England, and he sent a copy. We got to see the movie before everybody else did, but what we did is we rented a very ornate theater in Lisbon, and the entire crew went to see the movie.
Wow.
And of course, Hubbard came in. Hubbard came with us. He came in a limo.
Wow.
And
Wow.
one of the it was a fun thing to do. You know, we all got to see the movie.
Was this in the States, Peter, or was this
This
abroad?
was in Lisbon, Portugal.
Portugal, yeah, okay.
And so anyway, now one of the things when you come into the port of Lisbon and the Tagus River, you come under this huge bridge that crosses the span of the river, and it looks just like the Golden Gate Bridge. Looks exactly like it. And then we're watching this. Well, before we watch the movie, they run their newsreel, and they show, you know, a little documentary on Lisbon, and they explain how this bridge is built by the same guy who built the Golden Gate Bridge. It was a sister bridge.
Oh, there you go.
These were sister cities. They're right on the same parallel. It was just an interesting piece of trivia that it's the same damn bridge.
I wonder if it's like, you think it's geomantic or just like coincidence that it's on the same latitude, or?
Well, I mean, it just happens to be. I mean, it's about
Right.
more or less the same parallel, more or less. And so when
Right.
you're the weather in Lisbon is similar to the weather in San Francisco, and so there was a degree of familiarity. But it was just an interesting piece of trivia. The other thing in Lisbon you have is you come in the Tagus River, and it takes a while to get into the port because the river's so damn long, and they got this huge statue of Jesus. I mean, it's like the one in Rio de Janeiro, only probably be bigger. Maybe not. I mean, you know, it's just huge, and
Yep.
he welcomes you to Lisboa.
Thank you. Brendan probably has to run now, but I love you dearly, Brendan, and
Yep.
take care of yourself.
Much
Okay?
love.
Yes, and
Good to hear from you guys. Have a good night, Peter, Douglas.
yes.
And the one thing I was gonna mention, it was like I had the question for you. It was like, I'm sure you'll cover it later, but the Russians and the Chinese, you know.
Thank you. Yeah.
It's a topic of discussion for Douglas tonight. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, heard that. Okay, copy that.
Yeah.
All right, you guys have a good one. Much
Okay.
love.
Thank you. And all right, that was Brendan Zogit. Hopefully, our man Jameson will return soon. He has an elderly cat that is beginning to act up a bit. And what I'll do is I will, as soon as he gets back, that'll be fine. But in the meantime, we're going to have Peter Moon kind of hold the stage. He doesn't need to talk about the gun issue yet, because when I get on the gun issue, by the way, Crystal River says Carmel is heaven on earth. And I will also thank you, Crystal River, for that. Love you, honey. And so what we're also going to do is announce later tonight with the solicitation. I will give a shout out to Isaac Romero, who was married this weekend. And he is one of the twin brothers with Sammy Romero, who have been some of my greatest supporters over the years. I mean, from the beginning, Sammy and Isaac Romero have been there. And you know, I want to thank them both, and we'll try to produce a little e-card for Isaac later. It'll be hard to do justice to that. And aside from all of that, I have nothing really personally new to announce other than the stuff I was relating to Brendan earlier. And so I will take a short look here at what Crystal River is sharing. And it's like, okay, what she has shared is a little quote from Alexander Solzhenitsyn, who was the author, I believe, of the Gulag Archipelago. And he wrote, "The simple step of a courageous individual is not to take part in the lie." Now, by the way, Alexander Solzhenitsyn was known as a great resistor to the Soviet Union, who became a rabid neo-nationalist kind of figure, and very anti-Western. And I believe he's involved with Georgia and the kind of descent that it took into a period of chaos later on in his life. He became a big disappointment to the West in the sense that he was like that woman whose name I do forget in embarrassment and shame. I forget the name of the woman who was so famous in Myanmar. She was resisting the military junta for years, and then she became kind of a fallen figure in the West because she pretty much could not resist them and do anything about the genocide against the Rohingya Muslims. So he's that kind of figure, a parallel kind of figure in that sense. And of course, this is released by the Ron Paul Institute for Peace and Prosperity, which is, of course, Ron Paul is, the son of Rand Paul, or maybe he's the father is Ron Paul and Rand Paul is the son. And they're, libertarians, and of course people know what I think of libertarians. But anyhow, so that's Crystal, very independent-minded, very Texan. So thank you, honey, and love you dearly, and just glad she's safe and alive and will be with us this month or the next as we transition into the month of violence against women, April, January, February, March, April. Yes, that's right. I have to think about that. All right, and then so I want to get started very early tonight on everything, but what I'm going to do is have Peter Moon hold the stage for about 10 minutes while I get my tea and drop my hard-boiled eggs into it for the purpose of creating the tea eggs, which I consume later on during the show.
Well, you do that. I want to start in with Larry Davis right now.
Sure. Okay. No, Larry Davis is the Black African American.
I will explain. Yes.
Okay.
I will explain who Larry Davis is.
All right. That makes sense.
Larry. Okay. Because
I'll be back. All right. Thank you.
Tonight's show is going to involve with Douglas on Douglas's end, drugs. I think in China. I think China is a really crucial subject that he'll be talking about. But for people who aren't familiar, anybody who lived in New York in the 1980s, particularly if you read the newspapers or saw the television of the New York stations, there was the climate was completely different. And I'm not referring to the weather climate, I'm referring to the cultural climate. And one of the big newspaper onslaughts we got was about a man named Larry Davis. And Larry Davis was, there was a big shootout with Larry Davis. And I'm going to read from Wikipedia. On November 19th, 1986, 9 New York City police officers, with nearly 20 outside the building, raided the Bronx apartment of Larry Davis's sister. In the ensuing shootout, Davis, a black man, escaped uninjured, and all 6 officers who had been shot survived. This is underplaying the excitement. It was just bam, 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 bam. It was like heavy-duty shootout. And the way the media portrayed it, it's like some damn black man, and, he's in there just going crazy, and the police heroes shooting at him. No, wasn't the case. The police ate a lot of crow over this. Police explained the raid as an attempt to question Davis as a multiple murder suspect. So they're raiding him to question him. They didn't even have an arrest warrant. And there was no justification for going after this person legally. And it says he escaped. On a massive manhunt on the 17th day, he was traced to a Bronx building and hid in an unknown family unit. Telephoned by the police, he claimed to hold its occupants hostage. After night-long negotiations, he was convinced by media presence that police would not shoot, and he surrendered peacefully. Didn't really have a choice. Now, the trial that ensued was a fiasco for the police. The legal defense team correctly explained that the raid was a pretense to murder Davis because he had knowledge of officers' alleged complicity in illicit drug sales. And they were punishing him because he wasn't dealing with the police anymore. Now, this was police corruption, and they were trying to eliminate Larry Davis, who was a drug dealer. There's no question about that. He later was put in jail, a jury trial for killing 4 drug dealers, and they said that was the reason they were raiding him, but he was acquitted on that. In November, the following November, he was acquitted of aggravated assault and attempted murder. And a lot of the police were so outraged that 1,000 of them publicly demonstrated. Yet, for certainly the black community and much of the rest of the community, he was a folk hero. He stood up to the police. He was being attacked, and the police ate a lot of crow. And he ended up serving 15 years for illegal gun possession. He was eventually stabbed in jail. It said that he was a third murder trial. He was convicted about murdering an alleged drug dealer and sentenced to 25 years. But he said he was innocent and said that the police had framed him. Certainly the police had a motive to frame him. So this was a big, they like to tell stories about how great the police are. The police in New York City have a long history of corruption. Long history. So when you take away guns, particularly from the black community, they lose their protection against this sort of corruption. And so you'll find that this is another side to the story. Larry Davis. Now, to give you another idea of what, and people don't know this character, I read about him many years ago. And there was a character, there's more than one character, but perhaps the most famous one was Joe Hammond, a Harlem street baller. And they said he's the greatest street baller that ever lived, meaning he could play basketball in the Harlem courts, which are very urban. And those guys are fantastic, what they can do and what they play. This guy was so good but he was also, because he was in Harlem, it was a drug and gambling place. So there was always sort of a saying in Harlem, don't hurt the white people because they're our best customers. So white people would go in there and buy drugs because there were so many dealers in Harlem. Now, what happened with Hammond, he was involved in this game where you had NBA stars playing, including Dr. J, the famous Julius Erving. And he got in this game. He came to the game late, arrived in his limo. He was told the wrong time. He came out and got his team, boom, over a 12-point deficit. He was playing against Dr. J. There are different stories about, what happened and whatnot, but nobody questioned that he outscored Dr. J, and he wasn't the only one that outscored Dr. J. He had a buddy who played with him, trying to get the other guy's name, but he had anyway, the Pee Wee Kirkland was his name.
Wow.
And they wanted him to play in the NBA. Kirkland was going to go play with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar at UCLA when he was Lou Alcindor, but he stayed in Harlem because he could make more money selling drugs than he could in the NBA.
Holy shit.
The Lakers did a practice, the LA Lakers in New York, because they wanted to see this guy, Hammond. And he came out and played. And there's a description in this article of him, just getting in a one-on-one with Pat Riley, the famous coach, who was the coach of the Lakers. He coached the New York Knicks and the Miami Heat. He's mostly known for dressing well on the court as a coach. As a player, he was mediocre at best. And it says that Hammond completely humiliated him in a tryout, and that Riley got very, aggressive and threw him down. And of course, Riley was, the 12th man, and he was afraid of losing his job because although he was, a good basketball player by anyone's standards, by NBA standards, he was just, he was on the low end, but a good coach. And so, but this is how good this guy was, Hammond. And it was like, who wants to play in the NBA? They offered him $50,000. And then Jack Kent Cooke, who owned the Lakers at the time, there was a lot of racial issues and suppression by Jack Kent Cooke on this guy because he held the rights and he wouldn't let him go. The Knicks wanted him, or somebody wanted him, and it was like, okay, you're going to have to pay $500,000 just to get him, to say nothing of what they're going to pay him. And that was an exorbitant sum at the time. So Jack Kent Cooke kept him out of the NBA. But, and he ended up in jail. He's still alive, I think. But he ended up in jail because he was, but that's what Harlem was like. It's gentrified now. Right. And you have to be rich to buy a house in Harlem now.
Wow.
So, but I'm saying this was the environment that Larry Davis was in, and he was in the Bronx, but it's like, and the police were like in a rough time. I mean, it was when my Qigong teacher, Roosevelt Gainey, he lived in Coney Island, which might have been the most dangerous environment at all. They called it Little Vietnam. Wow. And the police were afraid to go in there. So the police, you have to have sympathy for Larry Davis. You have to have sympathy for the police, the rank and file police, not the corrupt ones. That they're going in there. It's like, this is like hell on fire, Right. So that's just some of the issues that can come up with guns and the history, at least in New York City. And you cannot, we have the right to bear arms in America, but you do not have the right to bear arms in New York City. You will be arrested if you so much as have a pistol in New York City. The only way around it is to get a permit.
Thank you. Thank you.
So that's just issues about gun control. I'm not making a stance on it either way because I have not had to deal with guns in my life, fortunately. Right. And I think some people need to have guns, and some people are better off without them. It depends on the situation. So right. I've filled the time.
Thank you. Thank you. God bless you. I really appreciate that. And it's definitely needed. It'll add some perspective to what I'll go into for the rest of the night. And we definitely will, return to, as a matter of fact, what I'm going to ask Peter to do is to step in whenever he feels he has something constructive to say. And I want him to stay with us, as long as he wishes tonight. And he's welcome to stay as he normally does to midnight and beyond. And as always, we're we're fortunate to have the people we have with us. Very lucky to have had Brendan drop in, and very fortunate to have Jameson Reese, who we're riding the call upon so that we can do what we're doing. And we want to say hello to everyone in the chat room. Going to do a quick review before I dive deep into these subjects and kind of go into the zone. Our man George Knight is with us from England. We've got many people who are joining us from either side of the Atlantic and either side of the Pacific. On the other side of the Pacific, we have Marcus Grix, who says, "Hey buds, fark the copywriting bullshit. That shit makes me rage." And yes, it is actually, morbidly funny. And he says it's been a since as I had a look. So he's asking Bizarre HD if he's got any new content to his channel. And of course, George Knight has suggested following himself on Facebook, where he has been uploading quite a bit. I haven't had a chance to look at it. I don't see our man Daniel Arola with us yet, but hopefully he'll be in later tonight, and thank him for all that he does. And we'll have to tend to some of his posts later, because they show up in, even when people tag me, they have to go through like a process where they go into this little waiting zone, and I have to become aware of them at some point and then actually permit them on the timeline. That there probably is a system where I can change that so things can tag directly, but then again, it's probably best it's the way it is, so that people don't tag me with junk, which sometimes comes up, advertisements for sunglasses and that sort of thing. Anyhow, George Norman says, "Hey Douglas, any stories or thoughts about the world of sports gambling?" That's more Peter Moon's territory, but I'll probably provide a sports analogy.
No, gambling. I don't encourage gambling.
Okay, yeah.
I think it is just such a bunch of crap.
Yeah.
And in fact, when I grew up, you couldn't gamble unless you were in Nevada.
Wow.
It's the only place you could gamble, and it's just like it keeps the whole sports thing. I mean, people are interested in sports, but it's just such a what idle time. What an idle waste of time.
It's awful. I'll tell you something. What Peter Moon says is true. At the time that, of course, my father is older, of course, than Peter Moon by far, and is now no longer with us, so sadly. But the man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich, would relate the fact that, Nevada was the only place you could gamble, and that was where, of course, they set off nuclear bombs. So you could radiate yourself in the desert and get that nice orange glow while you were out there pulling the slot lever of the one-armed bandits and watching all the lemons come up. And nowadays, of course, with the gambling that's allowed on Indian reservations, and Jameson Reese says, yes, it's a gamble enough just going to Nevada and exposing yourself to the extra rads and rontgens that you accumulate in your cellular fatty tissue and shit, and bring back home with you the souvenir that never goes away, and leads to bizarre mutations in future generations, no doubt. But we got that all over the United States thanks to Stanton Friedman, as I mentioned before, but in Nevada, we've got it like, the state glows at night. Let's just put it that way.
I did have experience in a casino, Douglas.
Yeah.
I was going to a book fair in a regional book fair in Atlantic City. And I think it was at the Tropicana. But in order to get to your room in the hotel, you had to walk through the casino. You couldn't avoid it. Yeah. And you walk through the casino, and I'm looking at the casino, and like, I looked at some of these games, and I couldn't. They were all video games. I knew a slot machine worked. I knew how a roulette table worked, and craps. But I couldn't even figure out how to play these games. I said, "What do you do? Well, you just put money in, I mean, it's just like I couldn't understand it." And then I, went through. And then I walked through this long mall with a sky overhead, a fake sky, and it was made to look like Havana. This was called the Tropicana. And the funniest thing in it, right before, when I get to the end, just before I'm going to go to the elevator that'll take me up to my room, was a restaurant, a Russian, and I'm looking for a place to eat, and there was no place to eat that was very palatable. And finally, we get to this. What was it called? I think it was called Kiao. It was a Russian restaurant, and they had a statue of Lenin outside. And I said, what the crap is this? It's like, because it was Cuba, they were trying to, emulate Cuba. So they had a Russian restaurant, and it looked so ridiculous. I'm not going to go into a restaurant it was one of the few restaurants in the place. I don't even remember. It was hard to eat there. It was very hard to eat in the Tropicana, even in their places. If you went outside on the decks, it was even worse. I mean, it was like, you were like in some bad movie, a bad Humphrey Bogart movie. It was horrible. But the other thing is, when I was in the elevator or around the people that weren't part of the book fair, these people were just addicts, and they were so depressed.
Yes.
They looked like they just were so depressed because they were addicted to gambling. Yeah. Everybody you walked into, because they were all there to gamble, except for those relatively few of us that were there for a regional book fair. It wasn't a huge book fair. It was for the region of, the Eastern Seaboard. Yeah. And, I had some, I did not care for Atlantic City at all. But,
oh my God, that's beautiful. It is so fucking funny, and it's not at all surprising. And when it comes to the gambling today, and I'd like your analysis of this. Now that the Native American Indians have been provided with gambling rights on their reservations because they are essentially autonomous areas of the United States. And hopefully their autonomy will continue to increase to a degree of sovereignty. But at the same time, they are heavily dependent on this gambling economy, and the whites go in and do this gambling on the Indian reservations now. And now that they have that, along with whatever else has expanded concerning lottery and everything else, the federal government, for reasons that, I worked with the federal government, and I can tell you this is a fact, they count gambling as a sport. And so when it comes to football and baseball and basketball, and these are multi-billion-dollar industries, all of them put together don't hold a candle to gambling because of course, lottery, the Indian casinos, and everything else. The gambling supersedes all sports in terms of industrial money making and the money generation, etc. In other words, we are awash in money in many of the Native American Indian reservations. The problem is distribution. The problem is corruption, and the problem is much of it is not necessarily going to them, and maybe somehow siphoned some other way that I'm not aware of. But I'm certain that could be investigated, and it would take volumes of books to explore that. But the very fact that sports is considered that gambling is considered a sport, and that all of the sports that you can conceive of put together are only a pittance compared to the amount of money involved in gambling. It's a statement that speaks volumes in and of itself. I mean, what does that? What do you think of that? What does that?
Well, I have something to say. In fact, I heard Ken Kesey on YouTube talking about it, and he was saying, basically gambling is just there to suck it's sucking the life out of the people.
Yes.
But before we get to the Indians, it's sucking. It's like these are people spending their money, and here is the state sucking it back from you, or the mob or whoever's controlling it, whether it be Steve Wynn or whoever owns the gambling casinos. They're just sucking life out of you.
Yeah.
And we get to the Indian situation, is that the medicine man Artie Crippen, he used to work at Foxwood Casino in Connecticut. That was the first Indian casino. And what he did there was he taught, him and his wife, Kat, taught Native American history. And they did a very good job. But finally, I think when they partnered up with the studio, they you know, they needed some money to rebuild something, and they X'd out the cultural program. So they lost their jobs there. But I think he explained to me one time, and it was basically Indians who worked there. He says when he was there, one of the Indians at the desk looked at him and said, "Oh, you're one of them," meaning one of the, you know, the pharaohs. You know, like wow, you're authentic. Okay. She says, "Oh boy," you know, she was like scared, like she was like felt like, "Hey, we're doing the wrong thing." Right. Many of the Indian community is motivated by the money, and this is a total way to corrupt the Indian community. There's nothing good, there's nothing positive about Native Americans gambling in any way, shape, or form. It's not a good thing for them to do. It's not good for their karma. If they're working at a level of revenge, so be it. Revenge is not good. And he also explained to me, because Artie, his mother was from Hong Kong. He's half Chinese. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure you'd get along very good with him. He gets along good with everybody. Okay. Except he will be attacked, you know, from members of his own tribe. I think he was, I think he said the tribe kicked him out. And this wow. This was a compliment. Okay. This guy is an amazing guy. He's amazing. And he introduced me to my Qigong teacher. But he said he also grew up knowing Bruce Lee as Uncle Lee, because Bruce Lee used to go to the powwows on Long Island and Shinnecock Reservation. So he knew Bruce Lee. But I would tell you my teacher is far more interesting than Bruce Lee. But Bruce Lee was you know a cinema giant, and he was a very accomplished martial artist. And, but no, he's just on a different reference frame. But anyway, what Artie said is if the casino, if you had a casino, he says the Chinese will come in and they will work your casino. They'll come in, well, we're here, we will help you run your casino. We will be your security. And we'll make sure nobody steals from you. You need to pay us. And if you turn them down, they will go in and work your casino. They've been in gambling longer than anybody. And they will bankrupt you by playing the games, because they know how to play the casino. This is what he said. So you don't have a choice. He says you hire the Chinese and they're your partners. Right. This is what he said about any casino. And that was, you know, but and you know, the states make a tremendous amount of money off of gambling. And so
it's almost like it's almost like it's instead of the underworld, it's like the overworld. It's the state itself has now become, it's like with alcohol. By making alcohol legal, the state, you know, taxes the hell out of it. And
cigarettes as well. But the interesting thing about gambling, the reason you didn't have gambling back in the 1950s and 60s was because of the Christian morality. And this is something that we've lost. And I don't know if it's like so much of the Christian morality was so hypocritical and so much bullshit. But at the same time, it, you know, contained people's capacity for vice. And what I find interesting is there's they let the gambling go. They let the, you know, the homosexuality go, gay marriage, but it's not okay to be a pagan or to have multiple wives or multiple husbands. Goes both ways. This is very forbidden. You know, you're not going to go there. There's also something else. You know, well, drugs are still illegal, which just, you know, so in other words, also pornography. Women's breasts cannot be shown in public. That's part of paganism. You know, nobody cares. Pagans don't care, you know, if women are naked or topless or men are naked. They just don't care. Right. It's just not an issue. But you have the Christian morality where it's selectively used to control or contain. In the case of pornography is a big business. So this is why they don't want breasts exposed either in culture or in on TV. You know, they do the fuzzies over them because these are still forbidden because somebody's going to profit. You know, if you want to go see those, you're going to have to, pay the mob, or Governor Cuomo or whoever. You know, they haven't done a pornography tax.
Thank God.
Probably they haven't thought of it. But this, yeah. So it's like it's very selective, and the freedom of expression they do condone or encourage is militant feminism. Militant feminism. They like that when women become militant.
Yes, and so what would you feel would be the damage to our society from that? I know that a lot of that has become an issue over the years. What did L. Ron Hubbard feel about that?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what he felt about it. His posture was sort of Judeo-Christian in terms of the morals or ethics. He was very down on premarital or extramarital sex. Mm-hmm. He really had an issue with it. Was this just old-fashioned Puritanism, or? Well, I think it had more to do. He said when people were promiscuous. Now, what happens in the Scientology organization is there is a high amount of friendliness that goes on, and understanding between people, and people who would be new to Scientology would say, "Oh, the women are so nice. The women are so friendly," and they are, because they're not sitting there. You know, they'll communicate with you. You know, and so that was like, wow, this is really, and that could attract men into the environment. Although I don't think it wasn't just that; it was just people were very friendly, and if you got with the program, you could get into it. But what would happen inevitably if there was promiscuity on, and you have too many people having sex with each other, it's not healthy. It's not healthy, because there will start to be, relationship issues and games. And then if you get kids involved in the situation, it becomes even messier. So as one of my pagan friends said to me, he says, the same problems that you have in regular society are the same in the pagan community. People get jealous over relationships. This is my woman. I don't want you doing this. Et cetera, et cetera. And people can get very jealous. And the prime example of that was L. Ron Hubbard and Jack Parsons, where, he was carrying out his thelemic will with Jack Parsons' girlfriend, and Jack was supposed to condone it. Yes. And Jack tried, but it bothered him, because here he was, Hubbard was challenging him to live up to his own, do what thou wilt. Mm-hmm. And he did, but it hurt him. It hurt him emotionally. So, like, how good is your do what thou wilt if you can't answer the bell and say, okay? And he tried. Jack tried, and he did. He didn't sever relations with Hubbard over that. He found a new girlfriend, Marjorie Cameron, right, and turned her into a wife. Wow. But he also had problems with her, because he'd say, why did she go down to Mexico? Why did she leave me for Mexico? She just goes down. She was a free spirit. Right. So when you get into certain elements of paganism or do what thou wilt, one of the biggest problems is that when people exercise their will, they do it in such a way as to hurt other people. And that doesn't have to be that way, but it generally is. It doesn't have to be that way. so be it.
Now, you met Marjorie Cameron, right?
Of course, yes.
And
yes.
what was she like personally? And for people who don't know, this is like the whore of Babylon in the Babylon workings, who was supposed to give birth to the Antichrist and Moonchild, the bearer of Moonchild, etc. So,
well, you know, she did not look at it as the Antichrist, and she said that Jack was the same way. They didn't look at it as this diabolical devil. They looked at it as the reversal of the patriarchy. In other words, the God that the Christians had given us was the Antichrist. Mm-hmm. So it's like it's an inversion. Right. It's not like they thought that they were diabolical or anything like that. And Jack Parsons, he called Jack his best friend, and I don't doubt that he was. Walter Frey, he was I attended the memorial service sitting between Cameron's best friend and Jack's best friend, Walter Frey. And Walter was a Buddhist, and he was, I spent a lot of time with him that day. You know, we drove around together, but he said that Jack was this most nicest human being you'd ever want to meet. He's the nicest human being you'd ever want to meet. Marjorie she was very Saturnian, very, I guess, you know, had a sternness about her, and identified with the crone. She had wisdom. She had wisdom, and she was, you know, very stern, and she could intimidate the hell out of people by just looking at them. And she said when she went down to the local store to try and get her harp fixed, you know, they kicked her out. They thought she was a witch.
And try and get her harp.
Her harp.
Oh, okay.
She played a harp.
Oh my God. So and they thought she was a witch and kicked her out. I mean, this is talk about persecution.
Well, yeah, and she was. You could tell she was a little proud of that. Right. And she also told me that, and I think I took it out of the book because she didn't like it. And I had her read the book Montauk Revisited before I published it. She said, "You're the first author who's ever done that. You're the first person who's ever done that." You know, I showed it to her, and you know, I changed certain things, and she said to me, she says, "You know, what you said is not exactly what happened." She says, "But if you told it any other way, it wouldn't be true." You know, she understood literary artifice, right, you know, to tell a story. So if you told it any other way, it wouldn't be true. She endorsed it. And she said that, in fact, even I ended up paying her a royalty for her part in it for a while.
Oh, wow. And so she got something while she was alive, thank God. I mean,
it was very small, but she requested it because it became far more popular than she would have thought. It still didn't amount to much money, but I did pay her a certain percentage, you know, prorated, just out of kindness and affection for her. And she was, you know, she was very circumspect. She was in the role of a crone. She was old. She was, you know, she was polite. She made me tea. She was, she said, "You know, my situation here is very rustic." It was a very sort of, you know, bare bones place in West Hollywood, but certainly comfortable enough. And she lived out her final years there. She mentioned that her grandson worked in a dungeon down the street. This was West Hollywood, and West Hollywood is a very gay area.
Right. So it was a sexual dungeon for sadomasochists to engage in that gratification. And
he was a security guard. Silver Kimmel. Silver, I thought of contacting him. Silver, he wore a big, like, spiked, you know, mohawk, you know, like, I mean, it was a spiked hair. I mean, you know, he's enough to scare the daylights out of people just by the way he looked with the hair. And he was a security guard there. And she said, you know, he'd just see these guys and he you know, he'd comment to her about them. And they you know, they were just pretty sad characters. And she could kind of like appreciate the destitution of these people. She's talking about not their money destitution, their impoverished spirituality, sort of like Allen Ginsberg expresses in his poem Howl. It's sort of like, this is the bottom of the barrel. And in the bottom of the barrel, she was completely willing to acknowledge. And she didn't tell me this, but George told me this. Jack was kind of taken aback when they lived in Redondo Beach. She had, and I think this describes her very well, and I don't think she would have any issue with me saying this, is that when she went down to Mexico, Jack had moved to Redondo Beach from Pasadena, and Redondo Beach is, he attracted this girlfriend, Gladys, her name was, sort of spelled like Gladys, but it was Gladys, and he was living with Gladys, and when Cameron came back from Mexico, she comes back into the house, and so you have two women there. And Cameron's statement, according to George, was, I think Gladys adds a very nice feminine touch to the house. And Gladys was just completely intimidated and left. You know, Cameron did not respond to her. Now, he said that there was a party downstairs, and that she came downstairs with nothing on but an ostrich feather, which I guess she stuck out her ass or something. And she came down and just appeared like a work of art, completely naked with an ostrich feather coming out her ass. I don't know how it was fixed. And Jack complained to George. He says, why does she do this? Why does she do this? She was a artist, very much an artist, and that was her artistic statement. I don't think she would even say, you know, she said, this is art. You know, who the hell cares? Her artwork was controversial because it had nude elements in it, and it was like, I think, banned. It was banned, so it was a controversy of her artwork. I mean, to her, this was, you know, she was far ahead of the curve as an artiste, an artist, and she wasn't afraid to express herself. She was very misunderstood, and she hated writers that would come to her and want an exclusive and want to know all about that time period. And her best friend, Moya McNulty, told me, she says, I can't believe she told you all that stuff. I can't believe she told you all that stuff because that's what she didn't want to tell people. And you know, so Moya was a very nice person who was younger than Cameron, but they talked about, you know, rearing children and that sort of thing. And Cameron was very interested in, she appreciated my work, my synchronicity. She told me my life was laced with synchronicity, and synchronicity was the language of magic, she said. And she appreciated me. She would have appreciated me more if I dressed more like Michael Aquino or Anton LaVey. She didn't say that.
That was her comfort zone.
She didn't say that, but I can tell you that it would have been true. Right. And I deliberately do not and did not dress like that because I don't like to fit into a stereotype.
Right.
So
it's basically, that's a form of almost like a Carnegie Act, you know, a Carney Act kind of.
Well, what had happened is I once wore black to an event it was an event in New Jersey, where, you know, they were sort of my satellite friends in New Jersey.
Right.
And I wore black because I just grabbed what was quick and available.
And it happened to be an ensemble, and this was before black was in, and but
black was in at the time in New York City. Black was very in New York City, and I was supposed to meet with this very attractive friend of mine because she wanted to give some stuff to Wendell Stevens, who was there. Wendell Stevens, the famous pilot, UFO guy, and pedophile. And,
oh shit!
And basically, because her father, she was Brazilian, and her father had been down and, did some stuff, had some stuff, and she wanted to bring this stuff to Wendell Stevens. So she wanted me to be there for emotional support. So she's wearing black, and I'm wearing black, and she always liked to dress very revealing. So, they see us walk in together. We didn't drive together, and people are like, funny. Oh yeah, that Peter. Oh yeah. It's like I'm part of the OTO or something. Oh yeah, yeah. They're fitting. I'm being stereotyped into that.
Oh my God.
And I said, well, that's what they didn't know, because they're in the far ends of Trenton, New Jersey. That was a very in fashion in Manhattan at that time period. But the fashion does not extend beyond the borders of New York City. Right. It doesn't even extend into Long Island or to Connecticut. No,
those are like different worlds.
Yeah. But I'm saying is no, I don't want to be stigmatized, or didn't want to. That was accidental, and all the better. But I met Cameron a second time when I went back to a book fair and also chose to investigate Jack Parsons' former residence and see and go to the local library and dig up information on him. And she was very interested so I met with her, and she introduced me to her boyfriend. What was his name? He was an actor, and an accomplished actor. And he wanted to meet me. And he was, and I got to meet him, and we had a nice conversation. And then she wanted to hear how my investigation in Pasadena went, which, I've written about this, and it's interesting. She took an active interest in my work, several phone conversations. I spoke to her about 3 months before she died. She got to read Pyramids of Montauk. She really enjoyed it. And that was about, the end of her. I attended her memorial service.
Oh, so sad. So you were there at the funeral that they write about in the book, Wormwood Star? You were there?
Well, no. Wormwood Star was a book written before.
Okay.
Now, I was at her memorial service. She was cremated.
Oh.
And then the shaman who took her ashes out, they tried to go out to the place in the desert. I think it was where Jack did the Babylon working. They tried to find a place in the desert. They had an Indian shaman, and I think the urn fell over, and all the ashes came out and just swooped up into I don't know if all of them came out. They swooped up into like a vortex or a whirling willy, and woo. Wow. And I wrote it up. I wrote a short brief, and I was told the shaman. It got back to the shaman. He was very touched the fact that I wrote it. But it was like they said it was as if the urn fell over by accident, and then the ashes, a wind came up and blew the ashes up into a swirl. Yeah. And all the people that were there thought that was pretty neat. And so Wormwood Star is a book. I don't know if they mention her funeral at the end of it, or her memorial service.
They do. Her memorial service, or there was some kind of memorial where there were, of course, the individual who came in, I forget his name. He came in and kind of exploited it to try and do a little performance of his own. Kenneth Anger, you might remember.
I don't remember Kenneth Anger there.
Okay, so there must be.
I don't remember him there. I mean, how could I have missed him? There was the head of the OTO did the, he did the main eulogy, and somebody else might have, George Herms, who is her art curator of her art. He was there and talked about her, but I don't recall Kenneth Anger even being there. They might have had an additional memorial. Certainly he knew her, but I just don't remember him there at all.
Okay, so this might be something else. So I'm looking at the last chapter of Wormwood Star, and
you have that book.
Okay, yeah, and they're bringing up Anger exploiting something. So let me take a look at that. The
really good story about Kenneth Anger is when he's at a funeral for Jack Larson, who played Jimmy Olsen in Superman, and Jimmy Jack Larson was a part of the Pasadena crowd, Jack Parsons' Pasadena crowd. And he had a long running affair with Montgomery Clift of From Here to Eternity. They were homosexual. And Kenneth Anger was like in the audience at that memorial service. He got chiming in. He was really busting everybody's chops. They got, he kept saying this and putting up his hand and kept breaking in. That was a good story. He had some fun with him, but I'm sure Kenneth Anger wasn't there because I would have definitely remembered him. Of course, Kenneth Anger is the producer of the movie Inauguration of the Pleasure Dome, which features Marjorie Cameron. He did some other movies. He was an opinion leader for certainly Mick Jagger. Appeared in one of his films, and a lot of the rock musicians in England were attracted to Kenneth Anger as an occultist, knowledgeable occultist.
Right.
He grew up in Beverly Hills. He wrote a couple books, Hollywood Babylon, where he kind of exposes certain facts about Hollywood. And he had very low, although he had a very low budget films that he did, but he was out there making films and trying, and when nobody else was, and they were always occult films.
Thank you. I mean they were. So what I confused it with was, now that I'm flipping through this final epilogue here, is that basically it's Curtis Harrington died, and Kenneth Anger exploited his funeral, for lack of a better word, the memorial service. And so there we are. So Curtis Harrington, I don't even know if you know this individual, passed away at the age of 80. His funeral service at the Hollywood Forever Cemetery turned into a spectacle when Kenneth Anger crashed the event and had his attendant cameraman capture the macabre moment as he kissed Harrington's corpse smack on the lips. Anger went on to interrupt Jack Larson's eulogy with a
Jack Larson gave the eulogy. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I thought it was Jack Larson's funeral. This is it. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Anger went on to interrupt Jack Larson's eulogy with a running commentary that included some very indelicate comments. After claiming to know the precise date of his own death, Anger then made the public announcement that his own memorial would take place at the same spot on Halloween 2008. We had the financial crash at around that time because it was on my birthday, October 20th, which is, shortly before Halloween. So the world ended in a certain sense. We never really recovered from that crash, the world. Anyhow, unlike others gathered who were offended by the rude behavior, Larson was a good sport and took Anger's outburst in his stride. Okay, so, it goes on. So then they talk about, Cameron's legacy at the San Francisco Film Festival and the like. But in the chapter of, what is the name of this chapter? And oh my God, he's
still alive? He's 94 years old.
Kenneth Anger?
94 years old. It says right here. Yeah.
Well, there you go. So much for his prediction. Oh my God. So Cameron,
he's a theatrical guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he's an artist. Whatever he is, he's an artist. And what is it on his website? It says Lucifer.
What else would it say, right?
Kenneth Anger's official Lucifer Rising jacket, $299.
That's not a very high price.
You can get a denim jacket. You can get a sequin Kenneth Anger sequin jacket. Faux leather bomber jacket.
Just what we always wanted.
Sequin, gold sequin bomber jacket. He's got a lot of jackets. And then he's got the Lucifer Rising Satan bomber jacket, $666. These jackets might work if he modified the material a little bit, or even kept it the same and had a different something on it other than Lucifer. It's like I don't know.
Yeah,
it's sold out. The Technicolor skull is sold out. Signed by Kenneth Anger, $99. It's a Technicolor skull. It's red. I don't know. It's sold out, so I don't know if it's any worth having.
So by the time you were dealing with the lady Cameron, she apparently had really physically was older. I mean, she was. I see this photograph of her hugging a tree, and so she's not the the lady that I remember from the photographs Aquino had. So the it's interesting. I obviously I've never read this book very much, but in the chapter, which is basically the last chapter, the chapter concerning her death, and doubtless it mentions here they say Cameron accepted her looming death with complete serenity. A high priestess in the OTO was called upon to perform the last rites, and Cameron eventually died in the arms of her granddaughter Iris. So she had a cancerous brain tumor that metastasized to her lungs. And so that's ultimately, it says her cremains were later scattered across the Mojave Desert, where Jack's once were. That's all this author pretty much has to say about that.
Her granddaughter Iris is was she designated as her magical heir.
Okay.
And if we take this stuff to cinema, I hope to engage her. I do know her. She was quite young when I knew her. I haven't communicated to her in a long time, but very nice lady. It was a very nice young lady when I met her, and I think at one time Cameron told me the in-laws had, or I don't know who told me, but the in-laws, she married somebody who was Catholic, and I think the in-laws wanted to burn the books on magic or something like that.
Okay.
There was always this, about Cameron, there's always this antithesis, that's coming to, stop her, or, this, if it's not Protestants, it's Catholics, She said a priest wanted to, when she went to Mexico, wanted to burn her at the stake.
Wow.
He was, I think he was later defrocked, but he was crazy. He wanted to burn her.
Interesting. That's just awful.
Well, that's the kind of stuff that she would engender by the nature of who she was. And I don't mean that a criticism. That's who she was.
Right.
She was an amazing, very unique person.
Yes.
And the more I know her or see her or contemplate her, you see some pictures of her. There's so many more pictures now online than there used to be. She looks so much like L. Ron Hubbard. It's not funny.
Wow. Okay.
They as they say, she comes from the same
Wilson lied. But by the way,
they come from the same part of Iowa.
Yeah.
And because Hubbard's father was of what you would call, he was adopted, it suggests that, something was going on that wasn't a traditional family. So she looks so much like Hubbard. She even looks like some of Hubbard's children, and you can see it in the features and in the red hair.
Right. So definitely. So the author speaks of you for several pages. We will cover that later. That's something you and I can speak about privately. Oh my God!
It might not be complimentary.
He's just what he is. I mean, the guy's just saying, he thinks you're far out. And it's.
Well,
just...
this is a funny thing is, magic people. Yeah, they think I'm far out. They might, have an extra penis. Or they might have man boobs, or what you call implanted boobs, they might have horns. They might have the accoutrements of anything sexually magical people might have, and they will call me weird.
Yes.
And that is the, and I've seen this, and it's like, oh, okay. Does it upset me? No. but in other words, they're also not very smart.
Yes. That's
They're
right.
not
No,
very smart.
that's right. Honestly, he's looking at this from what I would call a purely conventional perspective, and even though he's working with essentially an occult figure, he simply, he's just doing what he's doing, which is like.
Well, see, people were rather in the magical world were rather taken aback at my whole association with her. Because when I came out of fucking nowhere.
Yes, he refers to you as an ex-Scientologist, of course. That's the first thing he brings up. And so he definitely brings up the Seventh Seal book. And he says...
so this is written much later. Okay, this is much later.
Yeah.
The Seventh Seal book was really a stab in the heart of a lot of magical stuff.
Yeah.
And that's not a detriment to magic.
Right.
It's just a lot of the false beliefs. So he mentions the Seventh Seal book, huh?
Yes. So he basically says that in that book you go very much in depth into her last name, Wilson, being somehow connecting her to L. Ron Hubbard. So he doesn't know what to make of it. So he just
she was the one that told me that.
Right. Understood. He projects that onto you and basically says that this is like that he describes you as an ex-Scientologist fixated with the Babylon working, essentially. So that alone, the kind of introduction, the way the sentence is presented, it's amazing what people do with a single sentence. And this is kind of the conundrum that I have. My situation is so complicated and the context is so complex that if someone were to just describe in a single sentence, it just sounds completely
he
crazy.
thinks he's Hitler. He thinks he's Hitler.
Yeah, something stupid like that. It just comes out as, of course it comes out as crazy. That's the problem with reality. Reality is complex.
Well, what it was is, though, I made a huge splash in
obviously
the world.
Yes, that's quite obvious by what this individual is saying. Yes.
Yeah, and it was not only a splash in the world of book readers, but it was a splash in the world of magic.
Yes.
It was a world of magic. This dear woman who she was a friend of Cameron's too, Sophia Larrabelle. She was very close to Cameron, and she had she was an ex-Scientologist too, but she had, she was wearing the black clothes and whatnot. And she told me, she said that, and she worked in a similar position that I did. So we had a lot of, things in common. But she says, when she read the book, she says, "Guy, you've got a lot of balls." Meaning, I was like writing stuff you're not supposed to write.
Yes.
About the book of the law.
Yes.
You're not supposed to. And I was just, just like you had access to Aquino. Yes. It's a different situation. I had access to Hubbard, and I had access to Cameron. The only one I didn't have access to was Jack, involved in the Babylon working. So I was like in the triangle.
Yes. I
was in the triangle of magic, and it was only because of my close association with Hubbard and understanding him that I was able to, my job in Scientology was to pick up flat ball bearings that didn't work. And because Scientology didn't work anymore, it was my job to go, it was my natural inclination more than my job, right, was to go back and find why it didn't work. And what was the prenatal engram. And an engram in Scientology is what makes you unconscious and painful and affects your life and messes you up. So it occurs in Dianetics, it's the prenatal stage where something happens in the womb, where somebody says something and the head gets pounded in the mother's stomach, and it's all of a sudden, reacting badly. Well, the prenatal to Scientology was the Babylon working. And what the hell went on there? What the hell's going on? So it's kind of like, this is all a magical precipitator of Scientology. And this is, and the Babylon working is one of the, this is like trying to birth in the Messiah.
Right.
And we can argue about whether it's the good Messiah or the bad Messiah, but they come hand in hand. You know, Christ comes into the world, well, he gets eliminated. And it's a question of playing with the energies, and it's what in Qigong, it's dual energy cultivation, dual energy, balancing the yin with the yang, the male with the female, the good with the evil. You have to balance it. So I found myself juxtaposed in a very unique position. And of course, I had such a, I guess what you call dedication to the work of L. Ron Hubbard, only because it had, you know, to the degree that it had benefited me or helped me so much. It was like, wow, this is astounding. So I was able to get so close to the fountain and saw so much there that, you know, saw the good with the bad. And then the legacy is I'm happily living a suburban life in Long Island. And it's like, this comes back to me. It wasn't like I was seeking it out. It kind of came to me. And then it was all a result of Montauk. So it is, you know, it's very interesting to look at it perspective-wise. And I'm sure down the road we'll hash this over some more with the Aquino story and what's his name? What's that guy's name? You know who I mean?
Yeah, actually, not. You'll have to give me
Moonchild.
Yes. Oh, that Moonchild. Yes, the Moonchild.
Yeah, we'll get back into that another day.
Yeah, we will, and we'll also maybe even in your book kind of provide a kind of just analysis of what this man says about you, which is nothing in depth, but when he brings you up,
you know, it's first off, nobody else reads that book. Number one.
Yeah.
Nobody reads that book.
Yeah.
And if they do, they're gonna. Who is this Peter Moon? They might come looking for me.
Right.
I mean, looking for my work, not for me.
Yes. It's an ad. It's an ad, and it's not negative. It's to any great degree.
He reads my work. I don't read his work.
Yes. There we are. That's what it comes down to. And he's so even though he's dismissive of your work as basically like a lot of far out theories, quote unquote, this is not that he does not understand at all where you're coming from. Or
he's not educated.
Yeah,
he's not educated, and if he would care to read the work and all of the stuff, then you can have an appreciation and initiation.
What I find remarkable is he thinks he's educated. He feels that he's working through a kind of system of how would I say it, of logical, like he's very conventional. This is the part that makes this book odd. Wormwood Star is an odd book in that he's approaching this from a conventional perspective when he's writing about occult topics. So
this is one of the big problems with occult and magic people in general, particularly as you get into the Satanists. Yeah. They're so damned conservative.
Yes.
That they're embarrassing. Yes. In other words, they're not avant-garde. Yeah. They're not artists. They're just it's tripe for lack of a better word.
Thank you.
There's nothing. No, it's just like. And can be completely, what is it, materialistic?
Yes.
Very materialistic.
That is what we're encountering, and so I definitely would recommend that of course people read Peter's works, and his real genius is in making the inaccessible accessible, and so definitely appreciative of that, and that's what he's been doing with everything I'm trying to present, which I hopefully will get back to whenever I wake up next after transmission. But what I'll ask is Peter Moon's patience for tonight, to stay with us as long as he can and hear me out, and I'll go into depth about a number of things that most people are not even aware of are going on in the world.
Go into China. I think you should go into China first and foremost. I think that's the most important.
If you feel that that's the most important, that's what I'll start off with then, because I think that at least we'll have you at your most alert to provide us what insights you might have with that. So I definitely
It's more about what raw information you have on it that you can share with the audience. Because it's so important what is going on in China, as you explained to me yesterday.
Yeah.
And I think you should just, there's a lot of information that's gone on in China that is not been reported in the media. And it's possible that the media isn't even aware of it.
Yeah, that's the point. And so I'll bring that up right now. And so Peter Moon has decided the direction we'll go in. But before I go into the arc of narrative for tonight, looking again at the chat room, we have wonderful people with us, such as Brandon Young. I want to say hello first to Bill Lyons, who is actually Sarah, who is using her husband's account. So, hey, honey. Love you dearly. And Brandon Young, hugs. And of course, we love you too. Our man Jameson Reese is back. He's dealing with many problems with an elderly cat. And when it comes to Brandon Young, he says, Bob Lazar's bravo too. I guess he was talking about something. He says, hello, Team Dietrich and Peter. And so he's talking about Lazar's E.T. brothel. And Marcus Grix, who's an Australian, brings up the fact that it's illegal to gamble in mainland China, so they all come to Australia. By the way, it is legal to gamble in Macau, and always has been. I don't know how long that will last under the communist regime, but definitely, the people in Macau used to take bets about, the Hong Kong people, because Hong Kong was given back to mainland China before Macau was. And Macau, of course, was owned by Portugal, Hong Kong by Britain, and they both returned those colonial assets to mainland China, but it was so stupid for them to do that under communism. And when the communist Chinese army marched onto the stage at the ceremony where Macau was being returned to mainland China, all of the people booed. They all booed. I remember that distinctly. And the people of Macau, the Portuguese governors, had to put their hands up and say, please don't do that, just to try and prevent a riot. But what might be happening now is that maybe the communists are trying to discourage gambling, so all the Chinese are going to Australia to gamble. So basically, Brandon Young says there's an entire Asian gambling area at the casino. And so Marcus Grix says, when I live in Melbourne, there is a huge casino, and you can watch hundreds of depressed Chinese male and woman playing two hands at blackjack at $5,500 each go, $5,000 Australian dollars each go. He says it's so depressing there. and Brandon Young says, yes, it can be. It's a scheme. Foxwoods is near me. Frank Sinatra played opening night. Wampanoag, which is, of course, the first tribe, in the sense that these were the first tribes encountered by the Pilgrims. And then Brandon says, God is a gamble. Very true. Overlay. Maybe Hubbard Lovejack. He said, anyhow, Trillion Phoenix says, same wife swapping, got D and Kelly. Okay, so she's talking about, of course, John D. and Kelly, who was the man who was the gazer at the Shoe Stone, the man who read the crystal ball. And she says it's bad for business. And Brandon says, good point. So Maria Michaela Grigorich is with us. Hey, honey, love you. She says, hello, everyone. And she's always very helpful. So that was the live stream for now. So glad to have you all with us. And we do have a very large audience tonight, and very grateful.
One thing I want to say that Marjorie told me, she says, we weren't swingers, she said. Mm-hmm. She says, we weren't swingers. People might think we were. We had our freedom, but we weren't swingers. This is what she told me. Mm-hmm. And I believe she's accurate. I believe she would be very unapproachable for most men. Yeah, on many different. Sense.
Yeah, and so I'm glad that you had that privilege of meeting her. And so and of course, one of these days you and I will privately draw some parallels between herself and Crystal River. Of course, that's Crystal River has never partaken in any Babylon workings, just so people know. But it's just fun to make parallels like this or comparisons at times. So there we have that. At any rate, I do look forward to her appearing with us. And so what I'll do is I want people to know that every day lately seems to bring a new plunge in American relations with the Communist Chinese Empire. Now, after the Biden administration's first acrimonious talks with Xi Jinping's envoys in Alaska last week, Washington ripped the seal off new sanctions designed to punish Beijing's genocidal repression of the Uyghur Muslims. And let me put an acknowledgement here to Jameson being back with us. But in a step coordinated with the European Union and the United Kingdom, the White House targeted 2 Chinese officials in the most sweeping sign yet of its efforts to build a broad front against Beijing. And these sanctions hammer, well, this was followed, that hammer being just hurled down onto the anvil of Red China. It was followed by a joint statement alleging gross human rights abuses in the Xinjiang Uyghur province, what is historically eastern Turkestan, and what is, of course, now northwestern China. And this is where, of course, we found all of the white mummies, the Aryan mummies of Caucasians that obviously lived in China, in the inhospitable Tarim Basin. And people who are the archaeologists and anthropologists and the paleontologists who have been working with these materials have made comments that these Aryan peoples were so beautiful that they look as attractive in death as they must have in life. And so these mummies are quite significant, and their descendants, the Uyghur Turks, who are Caucasian white Muslims, are being exterminated by the communist Chinese. So so what has happened now is that the Five Eyes Intelligence Alliance, and the Five Eyes is literally spelled like eyeballs, EYES. You can look up Five Eyes and you'll find out more about this alliance. It includes the United States, the United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand, and Canada. And they have gotten together, and this is like an intelligence alliance in the sense that NATO, or the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, is a military alliance. They've gotten together to condemn China's inhuman policies. So the United States Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, has also accused Beijing of committing genocide against the Uyghurs imprisoned in detention camps, to the face of the Chi-Coms, the Chinese Communist Party members themselves. And so this news has brought cheer to some demonstrators who appeared outside of the United Nations headquarters in New York City on Monday, opening this work week. And Rushan Labaz, who's a prominent Uyghur American activist, who has testified that her sister has been detained in Xinjiang, and she hasn't heard from her in 2.5 years. She so testified on her siblings' behalf that steps like that give us hope, but it's all been extremely slow. It's very frustrating. The Chinese regime is spending millions and millions of dollars to spread misinformation and propaganda saying this is not happening. And so Abbas, of course, wants action, not just against isolated Chinese officials, but for everyone in the Chinese Communist Party's Politburo and any officials involved in running internment camps there, as well as a global boycott of products from the northwestern region where these people are forced to work until they die, producing products for exportation. But while the fate of the Uyghurs is finally beginning to spur international action, the modest size of the rally, which drew around 15 people, it emphasizes the massive power imbalance between Communist China and those pushing for it to be held accountable. Now, meanwhile, the detained Canadian, Michael Kovrig, is on trial in Beijing on espionage charges, and his case has frayed relations among Canada, Red China, and the American empire. Kovrig is one of 2 Canadians detained since 2018 following the arrest in Vancouver of Huawei executrix Meng Wanzhou. Now, Kovrig is a former Canadian diplomat, and he's accused by Chinese authorities of stealing sensitive information and intelligence. And the other Canadian, Michael Spavor, faced trial in China but last week on related charges. Now, both Washington and Ottawa, which is the capital of Canada, in case you don't know, they've repeatedly called for Kovrig's and Spavor's release. In fact, diplomats from more than 24 countries have been denied access to the Red Chinese court where Kovrig's trial is currently being held. And Westerners are increasingly scared of traveling to China as the threat of detention rises. Now, the dramatic detention of a handful of foreigners in recent years has instilled a deep fear in some people, especially those with politically adjacent occupations. As the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping, who is so insecure that, as I told Peter Moon, most people don't realize this, the Chinese internet used to make fun of him by saying he looked like Winnie the Pooh. You know, in the days of Mao Zedong had a sense of self-confidence to the extent where if somebody had told Mao Zedong he looked like Winnie the Pooh, which you could say because he had that kind of look, he would have laughed and just went on with his day. It wouldn't have even been something to retain in his memory. But Xi Jinping has outlawed, bear in mind, of course, China is the factory floor of all the world. Most of our toys are produced there. Most of our clothing is produced there. He outlawed the production of anything that has to do with Winnie the Pooh. I mean, this is how insecure this individual is. It's preposterous. And as Peter Moon said, he's like Saddam Hussein, or at least what the propaganda has portrayed Saddam Hussein to have been. And by the way, I don't know if people are aware of this. Saddam Hussein, when he spent years in prison after the fall of Iraq, before he was finally executed, or rather turned over by the United States for the Iraqi people to lynch to death of a certain ethnicities. It's very tribal politics. He was of a certain Arab tribe. They handed him over to his hereditary enemies. And that was how they just dispatched him in the most heartless manner imaginable. During the time he was in prison, he wrote several romance novels. I don't know if people know of this, but that is, you can read them in the Arabic. They have never been translated. And so that's an aspect of him that I don't think a man like Xi Jinping has even the sensitivity or the capacity to even dream of doing. He would never even conceive of doing something like that. He's a non-entity. He's totally without charisma and has simply clawed his way to the top by bureaucratic machinations and made himself a dictator for life. But bearing that in mind, he's breeding an anti-culture of neo-nationalism and forging increasingly hostile relations with Western governments. So some fear that if a diplomatic spat between their government and Beijing occurred while they were in China, they could become a target. And that is all too legitimate a concern. Now, my gang brother Beaver goes to China often. And when I spracketh with him about this, he's been quite confident. He told me basically this: the only people they're persecuting are innocent people. As a hardcore criminal, I just bribe my way out of such situations because the government is a criminal government and they're totally corrupt. So he can do what innocent people cannot do. And they will not take bribes from innocent people because they have a point to make in their persecution. But with gangsters, that's becoming their main outlet to the world, and I'll tell you why. Many have cited the detention of 2 Canadians in Canada in December of 2018 as the turning point in their thinking. Michael Kovrig, an NGO or a non-government organizational worker and a former diplomat, and Michael Spavor, who organized trips to North Korea, including for the National Basketball Association or the NBA player Dennis Rodman, who was ultimately pivotal in getting that one poor dope out of North Korea who was tortured into a comatic state. He at least got him home to his family before he died. They were detained, not Dennis Rodman, but the 2 Canadians, just after the Huawei executrix Meng Wanzhou was arrested in Vancouver on charges filed in these United States. Their detentions have been recognized as a bargaining chip to help leverage Meng Wanzhou's release. That was the original idea. Everything has disintegrated since that point. We have fallen into the deep freeze phase of a Cold War, and the communist Chinese have struck back at Canada by just taking their citizens literally off the streets of China, Canadian citizens who are there for whatever reason, and killing them, executing them. I'll get there. Last August, the Chinese-Australian TV anchor Cheng Lei was also detained amid worsening ties between Beijing and Canberra, which, in case you don't know, is the capital of Australia. And Cheng's detention was all the more surprising given the fact that she worked for the state media channel, CGTN, the China Global Television Network, which is based in Beijing. So you have someone working for the communist Chinese government, but she is an Australian citizen. She was born in Australia. She simply happens to be ethnic Chinese and speaks their language, and then got that job. And then the moment she had that job and became world famous, they said, now that she's famous, let's bargain with this bitch. And they just took her hostage, and she's going to be there until the regime collapses and some justices can be brought to bear. This is like the Bastille in royalist ancien regime France. You have all of these people that when they be liberated, it will be cause for celebration around the world. It will be a global Bastille Day. Now, all 3 of the individuals I have mentioned, they're all facing false charges of spying, and that brings us to the level of risk. In June, a business advisory council to the United States State Department issued a report titled Hostage Diplomacy in China. Now, by the way, this is unprecedented. You don't issue reports with terms like that. This is like something you haven't heard of since the days of the Middle Ages. When we go to the term hostage diplomacy, we're talking the level of the fucking Mongol Khans. No one in modern history plays hostage diplomacy. This is a rebirth of medievalism. And this report cited the 2 Canadians' cases as a primary reason why firms should be more careful when sending employees to China. Now, academics, former diplomats, and think tanks across the world have similarly signed open letters expressing concern over what the 2 detentions mean for them. And commenting on the Canadians' case, but yestermencies last month, our president, Joseph Biden, told reporters, human beings are not bartering chips. We're going to work together until we get their safe return. Now, William Ney, an American who works for the NGO, the non-governmental organization, the China Human Rights Defenders, falls into the category of foreigners unwilling to travel to China and says he knows many others with a lower risk profile than the 2 detained Canadians who have made the same judgment, himself attesting that it's not really a question only of what are the things I have been doing that may have contributed to my getting detained. It's also a question of what is my nationality? What have the politicians from my country have been saying? If they are willing to arbitrarily detain someone who was a very moderate, thoughtful academic or a think tank type of person, then it's difficult to see how anyone can feel safe. And in a statement in response to my own inquiry, the Communist Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs said, the so-called increased risk in arbitrary detention of foreigners in China was completely inconsistent with the facts. Now, to translate from the Chinese, they insist that China has always protected the safety and legitimate rights and interests of foreigners in China in accordance with the law. On the internet and social media, many foreigners share their experiences of working and living in China, saying that China is one of the safest countries they have ever lived in, and it is safe even when walking alone at night. Their statement even going so far as to add that, in fact, Meng Wanzhou's experience in Canada is a typical case of arbitrary detention, and we hope she can return to China as soon as possible. By the way, this is one of those cases where two wrongs do not make a right. Meng Wanzhou may well have been arbitrarily detained. The manner of the Chinese response is, it's wrong. This is what brings us to the exit bans. You see, there be another form of detention in China that often doesn't involve a jail or even committing a crime. It cometh in the form of an exit ban, legal under the Exit and Entry Administration Law adopted in 2012 for unsettled civil cases in communized China. In other words, this was how the Communist Chinese would rope people who had crossed the border into Hong Kong or Macau, which are supposedly sovereign special zones. No longer. Sometimes security officials will visit people to inform them they are subject to exit bans. Other times, it is not evident until a person tries to leave the country. Usually, recipients can live in their own apartments and move around their community freely. 'Tis Red China itself what becomest a giant prison. They can never leave. And in recent years, these bans have increasingly been abused on foreigners, including an American, Australian, and Canadian citizens who face no charges in China whatsoever. A number of ethnically Chinese U.S. citizens, in particular, have been banned from ever leaving China. Imagine that. It's one thing to be banned. You can never come to China again. It's another thing when you're told you can never leave. They're essentially kept as hostages to lure their ethnic Chinese relatives living abroad to return to the country to settle business and legal disputes, which, as Peter Moon observed, at which point they would become hostages in turn. Now, per James P. McGovern, a U.S. Democratic congressman and chairman of the Bipartisan Congressional Executive Commission on China, he has stated, and I quote his T verbatim, American citizens are too often being detained as de facto hostages in business disputes or to coerce family members to return to China. Imagine having a business dispute with the Communist Chinese and your employees on site are never allowed to leave. But exit bans are not exclusively abused on those of Sino-diasporic Chinese ethnicity, Chinese who live overseas and are part of the Sino-diaspora, the overseas communities for generations and have never been or raised in China. They go there for business and I've described what happened to them. Let me give you some cases that I know of personally. Much of what I relate will be personal anecdotes related to me through my underworld connections, through my gang brothers, the Tong, and others will be from academics who live and work in the greater San Francisco Bay Area region or California itself because of our connections to the Pacific. But Bill Birtles and Mike Smith, who are two Australian journalists working in China, fled the country last September after learning exit bans had been placed on them. They sought refuge in their country's diplomatic missions in Beijing and Shanghai, while Canberra negotiated with CHICOM, the Chinese Communist officials, to allow them to leave. Now that standoff lasted 5 days, with the Communist Chinese army surrounding those embassies and ready to storm before the bans were lifted. The men were told they were persons of interest in an investigation into Cheng Lei, the Chinese-Australian anchoress for the state broadcaster CGTN, permanently detained earlier yesteryear. Now, Thomas Nunlist, a risk analyst at Hill & Associates, who I know through my son's husband, Sugar Daddy, he confirms that he has seen an increase in demand from multinational companies seeking guidance on matters of detention risk mitigation and response protocol in Red China in recent years, because exit bans are not uncommon in cases involving business disputes, himself affirming that, well, what he said was that it is crucial that companies understand the circumstances where an exit ban may be applied, such as during a significant business dispute, as exposure can sometimes be avoided. Some activities, such as involvement with North Korea or work in human rights advocacy, were clearly sensitive. Others, such as conducting geological or historical research, were less obviously politically sensitive. For the average business person, then, the traveler or student, the risk of detention is deemed to be low. However, a number of factors increase the risk of being detained in communist China, including holding dual citizenship, having a government background, or being politically connected, or involvement in any activity deemed sensitive. Between 2009 and 2020, more than 600 cases involving foreigners detained in police custody or prevented from leaving China have appeared in media reports. Of those, 28 were involved in what Nunlist's own Hill & Associates firm deemed to be sensitive activity. Other cases included foreigners taking drugs in China, where dealing narcotics can still result in capital punishment, while a handful involved being approached and questioned. In point of fact, 3 Canadians have been sentenced to death on totally trumped up narcotics charges since relations between Ottawa and Beijing soured, meaning that Communist China is going to use execution of citizens from other countries to conduct their foreign policy, to affect the politics of the world. And in February of 2019, Richard O'Halloran became the first Irish citizen to be the subject of a Chinese exit ban. Now, I spoke to his legal team and they provided me a photograph which is got his name on it. So I'm going to put that in the we'll put that here in the text box for Peter Moon if he needs that perhaps in the future for any kind of reference, but or for our man Jameson to perhaps place up on his timeline to kind of give people some context here. But this individual has a family of 4 children, and this father of 4 traveled to Shanghai to settle a business dispute involving fraud allegations against a shareholder in the aviation leasing firm he worked for. The shareholder, Min Jiedong, was charged with defrauding Chinese investors of some 70 million United States dollars. But when O'Halloran got to the airport, he discovered he was banned from ever leaving China and compelled to be a witness in Min's criminal case. During that process, O'Halloran was required to visit an immigration office every few months to have his exit ban extended, without being told why he was being prevented from ever leaving or what specifically was even needed from him. His lawyers confirming that he was provided nothing in writing. Min's case concluded in March of 2020, and he is now in prison with no opportunity ever to appeal for the rest of his life. O'Halloran's exit ban was finally lifted in January of this year, but to complete what a member of the European Parliament for Dublin, the capital of Ireland, Barry Andrews, has called his Kafkaesque nightmare, when O'Halloran went to the airport, hoping to get home for his son's 14th birthday, he was stopped again. Having already been denied any opportunity to see his wife, son, and 3 daughters for 2 years by now, he be condemned to remain in communist China forever. Unlike the United States, Australia, the United Kingdom, and Canada, any of the Five Eyes that have condemned human rights abuses, Ireland has no obvious clash with the communist Chinese government. The Irish government's official travel advice for Red China now warns an individual, their family, or an employer can be subject to an exit ban if they be connected to a legal matter or business dispute. The United States State Department issued a travel advisory last December saying Red China arbitrarily enforces local laws, including by carrying out arbitrary and wrongful detentions and through the use of exit bans on U.S. citizens to, among other reasons, gain bargaining leverage over foreign governments. In turn, China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs issued official statement asserting in effect that O'Halloran was, to translate from the Chinese, obliged to cooperate with the Chinese judicial authorities in recovering the assets involved, here referencing the case involving the company he represents. O'Halloran has freedom of movement during his stay in China. This is, I'm translating from the Chinese. And all legal rights are fully protected in accordance with the law. This is, it's laughable. It's so awful. If you don't laugh, you're going to cry. And it's all about, for some people who are straight, we're not even talking criminals like my gang brothers or the Tong. I can't even imagine people risking this for financial opportunity. In 2020, Red China became the world's largest recipient of foreign direct investment, with flows into the communist empire rising 4% to 163 billion United States dollars. With Red China reducing barriers to investment and being the only major global economy to even grow last year, even though all of their statistics are false and fabricated by the Chinese Communist Party, doing business there has become even more vital to people in that field. And I can't even imagine why. Of course, for many, rare retributions for geopolitical skirmishes and the threat of exit bans when things go wrong are not a serious deterrent. One U.S.-based analyst who regularly worked in China said she wasn't concerned about getting into the country from a political standpoint. In fact, she said her community is itching to go for research and investing purposes once the pandemic permits travel there again, herself relating that fund flow is still positive and strong into China, so if you're investing, it's typical to take quarterly trips. That's 4 times a fucking year. Now that Biden is in office, she's hoping for a smoother experience for American citizens than during the volatile years under former President Donald Trump. And I told her, honey, good fucking luck. One Canadian businessman who has operated a factory in the southern city of Guangzhou for decades said he is not deterred from operating in China, but is always mindful of the unique risks involved in working there, to the point of asking myself to apply a pseudonym in referencing his case, precepts avoiding retributions in Red China for his comments. So, to quote us James Smith, when I'm in China, I don't go out. I don't fraternize. I don't go to bars. You know, there's too much to lose. So my life in China is very small, and I want to keep it that way. Because, you know, I've heard horror stories. I mean, it's a pretty scary world. I just don't want even to have any part of that. You know, I told him, dude, you've been there for 20 years now? 30? Stuck in your fucking apartment all day? You have no friends? You spend all day on the... Well, what kind of life is that? We got a term for that here in the United States. It's called lockdown, but before that, we called it jail. Too much to lose. You've lost your fucking freedom. One ethnically Chinese financial executive who does business in China and travels on his U.S. passport and who pointedly asked not to be named for security reasons, attests that while most people he encounters in the business world still want to work on the mainland, they are increasingly modifying what they share on social media and discuss with friends while outside the country to protect their safety and business opportunities. And in Hong Kong, where he himself is based, this has become a particular issue due to the national security law, which was imposed on the city by Beijing last June, and criminalizes secession, subversion, terrorism, and collusion with foreign powers. He recalls one Buddhist colleague who had started contributing to a school in Tibet, a restive region of China with an exiled government agitating for its autonomy. He says his company took the colleague aside to ask her to refrain from donating and to keep a low profile on Tibetan matters to avoid causing the firm problems when she represented them in the mainland. To quote us, the Sino-diasporic, or the ethnically Chinese overseas, what we used to call overseas Chinese, finance exec, he said it has a chilling effect, but I need to go to China to work. I'm not really concerned about my personal safety. I mean, I'm not a very influential person in terms of the political opinions. A lot of people that I knew who were quite vocal before on political issues on social media, I don't read anything from them anymore. I don't take their emails because just opening their emails, because all the internet is monitored in China, would make me guilty by association. The last couple of years, I have read no social emails, especially because the political climate changed so radically. The situation can also change swiftly, as often illustrated during the Trump administration last summer, when U.S. authorities arrested 4 Chinese nationals, claiming they had lied on their visa applications about their connections to the People's Liberation Army, the Communist Chinese military. Figures in Beijing say that raised the risk for any U.S. national in China with previous ties to the United States military. Where every other motherfucker in the world has done some service in the U.S. military, that would render you in stark danger in Red China. You'd be a fool to even go. Those risk factors of who is influential and worth detaining might not always be obvious. One Beijing-based business executive, for example, who pointedly asked not to be named for security reasons, says he believed the risk of traveling to China to be just non-zero, but outlined certain caveats which might not be immediately apparent to someone living in a Western democracy. Now, he was referring to the media outlet affiliated with the Falun Gong religious movement that has been banned and reviled by China's ruling Communist Party because, it takes a cult to recognize a cult. He said it would be fairly easy to find an equivalent person in China. Just look on their LinkedIn profile. There's lots of people that will fit that profile. So yeah, that made people nervous. I know a business guy who used to travel to China quite frequently before the pandemic, and what I noticed on his LinkedIn feed is that he's been forwarding things from the Epoch Times. So for now, he better not come. He forwards things from the Epoch Times, and that's radioactive. So just so people understand this, Falun Gong is basically a religious movement that centers itself on Tai Chi and breatharian discipline. That is basically what Peter Moon does with religious overtones. And
I take great umbrage to any association with Falun Gong.
I understand.
And even down to their techniques. And my teacher said they deserve what they get.
That's something that you can elucidate for us if you have anything to follow up.
Well, he
with.
said they were messing people up with their techniques. Like Qigong is very powerful, just like Scientology. If you misuse it, people die. People get screwed up. So
yes,
This is
what the Communist Chinese.
I don't have anything good to say about those people.
Yeah, this is what the Communist Chinese Party says, by the way. So it sounds very similar. By the way, I'm no defender. Yeah.
But you know, as you say, it takes one cult to know another cult.
Yeah, yeah, and this is why when my gang brother Beaver was with me one time when we were talking to V's mistress, so to speak, the woman who owned the salon she worked at for years, Rose, of course, and Rose is of course Chinese and mainland Chinese. She was talking about Falun Gong, and she came up with that very much what Peter Moon said. Only she presents it differently. Of course, based on the Communist Chinese television network, she's basically reiterating, "Oh, they kill people, you know." And that's why, you know, Beaver was like saying, "How? By breathing on them?" But what Peter is saying is that the manner of their breathing is such that it is harmful to them. So
I don't really know what they do. My teacher told me that they are not. They're not doing the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the reasons, the evidence of that is the amount of persecution they receive. But I did have an encounter with Falun Gong just before I met you the first time at the Palace of Fine Arts.
Right.
We had time and we went over there, walked around, and this Falun Gong guy approached me, and he was Asian. And I basically, you know, told him what I did. He got very angry. You know, I mean, he wasn't about to strike any blows on me, but he did not, you know, he did not like the fact that, and I wasn't angry with him. I just know I said, I practice Qigong. I understand this. I'm not interested. He got angry. You know, it's like, what does that tell you?
Yeah, he was affronted by your saying that you were not seeking, and he was trying to offer you a copy of the Epoch Times, I would assume, which is basically kind of like the Moonies, Reverend Moon's.
I don't know, but it was like, I was clear to me that I knew more than he did, and it might have been clear to him too, because you don't expect, I think, Caucasians to even have a comeback at all.
Right.
You know, and you know, so what? I mean, it's just, you know, but anyways, so much for them. But carry on.
Yes. Yeah. And just to clarify that for people, there's no affiliation between the Falun Gong and Reverend Moon's church. But the point is that many of these cults that are overseas support themselves by selling various things, whatever their thing is. The Epoch Times, just so people understand that, because the Falun Gong escaped persecution in communist China, many of them resettled in Taiwan for asylum. And so out of Taiwan, they produced the Epoch Times. So people understand this. The Epoch Times is basically very, very Republican, industrial strength, reactionary. And they are very supportive of President Trump, and they have been very much supporting the thesis that the election was stolen. So the Epoch Times is, of course, just anyone who reads it innocently, not knowing the origins of who's publishing it. If you were found just assessing it on the internet, the communist Chinese, if you were doing this in mainland China as a foreigner, not knowing what you were looking at, the communist Chinese would put you in jail. Now, the entire chance to understand China is passing. It's passing before our eyes. The most glaring new wrinkle in this communist China saga is that it is no longer possible to peer into the mainland from Hong Kong, where academic study and freedom of speech has also been targeted in the past year under the national security law. Recently, Baptist University in Hong Kong canceled a photography exhibition which featured images of the local pro-democracy demonstrations due to security concerns. Books by democracy figures have been removed from public libraries, now deemed illegal under the security law. The California-based American professor Jeff Wasserstrom is a self-proclaimed Sino-American specialist, it as a U.S.-China expert who for decades made multiple trips a year to communist China and was last there in 2018 and has studiously avoided ever focusing his career on either Tibet or Taiwan, both the lightning rod issues which attract Beijing's ire at lightning quick speed, yet has written about cultural diversity and student protests in mainland China and appeared on panels with people he says the Communist Party is clearly upset with. 3 years ago, that made Wasserstrom wonder if his visa application to China might be rejected. Today, it makes him consider whether crossing the border risks his indefinite arbitrary detention. The chance of that outcome, as Wasserstrom told myself, might be pretty minimal, but the consequences are so grave, as those detained will be locked up for years without contact with their families or ever a trial date, that he is not willing to gamble, so he is now seriously considering never returning to China. At least, he says, not while the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping is still in power. And he is not alone. More than a dozen academics, the NGO are non-governmental organizational workers, and media professionals I personally know of, who in pre-COVID times regularly traveled to Red China, said they were unwilling to do this once the pandemic restrictions lifted over fears for their personal safety. Several in the international business community said they would significantly modify their behavior while outside China to avoid attracting the ire of authorities in country where they need to do business. Now, this is what I find so fucking offensive, is that people are now altering their behavior all over the world because of the communist Chinese. They're afraid to talk about Tibet or Taiwan for fear of offending the communists. In other words, the Communist Chinese Party now effectively rules the fucking world. Fuck that shit. All of you stand up to Red China and talk about nothing but Tibet and Taiwan from this point forward and force other people into doing it. Fuck them. If they wind up in prison forever, send them emails. Send them the Falun Gong newspaper Epoch Times. Send them emails about Tibet and Taiwan. Fuck up everybody in doing business in China so that we make certain they don't do business in China anymore. Now, when it comes to Dr. Wasserstrom, when the academic Dr. Wasserstrom went to graduate school in the early 1980s, it was normal for authors on China to not have regularly traveled to the country, which for decades had been sealed to foreigners. Per his own recollection, there was a whole period when the major works in the field in English were produced by people who did their research in Taiwan, or interviewed refugees or emigres in Hong Kong. I used to assume that this would be what Dr. Wasserstrom wrote down for me and permits me to read. He said, I used to assume that if I couldn't go to the mainland, I would just go to Hong Kong more often. And now I feel that actually Hong Kong isn't safe either. Just as in some ways, Xi Jinping is a throwback to China being a place with a personality cult. What is occurring now in the academic space is a kind of throwback to another time, as scholars feel less willing to travel there and are finding it harder to assess sensitive sites and groups when they do make it in. For instance, the Aryan mummies of the Talimaki in the Tarim Basin are strictly off limits to white people now. No whites are allowed to even see them. The Chinese want to hide the fact that there was a white Aryan dynasty in China. Now, Gordon Matthews, a professor of anthropology living in Hong Kong, says some of his colleagues at the Chinese University of Hong Kong who have devoted their lives to China are exploring pursuing new lines of academic inquiry to avoid ever visiting the mainland again. Lev Nachman, a PhD candidate at UC Irvine and visiting scholar at National Taiwan University, says undertaking research in China is now a much more complicated goal than it was but 5 or 6 years ago. Because access to archives and interviewees is difficult, Nachman has related that a lot of the new advice we are getting as graduate students is to do a project that does not require you to necessarily do any field work in China. And now we just have to imagine that the difficulty has been turned up to level 10, along with a risk of personal safety. Just yesteryear, Trump himself issued an executive order to cancel within China and Hong Kong the Fulbright exchange program, which sends some of the brightest American minds around the world, a particularly striking move given the first Fulbright agreement with any nation was signed in Nanjing in eastern China in 1947, just before the communist takeover of the mainland to educate Chinese students in these United States. Now, with fewer academics willing to travel to China, and those who do make it after the coronavirus pandemic encountering a much more closed nation and hostile culture, the result will inescapably be far fewer Western minds reporting on and studying China firsthand at a time when, arguably, the world has never had a greater need to understand the Chinese Empire. This is why you're stuck with me. I am the only person who can balance what goes on between China and Japan in context as someone who is 1/4 Chinese and 1/4 Japanese. My mother having been half Chinese and half Japanese. And it still just enrages me when I had some white trash piece of shit, an American academic who worked for the United States government, had taken to leading class action lawsuits against the FDA and all this crap that made him think he was hot shit. He was interviewed on Carrie Lynn Cassidy, and the first question any of us had was, what is he doing with Carrie Lynn Cassidy when this guy was considering himself this kind of high-level kind of bureaucratic celebrity? And he wrote about me saying I'm half Chinese and half Japanese. Just transposing my mother's ethnicity onto myself, because to him and to all whites, there is no white blood in me. I'm not recognized as in any way having Caucasian genes. I'm simply rejected as a gook. But what I can offer you in your ignorance and your vile bigotry is a balance on the two superpowers of Asia that no one else can. This is what brings us to the Japanese jailbreak update. The two Americans who masterminded Carlos Ghosn's escape are now in Japanese custody, where they belong. Ghosn's surname is spelled Ghosn. He's, well, the French automaker Renault, led by Ghosn, bailed out the Japanese Empire's second largest automaker in 1999. Ghosn subsequently became Nissan's CEO. Ghosn holds French, Lebanese, and Brazilian citizenship and is still a fugitive and remains in Beirut. But now an American military father and his son have been handed over to Japanese authorities for helping former Nissan boss Carlos Ghosn flee the Japanese Empire. The two were charged last year with helping Mr. Ghosn flee Japan, hidden in a box and on a private jet. You see, back in the year before yesteryear, circa 2019, when former Nissan CEO Carlos Ghosn was facing financial misconduct charges in Japan, he did what any wealthy person in an untenable situation would do. He fled on a private jet, hidden inside of a large crate box usually used for transporting loudspeakers. He landed in his native Lebanon, which does not have an extradition treaty with the Japanese Empire. Ghosn has since been enjoying great popularity in his home country, has hired a Hollywood agent, and is by all evidence as happy as a pig in shit. which I must qualify, a pig is a noble animal, so I don't mean any insult to pigs. My mother was born in the year of the pig. As chairman of the global car-making alliance between Renault, Nissan, and Mitsubishi, Carlos Ghosn was one of the industry's most fated leaders, a businessman with decades of deal-making behind him, as well as one of the more improbable turnarounds in corporate history. Some 3 years ago by now, on a cloudy afternoon, he landed in Tokyo's Haneda Airport. He was due to have dinner at a favorite sushi restaurant that evening with one of his daughters, and to chair a board meeting the next day. But before he could leave the airport, he was arrested. Now, as a moment of public theater, with prosecutors raiding the corporate jet on the runway, the arrest was eye-catching, and for Japan's business community and the empire as a whole, it seemed unprecedented. But for a small group within Nissan, it was not a surprise. It would later transpire that the arrest was the result of nearly a year of secret investigations within the company and a deal between whistleblowers and the authorities. For close observers of Ghosn and his leadership, it was incredible that a man who had run his empire so minutely and for so long could have been blindsided by a plot that big. When he landed on November 19th in 2018, he was, in his own words, completely ambushed. The first call he made for legal help was, unwittingly, to one of the key figures behind his downfall. For others, the incident was an inevitable breaking point. Tensions had surrounded Ghosn for some time. There was the clash with Renault's largest shareholder, the French government, over his increasingly astronomical salary. There was the absence of truly inspiring new cars in Nissan's pipeline and the resentment of dealers. There were the fundamental governance issues raised by one man overseeing 3 listed companies. And then there was the overarching question of whether Ghosn could push Nissan and Renault into full merger in time to strike a career-toppling deal with Fiat Chrysler Automobiles, the FCA, a race not only against competitors, but against the seismic disruption coming via electric vehicles, autonomous driving, and ride-sharing. Ghosn was relentlessly driven by the search for scale, his desire to create an ever bigger automotive empire, but that expansion made it progressively harder to balance the diverging needs of all the companies he ran. So almost 2 decades after taking control of Nissan, Ghosn was confined to Tokyo under the terms of a $13.5 million United States dollar bail agreement. He could have paid that. His corporate legacy unraveling with the FCA agreeing to a deal with Peugeot that killed all hope of a tie-up with Renault Nissan, he should have just bailed. A scathing governance probe by Nissan condemned the personality cult and, Ghosn's opaque and unquestioned authority. The Ghosn era was that of a corporate mobster. So when the Japanese placed him under house arrest, he could see his children, but not his second wife, Carol. The reason why was because the Japanese flat out told him that they weren't going to allow him conjugal visits. In other words, they were going to deprive him of sex and the release of sexual tension. And they would allow him to see his daughters because they flat out told him that they didn't think so low of him as to believe he would commit to incest. And so he claimed this was torture. Torture! When he left his flat, he was tailed by 3 agencies: the police, the prosecutors, and a private detective believed to be hired by the very company he once saved from bankruptcy. The question of what triggered Ghosn's downfall from corporate messiah to a man facing criminal charges of financial misconduct, well, that remains in dispute. His camp blames a poison plot to Well, one that saw him fall victim to a government and corporate conspiracy against him and his plans to merge Nissan and Renault. Yet the charges against him are weighty. He's accused of falsifying financial statements by understating his pay by more than 80 million United States dollars and misusing company assets for his own gain. Now, company documents and extensive interviews with current and former executives of Nissan and Renault, the government officials, financial advisors, and confidants form a picture of a business leader whose long years at the top had made it difficult to tell where his dreams for his companies ended and his personal ambitions began. So his story is also that of a man who, for nearly 20 years, tested the question of whether an outsider could ever really become part of corporate Japan. Within the country, Ghosn was one of the few foreign CEOs singled out, well, for real praise. In the early aughts, the 2000s, the zeros of our century, as the Japanese Empire struggled with stagnation, entire sections of Tokyo bookshops were devoted to the magic bullets that Carlos Ghosn was supposedly firing at its languishing business culture. So for Nissan, in the old shogunal samurai dynastic sense, Nei-san, for that ancient samurai family, which is all the corporate names, the brand names that you buy, Toyota, Nei-san, these are ancient samurai dynasties. For Nissan, he was a messianic figure. And this view changed over time. For some, he became a tyrant. To others, a man driven by greed, and to still others, a leader who allowed the paragon of Franco-Japanese cooperation to become fatally unbalanced in favor of France. Now, to quote an individual close to Nissan's board, the chief executive of a large dealer for Nissan in Japan who requested anonymity and never would have even got to speak to him without Sugar Daddy's connections. What he said, in the Japanese language, of course, was about Carlos Ghosn. He said, in his mind, he's still a CEO, but he's not the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar global company. He's the CEO of this group of lawyers and others all trying to clear his name. Of course, one doesn't pull off escaping house arrest in a foreign empire by oneself. Ghosn hired the United States Army, the U.S. Army Special Forces Green Beret veteran Michael Taylor and his son, Peter, to pull off this elaborate scheme. But even though he escaped justice, the Taylors weren't so lucky. They were arrested in May of yesteryear and were sitting in a Massachusetts jail until Monday, opening this work week, when Joseph Biden finally turned over the Taylors to Japanese officials to stand trial under imperial justice on charges of aiding a fugitive from justice. The Taylors' legal team has been resisting extradition since the father and son were locked up last year. According to the AP, the Associated Press, they hired former Trump administration attorney Ty Cobb as an attempt to get Trump himself to block the extradition before he left office, but were completely unsuccessful. When Ty Cobb approached Trump about that issue, Trump essentially told him, I got problems of my own. He said, I'll leave that for Biden. Now, in February, Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer denied the bid to put the Taylors' extradition on any further hold for even a minute longer. Shortly before Michael Taylor was arrested, he gave an interview to Vanity Fair magazine detailing the incredible cinematic story of Carlos Ghosn's escape from the Japanese Empire. According to the Vanity Fair interview, Taylor, an individual of Special Forces experience, reputed to be experienced therefrom and thereafter in difficult extraction missions, met with Ghosn's wife, Carol, who they wouldn't let Carlos fuck, who told him that her husband had been treated like a POW, a prisoner of war in a Jap prison camp from World War II, subjected to 8-hour-long interrogations while in Japanese prison. And Taylor subsequently told the magazine that, well, in his own words, he said, "I felt he was a hostage. He was being tortured by the Japs. I had empathy for the guy." So to get Ghosn out of the Empire of Japan, Taylor recruited other ex-Special Forces agents, and they got together a strike squad and eventually figured out that the best way to get a person out of a foreign empire undetected was on a private jet inside of a very big box. They left on a day where the surveillance feed from the security cameras inside Ghosn's apartment would not be collected, and met at a hotel where the former CEO was allowed to eat lunch. And in a room booked under the name Peter Taylor, I mean, imagine having that level of temerity where you use your own fucking name. Carlos Ghosn put on a new set of clothes and made his way onto a bullet train from Tokyo to Osaka. They then put Ghosn inside the box and flew to Istanbul, out of an airport that didn't have scanners big enough to process the container that hid Carlos Ghosn. Now, Michael and Peter Taylor's legal team unsuccessfully argued against extradition due to concerns that they would be subject to unfair treatment in the Japanese Empire, as well as mental and physical torture. It's like this is fucking World War II, and these guys are going behind the bamboo curtain. The two Americans are not the only members of the extraction team who are facing legal consequences for their role in freeing Carlos Ghosn. Yester Menzies, last month, an executive and 2 pilots at the Turkish jet company MNG that ferried Ghosn out of the Japanese Empire, were convicted of migrant smuggling and turned over to the Japanese. Now, Carlos Ghosn has maintained that he is innocent and was set up. In January of yesteryear, he told the New York Times, "I fled injustice and political persecution." Political persecution? What the fuck are the politics? The politics of self-gratification? In rankest hypocrisy, Red China has since opportunistically exploited its position with its seat on the United Nations Security Council to affirm Ghosn's perception of his mistreatment when its Human Rights Council's Working Group on Arbitrary Detention. Imagine that shit! The United Nations Human Rights Council's Working Group on Arbitrary Detention issued a report in November of yesteryear, not so long ago, but a few months ago, that recommended Carlos Ghosn receive compensation and other reparations from the Japanese Empire for the way that empire treated him during his arrest and imprisonment. This is the fucking Red Chinese. In context of all I've articulated, the audacity is sickening. This is the balance you would never get from anyone who is ethnically Chinese or ethnically Japanese. No one could converge these examples of detention for you as I have just done. But these are the two superpowers of our time. I'm sure Peter Moon would agree that if anything proves the Japanese Empire won the Second World War, it's the fact that they can get a American military combat veteran and bemedaled hero extradited to the Japanese Empire for imprisonment the rest of his life, along with his son. And the president hands them over. By the way, Peter will give us some perspective on this. Peter, yes, give me a break for a moment so I can refresh myself and try and get some calories in me. And before I get back to task, provide us your perspective.
Perspective on what?
Well, I would say, like, honestly, this is something that I feel really is an example of, obviously, Japan's influence on America is strong enough where they can get this extradition through. Of course, they did so with Turkey as well. But the fact that America is willing to turn over a combat veteran, so-called military hero, and his son for mercenary operations to the Japanese Empire is pretty telling as to Japan's position on the world stage in terms of its power perspectives vis-a-vis the American Empire. So I'm thinking that this is actually something that really puts a point to Japan winning World War II, among so many other examples, that this would be exemplary of that. But
I was, as I said to you last night, the United States does not typically extradite its citizens at all.
Thank you. And this is what I wanted you to explain. That's a perspective you could share about L. Ron Hubbard's concern, and this was never something that was ever even done in the past.
When he was, I know when he left Morocco and then he came to Lisbon, and then he departed Lisbon for New York, where he stayed for the better part of a year, well, for maybe 9 months or so. He had his people research extradition, and they said, no, the United States does not extradite its citizens. They later did make an exception. Wasn't the UK did extradite people to the United States to the Scientology 9 they called them. Those that were in the UK were extradited to the United States and ended up going to jail. But they weren't going to send him out. They weren't going to extradite him because they don't extradite their citizens. So for these people to be extradited and to Japan of all places, which is, the United States, why? Why did they do this? Well, it's a very good question. So this was highly irregular. On the other hand, for these people to engage in what they did and to go bragging about it was incredibly stupid.
Thank you. What would one's mentality be to even do that? By the way, please explain for us, because I've never heard of this. Who were the Scientology 9? What are they in jail for? I presume
they're not in jail anymore,
okay.
But they were conspired in what was called the Snow White program, which was a project that was, as far as I know, concocted by Hubbard when he was in New York to clear his name in all government files and to clear the name of Scientology. This is why they call it Snow White. It only began to get underway in 1975, where they had a Project Snow White manager. His name was Fred Hare, on the ship, and he was an assistant to Mary Sue Hubbard, and Snow White was being done not by Hubbard himself, but by top aides in what was the Guardian's office. Now, the main Guardian's office, although Mary Sue Hubbard was over it.
By the way, for our listeners, the Guardian's office is the intelligence branch of Scientology. So go on, please.
Yeah. So this was, she had her, the group, the Guardian's office in England, in what was called East Grinstead, St. Hill Manor, East Grinstead, was Jane Kember. She was the Guardian worldwide, and her job was supposed to be for life. And Jane was very imperious. She was South African, very imperious, and she had her own world. And she had other key people under her. I remember the name of Mo Budlong was one of them. There might have been some others. there were also people in Los Angeles in the United States Guardian's Office, which occupied what was called Fifield Manor on Franklin Avenue in Hollywood. I lived there for a short time. It's now the Celebrity Center. And they had all of their files, and the government, the FBI had raided it in 1977. And they raided the offices, the Guardian's offices also in Washington, D.C. on the same day. And they found evidence that Scientology had been sneaking into, well, they didn't really, they had already found evidence that Scientology had been sneaking into an IRS office and getting documents on what the IRS was doing to Scientology. So Scientology was actually trying to protect itself from government intrusion on a church, but they were at war. So the government ended up bringing these people to stand trial for conspiracy charges against the government, conspiring against the government. The funny thing about this trial, and there were 9 of them: Henning Helt, Duke Snyder, not the baseball player, but the Scientologist named Duke Snyder in Los Angeles, Mo Budlong and Jane Kember, Mary Sue Hubbard, that's 5. I think Artie Marin from New York, he was a public relations person, that's 6. And there were 3 others I just can't come up with. Henning Helt was the head, that's 7. I'm doing pretty good here. And there might have been another woman or 2 involved. But
yes, I'm impressed. I mean, I would never be able to retain all the normally.
I mean, these are people who were celebrity executives, not celebrities in the typical sense, and certainly names that I saw routinely, and had almost no interaction with. I mean, the interaction I might have had with any of them would have been almost nil. However, none of them I greatly admired, and for whatever reason. But I was more interested in the core aspects of Scientology itself, the applications and the technique. These people were administrators, and they weren't just administrators, but they were administrators. But what the odd thing is that there was no trial. There were hearings. Well, what happened was they got the Scientologists to sign a stipulation. There was
no.
no.
By the way, hearings reminds me of like the American era of McCarthyism with communist hearings, where someone was they had hearings for whether or not one was a spy with the Communist Party or the like. This is very similar to that, and Scientology was obviously considered very much like an international threat. So go on. I'm sorry, I had to get.
Well, it was a big threat, and they basically, the government intimidated them into signing a stipulation. Now, this just isn't done in law. You don't sign a stipulation. It was sort of like a plea bargain, but it wasn't a plea bargain. It was a stipulation, and basically, they all went to jail. And there were complaints by the Scientologists saying, they'd come around to us. I was still in Scientology, and say, "Oh, they put Artie in a prison with all these black guys from DC, and they did it. They're mean. He's got a gold watch, and and he's just a Jewish guy, And it's kind of like, we didn't, we didn't care about it. We really didn't care about that. It was, these people were on the wrong side of a lot of things. However, if they had not accepted the stipulation and they had brought out all the facts of what had gone on between them and the government, it would embarrass the hell out of the government. The government did not want a trial. And they scared Mary Sue into thinking that, they were going to put her away for life. Well, she might as well have been put away for life, because she went to a country club prison then when she got out of the country club prison, she was really, Miscavige took over the church, intimidated the hell out of her, much to her protest. She ended up contracting breast cancer and lived in a home in the Los Feliz section of Los Angeles, nice area, but she kind of like was a prisoner in that house, which, you know, it's not a bad house to be a prisoner in, better than Julian Assange had. She couldn't really go anywhere without being bird dogged by one of Miscavige's goons. They didn't want her. And so she didn't really, she had a very confined life. So if she would have stood up and fought the government and embarrassed the government and just said, threw javelins at them, said, do what you want with me, really, how long would they have kept her in? You really, you know what I'm saying? It's like, she should have fought. She shouldn't have signed the stipulation. But, you know, hindsight is great. She was scared. And that act basically sort of cut her off from her husband. She was considered like radiation at that point. I mean, she did talk to him after that. She did see him after that. But he had to just disassociate from her in his own mind. I don't know if it was absolutely necessary, but she was taken off of any, her whole office was disbanded. So, I mean, that's who the Scientology 9 were.
Thank you. Thank you so much for clarifying that. And now, in order to bring up, as Peter and I had promised, we'll get to, not that either Peter or myself are Second Amendment types, where, in other words, that's not our normal subject, and I really find the subject just, there are places that do that to death. So you don't need to hear that from us. There are plenty of places you can go for that, but we will inescapably be touching on it tonight, so let me get towards that. Well,
as I said to you, I think I said at the beginning, there's some situations where guns, arms are needed, and there's some situations where there aren't. It's, you know.
Oh, understood. Yeah, no, believe me, this is why I wanted you to present what you did, so that people understand. See, this is the kind of crap I was getting from people. Think that when I'm simply bringing up something about some kind of gun control so that we don't have mass shootings, the problem is everybody immediately takes that because of the National Rifle Association propaganda. They immediately take that to an extreme stance of confiscating all guns, which, as I've said before, is logistically impossible. So it's preposterous to even suggest that about myself. I own many firearms. It's one of those things where I'm responsible enough to do that. I obviously haven't gone on to do anything. This is, you know, everybody knows I'm so public, there's no way that I would hide a degenerative mind. Of course, people can make the argument my mind has been disintegrating for all the 10 years I've been doing this or something like that, but that's, in the end, it's all stupid. It's just stupidity. The reality is, of course, I'm complexly post-traumatically stress disordered, and that is disambiguated from mental illness, even though I will be the first to try and, well, destigmatize mental illness. I am not mentally ill. I am psychologically injured. That's what post-traumatic stress disorder is. And I'm responsible enough to be an owner of firearms. Most Americans are not. I'm not saying Americans shouldn't own their guns, but they certainly should have a degree of control over what they can own, at least from this point forward. Now, and that converges with everything we've experienced with these mass murders. Now, there's a point I want to make here. I will tell you that all of this involves severe degrees of mind control when we talk about the latest mass shooter, who they distinctively made certain was a Muslim. I don't know if you were aware of that, Peter. And
I'm aware that he's a Muslim. He's from, well, yeah, and he's from Syria.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And he was a subject to extreme mind control, just like many of the blacks were who were programmed to attack Asians. This is something that I will address later to answer the question from the black individual who was kind enough to leave a comment. And now I'm going to answer the other people who have left comments about my concentrating on the Asian theme as being somehow indulgent. And yes, Jameson Rees points out it's certainly something we don't typically do. Just so people know, I'll get back to that subject, but the blacks who have killed Asians in the greater Bay Area who have been caught, they are automatically, we're informed how mentally ill they are. And these people are obviously products of mind control programs. And so it's the same with this man who is the latest mass shooter. But he was cut loose so they could stop the Asian Lives Matter movement that is beginning to form as a result of the mass shooting that was done by that goddamn white trash piece of shit religious fanatic. So let me put all of that into a narrative.
Before you do this, I just want to point out, though, it's like, it's so ridiculous that we have all this social engineering going on, you know, and all this stuff, all this calculated mind control. It's just like a circus.
Yes.
So to get behind this or to get behind that, it's just like a bunch of clowns flapping in the wind, and it's absurd. The whole situation is absurd, and people are just even responding to it is like being an organ grinder's monkey. You know, I mean, it's like, what's the point? It's not to say that you shouldn't respond to anything, but I'm just saying, God, it's just ridiculous with all this stuff that goes on.
I'll try and put that into some perspective. By the way, I'm taking advantage of your input to try and finish this candy bar. I've got a few bites left. Do me a favor, and Jameson and Peter, hold the stage for me while I go mute and finish chewing.
Well, you finished the chew. You can chew on this. Yeah, it's like the social engineering. The Jeffrey Epstein case is never followed up on. You know, the shooting just takes the attention off of everything that was going on. You know, whatever was going on in the news.
Yeah, and it also rips attention off of the sort of camaraderie that was growing against the persecutions that were happening in the Asian community. In fact, there was a really big there was a Black Lives Matter, Asian Lives Matter, and they were like working together to you know, bring this to national attention. So this happens, and what this does is this makes people of Asian descent further alienate themselves from blacks. Like, okay, maybe this wasn't a good idea. It's all by design. As for the other fella, the guy of what do you call it? Arabic descent. It seems like he was put there just so that nobody can talk about the guy who shot up the spa anymore.
Yes, that's exactly why. That is the conspiracy. This is a real conspiracy. And you'll hear the white trash pieces of shit on other alternative outlets if they ever were to even acknowledge my existence, which they fear me too much to do. They dare not speak my name because I'm so much of a threat to them.
Well, what I will say on the alternative is that, and this was probably the last time I'm ever going to deal with this individual, a guy by the name of Curtis Joseph, was seeing some of the memes that they were posting. And one of the memes he posted was a depiction of a woman who looked like she was frightened and a man's fist going towards her. And they were saying, this is, and I guess the meme said, this is the only woman's right. And I'm thinking, and there were people laughing at that, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Thank you for outing that son of a bitch. Thank you for naming him.
What the fuck, man?
Yeah,
I mean,
a person like that needs to be identified.
It's just disgusting to me, to the point where I really don't give a fuck what the individual thinks. I want nothing to do with them.
Thank you.
And I'm starting to, and that was one of the reasons why I stated that, you know, as interesting as occultists may be, a lot of them are extremely dim to the point of not deserving any power that they're trying to tap into.
Thank you. And so what Peter Moon is said is appreciated. What Jameson said, of course, is deeply gratifying, and he's always very supportive, and that's appreciated. In terms of by the way, I hope everything's going well with your cat. Perhaps you could share that with us briefly, kind of a debriefing.
Well, yeah, she's still on the edgy side. I had given her medication. The thing is, there's something really discomforting her, and we're not sure what it is. She'll have an appointment tomorrow.
Okay.
There's not much I'm really going to be able to do to comfort her at the moment, other than leave the basement open so she could just chill there, in the warmth. But yeah, the only thing worse going on with myself than that is these withdrawals, and it literally feels like blacking out every few seconds. So well, other than that, I'll continue to do my part.
Thank you, deeply appreciate it. And so one thing people will notice, what Peter Moon said, I understand why he's saying it, but of course, as he said, we still have to respond. The point is to respond in a manner that is not manipulated, in a manner that the social engineers do not want you to respond. And that would, of course, mean Black Asian solidarity through this crisis, and the chronic crisis until the system is changed, and the system is based on white supremacy. This is basically what that individual was arguing against, who was telling me not to concentrate on this Asian issue, making one group special, or my own case personally special, rather.
But the problem is every group that is persecuted is special.
Thank you.
Because when it comes down to it, we're all being ridden by the same hand, and the same hand that wants to keep itself afloat, the same hand that has historically enslaved the entire world and destroyed the piece of everything.
Yes, very
and
much
it's that same white supremacy hand that seems to be the dominant hand also in the occult realm, which is why I don't communicate with anyone on that regard anymore.
Yes.
Or read their shit, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Understood. By the way, this is probably something many people don't appreciate, but what you have in the occult community are many muscular Odinists on steroids who are taking this kind of paganism to be a rationalization for racism. And of course, we need to disambiguate that from people who are simply identifying with their culture or honoring their heritage of Celtic or Nordic, their original religions that were then persecuted, almost wiped out by the Christianization of Europe. So it's very important that we get a sense of Caucasian aboriginalism. We want to encourage a sense of Euro-nativism in the healthy sense, as my father Adolf Hitler did, which is why he was so hated by the Christian world. So, but many of these people completely misunderstand my father. And so that brings us back to, of course, what I identify.
Not only that, their sort of nativism could be more seen as an American, it's completely American, and this can even be seen in those who don't embrace that. There's a sort of mind control aspect to that. It's heavily mind controlled.
Yes.
Heavily mind controlled. Even when you're dealing with people who are into other things like hoodoo and, or who are experimenting with other systems like the I Ching, whatever, it's still, nobody has any voice in that community unless they are part of that mind control.
Right. But thank you. By the way, Veronica Pereira says, hi, Douglas. I'm sorry, were you going to say something else? Or did I?
Oh no! You pretty much okay. Yeah.
I mean, I'll kind of continue with that in a second. I just wanted to make certain I got to everyone here before I dive deep into the zone, so to speak. But let me see. Oh shit! Brandon Young says, "Listen to this." Brandon Young says, "My father-in-law has been stuck in China for 5 years now. He works for San Fran biotech company called Genentech. And so, well, then Maria says, that's awful, Brendan. Of course, we don't know what the guy's doing. You know, so for some of these guys, you know, an exit ban might be heaven on earth. Maybe they're having sex with all kinds of Chinese girls or something, right? I mean, we don't know, but, you know, try and look at the positive. I mean, like, you know, are they totally not allowing communications or something, or what? You know, we don't know the details. This might be a somewhat funny case, or it might be completely tragic. But anyhow, so hola to Senora Barrera, love you, honey. And Brandon Young says Falun Gong tried you infiltrate ufology through Edge of Wonder. So Edge of Wonder is apparently like a maybe a Falun Gong front or something. I can
say something about Edge of Wonder, but not too much. Edge of Wonder is a very topical program of a couple of guys that are rather on the young side, and they get up there and they talk about all that's going on. They really got into the Trump stuff, but they got into more than Trump stuff, and they're out there, you know. What's the words? I want to say pitching horseshoes or something. They're out there. I don't mean that pejoratively. I mean they're trying to get at the bottom of things. They're trying to do real news, and they don't have the resources of NBC or ABC or CNN. Not that those resources are any good, but they had an extremely popular YouTube show, their own website. They were back around the time.
Vaguely remember them. Yeah.
Around the time Amazing Polly got cut off. They cut off, but before the election, they cut off all these people. They cut off all these people that were, you know, not in the Biden camp. There was severe media manipulation prior to the election. This isn't even going into the voting. Without even going into the voting.
Right. But by the way, what would you tell that young girl who I was speaking to, who's anxious to go to China now because she feels now under Biden things are going to go smoother for some reason? I mean, it's so naive. It's
well, you know, Biden explained that the you know, the murdering of the Uyghurs is a cultural difference. You know. They have a different culture than we do.
No, I think that was actually a misquote, actually, to tell you the truth.
It wasn't a misquote. I heard him say it. I heard him say it. It was not a misquote. It was a stupid ass thing to say. It was just stupid.
I guess it was a senior moment because they were certainly his staff in terms of the State Department officials have been confronting China on that very subject and others. So, you know, fortunately, if that's the case where he's kind of not there, then at least his staff is. So at least we got that.
Well, I mean, how far can you take that? And he's but anyway, they were, so the Edge of Wonder, and my producer friend kept wanting me to get on Edge of Wonder, and I finally watched them.
That's how I remember them.
Yeah. And I looked at them and I said, they were so sophomoric in their approach. Now, it's like, and they were constantly mispronouncing words. In other words, they didn't go to the extra
mile.
Extra mile to even get words right, but it wasn't, you know, everybody's going to mispronounce words,
right?
Especially, but it was too frequent.
Yeah, yes.
According to him, I didn't even pick up, but it was just, you know, but they were extremely popular and they were cut off, and they were also indulging Wilcock for a long time.
Yes, that's what Brandon says. He says they had Corey Goode and David Wilcock many times.
But they finally caught on to that, and I believe.
Well, that's something you should catch on to immediately. I mean,
I think so, but there's a lot of people who you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised.
God. Yeah.
But that's the way people are. In other words, you can criticize people for watching wrestling. Mm-hmm. You can criticize people for, you know, watching Fox News rabidly, or the opposite, CNN. And really getting on the bandwagon. and they're nothing better than it's like watching a damn game show. It's like you can criticize people for that, but that's basically what people are.
But the question is, are they taking that as merely surface entertainment, or are they actually believing this shit? You know, I mean, because we're wrestling.
As a feed. They're taking it as like, okay, you get food put in front of you. Do you eat it? You get food at the supermarket. Most people buy food at the supermarket. It's very not good for them, and it's so do you eat what's put in front of you, like like a pig will put.
well, bear in mind, in all fairness, so people understand this, pigs and cows do not do that except in captivity when they're given no place to move and no place to go, and then they'll eat what's put in front of them because they have no choice.
But a cat will not.
Well, there you go with that. Yeah,
there are certain animals that will not, and so anyway, that's the whole thing. Is are you going to eat what's in front of you? Are you going to accept this? And when we get into this whole idea of, well, like say the edge of wonder, they get Will Koch and and he's, I guess what you'd say, quote unquote, good copy for them according to their standards, and they finally dismissed him, according to what I heard, and then they got so popular that they became dangerous, just like Amazing Polly, who had her own. She was a big QAnon, Q fan.
Well, that.
But a
alone.
lot of her information had nothing to do with Q, and she traced down intriguing connections at times. But it's sort of like, okay, well, what do you want to do with it?
Well, that's part of the problem. Most of these situations are basically info dumps or misinfo dumps. But definitely appreciate your giving us that perspective. Brandon Young says that the Edge of Wonder hosts Rob and Ben work for Falun Gong. So I don't know if
they might have an affiliation with them. I was advised to go there for exposure. Mm-hmm. And the other thing I didn't like about that is I said, if they were to get into what I'm into, I'm going to take over the whole show to do a proper, and I don't feel comfortable with that. Mm-hmm. I don't want it. I don't want to waste the time doing that. And they're not going to be up to, they're going to have to become super Peter Moon fans. And the Peter Moon fans that do exist, I was interviewed the other night by one. He was asking me all about stuff that was so old. He hadn't even read the Romanian stuff. So it's kind of like, it's what's the point in talking about it?
In other words, he's like stuck in your past. Yeah,
exactly. So if I'm going to engage these people, I have to become almost like their life coach in terms of feeding them information and getting into what Rush Limbaugh used to do, is telling people how to think. He said he had a newsletter, How to Think.
Right. Which is exactly the opposite of thinking. Yes, he would just tell them.
Yeah, I don't. So I said, this is just not a match. So that's what I know of Edge of Wonder, and I did watch them once, and I just, there's nothing wrong. I don't think they should be banned from anything, but even if I don't like them. But they're, and I'm sure some of the information I would have found worthy and interesting, but this is a problem. Censorship. There's other people that are more deserving of censorship than they are.
Well, like you said, the copyright claim on my latest video is a form of censorship. That they're trying to discourage people from watching it by putting all the ads in it through the monetization of it by a major corporation, which the communist Chinese Tencent outlet has a stake in. So it may have been the communists, the Chi-Coms, who arranged for that, or it may have been, the normal cultists who, but it's, honestly, I still find it amusing. As Brendan said, in this case, it happening the way it did, it'll probably just make the aggregate go up on searches for me. So in a sense, it's almost like they're helping me. It might balance out what they intended. It might balance out what they intended. So I tried to look at the positive of it because, you know, just extracting that few seconds from the video, audio or video, whatever we reference it as, it's almost not worth the trouble. And, but by the way, yeah, thank you, both of you, and feel free to interject whenever you wish, the both of you. I'm going to go into...
Well, there was one more thing I wanted to add,
Sure.
and that's that I believe that the recent PSYOPs are a concerted effort to prevent us from holding white America accountable.
Thank you.
Because this is precisely
why they used a fucking colored Muslim to massacre a bunch of whites. Yeah.
And this is exactly what the efforts of both blacks and Asians coming together would have resulted in, which is why they cracked that apart by having a bunch of hypnotized niggers do what they did and shoot people up.
Let me ask you a question here, Jameson, or address an issue. It's like holding like.
Well, what I mean by holding accountable.
No, it's a good point. It's a good point that people do have to be held accountable, but what is the accountability? And just let me give you an example from where I saw it in my own life. When we're playing football, and we've had a lot of new guys come on who are black, and finally one day they came and took over the whole field. We had so many guys, and all the white guys left except for me. I played with them, and I did astoundingly well, got along great. You know, and months later, this guy said, "You know, you're the only one that stayed. How come? How come everybody left?" In other words, they're picking up on this like residual racism in the white people. And I get along fantastic with these guys. It's like they're new friends, and they're the only ones that ever got into deep conversation with me and started asking me about my work. Not the white people, the black people. Mm-hmm. They also appreciate my athletic ability more than the white people. They recognize it.
Yes.
And even though I'm like old, right, they take what they can get out of it, you know, and praise it. Even behind my back, they praise it, I found out, which was astonishing to me, because that ain't going to be done by my white friends. But it just ain't going to be done. And as they say, my ability is coming and going and fleeting at the age. It's doing very well right now, though. But anyway, what it is you see these guys, they're on a different cultural vibe. And there is something called white privilege for sure that extends down to the mundane, even if it's just not being accusatively asked about something. And so you have these white people who are they're just not on the same vibe. And of course, I fit in very smoothly because I spent so much time around black people with my qigong. It's just like you know, I'm just as comfortable. It's not like it's not like this cultural boo 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 or whatever it is. So that I told him had a lot to do with it. It's just like, okay, big deal. And so when you get down to white accountability, it's like there is, well, a lot of the problems right now is you see the police chiefs getting up, they're black, you know, Atlanta, Detroit, and whatever it is, Chicago.
Yeah, and they're just regurgitating the white vibe.
They're holding the bag. They're holding the bag for the police. But when you say white accountability, you got President Biden telling black people they ain't black. Where does the white what is the white accountability? What's supposed to happen here?
Well, what I see as white accountability is a sort of concerted effort amongst mostly the younger generation who are probably, who one would expect would be beyond this shit, which I hazard to say may not be the case. But I mean, the idea of seeing people of all ages, of all colors, pretty much getting together and saying, and knowing and calling the shit out publicly, like what that guy saying right there, that's full of shit. And you know, something like a reporter saying, well, honestly, that sounds like bullshit. You know, I mean, that's not going to happen, but I mean, think about it. You know, if Biden said something like, you don't vote for me, you're not black, and if someone white or someone Asian or someone black just said, well, Mr. Biden, what is black to you? You know, I mean, nobody questioned it. You know, and that was the funny thing about the entire thing, and that's why I'm pretty much convinced it doesn't matter who the fuck takes office at this point.
It's very weird too, because you have you have the media very willing to disparage whiteness, or on the one hand. But when it comes to real core issues, such as the real Indian issues, say with the Montauk's or the people in South Dakota, they're not going to do right by the natives. They're not going to do right. Governor Cuomo has voided the bill that was passed to recognize the Montauk's. There's your white privilege, Governor Cuomo.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit as well. And you know, that's also an extremely good point. And I believe the entire reason for the white-black dichotomy specifically, even more so than anything else, is because the white-black dichotomy causes white people to get angry en masse due to a sort of, you know, guilt and a sort of desire to hold on to, you know, the status quo. And it's also very marketable. It reaps in a lot of money.
Good. That's
of course, that's split.
It's a very good point that it's marketable. But you have like Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton. There's your real white privilege. Chuck Schumer, who's on.
The funny part about Bill Clinton is that he's convinced he's black. So it's, you know, we can go on about that later.
But he never would have got to where he got if he was black.
Yeah, obviously it's one of those things that it's a running joke to anyone who has any sense of how would I say it, balance. But during his day, it sold. You know, basically he, you know, and a lot of blacks kind of went for it, for lack of a better word. He
ingratiated himself with the black community.
At that time, he did. I think he still has his building in Harlem. Yeah.
That's where he made his headquarters.
Yes, that's right. Intentionally for that reason. He's committed to that. I mean, he identifies that way. It's somebody made a joke of that once. I saw somebody did a political cartoon where they basically portrayed him in a political cartoon where Clinton was surrounded by all of these black people, this black family, and he was chowing down on corn on the cob and watermelon and shit. And, you know, and the black man is telling his wife, maybe it's about time we tell him he was adopted. And that was like, he's just, you know, this is just the way he is. That's his trip. But by the way, Lex Lars says hola DD in the chat room. He gave me a nice rainbow and a shamrock. So there you are. Kiss to Lex Lars. So one of the things that I'll go into is about accountability. I've brought it up in the past. We'll certainly deal with that issue. I do want people to understand that when I speak about this subject, you're going to hear me referring to myself, we, a lot when I'm speaking about this issue concerning Asians and females, and especially the female Asian phenomenon, because of course I'm often mistaken for female, and I am Asian, and that's one of the reasons why I'm mistaken for female, is people tend to project a femininity onto Asians as effete males anyway, and if one has that look and presents themselves to a degree that is not within a stereotypical male filter pattern, it's just, for lack of a better word, it's not filtered or perceived as being male by the society around you, I'm automatically just mistaken. And so they mistake me for female, and the consequences are men essentially approaching me or groping me or the like, etc. It's one of those things that so that's why I will take that stance. That's for people who are new listeners who don't understand where I'm coming from. The other point to be made that I will ask these gentlemen to respond to is that when the black African American male ASMR straw, and by the way, I give his channel because he's got 6 subscribers. He might pick up a few more from just our referencing him. So I'm not antithetical to that. As I said, he cannot believe that the blacks are being manipulated to the degree where they're doing what they're doing. But yes, blacks are killing Asians. I will be the first to say the blacks that are caught doing this, the blacks that have been apprehended for the crimes against Asians, are obviously mind control victims. These men are just...
Also, one has to bring into, there have been so many cases over the weekend in New York. It's not even funny. There was even a case where a man had, not only had he attacked a woman, but he decided to flash himself. So, I mean, there's a very big sexual component here that cannot be divorced from the Asian phenomenon going on.
Thank you. Thank you. And so as well, one of the things that ASMR straw brought up, and by the way, he includes the straw because it's connected to the ASMR, or the scalp phenomenon of this kind of high because of brain freeze. He's thinking of brain freeze from the, drinking a milkshake and you get the brain freeze. That's what he's thinking along the lines of. This is all rather nuanced, yet he's getting his scalp massage out of messing with shotguns. Just constructive criticism here. Don't do that publicly. But in terms of when he said the letter bombs, specifically about the letters, there is no denying that there are a lot of stupid black people out there who fell for a lot of memes that led them to write hate mail to the family of this poor woman who was married to Chauvin, the cop who is now on trial for killing George Floyd, the Hmong tribeswoman who became the lady of her state. Let me look up the Derek Chauvin's wife so I can get her name and do her some fucking justice. So in terms of his, let me see now, Asian partner, or wife, here we are. Ooh, wife, there we are. She's Kelly Chauvin. She suffered so much, and she was Miss, what was the contest she won? I'm trying to find out here. But she's part of, as I said, she's judged by her own race for who she married. She was Miss Minnesota. So for people who look up Miss Minnesota, Derek Chauvin's wife and her family have been terrorized by thousands of black assholes who have been writing them hate mail. Now, we know this for a fact. As for the letter bombs, here's where we get into some subtle racism. It's hard for me to imagine, and I want both you gentlemen to respond to this. This is my own racism. We all deal with our own racism. It's hard for me to imagine black men sitting down at a table and assembling a letter bomb. That may be done by whites.
I have to agree there. And again, it's no racism taken, but when it comes to taking violence the extra level, I'd say that, whites do that a lot better than we do.
Thank you. That
or in the very least, based on the statistics you yourself gave, a hell of a lot more frequently than we do.
Yes.
That takes time. That takes planning. That's like, okay, I'm going to spend days and days and weeks assembling this letter bomb. I'm sorry. Most black men and women have better things to do with their time.
Thank you.
Seriously.
Thank you. Yes, that is probably, almost certainly, I would bet the farm, that's white conspiracy. That
goes without saying. It's not a question of not being driven to violence. It's just that when we tend towards it, it seems to be more of a spur of the moment thing, with the exception of those who are mind controlled into this bullshit. And even then, I bet you the person usually, there's comparatively few, I mean, they're out there, but there's comparatively few black serial killers compared to white ones who been
Yeah.
out there for
Yeah.
decades and decades and decades killing. So that should say pretty much say what I'm trying to get at.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I can save this image. Okay, so I did manage to download it. Let me put this up in the text box for both Peter Moon and our man Jameson Reese, and feel free to share this on your timeline so that black people can understand what we're dealing with here. This is Kelly Chauvin's door. This was done to Kelly Chauvin's door. And I found this, and I found that when I tried to link onto the image, this is obviously rather blurred, that it's been scrubbed. So they've scrubbed this, but this was done to her door. I know this for a fact. But it's been scrubbed from the internet. And so they left signs on her door saying, "I can't breathe." Spray painted racist. Bear in mind, she's no longer living with her fucking husband. She's moved back with her family.
She had nothing to do with it.
Thank you.
She wasn't there standing on the guy. She didn't tell him this morning, "Oh, honey, why don't you go kill a nigger?" I mean, seriously.
Thank you.
I don't. There is a serious disconnect. And again, that's where I have to say a lot of members of my race are so fucking stupid. They'll play right into that social engineering shit, and they'll be as good slaves as they can, and it sickens me.
Thank you.
And I'll be the first to call my own out on it, unashamedly.
Thank you. And it's courageous, and it needs to be done. I mean, this is just how would I say it? There's no words for this. It's simply unacceptable for her to be the target of what her husband did. And this is because many blacks believed the stupid memes put out by a bunch of white trash pieces of shit that her brother was the Asian who was there on site, who was, one of the fuckers protecting.
But again, let's say that was true, which it's not. What the fuck does she have to do with what her brother and husband do?
Thank you.
Again, I think, and that's where I have to say that right there, we're seeing a large degree of sexism here.
Yes.
Because they're holding the woman accountable for what the man does, as if she's not an independent being who says, "I have nothing to do with this shit." It's as if she's just an extension of the man, and that's disgusting.
Thank you.
To a very, very large degree.
Thank you. And so this is we've made our stance clear. God bless both these gentlemen with me, and of course all those who have been with us on Team Dietrich, and hopefully Pac-1 Morales is doing all right. We haven't heard from him in a while, so our prayers go out to him. And as well, as I said, I'll make some shout outs when I get to the solicitation. We won't do that till later, but being an Asian American means living in a country that treats you as a perpetual foreigner. That has to change. And that is a very different kind of alienation than a black African American feels. A black African American feels like a second-class citizen or worse, but it's different from being treated. They can't say you're not American. There's very few Americans who would say that. Now, I remember Peter Moon said that when it gets to the point where they're saying you're eating babies, that's when you have to worry. Well, it's been at that point for Asians forever. The rumors that Asians eat fetuses, aborted fetuses, as aphrodisiacs led the highest educated among you, meaning MDs, who go to school longer than anyone else on earth. An MD spends all their life in school. By the time they graduate from medical school, they are literally at what would be considered retirement age in many other types of occupations. They've got a career that lasts only about 10 or 20 years because they usually die within that span of time after graduating. So you're talking about people who are the highest educated among you have asked me, they've asked me, how do babies taste? Which means that because I have epicanthic folds to my eyes, because I have almond eyes, they assume that I eat babies before I have sex. We are already at that point where the majority of whites in America think of Asian Americans as baby eaters. This is beyond foreigners. We're not viewed as even as people who are not deserving of human sentiment, people who violate other human beings. Now, I need to balance this with my very real vampirism and my vampire heritage, which people don't understand either. And of course, disambiguate that from all other Asians who are not like me. Now, one of my earlier distinct memories from nigh half 100 years agone, when, oh, by the way, I'll have to ask Peter to go mute with all the keyboard.
Yeah.
Thank you. When I myself was but some 6 to 7 years of age, is that of my late and sainted Cyrus violently felling a WM, a white male, who walked up to and proceeded to grope my mother's nether regions in front of me, while saying, "You're a hot little gook," when she was bent over tending to whatever mess I had made of my own attire at that moment, and distracted from seeing him approach. Albeit, she reflexively turned and felled him in obvious annoyance, as unto slamming one's hand upon an offensive mosquito that one found upon oneself, in disambiguation from any evident display of alarm. It was, she literally turned him around and karate chopped his throat, for lack of a better word, right into his Adam's apple, and he was choking very violently. That may have been a life-threatening injury to his trachea. She just took myself and we walked away, with myself staring back at him, gawking. I have no idea whether he survived that or not. He couldn't call for help. So where we were at, kind of in an alleyway, because she was basically zipping up my fly, which I had somehow distended with whatever I was doing at the time, and Maria Michaela Gregorich says, "I've never heard about the baby eating. Then again, I don't listen to bullshit." Yes. And it's, unfortunately, it's out there. It's on the web. Been out there for years. But this is what I've grown up contending with. But like what I said about my mother, who handled what she did the way she did, I'm pretty certain on reflection she killed that man. But because we walked away from the scene of the crime and he was unable to call for help, he was dead long before anybody found him. Or even if they found him within 20 minutes after, he was in no condition to talk. Still, that was the day I began to understand more about what it means to be an Asian American woman in the United States. By elementary grade school, I knew more about sexualized violence by U.S. military personnel toward women in Asia, and how centuries of racist stereotypes about Asian and Asian American women could be experienced concretely. There is this temptation to eliminate. In the March 16th Atlanta shootings, complex human identities, real lives, and stories were reduced to objects. Before we knew the names, ages, ethnicities, family backgrounds, or migration stories of the 6 women of Asian descent murdered in 3 spas spanning the Atlanta metro area, we knew that the man charged with shooting them was a church-going white man seeing the spas as a temptation that he wanted to eliminate. This is textbook sexism, racism, objectification, and misogynistic violence combined. Asian and Asian American women are objects of temptation. In the mass shooter's Christian worldview, we are the cause of his sin. His vision fit into an ardently evangelical tradition, such as the Southern Baptist Convention, a denomination whose roots are white supremacist, where we are targets for missionary activity, or a jumbled set of stereotypes to be mined for mediocre racist curriculum. This brings me to the Tony Z, who left me that comment. Dougie won't discuss whether the Asian massage parlors in Atlanta were involved in the sex trade, because we don't know if the parlors in Atlanta were involved in the sex trade. Who would volunteer that information? But more importantly, Why does it matter? Innocent human beings were murdered. The other details are unimportant, except apparently to prurient people like you. Evangelicals must confront their toxic sexual politics. In 1989, an evangelist met a serial killer and confirmed a personal theory. Ted Bundy killed all those women because of porn. So concluded James Dobson, the founder of Focus on the Family, the church which Bobby Long was a part of. Robert Aaron Long, the spa shooter. Bundy himself, Ted Bundy, said so in a long, tearful interview with old Jimmy Dobson. More statement than any question, Dobson said to he, "You were not physically abused. You were not sexually abused. You were not emotionally abused." And not at all, Bundy concurred. He grew up in a fine, solid Christian home. So what the hell happened? Well, Bundy proceeded to rationalize that as a young boy, and I mean a boy of 12 or 13, certainly, I encountered outside the home softcore pornography, and that was the beginning of the end. Later, he said, he found detective magazines, which depicted violence, Dobson interjected, and thus a serial murderer was born. Now, decades after old Jim Dobson convinced thousands of American families that porn would transform their sons into serial killers, his theory will receive a new test. Because, yester septimania, last week, Robert Aaron Long was charged with murdering 8 people, 6 of them Asian women, in Atlanta area spas. He told police he suffers from sex addiction and viewed the spas as a temptation for him that he wanted to eliminate, as a sheriff's department official put out in his defense. According to the Washington Post, he'd attended an evangelical treatment center that says it can help people with sexual addiction and pornography addiction. It is affiliated with Focus on the Family. Nobody made Robert Aaron Long a murderer. Nobody made Ted Bundy a murderer either. They made decisions for which they must condemn themselves. Bobby Long's own church has said that he is completely responsible for his violence, and the woman that he solicited for sexual acts are not responsible for his perverse sexual desires, nor do they bear any blame in these murders. Whatever distance Long's church tries to place between itself and he is not enough to absolve it or its religious tradition at all. Long wants someone to blame, and American evangelicalism offered their own ideas. It was porn. It was the woman. It was society. Long's excuses will sound familiar to anyone raised in the fist-tight grasp of American evangelicalism. James Dobson's baleful influence is a living and palpable thing, a psychologist himself. He offered Christian parents academic assurance: raise your child this way, and as adults, they will never stray from the truth. I personally knew broken boys prostituting themselves on the streets outside my apartment doors in the Tenderloin ghetto of San Francisco, whose parents loved old Jimmy Dobson and had tried to tame their sons via his bleak books. There was the book entitled The Strong-Willed Child, which urged them to break each boy's will by beating them, and another titled Preparing for Adolescence, which told lads that girls are less visual than boys and therefore less sexual, and this, I be obligated to stress, is false. The year after he interviewed Bundy, Sick Jim Dobson's hateful radio show reached 1 million households, including those the queer whores I grew up amongst had been ultimately ejected from. And those books never stopped coming. In 2001, when my own surrogate son would have been in middle school had your life been by the norm, Sick Jim came out with another one, Bringing Up Boys. This book was not for the likes of my son, but for boys like Bobby Long, and it relied throughout on that purported link between porn and violent behavior. In Bringing Up Boys, Dobson warned that porn and smut pose an awesome threat to your boys. In fact, porn was more addictive than cocaine or heroin. Through obscenity, Uncle Jim pontificated, a normal boy could learn to find excitement in hurting someone, or in sex with animals, or in homosexual violence, or in having sex with younger children. There be no evidence whatsoever that this is actually the case. As recently as 2020, research irrefutably disproved any link between the consumption of pornography and any tendency toward violence. Experts actually deconstructed Dobson's delusions at the time. Criminologist William Wilbanks concluded that Ted Bundy had been corresponding with Dobson for a year and was receptive to Dobson's suggestion that his violent acts were caused by pornography. Dobson may not only consciously have coached the serial killer, but his crusade against porn clearly biases his view of cause and purposefully encouraged responses from Bundy that would promote his cause and absolve Bundy himself of any and all responsibility. Now, I'm going to check into the messenger here of Peter Moon, who is now signing off to bed. Well, that was, I guess, so much for that. Good night, dear Peter. Say good night to the listeners. Come on for a moment.
Good night.
Yes.
Yeah.
Of course.
I'll get
Good night, Peter.
Yes. Get yourself some rest, but I do hope we'll get an opportunity to speak of these things later. Of course, do want your input at some point, and we'll review them at another time. So, all right.
We've got plenty of time to cover a lot of things tonight.
Yeah. Yes, I do. And so I have to get to them. And thank you, Peter, for being here while you were. And we have Jameson, of course, thank God, to help with the rest of the night. Hopefully his cat has calmed down. I guess the basement is warmer simply because it's underground, unless your family is letting the heat rise from the basement.
No, actually, it's freezing down there. But the thing is, there's a certain spot that she likes in the adjacent room, so I turned the heater on for her.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And it's actually colder up here, comparatively speaking. But I'm so, I don't know, whatever the fuck is going on with this withdrawal, it doesn't even matter.
Understood. Thank you. Now, Bobby Long, raised like so many abandoned boys, destined for selling themselves on my own streets in the same tight grasp of evangelicalism before being rejected as irredeemable. Often a Southern Baptist church of the brand that has now condemned their own Bob Long's violent paroxysm as the product of a sinful heart, must have listened to Dobson's hate radio show as well. He must have read the same books, received the same lessons, internalized the same falsehoods. We don't need his own admission to know. A small coterie of groups now comprise the hardcore of the anti-gay movement. Even as some well-known anti-gay groups like Focus on the Family moderate their views, a hardcore of smaller groups, most of them religiously motivated, have continued to pump out demonizing propaganda aimed at homosexuals and other sexual minorities. These groups' influence reaches far beyond what their size would suggest, because their false facts they disseminate about homosexuality be then amplified by many politicians, other groups, and even news organizations. When Focus on the Family pastor Jim Daly made conciliatory moves toward gay activists, The hardline Illinois Family Institute's Lori Higgins accused him of talking like a homosexualist. I'm surprised she just didn't out and call him queer. Or deride him as a faggot. Whether little Bob Long encountered Focus on the Family for the first time in his treatment center or at home, the organization did not in and of itself make him a mass killer. Sick Jim Dobson himself is no longer affiliated with Focus on the Family either, the board of directors having asked him to resign in 2009 when Little Long would have been in elementary school. But James Dobson is not a figure to ignore. He was decisive in devising the anti-culture now endemic to American evangelicalism. Some pathological beliefs predate Jim Dobson: that woman be naturally submissive, designed by God to obey the leadership of a godly husband. Women who don't conform are dangerous, and if they be overtly sexual, they become as stumbling blocks or obstacles in a good man's Christian life. But Dobson and Focus on the Family both did their contribution to an anti-culture of toxic sexuality. Books by Dobson and other evangelical leaders like Elizabeth Elliot and the coupled John and Stasi Eldridge, probably the only woman, if indeed she be female, who's named after a German secret police force, tend to emphasize the same themes. An emphasis on abstinence at all costs, on modesty as the key to purity, on strict cordoned off gender roles for men and women. There be only two genders in their sick world, and they be deemed so different from each other that woman actually becomest by nature a threat to men. Woman inhabited a world of liars. Sexual violence is for the heathens, and women who obey, who wear skirts the right length, and keep their hair neat, never find themselves the victims of a predator. Men bear different burdens, and they be real, if, in mine own view, not nigh as heavy. For they be expected to lead their homes and churches, to model godly behavior for their wives and children and fellow Christians. If they show the qualities of a leader, they draw the right woman to themselves. Evidently, Bobby Long did not. The sexual politics of American evangelicalism do not and cannot deracialize Little Long's crime. 'Tis all too difficult and rationally impossible to pry the misogyny of his violence apart from the racism. Asian Americans had reported an increase in violent hate crimes since the start of the pandemic, a result of racist messaging around the origins of COVID-19. And the qualities that evangelicalism assigns to women are qualities that people at large often assign to Asian women most of all. The stereotypes litter the haunts of men's rights activists. Asian women, allegedly, are submissive by nature, over-sexualized, and demure at the same time. Combine this surging prejudice with evangelical dogma on sexuality, and the result is volatile. It is similarly not much of a surprise that Long blames others for his actions. Little Bob Long obviously learned to pick his scapegoats from the experts. Dobson himself implicated the postmodernists and the feminists, woman guilty of improper conduct, and his is not an innovative mind. Evangelicals have always excelled at locating cultural enemies to blame. The feminists are taking over schools. The gays are taking over schools. The critical race theorists are taking over schools. Someone's always recruiting their children, always turning them away from God, always corrupting them. Perhaps it's time for evangelicals to take their own measure and pay heed to their own scripture. Whatever ye sowest, that shall ye also reap. Which brings us back to that, what the white Protestants at bottom believest by way of myself and mine. We are objects. We are not fully human with loves, religious beliefs, fears, families, shortcomings, hopes. In the early 1900s, display of Igorot, I-G-O-R-O-T, Igorot, at the 1904 St. Louis World's Fair. Filipinos were put on display like animals for white spectatorship whilst forced under pain of torture and threat of death to act out Filipino indigenous rituals. Americans have sought to depict Asians as culturally strange, from the negative portrayals of Asian hairstyles, like the traditional quay sported by Chinese men, in political cartoons in the Chinese Exclusion Act era, to even the American tours through Chinatown alleyways. Chink, Jap, and Gook are slurs hurled at us to not only scar us as our formative memories, but bedevil us as invective impugned upon us throughout our adult lives. During World War II, with persecution of Japanese and Japanese Americans, other Asian Americans would wear buttons declaring, "I'm Chinese," or "I am Korean." Most among us who are not Chinese react upon being called chink with, "I'm not Chinese." Vincent Chin, a Chinese American man, was killed by unemployed white auto workers who were angry at Japanese car companies. He died crying, "But I'm not Japanese." Yet so intense was the racism fueled by the U.S. automotive industry decline of the 1980s as braced by historical anti-Asian xenophobia that neither of his murderers ever served a single second of prison time. Because we are simply objects. Our ethnic identities matter to us, but not to American white supremacy. We who are Asian or Asian American women have our own lives and agency, but to American white supremacy, we are hypersexualized dragon ladies and young brides to be sold. And to the shooter, objects tempting him to sin. Objects to be eliminated. These women were most certainly the most vulnerable among us. Yes, among the so-called modeled minority. That myth is deadly, erasing the lives that many of us live on the margins, in precarious financial, immigration, and vocational situations. 'Tis a hemorrhagic gash in our social fabric. These murdered women leave behind not emptiness or an absence of temptation. They leave behind families shredded with grief. They leave communities who depended upon them. They leave children who will never be held by their mother again. Parents who will never see their daughters. Vacant holes in the hearts of an entire network of people who are nothing but faceless Asian hordes to white American supremacy. I myself have advised an Asian American friend whom I dare not even name to quit her habit of running outside for exercise. Another friend, my foot masseuse, who be a Kampuchean, a Cambodian in the old terms, named So Kim, whose own people be known for making fruit by hollowing melons and filling them with berries, said she feels like someone melon scooped my heart. Someone took a little melon baller and took a tiny round scoop out. Have you ever scooped out a melon? At the end, there is mostly a shell with melon-shaped wounds in it. White supremacy rips a bleeding gash into the melon that is our social fabric, and now it is scooping away at us all. The 2018 shooting of the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh. The faithful at Mother Emanuel cut down after Bible study in 2015. The 2012 shooting at the Gurdwara in Oak Creek, Wisconsin. The Asian and Pacific Islander elders who have been beaten, shoved, stabbed, and murdered over the past year. At least 5 Asian women, at least 5 Asian people were attacked in New York City this weekend. missing and murdered indigenous woman, the migrant children, most of them Mexican and Central American, separated from their families and imprisoned along the border, or disappeared into a foster care system with shoddy tracking to be trafficked by the United States government for all intents and purposes into a life of sexual slavery and exploitation. Ahmaud Arbery, Sandra Bland, Tamir Rice, and George Floyd. This is who we are. The tale of racist and white supremacist violence in the United States has a narrative arc in the popular imagination. It begins with a violent act, catching dominant culture by surprise. This shock, which is fronted, is treated as an exception. It was a bad day, after all, for the perpetrator, and he was at the end of his rope. It is declared that this one-off incident is a bad apple problem. It is not who we are, and now immediately it be forgotten. But this is exactly who we are as a country and its anti-culture. And say something about how we are still grappling with the project that was the Civil War and slavery. Let's not forget the significance of the 6th of January, when the insurgents entered the halls of the American Capitol carrying high the Confederate States flag. Sometime in the span of the first full week of this month, Republican Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin said that he had felt safe during the Capitol riot, but would have felt differently if the mostly white invaders had been Black Lives Matter protesters. On Byzantine Orthodox Christian Green Clean Ash Monday, as fell this year upon the Ides of March itself, March 15th, he argued that the comments had nothing to do with race, going so far as to tell reporters that there's nothing racial about my comments, nothing whatsoever. This isn't about race, this is about riots. Lest we forget, the January riot killed half a dozen people on site and injured more than 100 police officers. 100 officers down. One officer down in a city shuts the city down with a 1025 code for all hands on deck. Blue lives matter only when black lives don't. There is another narrative arc for those of us who live and love in this country and are told we are never fully American. The violent act feels familiar. We feel rage and fear. We worry about the family members left behind, the people behind the businesses impacted. We know this is who this country is and who we are to it, the perpetual foreigner. And we will not be able to heal until we begin to acknowledge American civilization is made up of shredded pieces of the lives of vulnerable people. 10 people have now died feeling our pain, including a police officer, who were killed the day before yesterday afternoon after a gunman opened fire in a grocery store in Boulder, Colorado. The attack unfolded just before 3 p.m. local time, as customers in the King Soopers store waited in line for COVID-19 vaccines and shopped. Among those killed was 51-year-old Officer Eric Talley, whose name hauntingly rhymes with Derek Talley. Their surnames are spelled exactly the same. One is Derek, one is Eric. Eric Talley was the first police officer to respond on scene, leaving behind his wife and 7 children. We now know the identities of the 10 victims of Monday's mass shooting at a supermarket in Boulder, Colorado. We also know more about the suspect himself, 21-year-old Ahmad Aliwi Alizia, who was taken into custody after the shooting and faces 10 counts of murder. What police don't know is any concrete motive. A senior law enforcement source confirmed the mass shooter used an AR-15 style rifle. This shooting comes just days after another killing spree took the lives of 8 people at spas around Atlanta. Together, these tragedies have renewed calls for stricter gun control legislation. Indeed, the gun debate is now front and center after the shootings, because the Colorado attack is at least the 7th mass shooting in 7 days in these United States. The mass shooting at a supermarket in Boulder, Colorado on Monday took place less than a week after 8 people were killed in a series of attacks on spas in Atlanta. The 2 incidents are likely to spur discussion about gun control legislation in these United States, where firearm deaths are tragically common. They are also among at least 7 mass shootings in the past week across the United States, including 3 incidents on Saturday alone. A mass shooting is generally defined in America as a shooting incident which results in 4 or more casualties, that is, dead or wounded, excluding the shooters themselves, whose lives should not count. Now, on Tuesday, March 16th, in Atlanta, Georgia, 8 people, including 6 Asian women, were killed when a white gunman stormed 3 spas. On Wednesday, March 17th, in Stockton, California, 5 people were preparing a vigil in Stockton, in California's Central Valley, who were shot in a drive-by shooting. As I found out through the San Joaquin Sheriff's Department, none had life-threatening injuries, I am happy to report. It is nevertheless a mass shooting. On Thursday, March 18th, in Gresham, Oregon, 4 victims were taken to the hospital after a shooting in the city east of Portland. I read this in the initial police report thereof. On Saturday, March 20th, in Houston, 5 people were shot after a disturbance inside a club. According to CNN affiliate KPRC, 1 was in critical condition after being shot in the neck. The rest were in stable condition. That same day in Dallas, 8 people were shot by an unknown assailant, 1 of whom died, which I confirmed with the police of Dallas. In Philadelphia, 1 person was killed and another 5 were injured during a shooting at an illegal party, which I found out through a report by the CNN affiliate KYW. Per the Philadelphia Police Commissioner, Danielle Outlaw, yes, that's her name, there were at least 150 people in there that fled and believed they had to flee for their lives. And on Monday, opening our work week, the 22nd day of March, in Boulder, Colorado, 10 people, including a Boulder police officer, were killed in a shooting at the King Soopers supermarket. It's unclear how this number of mass shootings compares to any average week in these United States, but it's obvious the fix is in. Everything that could possibly be done was done to eclipse the death of these Asians so that Asian lives would not matter to you. You would say, oh, we're all being killed. We're all going down. What makes you so special? Well, that's not going to fly here. Though some official gun violence data is available, the U.S. federal government does not have a centralized system or database to track firearm incidents and mass shootings nationwide. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, which tracks some gun violence data, nearly 40,000 people were killed in incidents involving firearms throughout yesteryear alone. And then a gunman ambushed National Guardsmen, a National Guard caravan bringing COVID-19 vaccines to Texas. just as our mass shooter shot all those waiting in line for their vaccines. On Monday morning, a caravan of National Guardsmen were transporting COVID-19 vaccines to Matador, Texas, when they were assaulted and pulled over on the road by an Arizona man, Larry Lee Harris, just outside of Idalou. According to the reports, the 11 guardsmen were unarmed in 3 National Guard vans when Harris attempted multiple times to run the vans off the roadway. He then turned his vehicle into oncoming traffic and stopped the vans in the road. At this point, he trained a machine gun on the guardsmen, made them get out of their vans, and demanded to see what was inside. The Idalou police chief told reporters that Harris appeared to be mentally disturbed. He believed that the vans held a kidnapped woman and child. Idalou officers arriving on scene were able to take Harris into custody peacefully. None of the guardsmen were injured in the incident. Harris reportedly first identified himself to the uniformed guardsmen as a detective. There has been very little reported on this incident, but every detail is reminiscent of the QAnon phenomenon. Saying that Harris is mentally disturbed may be an honest assessment of his facilities at this time, but Harris had a driver's license, guns and ammo, and the perverse conspiracy theory that a caravan of National Guardsmen were trafficking a woman and child. They weren't even transporting any other human beings. QAnon might just be a Trump-adjacent cult, but it has spread like a plague. Feeding off of classic Judeo-phobic conspiracy theories, the world of powerful pedophiles with so much control over this world that they can do just about anything might have caused the group to shed some believers who aren't able to keep their senses muted to reality, but it continues to hold strong across the country. The Tea Party and then Trump's ascension caused the group to gain acolytes like Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, who have real political power. The delusion of QAnon, which is easily passed off as a disturbed mental state, is seemingly shared, knowingly shared by millions of people. Millions! Even as Trump and Q's lies were exposed this past November, December, and January, QAnon believers continue to twist and wring out the most tortured anti-logic in the hopes of proving that they weren't simply right, but that they haven't been tricked by the hucksters who continue to steal their money and Democratic vote. Like all grand conspiracy theories, there is a touch of the eschatological to QAnon, and any theory that believes it has an end game, where all perceived debts are paid and all justices meted out, inevitably de-evolves into authoritarianism. Harris now faces charges that include aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, unlawful carrying of a weapon, impersonating a public servant, unlawful restraint of 11 National Guardsmen and women, soldiers and soldierettes, and interference with Texas military forces, which Texas, being a formerly independent nation, has that clause that their forces are their own. As more information comes out, members of Congress are calling for federal action on gun legislation. Colorado Representative Jason Crow, a Democrat, is urging fellow lawmakers to consider what he calls common sense gun laws, and some options are already on the table. Just 2 weeks ago, the Democratic-led House passed 2 bills that would expand background checks on all commercial gun sales. The worry is that, as with past pushes for gun reform, nothing will actually pass. The mass murderer in question here purchased his gun but days before shooting at Boulder, because Boulder's assault weapons ban was blocked but days before the shooting he perpetrated. Yea, so the city of Boulder, Colorado, banned assault weapons in 2018. But a judge recently ruled it can never actually enforce that ban. According to a report from the Denver Post, Boulder County District Court Judge Andrew Hartman ruled on the 12th of March, but a dozen days ago, that only state or federal law could mandate bans on magazines and assault rifles, ergo barring in court the city of Boulder from enforcing its ban on assault weapons and large capacity magazines just days before Monday's deadly shooting in a local supermarket, enabling this irate Muslim wannabe to get his weapon by court mandate. But 10 days later, a gunman opened fire at King Soopers supermarket in Boulder, killing 10 people, including a police officer, Eric Talley. The suspect taken into custody on scene, and thereby there be presently no word on a motive for the attack, because there is none. He's programmed to attack with the ultimate intent of eclipsing the fact that Asian lives matter, to enable everyone to say all lives matter. The Boulder City Council approved the ordinance banning assault-style weapons and large-capacity magazines in 2018 in the wake of the mass shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, that killed 17 people. The National Rifle Association praised the judge's ruling in a tweet posted last week that reads, "A Colorado judge gave law-abiding gun owners something to celebrate. In an NRA, ILA, and RAILA supported case, he ruled that the city of Boulder's ban on commonly owned rifles, we're talking AR-15s here, and 10-plus round mags was preempted by state law and," they write it here in all caps, "struck them down." The shooting in Boulder comes just 1 week after a series of shootings at spas in the Atlanta metropolitan area left 8 people dead, 6 of whom were Asian women. With a Democratic majority in both chambers of Congress and Joe Biden in the White House, gun control advocates believe now is the time to act. The House recently passed legislation that would require background checks for all gun sales and transfers, but the prospect of the Senate filibuster blocking the measure looms heavily. The idea of getting rid of the filibuster in order to pass substantial legislation has gained more and more support in recent weeks, with President Biden seeming to back modifying the rule rather than dropping it outright. The filibuster is a racist remnant of a Senate designed to entrench white minority rule. Imagine this. You and your team have played nearly 40 official games, clocked somewhere between 1,400 to 1,600 minutes of refereed ball time, and countless hours of practice. At the sound of the buzzer of the championship game in the NCAA, the National Collegiate Athletic Association tournament, your team is ahead by 1 point. Victory is yours. Your entire collegiate career for the last 4 years has led you to earning this moment. You are the official winner of the NCAA title. But, and this is a huge but, by some obscure rule that is a relic of days gone by, used to help smaller schools make it to March Madness, the governing body of the NCAA announces that you and your teammates cannot walk away with the trophy because, unfortunately, winning by 1 point is insufficient. You need it to win by 10. If you're an athlete, a sports fanatic, or simply a person with a moral compass, a ruling like this confuses you, to say the least. Well, unfortunately, there's more fairness and justice in college sports than there is in American politics. Despite Democrats winning the U.S. Senate after black and brown voters delivered first the presidency and then the state of Georgia, Republicans are relying on an antiquated and convoluted rule, the filibuster, to deny the majority party the right to govern over the next 2 years. They demand Democrats should have won by 10 votes, a supermajority of 60, as opposed to 1 vote, a majority of 51, in order to advance legislation in the Senate. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is palpably desperate to preserve the Senate's legislative filibuster. Yester Septimania, last week, he warned that a majority rule Senate would permit such horrors as the enactment of his own party's platform. Yesterday, he returned to the Senate to denounce what he called a new, coordinated, and very obvious campaign to get liberals repeating the claim that the Senate rules are a relic of racism and bigotry. In response to this coordinated and very obvious campaign to associate the filibuster with racism, several Republicans are insisting just the opposite. National Review's Dan McLaughlin and Senator Ben Sasse are echoing McConnell's talking points. Your side, engaging in a nefarious coordinated campaign. My side, a bunch of people who happen to agree with each other, saying the same thing at the same time. McConnell's primary argument is that if Democrats actually believed the filibuster is historically associated with racism, they should have allowed Republican bills to pass with just half 100 votes. Ergo, his thus taunting, if our Democratic colleagues really believe what they're saying, did they themselves use a racist tool? And Sasse queries, was the filibuster really a tool of Jim Crow when it was used against Tim Scott last year? If somebody wants to come to the floor and repent of the racism for having used the filibuster last year, please do. Obviously, there'd be a huge difference between wanting to change the rules and refusing to follow the rules as constituted. Baseball managers may wish to abolish the designated hitter rule, but pointing out that they continue to use a designated hitter rather than sending their pitchers to the plate hardly invalidates their argument. The objection to the filibuster is not that people who use it are immoral, but that the rule itself is bad for the country. McConnell's allies likewise insist that the filibuster wasn't created specifically for racist purposes, but is merely one tool that was used to protect white supremacy. This is just merely one among so many. McLaughlin argues, and here I shall read from transcript, Democrats such as Warren have happily deployed the filibuster to block new laws themselves hundreds of times in recent years. Of course, the Senate filibuster has been used to protect segregation and slavery. Lots of the tools of American democracy were used at one point or another to protect segregation and slavery. Popular elections, the presidency, the House of Representatives, the courts, free speech, the Constitution, the administrative state, and perhaps more than any other American institution, the Democratic Party. This, of course, completely misunderstands the link between racism and the filibuster. The founders rejected a supermajority requirement in either chamber of Congress, but the filibuster emerged by accident later in the 19th century. At first, it required unanimous consent. The threshold was later reduced to 67 votes and then to 60. But by custom, it was used rarely and almost always for the purpose of blocking civil rights bills. This is not merely coincidental. A routine supermajority requirement would have been completely intolerable, only because it was reserved for bills protecting black people did the majority tolerate its periodic abuse. The filibuster exception to the general practice of majority rule was a product of an implicit understanding that the white North would grant the white South a veto on matters of white supremacy. Opponents of even the most massive pieces of New Deal and Great Society legislation, sourcing from the Franklin Delano Roosevelt and Lyndon Baines Johnson's administrations, respectively, did not dare use the filibuster to thwart them. That was the norm. It survived because Northern whites believed that social unity and national peace required special deference to Southern whites, or the white South. As Adam Gentleson, a former Senate aide and author of the work entitled Kill Switch, has pointed out, Southern Democrats specifically defended the filibuster on the grounds that it would be reserved exclusively to block civil rights laws. When Barack Obama called the filibuster a Jim Crow relic, that is the history he meant. A supermajority hurdle that was once permitted only because it would be welded to suppress black Southerners had evolved into a tool against all manner of legislation. To be sure, the Senate has carved out several exceptions. Budget bills and court appointments can now be passed with a majority. This means McConnell can accomplish most of what he wants with a majority. Tax cuts, judges, and defunding social programs, all whilst his own opponents, meaning yours, need a supermajority. Or rather, his opponents are representing you on your side. We need a supermajority, whereas he needs but a single vote. It took 60 votes to create Obamacare, but the law would have been, it would have been completely defunded with just 50. McConnell and his insurgent party have very rational reasons to keep the legislative filibuster in place. Those reasons are not racist. But the filibuster is a Jim Crow relic because if it were not for racism, it would have disappeared generations ago. Time's up for playing any more games with the Senate and its filibuster. In basketball, the 24-second shot clock was added as a mechanism to force teams to shoot and engage in lively competition. In describing the need for the clock, one commentator, whose name I cannot even recall, declared that by the end of the 1953 through 1954 season, a plague was infesting the NBA. Slow, boring, foul-riddled, low-scoring games became commonplace as teams sat on the ball. No one today wants to sit through such inactivity. Yet, as things stand with the Senate, an enormous amount of legislation never has to be considered and even voted on. Why? The filibuster. Session after session. Americans pay U.S. senators to show up to work and rarely, if ever, vote. In 2020, out of more than 15,000 bills, only 1% were ever enacted into law, as hundreds of bills sat in the majority leader's control without ever even being called for a vote. Americans continue to demand action on voting rights, gun violence, prevention thereof, healthcare expansion, criminal justice reform, economic justice, immigration and climate justice, But with the filibuster in place, we get nothing. We don't even get the opportunity to know on the record where our elected senators stand on these issues because the superminority continues to dodge the question. The stakes are just too high. Black, brown, and now Asian communities are suffering and even dying. All the while, life-saving legislation literally sits on senators' desks, never to see the light of day. As former President Barack Obama pointed out but yesteryear, the filibuster is a Jim Crow relic. It is past time we cleanse our government and our democracy of every last dying breath of Jim Crow. The filibuster is one of these vestiges that have crippled the Senate and, in turn, our government's ability to legislate. We must abolish the filibuster immediately so Congress can legislate on behalf of a majority of Americans in the service of a fully inclusive and representative democracy. In that context, the Senate Judiciary Committee held a hearing yesterday morning on reducing gun violence, not even 24 hours after the Boulder shooting. It was previously scheduled, but that fact will only inflame the NRA cult's reflective conspiracy theory that this was pre-planned and coordinated. It is possible that highly limited measures to expand background checks for commercial gun sales could squeeze through Congress, but reforms need the support of Republicans who have no political incentive to go big. The futile statement and the ritual airing of arguments destined to go nowhere were in evidence at a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing yesterday, which by grim coincidence had been called before the Colorado shootings to discuss gun reform. Democratic Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois could barely overcome his frustration that the United States cannot muster the will to end what he called another pandemic in America called guns. To quotist D. Durbin, it just keeps coming at us. We're numb to the numbers unless we are personally touched. It's just another statistic. This has got to stop this committee, this hearing. I hope it will open a conversation about constitutional common sense ways to reduce gun violence in America. We can do this. The fact that guns are lawful products with legitimate uses must not stop us from taking action to reduce gun deaths. Look at opioids. They have a lawful, legitimate use, but Congress recognized the public health catastrophe that resulted from the misuse of opioids, and we did something. And in obstruction, Republican Senator Ted Cancun Cruz of Texas touted a bill that would make some minor changes to background checks for gun purchasers, but it be naught but a smokescreen to halt any real reform. To quotist the Cruz of Cancun, I don't apologize for thoughts and prayers. I will lift up in prayer people who are hurting. And I believe in the power of prayer. And the contempt of Democrats for prayers is an odd sociological thing. Let's target the bad guys, the felons, the fugitives, those with mental disease. Let's put them in jail. Let's stop them from getting guns. Let's not scapegoat innocent, law-abiding citizens, and let's not target their constitutional rights. Oh, God. Well, let me check the messages here. All right. Michaela Anastasia is with us. Wonderful lady. And, all right. Let's see what we got going here. Oh, my God. Honestly, so disappointing. So many things I'm dealing with simultaneously. But let me check into the live streaming, cheer myself up a bit. There we are. Rayleaf says, "Hi there, Jen here, despite my screen name. Relief is my all-time favorite word." Yeah. Hey, Jen. Cool. Mwah. Love you dearly. Okay. All right, let me try and get my head back between my shoulders there. Honestly, when Jameson comes back, I'll have something to bitch about, I'm sure. All right, let's see now what's going on here. Oh, thank God he's back. Okay, Jameson. All right, let me give my thumbs up here. Just good to have someone to be able to relieve myself whenever I need it, because I'm not quite sure how long I'll last tonight. Maybe I'll just end transmission early. Let's take a look at the what we got going here. Gracie Allen, of course. Thank her. Oh, Maria Mikhailovich. Gregorich. Excuse me. Maria Michaela Gregorich. Sends a heart. God bless her. Bless her soul. All right. Let me see. Should send her some flowers. Just anything to, wake myself up. So disappointed that... Hey, Jameson, are you there?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, God. It's just... really disappointed. I mean, you noticed as soon as I really started talking about the issue of white supremacy that, and I completely expected this, that Peter Moon just walked away.
Well, he usually is out around 12 anyway.
Yeah, it's just.
But
he
I
stayed
do
later.
recall.
He stayed later in the past. He's like, it was like he asked you about what you thought about accountability because he really wanted to avoid my starting to talk. It's really what it was. He's like all white men. He's very leery of the subject. It's just, they just don't want to listen, and it's I guess it's hard, for them. And so when he was asking you about what accountability can there be, and basically saying don't respond to these, it's really kind of his way of just saying like he doesn't comprehend what can be done for any justice. He really can't conceive of solutions to this problem. So he's kind of like when he's asking you.
Honestly, I don't blame him. There is a sense of cynicism that goes into the fact that we're still in this shit. But the idea of getting rid of the filibuster is one good step.
Yes,
to
thank
it,
you.
as well as banning assault rifles, because we know the only people who are buying those things up in droves. Well,
mass shooters, basically. That is why else would you buy one? This is like, why?
And the interesting thing is, even in New York, you don't, while they do ban the sale of, assault rifles, you can still buy rifles under a certain length of the barrel without having a gun license up here. So the only thing you're not allowed to carry around would be like a firearm. Handgun.
Okay.
And shotguns are also still legal up here. Again, that also deals with the how short the barrel is.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, and it's definitely, how would I say, appreciated that you bring that up, because there's much that most people don't know about these things, and just very glad that let's see what she says here. No solutions because they don't see a problem. That's it. Maria Grigorich got it right. Thank you, honey. Love you. Those flowers are for that. Yeah, that's really what they're saying. They don't see solutions because they don't see a problem. So he himself is, thank God, not really a gun owner. Oh God, it's just so frustrating. Honestly, these are things that he should be around to respond to, but he doesn't really listen the rest of the night, so he doesn't really know what I'm talking about the rest of the night. He only surmises. But there we have that. At any rate, in terms of what we're speaking on, of course, just so people understand, that I'm not responding to things that are left to me in thread of my YouTube videos because they're somehow triggering me. For instance, when Lucky Jappy Go, which is obviously a pseudonym that is meant to trigger me, it tries to do a mind fuck by just saying, oh, you've got, this, you have value for humanity, talking about actual events, and is insisting racism is not an actual event, that Asian females are not being persecuted because, oh, we're all, going to die. We're all dropping like flies.
Well, I'd say that person is completely removed from reality, and they're spending their life in an asylum somewhere.
Thank you.
That's the best they'll ever do.
Thank you. Yeah, and this is like the nightmare we're dealing with. As I said, I could easily imagine that person. If the guy hadn't turned out to have been a dark-colored Muslim, I would imagine this person, who I imagine to be quite white, like fish belly white or cracker white.
The guy looked like he could definitely pass. I mean, shit. I thought it was a white guy who changed his name to something Islamic when I saw his picture. Yeah, because I remember there was the guy who was supposed to be that subway bomber in New York. And the thing about it is, I didn't like. I think he was someone who might have changed his name and converted to Islam, because it didn't seem like he was someone who was originally in that. I don't know. And that was sort of the thing I had surmised when I saw this guy's picture. I'm like, all right, this looks like a white guy with a lot of hair on his face who decided, okay, let me just go to Afghanistan and go through the MK Ultra training.
Yeah, there we are.
That was what I had thought, so who knew?
Well, yeah, I mean, your point's well taken. By the way, Samuel Romero says, Doug, this filibuster and gun control subject is a mess. Shaking my head, honestly pissing me off. Yes, thank you so much. And this is something that we younger people are left to deal with it. I guess Peter, he does what he does with me in terms of the book, and then the future belongs to us, and we have to ensure that there is one. We're not going to have one if we tolerate this kind of white privilege and where it goes. So when this guy says what he did, this so-called Lucky Jappy Go, so I'll respond to him now when he's basically saying that this isn't real. So I'll show him that it is.
Yeah, well, he's not really lucky or Japanese.
Yes, that's right.
I mean, he's not real. He's clearly a white guy who's just using a racial stereotypical name just to trigger a response.
Yes, thank you. And
I wouldn't give Richard K. Cole enough credit, that much credit, of saying that's him.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
He's just insane.
Yeah. Well, like Peter Moon said, you would recognize him because he wouldn't have anything positive to say, and he wouldn't couch his terms in anything positive, and he does nothing but talk about himself. but anyhow,
and then he'll just say, You were never into Presidio, out of nowhere.
Yeah, the shit'll just come out. Yeah, it's compulsive. It's compulsive because that's his insanity. That's his programming.
Broken record.
Yeah.
Broken record.
Yes, it is. But that of course is what he's programmed for. And then so by doing that, then he feels he gets his message. But look what it does. It works with white people. That's the point. Other white people, they're so fucking stupid. They listen to that. And, just like we were talking about all these stupid blacks responding to white memes, these white people respond to him because they're stupid as fuck. I mean, it's just, there's so many stupid people out there. Of all races, of course, though I would argue there seems to be less in the Asian community than there are in black and white communities myself. But yeah, we certainly have our share of stupid Asians. They're called Republicans. So Asian Republicans are stupid as fuck because they're trying to be white. They think that, maybe if I, like a squirrel, puts its tail towards you and thinks you can't see it because it's hiding behind the bush. That's what those Asians are like. They're like those squirrels that are trying to hide behind the bush. Anyhow, there we have that. And anyhow, what we're talking about here is basically a blind spot. And so before I go into the blind spot, let's take a look at some of the other messages left. Shout out to Gracie Aguilar and Michaela Anastasia. Love you both, darlings. And of course, there is Nolani Kyoko Sampson, who's like, is that? Heroin. Yeah, that's heroin. Yes. Old friend of ours in Hawaii. Tell Judith I love her. Tell her to call me. Oh my God. I hate her. Just condemning me to a lifetime of saudades, the Portuguese word for grief and loss. Anyhow, the Daily Beast, which is a electronic zine and e-magazine, the Daily Beast's Lloyd Grove and Diana Falzone spracketh with the AAJAs, the Asian American journalists and academics, about the media's glaring blind spot around anti-Asian racism. And Naomi Takuyan Underwood is her name. She's the AAJA's executrix directoress, who then went on record to say, I think where my rage is personally is the fact that in the early hours of reporting, the shooter's assertion that it was not racially motivated was given so much oxygen. Grove and Falzone also assessed Fox News' early coverage of these shootings, including Tucker Carlson's assertion that it's kind of the opposite of the truth to say that very real attacks against Asian Americans are somehow a product of white supremacy. Oh, come on, Jameson, help me out here. What would you say to Tucker Carlson?
I would tell him to... I would just tell him he looked like he was dropped when he was born.
Yes, when he was born. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Yes, and as I said, there is conspiracy here. It is the conspiracy where the white supremacist power cabal took one of their MK Ultra products and turned them loose to look as ethnic as possible, even though, as Jameson Reese says, he's basically white, and had him do what he did so they could eclipse the realization among whites that Asians are human beings. And that by the time I got around to saying Asian lives matter, they'd say, oh, well, we're all dropping like flies. They're killing us all, so you're nothing special. Okay, that cannot stand.
Yeah, that's like that stupid, the blue lives matter, all lives matter, purple lives matter. It's like, what the fuck? It's just like trying to derail from an obvious problem.
Yes, thank you.
What they're doing could be best called, oh my God, deflection.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. All our gun violence fears have reawakened. Now, I'll guarantee you all one thing, and you'll probably hate me for it. We're going to be returning to these topics again on Sunday. Barring, of course, nuclear war or something of that, or I get taken out personally or something. We will be returning to these topics on Sunday, but right now we're just setting the ground for it, really. These mass shootings in Atlanta and Boulder, Colorado, mark an unsettling return to life in the United States before the pandemic. For years, mass shootings have been a fixture in American public life. Then came the pandemic, which, while robbing so many of so much, coincided with a decline in mass shootings to the lowest levels in nearly a decade. But with at least 7 deadly incidents perpetrated within a span of as many days, the issue, once again, is front and center. President Biden said, "We have to act," delivering hastily scheduled remarks on a day when the administration had hoped to focus on touting pandemic relief benefits, but instead found itself reacting to still another act of violence. Biden vowed to use all the resources at my disposal, his words, to keep the American people safe. He called on Congress to expand background checks and ban assault weapons. But it's unclear what either the president can do or persuade Congress to do, given Democrats' slim margins of control and most Republicans' opposition to any conceivable limits on gun ownership. In Boulder, where 10 people were killed and a supermarket shooting on Monday, the town's sense of fragile peace has been shattered. Authorities have offered few clues about what may have motivated the 21-year-old accused of the killings. He had a history of angry outbursts, including a conviction for violently attacking a high school classmate, and told relatives that he believed he was being chased by people who were out to get him. They were called the Military Industrial Occult Complex, Military Industrial Intelligence Occult Complex junta that programmed him and cut him loose to do what he ultimately did. Authorities said he had purchased a high-powered weapon 6 days before the massacre because he learned of the fact that the judge struck down his city's ability to enforce assault rifle bans that they had put on their own books 2 years ago. But to what Peter Moon had said, Peter Moon started the show by kind of not glamorizing weapons, but trying to point to a case where a black man with a fully automated weapon got himself out of a police siege so that he could ultimately prove his innocence. Which is like one of those rare situations. Well, first of all, the guy's black and he's under siege, and he's surrounded by a paramilitary force, and without, how do I say this? You know how every time a black guy dies, they always ask the question, like, well, dig up his criminal record. Dig up his criminal record to kind of rationalize his death.
Yeah. This is no different than what they did with those with the salon shootings. Oh, it's a sex place. Let's rationalize the death of these women. And they were sex workers. Who cares? I mean, it's the same shit.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is something blacks have had to deal with since this country ended slavery.
Right. But Peter Moon's obviously coming from this direction where he's kind of presenting this guy and, well, here you need automatic weapons sometimes. This is what saved this guy. But of course the question has to be asked, okay, the only blacks I know with fully automatic weapons tend to be drug lords.
Yeah. Well, which we found out that he was a drug dealer. So I mean, it's like, and despite his heroics, where did that wind him out?
Yeah.
I mean, not to say that, he should have just let them kill him either.
Understood.
But I mean, damn.
That's one of those situations where it's like,
that's a movie. I mean, that's literally something that would make a movie.
Yes. You make a movie, but at the same time, it also presents a philosophical question. This is one of those moral conundrums. It's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. You flip a coin. What are you going to do with that? I mean, it's like that kind of situation is so exceptional. It's of its own kind. What the Latin term for that is sui generis. It is of its own kind, its own species. It's not something the rest of us are normally going to suffer outside of Douglas Dietrich, like the time that I went to the Super Soldier Summit, and this was before your time, but you may remember there was a time I went to the Super Soldier Summit, or maybe you never knew of this, but while I was gone, they raided the house next door, and that was meant to be my home while I was gone, and this happens all the time. Governments and police forces make mistakes all the fucking time. This is why police wind up shooting innocent people all the time, is they do these, like, raids on the wrong house. This is what the federal government did in my case. When I was at the Super Soldier Summit, the conspiracy was, okay, we go into Dietrich's place, we find all kinds of shit, and we put him away for life. and everybody on Russian Hill was impacted. They thought a movie was being filmed. They thought it was a zombie apocalypse film because all the men in hazmat suits showed up. Snipers were placed upon the roofs. Everything was set up. And then they hit the wrong home. And when they did that, they had to save face, cover their ass. So the guy who lived next door was this poor son of a bitch who worked for an ad agency and had been online ordering some shit like plants for the backyard, and had some thoughts of suicide that he had expressed. They put all that together and they put this man in jail the rest of his life. Think about what I'm saying.
Holy fuck. So they just made him a sacrifice to cover their own asses.
Yeah, and they said, well, he ordered a bunch of plants for the backyard. One of them was a plant that could theoretically produce ricin, which, like, if you had a meth lab and enough of us...
Well, I'm sure there's a shitload of plants that could.
Yeah, thank you.
If you're a fucking chemist...
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
And I don't think someone who works with an ad agency is gonna have the acumen to pull ricin out of a plant.
Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, what's he gonna do? Drop it in Russian Hill's water supply, poison everyone to death?
Yes, thank you. The poor bastard was in a bar. They put out a nationwide dragnet for this guy. He had no idea about anything. He was in a bar called the Barking Frog, which is a joke about farts. He was in a bar called the Barking Frog. When he walked out, a bunch of people, of course, saw him on TV. They called the fuzz, the old word for the cops, and they all came in and took him down. He still has no idea why. He's like, sitting in a concrete hole the rest of his life. And, so when they cordoned off Russian Hill and did what they did and everybody thought they were making a movie, this was when they were we're going to get Dietrich. We're going to go in there and, whatever we find, they can make it out to be horrible. I mean, if you've ever seen that stupid X-Files film, which is, I hate X-Files, and X-Files is just total shit. But, you see one of the last roles of that poor bastard. I used to admire him as an actor, Martin Landau. And Martin Landau, he's in the X-Files as like a whistleblower. And then he's given information to the X-Files couple. And then when he by the way, the only reason I even know about the fucking X-Files, just so people know, I would never have watched that shit, except my dad had a crush on Dana Scully. The character Dana Scully is played by, what the hell was her name again?
Gillian Anderson.
Thank you, Gillian Anderson.
I know, because I watched like the entire series like 100 times over when I was younger, because it was just fun to watch. I mean, it's fun bullshit if you're just a kid who wants to be entertained by something weird.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. No, you don't need to be defensive. I mean,
that and she was kind of hot. So,
there you go. So my dad had a crush on her, so I was forced, when I was care providing for my parents in the last 10 years of my life, to suffer through episode after episode of that. But anyhow, my point is that in the X-Files movie, again, only through my dad, I was forced to see this. Martin Landau is made to look like a total fucking piece of shit, because when they raid his home to, basically he's a whistleblower they're shutting down. So when they raid his home, they just steal all his video cassettes and put him in front of the camera and say, "This is all child porn," just to make him look like a piece of shit. And, so they would have done that with me easily, just by anything. They could have picked up anything. It's like what they did to that poor bastard who sued the FBI.
They planted him. They planted a whole lot of shit on him, probably, and just fucked him over. Which is what they did.
Yeah. Well, in terms of, actually, they don't even need to do that. People don't understand this. Because stuff like that can have blowback, by the way, Maria Michaela Gorgores says good night, love you. Good night, honey, love you too. Mwah. But when it comes to, say for instance, there was that poor security guard guy at the Olympics. There was the Olympics where the anti-abortion activist set off a pipe bomb, and the guy who found it was this security guard who wanted to be a hero and had an opportunity to become one, and he found it. And of course, the FBI, just to avoid any work, said, well, you must have planted it. And it turned out the poor bastard had a history where he had, what do you call it? He had impersonated a law officer, because people in security do this. You see people in security uniforms and they'll usually do something stupid like, you know, act like a police officer and get mistaken for such. You know,
Yeah.
I did that myself in a episode where I, you know, just it was expedient to do so. It wasn't because I had any, you know, was a wannabe cop fuck. It was because, honestly, there was one time when I was in full security uniform, and it was just a police uniform, really, that had different patches. And we were police owned and operated, real piece of shit company, Executive Security and Investigations. Thank God they're no longer around. And but everybody thought we were cops, and I knew that the bus, there were certain buses that were like, they didn't have to make certain stops. They weren't required to make certain stops. So when I got in the bus one time, I didn't want to be late for work. So I told the bus driver, oh, don't make any stops and just get me to the front of the building. And he did that. Oh, shit. You know, just taking advantage of that. So that would be legally impersonating an officer. Because I didn't say I was an officer, mind you. He just thought I was one. I knew he thought I was one, and just said, do that. You know, legally, I could have gotten away probably with that by saying, well, I never presented myself as an officer, though it was 50-50. Again, a flip of the coin. It depends on what, you know, what the jury thinks about you or whatnot, or because, you know, then they could say, but you're impersonating one by your very appearance, right? So that sort of thing. But in terms of this poor bastard, what happened was he was a security guard who had a history of doing this a few times, more extremely than I did. And he was like, however, had a psychological need to try and be a police officer, but couldn't because he was too overweight. And so then he, when he did find the pipe bomb, then the FBI just said, oh, it must have been you that planted it. So they raided his home. And what did they find? Well, bigger and shit. What do you find in a guy's home? Duct tape.
Food.
You know, well, aside from food and guns and porn, you know, duct tape, pipes. I mean, look, all of us have duct tape and pipes, and they found some ball bearings and shit. You know, just shit. And they just found shit and they brought it all out. Look at the duct tape. Look at the pipes. Look, he's had a bowl full of ball bearings. Oh, this guy's building pipe bombs. I mean, it's just, they can take anything you've got and make you look like Jack the Ripper. Okay, look, he's got knives. He's got knives. It's just, you know, whatever. It's, you know, they don't need to plant anything. Whatever is innocuous in your home, they can take, and just the way they spin it will make you look like a piece of shit. This is what they can do. So that's what they did with that poor bastard who was next door. I remember Judith Agert and Laura Lee Solomon were telling me I should do something for him, and I said, look, I'm sorry for what happened to him. Surely.
The best thing you can do for him is lay low yourself, because you were the fucking target. I mean, shit.
Thank you.
You were the target. Yeah. You're going to go once again and be like, listen, guys, I think you really meant to get my house.
Yeah, it was, well, we know that. And
what the fuck?
And later on, that became a saga, by the way. After he was cleared out, then the feds moved in, and they put up a bunch of listening devices and shit, and they were next door, and you could tell the feds were living there, and they just, like, my concern, and the concern of everyone around me, was that they were setting up radiation beams, and just, by that, like, by the way, so people understand this is not empty paranoia. There was a landlord who basically in San Francisco, of course, when you've got rent control, you want to get rid of your old renters, because the moment you get rid of them, it doesn't matter if they have rent control. Once they're gone, you can make a jump in the rent to, you know, by thousands of dollars. and re-rent the room out. So this one landlord was trying to get rid of this old couple that wouldn't die. So he bought a microwave and he stripped it of its safety mechanisms, like tape that surrounds certain elements so the radiation doesn't leak out from the microwave. He stripped it of all that, removed the door, unscrewed and removed the door of the microwave oven. And so you have an empty radiation generating box. And he put that in the wall next to the renters and turned it on full for hours at a time, all day long. By the way, this is an effective way to radiate someone. You can do that because these walls, like my own apartment, my flat, these walls are not what people might think. It's not sheetrock. If it were sheetrock, maybe that wouldn't have much of an effect.
Oh, you got those paper thin walls.
Yeah.
I see.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Beaver.
You know, for a while I suspected my last neighbors of doing that, but now that they're gone, because I hexed their asses out of here, I don't think I have to worry about that.
Thank you.
I don't know why I thought they were doing that. I think it's because the guy always acted funny around me, and he was like this. It's like the 6'8" foot tall black guy who's like a cop, and I remember they just kept having kids like left and right, and they were just like a fucking jackrabbit couple. But I mean, for some reason, for a while, I you know, in my more paranoid places that were completely unfounded, you know, I thought that, you know, they were putting something in the walls because I kept hearing like this banging.
Yeah.
And I'm in the fucking basement. I'm like, okay, these walls are these are like the only walls in the house that are actually made of cement. Why the fuck am I hearing some banging from next door? It's pretty weird. So I figured they were doing some targeted individual shit and, you know, beaming shit in my head, which I'm sure they weren't doing. I mean, you know, it's just, well, then how does one prove a negative?
Right. No. I mean, I appreciate your qualifying that. In my case, of course, when you have the guys wearing one-piece jumpsuits, like obviously literally mechanics moving in next door after, you know, they pull the guy out. You know, when they pull that guy out, by the way, when something like that happens, the home automatically becomes federal property because they're using it for evidence and all the rest of that. And so in the case like that, where it was the federal government moving in, we're talking about the men in moon suits, the biohazard teams and everything else. When they moved in on that home, it's effectively theirs. And they essentially procure it from the landlord or whoever it was. And when they moved in, they basically did set up all kinds of, I know, were listening devices. You know, what they expect to hear is beyond me. Like I said, other than animal grunts when I'm masturbating or, you know, something like, I mean, like what, you know, it's not like I have guests. Probably maybe trying to monitor interactions between myself and the biofac simulacra whenever any of them is run through a diagnostic or activate, who knows, but they were intensely interested. And when they moved all that stuff next door, even that can have an effect on one's health. So everybody was worried that I would contract radiation cancer. So basically, Beaver and I approached Rat Girl. For those of you who don't know, there are supervillains and supervillainesses on planet Earth. You see these portrayed as mutants in comic books with powers. Well, Rat Girl was one of those people, product of some kind of fucking program, and she wasn't alone. There were many like her. At least a couple dozen, but she was the queen of them all, and she was just known as Rat Girl. And she got away literally with murder. I'm not kidding. She would go from one apartment complex to another, and this woman would buy enormous sacks of pet food, which she would put out for the rats. And she would just bring the rats into any apartment complex and overwhelm a block, an entire city block with rats. And these rats would attack the seniors in their beds, infants in their cribs, eat people alive. People would die. And nobody ever did anything to her. She never faced any repercussions legally. Had to be protected at some governmental level. Knew about her through a keno. And so when Beaver and I approached her, we paid her to turn the rats loose next door. And I could hear the men next door screaming their lungs out when they would wake up from their naps with rats chewing on their earlobes and shit, and chewing at the, I think one of them, I know for a fact, I saw him run out with his hand over his crotch and it was bleeding. He must have woken up to one chewing his dick off, because he was running out almost naked in like his boxers, and there was blood coming out from his fingers. So these guys were literally getting their balls chewed off and shit. They basically, I then reported them to the city and county of San Francisco as having a hygiene problem that was threatening the neighborhood. So then the city and county of San Francisco evicted them. So the federal government was ready to retreat anyway. So they basically abandoned the property, which was then purchased up by someone else. And now we've got a family that lives there. And they have no idea of the history behind that home. And whenever
Do you think they have any rat problems?
No. She called them away after she did what she did. We asked her to do that. God, I wouldn't want them, infesting the block. But that was, it's again, and nobody knows her name. She's just known as Rat Girl. She's obviously on welfare of some sort. And, but I put up a portfolio of pictures of her at one point, and people couldn't fucking believe it. It's just one of those things that that was the Facebook timeline that, of course, Lena Shea took down. But such is life. C'est la vie. I still have all the images, but they're just not in that kind of timeline format that made them accessible. I'd have to go dig for them, get them out. If people are interested, I might publish them.
Yeah, that's extremely interesting, man.
Okay. Yeah, but what a life. And at any rate, so let's try and get back into the zone or into some anyhow. So like Peter Moon was doing, he was pointing this guy out, but in response to that, in response to Mr. Lucky Japigo, or both of these kinds of angles, the question I would ask is, where is the gun reform debate after Atlanta? Don't think about now.
Now, I see right, I hate to cut you off. I see right now, it seems like Amanda is typing. Maybe she wants to come on.
Amanda, yeah, we'll be back to listening soon. Have to do a few things. Amanda, you can come on if you wish, for a bit. And there she is. And so she's on call. She can jump on anytime she wishes. And so there we have
All right.
that.
So I guess when she comes back, she could relieve myself, and I'll probably get some rest because I have to see I have two appointments
veterinarian.
tomorrow.
Oh, 2 appointments. The veterinarian and may I ask what else? Just curious.
Well,
if you're willing to share.
Psychiatrist and then therapist.
Okay.
And hopefully they can start to. I could see about a prescription of. I know it's something where they have to give it to you when you're actually in office, but there's something where you can legally get some kind of product that's based off of ketamine. Marcus Griggs brought it to my attention, and I think. So I'm going to ask them about that because that's the closest thing chemically to the dextromethorphan, which, I had a big issue with. But then again, knowing the similarity, they might be like, we don't think that's a good idea. Well, I don't know. I never know until I ask, so.
But by the way, I'm getting some email questions. Thank you for sharing that. I'm getting some email questions where people are asking myself about why would they wait until you were at that Super Soldier Summit organized by Lorian and Fenton? Because
no, they didn't know you were there.
No, they knew that. They knew that. The idea was to raid while I was gone. That way, there's no resistance. If I was home, they were afraid that one of them would get shot. So it makes much more sense, because this way what happens is when they find whatever they decide they're going to find, they can make it out to be whatever they want. Then they'll say, oh, and he was at this Super Soldier Summit putting out the Dragnet, nationwide Dragnet, like they did for that poor son of a bitch when he was just over at a bar, you know, in another part of the city. And so then they would
Well, they
just
could always bug your house and try to catch you later in the middle of something as well, you know. So
no,
there's
I knew
many
what their
ways they can
intention
do it.
was to put out that here's what the full story was. When we were at the and Keith Call can confirm this because Keith Call was there, and God knows I got to try and get him on, but his schedule is so different. But Keith Call is the straight guy, you know, the guy who's the archivist over at Wheaton College, which is of course a seminarian school, a Christian school where you had.
Yes, I remember hearing him on some of the older episodes. I think he was on with the blind bard.
Yes, who I need to get back to. Yeah,
And you guys were talking about like Tolkien, I think.
Yes, of course. Yeah, that's right. And so Keith Call was at the Super Soldier Summit, and that was where, of course, that was in Las Vegas, Nevada, where we were all getting our rads, getting ourselves, you know, the nice healthy glow of radiation. When, of course, the oh God, what were their names? Of course, the couple, Jared.
Yeah, the killers.
Yeah. Thank you. Showed up. Man. They were supposed to kill us all there. See, meanwhile, the government could say, "Oh, see, these guys got wiped out at the Super Soldier Summit," you know, and they had the backup, like Keith Call can attest. He was right there. He was witness to it. The guy showed us his laptop, and he said, "This is what I got upstairs," and he had this photograph of the hotel room upstairs, and it was just all these weapons that, you know, and we're talking not like slingshots and shit, or bolo knives. We're talking fucking rocket launchers and fully automatic weapons and all that shit he had upstairs. Crazy son of a bitch. And he was supposed to be the backup, but he never got activated. They were so convinced that the couple would go into kill. Let's look up killers of cops, cop killers. This is what they were framed as. Poor couple, cop killers, Las Vegas. And let me see, husband-wife team. Yeah, the 2 cops, 3 others killed in Vegas shooting spree. But that's a different case. Gerard Miller, that's it, the Millers. Mandy and Gerard Miller, that's it. The husband and wife team. So sad. I didn't want to do what I did, but you know, I used the kind of passwords taught to myself by Aquino, the trigger phrases, to send them elsewhere, or else they would have attacked the summit and taken us all out. It's not like they were incapable of doing so with the weapons that they had. But they just went to kill each other. They went to the supermarket where they asked everyone to leave. And then they blew each other's brains out. And like I said, the only other victim was this dumb white trash piece of shit who saw them do that. And he wanted to be called the hero. So he just pulled out his concealed carry weapon. He had been hiding. He didn't leave when they asked everyone to leave. And he thought he was going to take them both out. And instead, they took each other out, and then he was caught with his firearm out, you know, like having his dick out of his zipper when the LVPD, the Las Vegas police, showed up, and they blew him away. Yeah, and the cops, Gerard and Mandy Miller couldn't have killed them because they were pushing this shit around. While they had all this ammo and all this guns and ammo, fully auto weapons and shit, they were pushing this shit around in a shopping cart. So it's not like they could, you know, and the way the cops were killed, their bodies were covered in these swastika flags and the "Don't Tread on Me" flag. For anyone who's ever served in the military and has had to hold a flag on a flagpole, this is like a duty they give to the strongest guy in the unit. These are heavy. People have no idea how heavy flags are, how heavy firearms are, how heavy ammunition is. You know, I mean this.
Well, the flags sound like a punishment duty, honestly.
Yeah.
No, I'm sure it was.
Yeah. Off times, yeah. The like
the flag bearer.
Yeah. It's the flags are heavy, guns are heavy, ammo's heavy. People have no idea how heavy this shit is. It's not something that you can casually. People see movies, and it's like, you know, take for instance, like, you know, that stupid movie with Indiana Jones and that crystal skull, and by the way, for people who don't know this, a crystal skull is heavy as fucking hell. If you've ever had a bowling ball, think about a bowling ball and magnify that, you know, by a few orders of magnitude, and that's what the crystal skull weighs like. And you see them in the film, they're tossing it around each other, catching it, throwing it to each other, to, you know, catching it like it's a football. I mean, imagine doing that with a bowling ball, and that's what that crystal skull would be like. It's like just, you know, it's like people in movies, they see people get shot and nothing happens to them. It's like, oh, it's like a bee sting or something. These things are never as innocuous as portrayed in film. So
that's why I have to do a shameless promotion. That's why there's that horriblevideos.net. I mean, I think it's horrible videos, whatever. Yeah, I was watching one where some guy has like a semi-automatic weapon, and the guy's on the ground like begging for his life, and the guy just shoots, and you see half his head just get ripped off, and the only thing left is like his jaw, and it's like, okay, that was just one shot from one of those things. So
Thank
yeah,
you. Thank you.
You're not going to get hit in the head and have this clean little hole.
Yes.
Oh, and give an epilogue before you die.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, man.
Thank you. Yeah, it's anyhow, so
Yeah, all I can say is the minute you see a firearm like that, run.
yeah, thank you. Yes, it's so true. It's yeah, definitely anyhow, what was I going to say? What I can do is I'm wondering if I should refresh myself and then kind of leave you holding the stage for just a few minutes, and then we'll see if our girl Mandy can come on. See if you can reach her via both the messaging and the try her with different messaging and the private messages on Facebook. Reach her with both areas and let her know that you'd like to retire early, and ask if she can come in and fill your role.
Gotcha.
And in the meantime, what I can do is leave you taking the stage for several minutes. I'll be back in about 7 to 10 minutes, and then what we can do is kind of work our way towards solicitation, and or do the solicitation and get back on track. So definitely, just thinking aloud, and I'll go mute for about. I'll let you know as soon as I'm back. And thank you so much.
All right. All right, folks. So here's an interesting story. The Suez Canal gets blocked after a giant container ship gets stuck. The ship, stretching more than 1,300 feet, ran aground and blocked one of the world's most vital shipping lanes, leaving more than 100 ships stuck at each end of the canal. That's a huge fucking ship, too. A large container ship, nearly a quarter-mile long, has been stuck in the Suez Canal since Tuesday evening, after powerful winds forced the ship aground on one of the Suez Canal's banks. The canal is one of the world's most vital shipping lanes. Now, there's one to speak about as far as this also seems to be affected by weather. So there's something, that goes to our current global warming trend. Trying to convey the sheer scale of the nearly quarter-mile long container ship that has been stuck in Suez Canal since Tuesday evening, some news outlets compared it to the length of 4 soccer fields. Others simply call it gigantic. But the main thing to note was this. After powerful winds forced the ship aground on one of the canal's banks, it was big enough to block nearly the entire width of the canal, producing a large traffic jam in one of the world's most important maritime arteries. By Wednesday morning, more than 100 ships were stuck at each end of the 120-mile canal, which connects the Red Sea to the Mediterranean and carries roughly 10% of the worldwide shipping traffic. Only the Panama Canal looms as large in the global passage of goods. The Suez Canal is the choke point, said Captain John Conrad, founder of the shipping news website gcaptain.com. Oh, that's a strange name. Noting that 90% of the world's goods are transported on ships. It could not happen in a worse place, he said, and the timing's pretty bad too. The potential fallout is vast. The vessels caught in the bottleneck or expected to arrive there in the coming days include oil tankers carrying about 1/10 of a day's total global oil consumption, according to Kepler, a market research forum, to say nothing of the rest of the cargo now waiting to traverse the canal. And if the ship is not freed within a few days, it would add one more burden to a global shipping industry already reeling from the coronavirus pandemic, creating delays, shortages of goods, and higher prices for consumers. Now, I am just going to drop an observation or assumption here, but I would say that would further push us towards a sort of global war due to scarcity and shit like that. The ship, the Ever Given, was heading from China to the port of Rotterdam in the Netherlands. Why am I not surprised that it's from China? Gee, now the more I read this, the more I think that this was the entire point of it running aground. It ran aground amid poor visibility and high winds from a sandstorm that struck much of northern Egypt this week, according to George Safwat, a spokesman for the Suez Canal Authority. The storm caused an inability to direct the ship, he said in a statement. You know, something smells weird about it. I could be wrong. It could just be a freak accident of weather, but I don't know. A spokesman for GAC, a shipping agent at the canal, cautioned in an email there was, up to this moment, no progress on clearing the canal. It is unclear how long the rescue operation might take. Lieutenant General Osama Rabi, the head of the canal authority, said that an older section of the canal was being used to help ease the traffic jam in the waterway. Tiny against their quarry's bulk, swarms of tugboats raced to try to wrench the Ever Given free, and a front-end loader strained to dig it out of the canal's eastern embankment, where there was a bow sat wedged. Continued high winds along the sheer size of the ship complicated the task, according to GAC. The ship's size has magnified every challenge. Though a gust of wind may seem an improbable David to the ship's Goliath, the containers stacked at least 9 high atop the deck would have acted like a giant sail, Captain Conrad said, giving Tuesday's high winds more surface area to push against. As container ships have grown in scale, culminating a new generation of ultra-large ships that includes the 1,312-foot-long Ever Given, the Suez Canal and global ports have struggled to keep pace. Parts of the canal were widened several years ago, though not enough to eliminate the tension for pilots charged with navigating it. Crew sizes have not increased to match the vessels, said Captain Conrad, and technology for piloting through narrow channels has not improved. Then there's the matter of rescue. If the ship's bulk makes it impossible to drag out by tugboat, a salvage crew may need to lighten it by removing containers, pumping out the water tanks that serve as its ballast, and dredging around the bow and stern, he said. When a similarly sized ship, the CSCL Indian Ocean, became stuck in 2016 near the port of Hamburg, Germany, it took 12 tugboats and nearly a week to free it. The Suez Canal is a key artery for oil flows from the Persian Gulf region to Europe and North America. I can predict that oil prices are going to go up. Roughly 5% of globally traded crude oil and 10% of refined petroleum products passed through the canal before the pandemic, estimated David Fife, chief economist at Argus Media, a market research firm. After the canal was snarled, there was a 2.85% jump in the price of Brent crude, the international benchmark, on Wednesday to $62.52 a barrel. But Mr. Fife said that because the demand for oil remained relatively weak amid the pandemic, a short-term outage is unlikely to have a lasting effect on the market. If the Egyptian authorities are able to move the Ever Given to the side of the waterway within 2 to 3 days, the episode will probably prove a minor inconvenience to the shipping industry. Shipping companies generally build in extra days to their schedules to account for delays. But if the ship's extraction takes longer, it could pose a substantial risk for an already overwhelmed industry. Global trade has been disrupted as lockdown American consumers ordered vast quantities of factory goods from Asia, yielding a months-long shortage of shipping containers, the metal boxes that carry parts and finished products around the globe. So now I know to make sure whatever I buy isn't made in China, which would be dumb because everything's made in China. The blockage of the Suez Canal will affect the movement of things like exercise bikes and printers built in Chinese factories destined for American households, and soybeans grown on American farms and shipped to food processors in Southeast Asia. If it remains clogged for more than a few days, the stakes would rise significantly. If that's going to be a knock-on delay, then you'll see piling up and bunching of other ships on their arrival in Europe as well, said Akhil Nair, Vice President of Global Carrier Management at Seiko Logistics in Hong Kong. It's just one more factor that we didn't need. Well, wow, that seems like that's high stakes for the entire globe. That's interesting to me personally. I seem to like that kind of stuff. All right, let's see what else we have that could be considered, interesting. Oh, here's one that's interesting. Millions of dead jellyfish are washing up around the world. The blob could be to blame. All right, like a tourist on a cruise ship, the by-the-wind sailor jellyfish spends its days drifting aimlessly through the open sea, gorging itself on an endless buffet of complimentary morsels. The jelly straddles the ocean surface with a rigid sail poking up just above the water and an array of purple tentacles dangling just underneath. As the sail catches wind, the jelly floats from place to place, capturing tiny fish and plankton wherever it roams. Thriving Velela colonies can include millions of individuals, all just partying and chowing down together in open water. Life is good. Okay. Until, that is, the wind blows a colony of sailor jellies onto shore. Every year on beaches around the world, colonies of sailor jellies become stranded by the thousands. There they dry up and die, becoming a crunchy carpet of dehydrated corpses covering the sand. Julia Parrish, a University of Washington professor and co-author of a new study on mass Velela stranding, said in a statement, "Sailor jelly strandings are common when seasonal winds change course, but some, like a 2006 event on the west coast of New Zealand, are on another level entirely, with jellyfish corpses numbering not in the thousands, but in the millions. Why? What force of nature makes some Velela strandings so much larger than others?" Parrish and her colleagues wanted to find out, so in their new study published March 18th in the journal Marine Ecology, Progress series, they delved into 20 years of Valela observations reported along the west coast of the United States. The observations came from a program called Coastal Observation and Seabird Survey Team, also known as COASST, or which I'll just call COAST, which trains citizen scientists to search their local beaches for marine birds that have washed ashore, plus any other unusual animal sightings. COAST's network covers hundreds of beaches stretching from North Carolina to the Arctic Circle, according to the group's website. And of course, some members have had bad run-ins with Valela.
By the way, just testing here. You can hear me, right?
Yes,
Excellent.
You're audible.
Thank you, and thank you so much for what you're doing. Give me a few seconds here to finish these boiled eggs. These are the tea eggs that I made, just getting some more calories into myself, good people. So I'll let you go back to what you're doing. Thank you.
All right. The researchers found nearly 500 reports of Valela strandings in the COAST database, cited on nearly 300 beaches. According to these reports, the most massive die-offs by far occurring during spring months from 2015 to 2019. During those years, dead jellyfish littered more than 620 miles, 1,000 kilometers of continuous coastline, the researchers found. Those jellyfish die-offs also coincided with a massive marine heat wave known as the blob. Beginning in 2013, surface waters off the Pacific coast began heating up to levels never recorded before. Live Science previously reported. The intense warming continued through 2016, tampered with every level of the marine food chain and resulting in mass die-offs of seabirds, baleen whales, sea lions, and other creatures. According to the new study, it's likely that the blob drove the mass die-offs by the wind sailor jellyfish reported during those years. The catch is, those warming ocean waters may have actually been good for the jellies, as the researchers said. As the blob increases ocean surface temperatures, certain fish, such as northern anchovies, benefited from longer spawning seasons, providing more food for Valela jellies to gobble up earlier in the year. This may have caused jellyfish populations to spike before seasonal wind changes blew the jellies ashore in the spring. In other words, the blob may have helped Valela jellies thrive off the Pacific coast, leading to much larger stranding events those years. The sailor jellies could therefore become climate change winners as global warming is predicted to increase the frequency of marine heat waves, the researchers wrote, but their successes will come at the expense of other less fortunate creatures and a whole mess of jellyfish carcasses on our coast. Wow, that is so metal. A changing climate creates new winners and losers in every ecosystem, Parrish said in a statement. What's scary is that we're actually documenting the change. Okay, and while we're on here's some COVID news, which is always interesting. In fact, this is super interesting. COVID research updates. COVID viruses are mixing in infected people's cells. I am guessing this means that you have people with more than one strain, or people getting reinfected with different strains. Different lineages of SARS-CoV-2 have been spotted mixing their genomes together through a process called recombination. Recombination occurs when a cell is infected with multiple distinct viral lineages, and their genetic material gets mixed up as it's copied. While analyzing UK SARS-CoV-2 sequencing data, Ben Jackson at the University of Edinburgh and his colleagues detected several lineages that arose through recombination, which is common in coronaviruses. All the lineages were products of recombination between the fast-spreading B117 lineage, which contains 22 distinguishing mutations, and started to become the dominant UK strain in late 2020, and other lineages circulating in the country. The team found evidence that 4 of the 8 lineages identified had spread between individuals. 6 of the recombinant lineages contain the version of the spike gene which encodes the protein that the virus uses to enter host cells, carried by the B117 variant. The version of spike harbors mutations that may underline the variant's enhanced transmission. However, the researchers stress that there is no evidence that recombination has led to lineages that are altered in important ways, to which I will say bullshit, because we all know we're not out of the woods with this shit yet. So that's just me being dark and assuming the worst. Now, however, the research, all right, let's see, where do we, the findings have not yet been peer reviewed. All right. An analysis of millions of coronavirus test results in Denmark suggests that natural infection with SARS-CoV-2 protects against reinfection in most people, but this protection is significantly weaker in those aged 65 years or older. Steen Ethelberg and his colleagues at the Statens Serum Institute in Copenhagen mined data from polymerase chain reaction tests, which are the gold standard method for detecting SARS-CoV-2 infection, conducted in Denmark. The team focused on people who tested positive for the coronavirus during one or both of Denmark's 2 surges of infection from March to May and from September to December in 2020. The team found that at about 6 months after the initial infection, protection against the repeat infection was approximately 80%, with no significant difference in reinfection rates between men and women. But this protection was reduced to 47% to those aged 65 years and older, emphasizing the need to prioritize vaccines for this group. Now, that doesn't mean go out and get infected, and you'll be resilient to getting affected again. It's a bad strategy for trying not to get COV2. I just felt the need to point that out because, I don't know, I think some people my age range are stupid enough to believe that, as absurd as it may sound, based on at least what I see out here in Staten Island. All right. Concerns emerge over a COVID vaccine's prowess against a variant. Oh, wait a minute. This is actually a multitude of news. That's a completely different article. So as not to bore everyone with science mumbo jumbo, let's find something a little more down to earth. To which I have nothing but science mumbo jumbo. Let's see what else. Let's see what I can find in top stories in the news. Well, the Colorado shooting suspect is to make first court appearance as of 31 minutes ago. If this guy was of Arabic descent, he could have fooled me. Let's see. Bolsonaro is under fire as Brazil hits 300,000 virus deaths, which doesn't seem to matter because he seems to be a dictator there, which is pretty sad. Let's see. Mass shooters exploited gun laws loopholes before carnage. This is exactly what Douglas was talking about. This person must have been listening to your transmission before making this article. But yeah, that's
okay.
Definitely.
Give me just a second here, and all right. So let's get back into the groove of things. I know this is asking a lot of multitasking? Just curious if you got any messages out to our girl while you were doing all that. You can do it now if you haven't.
Yes.
Yeah, great. Sounds good. And
in touch with her.
Anything you needed to tidy up or finish up in terms of what you were talking about before I get back?
No. You caught me at a good time because I'd run out of the scientific stuff and I don't want to bore everyone with the less human stuff. So.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Yeah, people really aren't too interested in, chemical compositions of rocks and shit that you.
Yeah, I guess we could say that's the sort of what do you call it? That's the sort of artistic aspect of me.
And that's fine. That's fine. If you were truly autistic, you'd be like, it's just like, how would I say it? You'd be like doing things like, how would I say it? Repetitively, compulsively, like reiterating formulae and stuff like that, which I guess you kind of were doing at times in the past. Yeah. Let's.
Yeah, I think it's a little better now that, I think a lot of that might have been induced by, being in an altered state of consciousness too.
Yes, yes. By the way, Michaela Nastasia is in the chat room. Hey, honey. Hello there, darling. And Amanda Ute, yes, reach out to her, invite her to come on. If she doesn't come on, it's no big deal. I'll go on with what I'm going to do. As a matter of fact, I best tend to that which I dread the most, which is, of course, the solicitation, which I hate like beyond description, but have to do, and go through that, and then remind myself later on to, of course, go through the other one with Banastenius. And what you can do, young man, is say goodnight to the audience for now. Just say a nice good evening to our audience. And
good evening, folks.
And you'll be around for as long as you can be. Just let me know, of course, whenever you decide to.
I'm probably going to slip off sometime around 4.
Okay, yeah. I mean, just leave a note to me when you do that, of
Gotcha.
course. Say, yeah, please. So that I have an understanding of where the hell you went. I will admit it was pretty irritating when you kept, dealing with the cat, which is what I assume you were doing every time you had to say the BR.
Oh, no. Actually, I was like, I was getting something to eat.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I was just trying to stuff my stomach with dinner, but I kind of overstuffed myself.
Holy shit. Anyhow, Michaela Nastasia kisses me back. Love you, darling. Thank you so much. And, okay. So let's get back to the solicitation. All right. The wonderful Jameson Reese will say goodnight to the audience for now, and we'll be around until he tells me otherwise. And so do your thing. What is it? I shall return, or
no, just give a casual good night. I'm relatively boring these days. Yeah, I think I'll get more exciting as we hit the summer.
Okay, cool. So, and boring is good. Boring can be good. I mean, boring can be good. Think of it like a security job where, when you work in security, no news is good news. There's plenty of fields in which no news is good news. So, in your case, it's great when you're boring. That's
I would hazard to say it's great when life is boring.
Yes.
Even more so, because when it's not, then you're dodging bullets from crazy ass people in grocery stores and whatnot.
Thank you. I mean, honest to God, with the kind of life that I led, and I'm so happy with boredom. People have no idea how happy I am with fucking boredom. You really, yeah. Honestly, it's just people don't fucking get it. Yes, I'll tell Peter about this personally later. But yeah, it's still rather miffed. He just kind of walked off like that. I mean, because I, really hadn't gotten into the meat of talking about many of the things I said I would get to, the firearms and whatnot. But honestly, I know it's unpleasant for a lot of these white men just to hear that.
It is, especially of the older generation, when a lot of the, because he does say that he did say that he listened to Fox News because, he sort of had that political bent because his parents had that, So for him, it's going to be like you saying, you stole the cookie from the cookie jar. And he's going to be like, I did not steal the cookie from the cookie jar. Yes. It's going to be like, no, dude, I'm not saying you stole the cookies. That's how he's going to hear it. Because that's kind of how people with that political bent hear shit.
Yes, it's true. They may intellectually No better. It doesn't matter emotionally. Emotionally, it comes through.
Yeah, emotionally it processes differently because there's that sort of dialectical, thing going on. It's even if they have the facts, it's like because they're emotionally conditioned by that machine to, think a certain way. And I would say he's probably the most, I would say the most liberal of them,
Yes,
comparatively
yes.
speaking.
Oh God, yes, yes, I know. Yeah, yes, it's true, it's true. Of course, I don't feel that way myself about Falun Gong. Falun Gong is like, but then again, of course, they turned into hardcore Trumpists.
Yeah. Well, that was the reason why that
Yeah,
was the
I
reason
said
why
what you
I
said.
said,
Yeah,
yeah,
which is
about them getting what they get what they deserve from China.
right, right.
Because the minute you're going to start supporting someone like Trump, I mean,
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, it's bizarre. It's bizarre, and it's amazing how people are. It's like when Trump, of course, he like agreed to slam China with some condemnation over Hong Kong. Then all the people who were protesting for democracy thought of him like a hero, but of course they just don't get it. That they're so naive. They don't understand that he abandoned them anyway. It's not like anybody's really doing anything on their behalf. Hong Kong is being consumed right now. And for those of you who don't know, just so you do know, who are listening, Hong Kong it was supposed to go through like 100 years of, or at least half 100 years of total independence, where the communist Chinese would leave them alone, that they would be only affiliated with communist China in the most formal sense, but that they would leave them alone. But the communist Chinese have been tearing them apart, and so it's so tragic. It's beyond description, and it's horrible. And hopefully someday they get the freedom and secede. Fuck the communist Chinese and fuck communism, and hopefully the regime collapses and there's governmental change. As for anything else, I'll just say goodnight to our man Jameson for now and take the stage. God bless you, Jameson. Deeply appreciated your being here. And otherwise, of course, Mein Kampf, my struggle be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at douglasdietrich.com. Always remember to indicate myself when you render contribution via PayPal as friends and relations. You don't get to choose between the twain. It's both are counted as the same by Peter Thiel, who otherwise takes his cut from that confused me there for a minute. I got a notification by Jameson saying he was going to get some clothes. I guess he's freezing now. And I thought that was Mandy Ute who was saying that, and that would have been unusual. So in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we ask it of everyone, moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War, and subscribe to his YouTube channel, the Maggot channel, at youtube.com/C/Magateur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. He being the property manager thereof, who also serves as Teen Thrax, Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at douglasdietrich.com. Go to his channel and view my shows when you search for Douglas Dietrich at odyssey.com/@maggot, or maggot. Let me spell that for you. Odyssey.com is spelled ODYSEE.com/@maggot:E. Yeah, there we are. It will boost his credits also, which allows him to upload more shows. In his own words, The user interface on Odyssey is retarded, but Odyssey has no censorship, which, thank God, eliminates that being scrubbed from the internet, you know, should things go well, but barring mitigating circumstances. Well, let's just put it this way. Our man, John Warrington, if anyone aside myself, if anyone were to deserve your financial support beside myself, it would be John Warrington, because he took it on his own initiative to download all of the most of what I had published on YouTube into his own personal hard drives. So were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal unto he, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address, john_war@hotmail.com, and you can PayPal him directly at paypal.me/Maggotaur, MAGGOTAUR. And since he helped to reestablish myself and my legacy on the internet, no less than thrice, when I was completely scrubbed therefrom as an identified entity, he acted thereby as the bridge between the Akashic records and the data matrix of our material world. And in that sense, is my creator. And now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether of my legacy online or of all life from the surface of this earth, which be the ultimate objective of the cult of the kings of Edom, the Herodians, who follow the path of that mad king of the Edomite, who, had he had his way, would have killed your God, if you be Christian. So, in our struggle against them, you only have myself, who has ever stood against them, stood upright, stood tall, stood proud, and stood alone for all these years. So take it upon yourself to spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis, and confer while there the homepage of showsdd.com, whereon you'll find a footnote on mine bio, sire, which explaineth the meaning behind my biological father's name, the name what made the man, and thereafter take it upon thyself in thy edification to inform others, spread the word far and wide to all and sundry, that the scion of Adolf Hitler be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, encourage others to relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, indicating myself as friend or relation, because, hey, we're all friends or you wouldn't be sponsoring me, right? And we're all an extended electronic family, the relations of the web. And we have a new contribution page whereon this can be done on douglasdietrich.com, where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card separate from PayPal, should you find indicating myself friend or relation, distasteful, and don't want to worry about the goddamn contribution being spliced by a middleman. Use any other credit or debit card you might have by pressing the red donate button on douglasdietrich.com. After rendering contribution thereby, you still have to use the yellow donate button anyway to reward yourself in either case. The yellow donate button being what you use for PayPal, and also what you use to reach the homepage of showsdd.com, where you can then register into our website archives and thereafter log in anytime you wish, any hour of the day at your convenience, because all sponsors will be granted electronic access to both my video, graphic, and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grand Madame Diana Lin Zuchin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath San Juichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the 7,000 isles of the Greater Japanese Empire by generating meltdown via the Stuxnet, which took out the Siemens, German-manufactured Siemens industrial controls at the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities. When 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crisis analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich long agone established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion, only on contribution. Will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours? It's 2 to 3 days. For full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel, go to my channel and view your shows at Douglas Dietrich by entering Douglas Dietrich in the search bar at Odyssey, odyssey.com. at maggot maggot:*e odyssey.com/@maggot:*e. It will boost his credits also, which allows him to upload more shows. The user interface on Odyssey is retarded, per the words of our man, the Maggot Man, but Odyssey has no censorship. And the Jameson Reese is back. Thank goodness. So I wound up entering that inside of my solicitation script twice. So let me decide where to get rid of that. I guess should we keep it here or here? I'll figure that out later. Anyhow, and don't forget the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2. Spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, which is managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manager Selena Khan, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Drex, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist, George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7. He being mine own mine own personal hero, who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the straits, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be financially substantiated per mine own expositions. You will also find trailered on the Bizarre HD channel his documentary, his cinematic documentary, currently under production, entitled The Thousand-Year Reich in Exile, and subtitled The Third Reich's Flugelrad and Hanabu Technologies. Indeed, the last Dietrich Gulvians, the son of Dietrich's, or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, at bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself, and all thy holdest dear at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language as well. Forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To re-emphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich. And tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Wednesday and Sunday night. And click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, subscribe and support at douglasdietrich.com. And over and above all else, donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, indicating myself as friends and relations, so that faggot Peter Thiel doesn't come in and take his pound of flesh from your contribution. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present, by registering in using the yellow donate button to take you to the showsdd.com homepage, and registering thereon to the archives, which you can log in thereafter at your convenience. So, oh God, that's awful. That solicitation. All right. That being done, let's take a look at who we got left. And okay, people take their break when I go on mine, and then they can return. And all right, it looks like Derek Talley never opened my messages yet for tonight, which is fine. Hope he's doing well. Trucking, hope our man. Let me take a look at Pack One's Facebook timeline and see if he's doing see if he's alive. Here we are, Pack One, and all right, taking a little look here. He's got his kids up there, March 23rd. Okay, so he was publishing yesterday. AJ taking his sissy out for a ride. There you go. Damn, they looked alike. I can't tell the boy from the girl. If I hadn't been told that was a boy, or if I didn't know that was a boy, they look like twin sisters. There you have it. Oh, and that must be his wife, I think. But then there's somebody else in a big bride costume. Big Bride. The only name I can think of. Like Big Bird, but she's a bride. Okay, well, Elizabeth must be the other chick he's in all the other photographs with. It's like, okay, I don't know who the woman is. Well, he's not in a tux, and the woman's in a bridal costume, so it must be his sister or something, who's getting married, and or whatever. I won't dwell on it. He can tell us later. All right, so he's alive, I think, and who has an Oculus Quest 2? What the fuck is that? Some video game? Jesus. Anyhow, well, enough of that. And aside from that, anyone else to check on? All right. We'd best get to business here. and see if the text. So where did Amanda Utes message go? Okay, I thought she was. There she is. Okay, 10:06 p.m. Well, those few things she's doing are taking up the night, and that's fine. Now let's get back to what I can do, and that would be enlightening yourselves as to how fucked up your world truly is. And then from there, going back to where we were. So, all right, let's take a look at the again, the chat room. All right, good. All right, we're doing fine. All right, let's take a breath. Dive back into the zone. So we were speaking about a blind spot, and we were speaking about the conspiracy. So all of our gun violence fears have reawakened, and we've got this kind of unsettling realization that the world has come back to haunt us. And so my point would be, when it comes to these white guys, whether Peter Moon kind of saying, don't respond, don't be the monkey on the music machine, or the other guy with the attempt to trigger myself via his very avatar name, saying, you know, Asians are nothing special and aren't going through nothing special. Here's what I will say. We'll put this into perspective here. Let's not think about the fact that we are now chronologically, irrevocably, irretrievably in a different time and space after the Boulder, Colorado mass shooting. Let's go back to before that happened. Let's go back to the Atlanta spa shootings. And let's ask the question, where was the gun reform debate after Atlanta? Because there fucking was none. It was nobody coming forth to say, all these Asian ladies died, let's have some gun control. Nobody came forward to suggest that, because nobody fucking cared that Asian ladies died. And the overwhelming majority of the white trash turds that swim about and float about in this white trash sewer of shit we call the United States, and yes, I'll say that, nobody cared that they died. These were people who they literally suggest deserved to die by insinuating, assuming them to be sex workers. So last Tuesday morning, I actually chanced to scan through a recent NPR series, National Public Radio series, that used the case of the Capitol Gazette in Annapolis, Maryland, to illuminate the inadequacy of the news cycle so typically, well, the one that so typically follows mass shootings in America. Messy breaking news, followed by thoughts and prayers, coverages of vigils, stories about the victims and survivors, then, all too quickly, silence. By Tuesday night, the cycle had started again. A gunman murdered 8 people at 3 spas in the Atlanta area. 6 of the victims were Asian women. This time, though, the cycle was markedly different. At least slowed down. I would use the term the process was retarded. As I so said on the Sainted Patrick's own day, we had, to that point, learned astonishingly little about the Asian victims. In particular, 4 of them had yet then to be even named officially. Astute observers apportioning blame also to newsrooms' lack of diversity and consequent complete and total inability to adequately cover communities across language and cultural barriers. Since then, we have learned more. Officials identified the remaining victims as Soon Chong Park, Yoon Jung Grant, Soon Chi Kim, and Yong A. Yui. The major national outlets finally published more details about some of the victims' lives as well as interviews with loved ones. Still, though, there be gaps, and we knew so much more, so much sooner, about the gunman, the white gunman, than his victims. On CJR's, the Columbia Journalism Reviews podcast, The Kicker, Kyle Pope, their own editor and publisher, spracketh with Diana Liu, who writes about Asian American culture and coverage, and Kent Ono, a scholar of media and Asian American studies at the University of Utah, about the early coverage of the shootings. And per the Mr. Ono sensei, a lot of it, with this quoting a lot of it so far has not focused on the women's lives and their children and their families, their friends. In part, I think that is a result of access to the shooter, which often in cases like this, police do not have. Additionally, there seems to be a lot of ambivalence about covering the victims. On CNN's reliable sources, Brian Stelter spracketh with the grand journalist and TV anchoress Connie Chung and Michelle Ye-Hee Lee, a Washington Post reporteress and herself presidentress of the AAJA, the Asian American Journalists Association, about the Atlanta coverage and the media's handling of anti-Asian racism generally. And Chung said, Connie Chung, the Connie Chung, the grand madame, said, the media has been miserably late. Miserably late. And it's because we're that minority that is invisible. We are insignificant. And it's so apparent to all of us who are Asian. And the post-Atlanta news cycle has differed from past shooting stories in another important respect: the emphasis placed on subsequent calls for gun reform. There have been no stories in that direction until the Boulder King Soopers Colorado shooting. By way of Atlanta, we have learned about the weapon the gunman apparently used, a 9mm handgun, and how he obtained it legally at a store just hours before the shootings. Some commentators have pointed out that there are greater delays involved in registering to vote and having an abortion in Georgia than in buying a firearm. As Slate Magazine's Christina Chiautorucci so put it, there are fewer clearer statements of a society's values than this. We place more trust in the self-knowledge and decision-making skills of a would-be mass murderer than we do in a pregnant woman. Gun control advocates called for change in Washington, as did some media companies, or commentators at least, that the companies allowed to, well, make those calls. The satirical site, The Onion, ran the same headline that it always runs after mass shootings. No way to prevent this, says only nation where this regularly happens. And The Onion satirized the police, and by extension, the media, in terms of their credulousness in a separate headline. Atlanta police rule out mass shooting as cause of death after suspect says he didn't shoot anyone. In general, however, such stories have not added up to anything approaching a focused, national-level debate about America's gun laws until white people died en masse. Across the agenda-setting Sunday shows, broadcasting till I went into transmission this weekend last, gun reform was mentioned only in passing on NBC's Meet the Press and Fox News Sunday, and not at all on ABC's This Week, CBS's Face the Nation, or CNN's State of the Union, where the word weapon was used only to refer to the Senate filibuster. Of the first 10 articles that appeared in a quick Google news search for gun control Monday morning, 6 were not at all tied to Atlanta, and 2 of the other 4 were right-wing write-ups of comments that the Democratic Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock made on Meet the Press. This absence is especially curious, given that the gun debate has otherwise been in the news of late. 5 days before the Atlanta spa shootings, the House of Representatives passed a pair of measures that would broaden and stiffen background checks for gun purchases. These appear doomed in the Senate unless Democrats move to abolish the filibuster. But this is a story in its own right, and in any case, the broader debate is not yet dead. As BuzzFeed reported on Friday into this weekend last, prominent Democrats are mulling more limited proposals in the hope of attracting some bipartisan support. There are numerous possible reasons why Atlanta has not accelerated this debate in the least. President Biden has not set the agenda from the top, more justifiably. Conversations about anti-Asian racism and inadequate hate crime laws have gained momentum in the press, even if the coverage has often been hesitant or otherwise flawed, as I shall address in detail amid ARCA narrative into the night. Centering hate, however, need not come at the expense of a conversation about guns. Not just because the news media should be able to interweave divergent threads of big stories, but because hate laws and firearms laws speak with equal urgency to different parts of the crime. As the gun reform advocate Chris Brown told The Guardian, hate exists everywhere in the world, but in America's unfettered access to weapons makes that hate lethal. In August of the year before yesteryear, 2019, racism and gun reform shared the media spotlight to a greater extent after a gunman murdered 23 people, the vast majority of them Hispanic, at a Walmart in El Paso. In that case, a racist screed written by the El Paso gunman and a near simultaneous shooting in Dayton, Ohio, added obvious fuel to these respective components of the news cycle, and even then, the coverage of both was very far from perfect. Now, the New York Times' headline, "Trump urges unity versus racism," was widely criticized, as was its second effort, which had the headline, "Assailing hate, but not guns." And this latter headliner, at the very least, channeling a duality of focus. Both these focuses pretty quickly faded, both in Washington and in the press. Those two spheres are, of course, connected. Journalists are generally much better at reacting to the movements of politicians than using their agenda-setting power to keep intractable problems front of mind for our nation. In the wake of the Atlanta shootings, there be plenty of contingent reasons for the lack of focus on gun laws, but it's hard to avoid the conclusion that both apathy and cynicism about the prospects for change have played a central role. Normalization probably has as well. In different senses, normalization is also hamstrung coverage of anti-Asian racism and of the victims. As NPR's Capital Gazette podcast proved, the typical mass shooting news cycle is profoundly inadequate. But in the case of Atlanta, it's arguably its complete and total absence that feels most jarring. When it comes to guns, we can't prolong policy debates beyond the aftermath of a tragedy if those debates never even start. Well, that star-spangled striped banner over the White House had returned to the top of its pole only at sunset on Monday after fluttering at half-staff to honor victims of the Atlanta massacre. Within hours, President Joseph Biden ordered the Stars and Stripes lowered to mark another massacre. In a macabre sign of familiar activity beginning to resume in America, gun rampages are back. On Monday night, a lone killer ended another 10 lives in a supermarket in Colorado, the 7th mass shooting in 7 days, in a state already scarred by past mass killings. And Washington quickly retreated to sulking in the corner of its old, frustrating wailing wall. Democrats and gun control advocates are demanding common sense reform to make it harder for criminals and mentally ill people to get their hands on deadly weapons, and they're rebuking conservatives who offer thoughts and prayers instead, but always block reform. Republicans reply that firearms reforms will make it harder for people to protect themselves from crime and rile up gun owners by falsely claiming that rudimentary precautions like background checks mean Democrats aim to confiscate all guns. America's attitude toward guns is one of the hardest things for foreigners to understand. Why should someone's freedom to bear arms supersede another person's liberty to shop for groceries without being gunned down? In the frontier mentality of many in America's heartland, gun ownership is a rite of passage, an expression of God-given freedoms, and a quintessential symbol of self-reliance and independence from government. In the other, more suburban, liberal half of the country, citizens wonder why anyone should possess a fast-firing weapon of war that can wipe out groups of people. Schoolhouse kids, a country has, well, as history has repeatedly shown, these are lobbies of children. They could fill up a school auditorium for watching a film before somebody bursts from the screen and machine guns them all. People can die like this, as historically they have within these shootouts, within seconds. And so, gun control advocates point to nations with tougher gun laws, where massacres are rare, and the gulf of perception between themselves and their recipient audience helps explain why gun reform always fails. For decades, the existential attachment to the Second Amendment among conservatives has been more intense than the desire of liberals to embrace reform. There are signs the intensity of reformers is catching up, but, well, opponents weld Senate rules that kill gun control laws by requiring a supermajority for passage. Even with the current Democratic monopoly on power in the presidency and Congress, prospects are poor for whatever modest changes reach the 50-50 Senate. The White House flag will be raised back to full height eventually, but it won't be long before it's tethered at half-staff again. So, okay, let me get myself a break here. Kind of look around, check out what's going on the net. Amazing. I feel like I really want to go back to sleep. Let's see now. Of course, I could treat myself to such. I hate to disappoint my listeners. Oh my god. Okay. Let's look around at the still a large audience, comparatively speaking. Oh my god. Okay, everybody, don't forget to put the thumbs up, the upvote on the video. And all right, let's see what I can do to wake myself up. Jesus, man, this is awful. I'm falling asleep. How are we doing, Jason? Did you manage to reach Amanda? Get any messages to her?
Well, I tried to send her a message on Facebook, and then I remembered, oh shit, she doesn't use Facebook.
We just use it anyway. She might see it. I mean, she uses it once in a while. I mean, every once in a while she looks. But have you tried sending her one through the Skype?
Oh, wow, I forgot how to do that. Shit.
It's not that difficult. I mean, you've got her thing. I mean, you go on Skype and look at that. I mean, I'm sure you'll figure it out. Apply yourself. Yes. Oh god. Okay. So with that, oh my god, let me try and get some people an idea. This is for our Black African American friend who calls himself the ASMR. What did he call it? ASMR straw. Yeah. Well, happy days.
What does that even mean?
I'm sorry?
I said, what does that mean?
Oh, well, like I said, when we brought our man Brendan on and I was explaining to him, I looked that up and it turns out it's an acronym for well, basically it stands for autonomous, what was it? Autonomous sensory meridian response. And so it's a relaxing sedative sensation that begins on the scalp and moves down the body, according to Google. Also known as brain massage. It's triggered by placid sights and sounds such as whispers, accents, and crackles. It's just nuanced up, a sense of peace, a nuanced...
So in other words, it's when the high hits you.
Yeah, like that, yeah. And of course...
that's the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah, there you go. And what Google was saying was that on their Think with Google, because none of us can think for ourselves, basically what they were saying is that ASMR videos are the biggest YouTube trend you've never heard of, meaning that people are putting up videos that just make people feel good or feel calm or the like. And so this... Here we got this black guy calling himself ASMR straw because some people use the straw to drink alcohol with, and that makes them much more drunk. You get much more drunk much quicker by doing that. You can also get deathly sick.
Yeah, that doesn't really feel too good, though.
Yeah.
That's not the good feeling.
Thank you. Yeah. And but he might be referring to brain freeze, like you have a milkshake and and you're sucking it up with a straw and then get the brain freeze. So. Oh my god. So aside from that, let me see if I can get some ASMR to massage my brain into the sense of awareness. Anyhow, so when he was saying, I don't think blacks sent any bombs to Asia and not all these blacks are attacking Asians, let's tackle that. The videos are horrifying to watch. The Asian American elders, the very people we are taught to most respect and protect, shoved to the ground with cavalier cruelty. Over the past few weeks, a spate of attacks on Asian American elders across the country led to desperate calls for the wider public to pay attention. One 84-year-old San Francisco man was violently pushed to the ground and later died. Another man at 91 years of age was brutally attacked in Oakland, California. On February 17th in New York City alone, 3 Asian American women, each aged over 100 years, were attacked in 3 separate incidents. Feeling that there was nothing being done to address the violence, the actors Daniel Wu and Daniel Dae Kim put up a $25,000 United States dollar reward to find the suspect, who was known to have attacked 3 Asian Americans in Oakland's Chinatown. And that's one of those exceptional situations that you find only in the greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region, is an all-black city, for all intents and purposes, with a Chinatown of Asian migrants that are targeted and beaten by blacks. This latest string of assaults comes a year after the coronavirus hit the U.S., and Asian Americans were targeted by xenophobic and racist attacks fueled by political rhetoric from people like our former president, who called COVID-19 the China virus and Kung flu. In just an 8-week period between March and May of 2020, the United Nations reported more than 1,800 racist incidents against Asian Americans. We needed an international organization to tell us that. So, the suspect arrested in the 3 Oakland attacks is the 28-year-old Yahya Muslim, who has had numerous prior arrests for assault with no apparent pattern of targeting Asian Americans until now. Now, Muslim is Black African American and was described by a judge 6 years ago as having significant mental health issues and was placed on a psychiatric health, kind of a health evaluation and a hold. He's basically institutionalized after the attacks. Obviously, a product of mind control. In the killing of the 84-year-old San Francisco man, Visha Ratnapakdee, the suspect arrested in his death was also Black African American, and Ratnapakdee's family confirms that the attack was driven by hate. These attacks on Asian Americans demand new solutions. It's hard to watch the attacks on the most vulnerable members of our community and not be filled with a visceral feeling of rage and a desire for retribution. In response, many have called for a get tough approach, including demanding an increased police presence in Chinatowns all over the United States, and advocating for enhanced hate crime sentencing. I can understand the desire to reach for seemingly simple law and order solutions to punish those who cause such harm and trauma to an entire community. Hate and bias crimes are often underreported, and for a group that often feels invisible, harsh sentences and recognition of racial targeting seem like important validation. But there's a long and ugly history of Asian Americans being utilized as a wedge to reinforce white supremacist beliefs and drive anti-black racism. And we must be careful and vigilant to ensure we do not again fall victim to assumptions and knee-jerk reactions. Inter-minority racism in the United States, also known as inter-minority bullying, is prejudice or discrimination between racial minorities. An old, well-worn trope is that Asian Americans, with their solid two-parent family structures, are a shining example of how to overcome discrimination. The model minority myth is again and again used as a racial wedge between Asians and blacks. Now, in the New York magazine, maybe the New Yorker magazine, the Intelligencer, the New York Intelligencer, there was an article years ago by now in the first year of the Trump administration that was entitled, "Why Do Democrats Feel Sorry for Hillary Clinton?" That was written by a man named Andrew Sullivan. That infuriated myself. It's an essay that began by imagining why Democrats feel sorry for Hillary Clinton and then detoured to President Trump's policies. But it drifted to a very troubling ending, a conclusion whose, well, I'll read the last paragraph to you. I've called it up upon my screen. We might as well go there. Basically, Andrew Sullivan writes, "Today, Asian Americans are among the most prosperous, well-educated, and successful ethnic groups in America. What gives? It couldn't possibly be that they maintained solid two-parent family structures, had social networks that looked after one another, placed enormous emphasis on education and hard work, and thereby turned false, negative stereotypes into true positive ones. Could it? It couldn't be that all whites are not racist, or that the American dream still lives." Now, Sullivan's piece is rife with these generalizations about a group as vastly diverse as Asian Americans are, and it quite rightfully raised my hackles. Not only inaccurate, his piece spreads the idea that Asian Americans as a group are monolithic, even though praising, well, he's really parsing data by ethnicity. And when you do it the right way, it reveals a host of disparities. For example, Bhutanese Americans have far higher rates of poverty than other Asian Americans or other Asian populations in America, like Japanese Americans, because, you know, Japanese Americans effectively don't exist in the United States. So if you make that comparison, you're really comparing something to nothing. And at the root of Sullivan's pernicious argument about a minority group that no longer exists in the United States is the idea that black failure and Asian success cannot be explained by inequities and racism, and that they are one and the same. This allows a segment of white America to avoid any responsibility for addressing racism or the damage it continues to inflict. In fact, Janelle Wong, the directoress of Asian American Studies at the University of Maryland, College Park, said that, well, to read her response that she was kind enough to send to me, Sullivan's comments showcase a classic and tenacious conservative strategy. This reactionary strategy involves 1. Ignoring the role that selective recruitment of highly educated Asian immigrants has played in Asian American success, followed by 2. Making a flawed comparison between Asian Americans and other groups, particularly black Americans, to argue that racism, including more than 2 centuries of black enslavement, can be overcome by hard work and strong family values. And Ellen D. Wu, an Asian American Studies professoress at Indiana University and the authoress of a work entitled The Color of Success, well, much of Wu's work focuses on dispelling the model minority myth, and she's been tasked repeatedly with publicly refuting arguments like Sullivan's, which she has told myself are incessant. It doesn't matter how much you deconstruct them, they keep coming back. It's like, here's what she said. She said it's like the Energizer Bunny. The thing about the Sullivan piece is that it's such an old-fashioned rendering. It's very retro in all of the points he made. Since the end of World War II, many white people have used Asian Americans and their perceived collective success as a racial wedge. The effect? Minimizing the role racism plays in the persistent struggles of all other racial and ethnic minority groups, especially black Americans. According to Claire Jean Kim, a professoress at the University of California, Irvine, right here in my Golden Gate, California, these arguments falsely conflate anti-Asian racism with anti-black racism. So what she had to say was this. She said, during World War II, the media created the idea that the Japanese were rising up out of the ashes after being held in incarceration camps and proving that they had the right cultural stuff. And it was immediately a reflection on black people. Now, why weren't black people making it, but Asians were? Racism that Asian Americans have experienced is not what black people have experienced. Sullivan is right that Asians have faced various forms of discrimination, but never the systematic dehumanization that black people have faced during slavery and continue to face today. Our dehumanization is much different. They give us too much credit, and they think that eating all those aborted fetuses makes us so smart that we're financially raping America while making Americans sick with all the diseases that we somehow bring, serving as their doctors and accountants. That's what Asians go through. By the way, so people who are asking me how I met doctors asking me about how babies taste, I was taking care of my parents for 10 fucking years. We were in the hospital every goddamn day. You speak to doctors, you see them so often, they develop a sense of comfort zone. When they enter that comfort zone, then, oh man, you realize that 10 years of education, of ivory tower isolation in academia, really does sever any sense of reality. So these people go online and they read these urban legends. Oh yeah, Chinese people abort fetuses. Well, you know, you can almost see why they would say that, because they're wondering, well, what happens to all the one-child policy and all the baby girls they aborted? And it's, you know, so you can almost imagine them actually saying, well, they must be eating them. And no, really, the communist Chinese take all those and they grind it into dog food to feed to your pets. How's that? I just started another urban legend. At any rate, so the MDs, being pragmatic in that sense, I guess, actually bought into the idea that the Chinese are, eating the babies as, aphrodisiacs. What makes it so stupid is that, well, if you're fucking more and having all that sex, but you can't have babies, and yet you're eating babies to have the sex, isn't there kind of a self-defeating cycle there? Yeah. Just dwelling on it probably over much, but look, how can you blame me when I've got the most educated among you casually asking me after they feel comfortable, how do babies taste? Like, by the way, who sits down and wonders that? Well, I guess an MD would, right? I mean, there's a certain kind of logic there. They'd be the people who see dead babies, delivering dead babies, etc., aborting babies. Maybe, you know, I've held fetuses in my hand that were thrown in garbage dumps. This is because I was working at a temp job where we had to work in a landfill, and that was a horrible experience. That left me scarred for life. Not holding the fetus in my hand, not that I'm denigrating that experience as something to be dismissed. I wasn't callous to it, but just everything about that job. It was just horrific. I've had too many horror story experiences. My whole life has been an endless sea of horrors. But like I've said before, the one advantage you get from that, you're never short of a story to tell. So I guess doctors will come to a point where maybe they wonder, how's this taste? What do you say to that anyway? I'm left, of course, so appalled at the question. The fact that they would ask it, the fact that they actually think I've done it. Eating babies. I was left speechless. You're just left speechless. Anyhow, Sammy Romero says, Doug, if you need some shut-eye, go get some. Love you, Sammy. Hugs. James, am I coherent? I hope I'm still coherent. I'm making sense.
Yeah, you are.
Oh,
You are. I mean, I figure it just shows you what their fantasy food is.
There you go. Thank you.
Doctors.
So they're projecting. You're telling me basically they're projecting. Yeah.
Yes, they're projecting. They really want to know. I mean, it's like something they can't live without asking every 10 seconds. So,
There you go. There you go. I mean, yeah, the fact that I was asked, it's obviously this has happened more than once to me, almost fairly regularly.
That is beyond cringeworthy.
Thank you so much. Anyhow, the Asians have been barred from entering the United States and gaining citizenship and have been sent to incarceration camps, but all of that is different than the segregation, police brutality, and discrimination that Black African Americans have endured. These are different kinds of suffering, and they produce a different kind of neurosis or pathology. Many scholars have argued that some Asians only started to make it when the discrimination against them lessened, and only when it was politically convenient. Amid worries that the Chinese exclusion laws from the late 1800s would hurt an allyship with blue nationalist China, the blue Chinese of Chiang Kai-shek, who later resettled in my homeland and heartland of Taiwan, in the period of time when they were the first to engage in World War against Imperial Japan, and the Americans wanted to join them in that belligerency, the Magnuson Act was signed in 1943, at the height of World War II, allowing 105 Chinese immigrants into the United States each year. Think about what I'm saying. Only 105 a year. As the scholaress Wu wrote in 2014 in the Los Angeles Times, the CCRCE, the Citizens Committee to Repeal Chinese Exclusion, strategically recast Chinese in its promotional materials as law-abiding, peace-loving, courteous people living quietly among us, instead of the yellow peril coolie hordes. In 1965, but the year before I was born, the National Immigration Act replaced the national origins quota system with one that gave preference to immigrants with U.S. family relationships and certain skills. In the year that I was destined to pass through my mother's womb to first lay my eyes on this world of sorrow, in the 1966th year of our Lord, William Peterson, a sociologist at the University of California, Berkeley, helped popularize comparisons between Japanese Americans and African Americans. His New York Times story headlined, "Success Story, Japanese American Style," is regarded as one of the most influential pieces ever written about Asian Americans. It solidified a prevailing stereotype of Asians as industrious and rule-abiding that would stand in direct contrast to, those savage blacks who were still struggling against bigotry, poverty, and a history rooted in slavery. In the opening paragraphs, Peterson quickly puts African Americans and Japanese Americans at odds. As a matter of fact, I can read it. Asked, which of the country's ethnic minorities has been subjected to the most discrimination and the worst injustices? Very few persons would even think of answering. The Japanese Americans. Yet if the question refers to persons alive today, that may well be the correct reply. Like the Negroes, the Japanese have been the object of color prejudice, with new opportunities, even equal opportunities, when they be opened up. The minority's reaction to them is likely to be negative, either self-defeating apathy or a hatred so all-consuming as to be self-destructive. That's the blacks. For well-meaning programs and countless scholarly studies now focused on the Negro, we barely know how to repair the damage that the slave traders started. The history of Japanese Americans, however, challenges every such generalization about ethnic minorities. But as history shows, Asian Americans were afforded better jobs, not simply because of educational attainment, but in part because they were treated better. In the fall of 2016, the year Trump was elected, the reporter Jeff Guo wrote in the Washington Post that more education will help close racial wage gaps somewhat, but it will not resolve problems of denied opportunity. Asian Americans, some of them at least, have made tremendous progress in these United States. But the greatest thing that ever happened to them wasn't that they studied hard or that they benefited from Tiger Moms or Confucian values. It's that other Americans started finally treating them with a little more respect. In his own analysis of the Sullivan article, Slate Magazine's Jamel Bouie, who's black, wrote that at the heart of arguments of racial advancement is the concept of racial resentment, which is different than racism. Racial resentment refers to a moral feeling that blacks violate such traditional American values as individualism and self-reliance, as defined by political scientists Donald Kinder and David Sears. And Bowie points out that racial resentment is simply a tool that people use to absolve themselves from dealing with the complexities of racism. Again, to read from Bowie's writ, in fact, racial resentment reflects a tension between the egalitarian self-image of most white Americans and that anti-black affect. The racist, after all, is a figure of stigma. Few people want to be one, even as they are inclined to believe the measurable disadvantages blacks face are caused by something other than structural racism. Framing blacks as deficient and pathological rather than inferior offers a path out for those caught in that mental maze. By the way, we're going to bring Amanda Udon. Okay. Invite her to come on, Jameson. And let's see who else was popping up here.
She's on.
Oh, good. And our man Brendan left a message for us. It's interesting to think that the exodus from the fall of the Qing dynasty is how we built the West and all the railroads, California especially. Thank you, dear Brendan. So he's actually listening, probably at home and getting higher than a kite. How about you, Amanda? Does pot treat you well? You can't use that to relieve any pain or discomfort?
Actually, that's one of the few things I can use.
There we are, darling. Hey,
I am deathly allergic to pain medication.
There we are. Anyhow, so glad to have you with us. Kisses, hugs, and welcome back, darling. Honestly, thank God you're here. It's one of those nights where feeling better now. Got some wind back. But it was like just feeling like I was going to crawl off and go back to sleep. Would have done it, honestly, probably at some point if you hadn't come on. I'm not going to exploit you as heavily as I did the other night, but definitely glad you're here to sit by my side and help me through the night as long as you can stand. So give us a bit about your schedule. Are you normally awake through all hours or through the night, or is this, what time is it where, you're in California, you're in my time zone, so it's close to midnight where you're at. It's still actually very early for you.
It is early, and I'm usually up late anyway, and if this insomnia doesn't hit me, then plenty of things to do. Okay. Keeps me up.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Oh, honestly, so good to have you back from all those years. The last time we got cut off, so people know, you know what, I never even brought that up with our listeners. I don't know how many people realized it, but we ended the show rather early, by at least an hour or so. And this was because, again, it was Comcast and they were doing some legitimate repair work to the system, and they took me offline. And by the time I got back online, Turns out that Jameson Reese and our lovely lady Amanda Yu were talking to each other for how long was it? Were you both online talking to each other after I was gone for about an hour, hour and a half? How long?
It was something like that, yeah.
Wonderful. What did both of you talk about, might I ask? Oh, how crazy Douglas is! Yeah.
That came up.
Well, it honestly, I had just been rambling. I don't even know when you had cut off, and then it finally got off. Like, wait, there's no responses. Like, you're not like, wait, are you even there? Are we here? So we just kind of chatted a bit, kind of introducing each other to a bit of our history, and just kind of he had explained how he followed or found you, and why he had so enjoyed himself and participated with you and such, and just talking about kind of the crazy stuff that goes down. And I was saying, oh dear God, I bring up Nike and Obama and I get us kicked off again.
There we are. Yes, yes. It may have been that for all we know, but honestly, it seemed innocuous enough. Yes, as a matter of fact, our lady Amanda Yu was around at the time that the Super Soldier Summit went down, the time that they raided the house next door. She remembers all of that, I'm sure, at least vaguely. And
crazy.
Yeah, bring it up. Yeah, tell us what you do remember.
Oh my goodness! It had been after a few other things that had been going on recently for all of us and whatnot. And I remember I was speaking with a few other people we used to speak with, and it was just it was intense. I remember the gentleman next door. Didn't he order some plants and fertilizer?
Yeah, for his backyard.
For his backyard, right? Well, so they're trying to say he could make, oh my goodness, what is that poison?
Ricin and fertilizer bombs and shit. Yeah.
And I remember making a joke. Well, oh my God, with all the bamboo I have, I could make enough cyanide to kill my entire neighborhood. Like, these plants are innocuous unless used in, a specific way.
Yes.
But yes, and then wasn't there a telephone pole or whatnot erected like directly across from your apartment or some?
Yeah, the infamous telephone pole. By the way, that had stood around for years. It was here when we arrived, but they began to work on it incessantly. It became the focus of repeated quote unquote upgrades. It didn't make any sense. Right. And odd things happened around it. Like one time they had some, Japanese looking guy, or, I'll tell you the truth. It's, don't ever repeat this to any of my listeners. By that, I mean, to all who are listening, don't spread this around. But the truth is most Asian people can't really tell each other apart either in terms of ethnicity. In other words, when Asians, they can identify faces and disambiguate from each other as individuals. But when it comes to unless there's certain environmental or dress issues or cultural behavior that's just extreme, most of the time upon just meeting in America, a Korean cannot really tell if someone else is Vietnamese or Japanese and other things like that. I mean, really, this is why we're happy to just say Asian American as opposed to Chinese American or Japanese American. You notice we're using that more and more these days as Asian American, because really most Asians, unless the subject is brought up, can't really disambiguate each other's ethnicities or nationalities immediately either. Sometimes it can with, of course, generally we can tell who's Cambodian or who's, kind of. But we can, of course, disambiguate from South Asians, obviously, because South Asians do not have epistanthic folds to their eyes. They don't have almond eyes. They're usually much darker, and their and the structure of their face is quite different. Most people would say that they look like they're angry all the time. That would be what Asians, Far East Asians, would say about most South Asians. They
Right.
oh God, I shouldn't say things like that. So, honey, what did you did when you saw the latest mass shooting? My first conclusion that I've been insisting on is that this was intentional. The guy's a mind control victim, and they did this just to basically eclipse of the rising sense of recognition that Asians are human beings that was emerging because of the Asian mass murder. And then so they conveniently let loose this crazy to kill a bunch of whites. And it was very reflective of the individual who sent me a message. I don't know if you heard what I was saying. There's this guy who used a stupid avatar, obviously meant to be offensive, called Lucky Jappy Go. And so this guy writes me saying, hey, he's trying to be complimentary. It's kind of like this, you're of value to humanity. Stay with what your talent is, but don't whine about being Asian. I mean, basically saying you're not that special. The Asians aren't suffering specifically. That we're all in trouble. We're all dropping like flies. Now, he said this just before that mass shooting. He sent that to me just before the mass shooting in Boulder, Colorado. And, as far as I am concerned, that might have been the mass shooter who says all that we're all dropping like flies, and then went out and did what he did to prove his point, saying see, Asians are nothing special. Everybody's dropping, but this is what's going to happen now. It's like the assholes when you say Black Lives Matter, then they retaliate. All lives matter, and then this is like that now. Instead of Asians are dying, it's like we're all getting killed, and now they got some crazy, and they just had to make them all fucking Muslim. Now, Jameson's under the impression this guy's kind of like,
yeah, he doesn't really look. I don't know. Again, I'm not one to type faces, because you'll find people with all types of looks and whatnot within the Middle East. But he looks like an American guy who just went over to Afghanistan, trained with a bunch of people, and then came back with a Muslim name and decided, okay, now I'm going to destroy the Rep West.
Yeah. Yeah, like
or he prepared to be a weed trimmer for a while and lived out in the mountains for a bit and just finally got into society.
Yeah,
yeah.
Like a feral.
There's a lot of dirty hippies and whatnot that look like him, that have that same kind of oddball look in their eye.
Yes, you see them all over the Pacific Northwest. Yes.
Yes. I have seen many like him, many in Portland, many just around. But I do see that there is kind of a Middle Eastern, at least initial appearance that one would kind of tie.
Yeah. Well,
I see that,
and that makes sense that it's cultivated. It looks to me like this is one of those things that he's a product of a mind control program they had programmed just for this, not necessarily to wipe out somebody's emergence as a victimized minority. They probably intended him to be a Muslim terrorist that would be let loose at a point where they could use that to rationalize incarceration of all Muslims or something. They probably did this after 9/11. They took this guy and said, okay, let's brainwash him, so we'll cut him loose at a point so we can justify bombing, Syria. And we'll say he's Syrian because he's Arab. We'll say he's Syrian, and that way we can do war with Syria. So he was bred and or groomed for that. If not bred, at least groomed. Then and then they
get these guys out of they get these guys off an assembly line. They come out of a factory or something.
It's true. I mean,
it reminds me of.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go on. I was just gonna say that they're test tube babies, but I was being facetious. But go on, honey. Yeah.
I was gonna say it makes me think of those brothers, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the Boston bombing incident where it was obvious grooming.
Yeah.
And mind control, and hook them when they're young, kind of thing. You get a lost or whatnot teenager or a child, or just a certain circumstance in a certain neighborhood in a certain setting, You know, we all know teenage angst and whatnot, and just some very obvious mind control going on there. And somebody did explain to me, and I very much value her opinion, that it's not all, most of it is not targeted, as in this particular dude is going to go into this particular store at this particular time when these particular people are here to kill these people at this particular setting. But that the energy and the control that's put out there is to take advantage of situations and choices, so that this will happen at some point or another. That it's like you said, test tube baby, just unleash it onto, you know, the unknown community, and, you know, just a walking, ticking time bomb. It might be a dud.
So
might
it's
never
like
go off.
So based on what you're saying, it's like they're forced into certain circumstances where that's the only inevitable outcome.
Or they self-destruct or peter off and accomplish nothing, and they're just worthless, wasted lives.
Yes.
In their own.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much, honey. That's so true. But by the way, I do want to finish what I was saying, because I did want to get to a solution. So let me just wrap that up. And I was talking, I don't know if you heard me in the background. You heard what I was speaking of, darling. I was talking about the Asians being used as a wedge
Yes.
to. Okay, so yes. Okay, so just let me try and present some semblance of a solution. Basically, in terms of the sociologists that presented that model minority, particularly in the Japanese, and when I was referring to the guy who was regurgitating all of that in the year that Trump was voted into power, though he wasn't yet to assume the presidency. He was still president-elect at that point. Peterson's old 1966 argument that was published and had such lasting influence in the year I was born. I mean, even though it was published the year I was born, its influence is with us now. And now Sullivan's regurgitation of that argument, but at the beginning of Trump's term. These arguments have resurfaced regularly throughout the last 100 years. And they'll likely keep resurfacing as long as people keep seeking ways to forego responsibility for racism and to escape that mental maze. And as the writer Frank Chin said of Asian Americans in 1974, whites love us because we're not black. Now, sometimes it's instructive to look at past rebuttals to tired arguments. After all, they hold up much better in the light of history, the rebuttals to the arguments rather than the arguments themselves. But the physical attacks that I described from these obviously mind-manipulated black men, attacks like these force us to put to the test the summer's racial justice rhetoric around black-Asian solidarity and our actual commitment to moving away from a reliance on policing as an easy solution to entrenched social problems. And so a growing Asian American-led, nationwide, multiracial coalition released a statement last week to push back against the drive for more criminalization and incarceration as solutions to these complex issues. Two of the signatories were the local Bay Area San Francisco organizations, the ACRS, the Asian Counseling and Referral Service, which deals with the pathologies and neuroses that develop among the Asian community because of our alienation and persecution, and the ICDA, the interim CDA, or Provisional Community Development Association, which advances social justice and equity for Asians, Pacific Islanders, immigrants, refugees, and low-income individuals by promoting resiliency in Asian, Pacific Islander, immigrant, and refugee communities through culturally and linguistically responsive community, via the provision of multilingual, culturally competent housing and community building services to those disenfranchised due to lack of English, low acculturation, and poverty. Now, these organizations have called for a deeper examination of what actually creates community safety. And when I spoke to R.T. Kohli, her name spelled AARTI, her first name, her surname spelled KOHLI. She's the Executrix Directoress of Asian Americans Advancing Justice, the Asian Law Caucus. She distributed a statement, which I'll read, a very short paragraph. True justice must go beyond repairing the hurt. It must address the root cause of what caused the violence to begin with, and address what's needed to bring healing and build relationships within communities. As organizations committed to advancing this bigger vision of justice and dismantling racism, we saw a clear need to reject calls for more law enforcement and punitive measures that only serve to deepen inequities and perpetuate more violence. So we can't achieve true public safety when economic opportunity, housing, education, healthcare, and mental health support are not available to all. We can't achieve public safety when huge swaths of people are trying to survive our own destructive system of mass incarceration and struggling under the weight of racial oppression themselves. Until we address foundational issues and continue to invest in cross-racial community building, we can't be surprised when the byproducts of our unjust systems emerge in the worst possible ways, as we be seeing now. Now, the slow systemic change doesn't lend itself well to a celebrity endorsement or a trending hashtag, but it's where those who are closest to the communities themselves, know the work needs to be done for true change to be made. So that way we have at least a sense of community solution based on these black attacks on Asians that hopefully will provide people an idea that this is a long-term project. We're not going to find a magical solution to this. And honestly, we're just blessed that we have white people who are so wonderful, who do work with us, even of the old school like Peter Moon. And of course, Amanda Yude is of a different class entirely, all her own. So, honey, tell me what's been going on lately and catch me up. I was so concerned. Now, of course, I will always be calling you around 4:30 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time so that you can just jump on the call whenever you wish. That's all you need to do is let me know you're here, jump on, like you did tonight, and that's convenient for us all. But I was concerned that, I'll tell you the truth, I was worried that maybe something else had happened with your peacocks. Has everything been all right? I mean, once I was back in your life, I thought they might come under attack again, and they were kind of a precursor to my reappearance in your life, the attack upon them. So is everything all right in that regard?
The peacocks are fine. I got some other news that I'll have to share with you that, maybe privately, that is just so apropos about timing.
Okay.
I don't know if you had saw my message earlier, but you had said something about how we had a shooting here east of Portland in Gresham.
Yeah.
We had also had I don't believe that it was the target. I believe it was just crossfire, but a daycare today received bullets.
Oh, shit.
And fortunately, no children were in the area that was shot up. So there are no casualties there. But Portland is in over 200 fatal shooting this last year. And in a crazy way, that's actually gone down. And I had been talking to somebody for almost the last year now saying, what happened to all the shootings? What happened to all the school shootings? What happened to all of the other shootings? Suddenly all the crazy psychos are no longer shooting up the public. And I thought that these very recent, very out of the blue, especially the Atlanta shootings that were just covered over as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, thank you.
the timing is, if you follow these things, if you keep track of them, the timing is, of course, just of course. Portland, I don't know if you kept up on the summer news, and it's still going on. The big Black Lives Matter movement here put our whole city under siege.
That's right.
Half of our downtown was closed off. That actually, we had spoken before about what I had been doing since I couldn't teach and I couldn't sell my art. The concerts and events and the markets were all shut down. So I started doing deliveries. And when the first, shit hit the fan, basically, I was right in the middle of it, literally in between the SWAT team and the protesters, trapped in my vehicle. And I was dropping off supplies actually to an Asian family, trying to get back home to my kids. Wow. And I've been in some other scary situations. I have felt fear and terror before, but literally when you're surrounded by a bunch of mad, angry, crazy people, I was more scared of the mob. That literally, I was in the middle of the street. It was packed. It was a 4-lane road. I was trapped. People that were holding equipment, people that were like bricks, sticks, other people just chanting. You could see and hear people going mad. My car was rocking around. I was stuck there for 2 hours, and luckily some very nice people got some people out of the way, and I was able to get out and get free. But having police right next to your car, in full SWAT gear, and people with bricks and sticks on the other side is quite terrifying.
Yes.
This happened in an area where, like I said, this was for an Asian family. They own an Asian restaurant right there. And this is a Black Lives Matter movement. But what upset me was this area, this specific housing area was just like Compton, where back in the day, we sent Japanese to internment camps. Us Americans sent Japanese during World War II to internment camps. We kicked them out of their homes. We confiscated their bank accounts, any assets that they had. This neighborhood was an Asian neighborhood. It was part of the old Chinatown in Old Portland. So every person there picketing, rioting, protesting for Black Lives Matters, as I was seeing old white people with their signs up, praising and woohooing and honking and cheering the protest on. We're literally standing on the doorsteps of people who got marched out by police to go into concentration camps.
Yes.
And literally, when I was in that car, hoping to God I could get home to my kids, a shooting happened out in Gresham. And it was the police against a mentally disabled white man. Oh. And I was actually waiting for the crowd to go crazy. I have a scanner on my phone. When I was doing deliveries and courier service, I had it on. And I was waiting for the crowd to erupt about hearing about this other shooting. And it never happened.
Wow.
It didn't matter. Nobody spoke about it.
And do you think this is because he was developmentally disabled or somehow mentally impacted, that's the reason nobody cared?
Well, if he was a black man, he would have been a martyr.
Right.
If and yes, we unfortunately Portland and like many cities against the mentally disabled, the violence taken out against them by officers is way too high. It's horrific.
It's true because the officers. Now, in all fairness, this doesn't justify they're doing what they do. They're killing of these people. But in all fairness, these officers are not trained in psychology.
Exactly.
This is
exactly.
Yeah.
There have to be social workers. Yeah. There having to be mediators. There having to be psychologists and psychiatrists and EMTs and police officers and terrorist force.
Yeah.
All at once, and they are not trained for all of that either.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
And in a city, and we're like many other cities, although I believe Portland has the pits of hell open in it. Um,
I'm sorry, you believe Portland has the what? The pits of
it
all?
has the pits of hell open
Yes,
in it.
yes, it does.
There's a tourist attraction here.
Yes, yes.
There are many ties. I don't know. We could go into sometime, but part of the riot, I mean, I had to stop doing deliveries downtown and even going in that area because I mean, what was going on here was horrific. It was not peaceful protesting.
No.
It was not. I mean, oh my goodness, it was horrific. It was scary. I don't even know what to say. Whatever you saw on the news, it was 10 times worse. And whatever you saw on the news, it was definitely twisted and not like that.
Right.
For sure.
Yeah.
But absolutely, we do have a massive Asian community here.
Mm-hmm.
And in the beginnings, it was also tied with the Black Lives Matter, and it was definitely picking up speed. And all of a sudden, like, bam, it just got squashed.
Yes.
And it was just instantly about taking down the local courthouse. I believe it was either the mayor or the governor, you know, even was trying to say there's no violence here, it's all good. And then they broke into the courthouse or the sheriff downtown and like burned half of it. It was just crazy.
Well, many of these were instigators from the right-wing Proud Boys and various other types that were sent by Trump to do just that so he could have an excuse to deploy the military. He was trying to turn these cities into war zones so that...
It was driving by a war zone. Like, I'm like driving over the main bridges, just going back and forth a couple times, and I'm passing like swarms of SWAT team.
Yeah.
And then National Guard. I saw like dudes hanging on the outside of their SWAT vans, you know, fully
geared up.
Geared up. And they were not all coppers. It was not all our special forces. It was absolutely Guard.
Yeah.
And there was a ton of undercover that they were not. I watched it. I watched them suddenly close off the road and get out and take people into cars and handcuffs and drive away. And these were regular vehicles and SUVs. They were not marked. But then on the other hand, these gosh darn stupid backwards, you know, protesters were coming out of like the 70s hippie. Like I had motorcycles suddenly circle me and circle the car in front of us and then close off the road and like direct us around and just shut off the street and just lock down. And the problem is where this was happening, it was not regulated by the governor's area and the courthouse and, you know, other areas. It was in neighborhoods where, like me, you know, small businesses with Corona going on, the COVID Corona, also known as Crotch 19.
I like that. Yeah, and the Corona, of course, reminds you of the beer, right? I mean, it's
exactly.
Yes.
It was right. The Corona destroying one end and Crotch 19 getting the other.
Yes, yes.
But you know, it was people who were just trying to barely survive, and you know, business had been hit so hard. And again, in the minority communities, they got hit the worst. In the lower ends, they got hit the worst. And on one hand, what the governor and the mayor allowed to happen that they did not control was horrific. And on the other end, the heavy-handedness that was instigated and came in was equally horrific.
Yeah. Yeah. So let me take this in some different directions. And one of the things that I want to do is give me just a second here. And what I'll do is also check the time. I know we got plenty of time left, but definitely just want to check how many hours we've been on. We've been on 7.5 hours. So that's like 4.5 hours left. So if nothing happens, that's fine. That's good. That's good. By the way, Michaela Nastasia says, when I was in Vietnam, people looked very different from each other. One Vietnamese guy was telling me that he is often confused for Korean, citing the differences in features. He was gorgeous. That's so cute. Thank you, honey. Very glad you shared that. By the way, to Chinese and Japanese people, the Koreans are fairly inbred almost. They're like so peninsular that their features stand out as very Mongolic, very flat nose normally, very kind of flat facial features, and then they get these. Well, you know, I don't know if you're aware of this, Amanda, but the biggest plastic surgery hotbed in the world is South Korea. It's just basically when girls come of age and they are pretty much into puberty, they get like a coming of age gift of a trip to the plastic surgeon, so they can get a nose job and get a more Caucasoid nose and kind of do their eyes a little bit, so they get rid of that kind of flat Mongolic feature and become more how would I describe this? Either Sinified or Japanized, kind of like more. Their features begin to echo more the features that the Chinese and Japanese have, rather than the kind of more flat Mongolic features that many of them are born with. So it's, I don't want to overdwell on that, but it's one of these topics. It's no secret. It's something that anyone who knows anything about South Korea knows this to be true. It's not something based on racism or something like that, but it's just when you see those really sexy, attractive Korean girls, I mean, a lot of that is plastic surgery. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, you go, girl. I mean, I like them looking like that better than they looked before, but aside from that,
when you're young though, you should not be cutting up your face, man.
Yes,
at least wait till you're old and it's worth it.
Yeah, and it can lead to some very bad cases where this is what Michael Jackson had. There is a term for it, Jameson. What do you call it? Do you know the term, the addiction to plastic surgery?
Oh my goodness.
Nope.
Okay, let's look at a term for plastic surgery addiction, but this happens to those girls in South Korea, some of them, where it's like Michael Jackson, term for addiction. Yeah, and so
kind of like the entire South Korean continent is Hollywood, or New York, Upper New York, where it's just a normal thing and you have to.
Right. Yeah, and yeah, you're right. Just don't do that when you're that young like they do, because here's the term: body dysmorphic disorder, a common co-occurring disorder with plastic surgery addiction. Research has shown that the condition is 15 times more likely to be present in plastic surgery patients. So, so this unhealthy... Yeah, go on.
I forget what the number is too, but their bulimic and anorexic rates are surpassed the rest of first world countries as well, which is where anorexia is most prevalent. Unfortunately, that it's constantly neck and neck with the plastic surgery.
Okay, this South Korea, you mean?
Yes, South Korea. Yes.
Okay, interesting.
Yep.
Interesting. So this is interesting. I really should go into this at some point in the near future to educate people a little bit about this, only in the sense that it's actually intriguing and interesting, but also upsetting. But in terms of the one young Korean lady was so addicted to plastic surgery that the doctors told her that they would not work on her anymore, in the sense that they felt that any further surgery would have dire consequences. And so she wound up injecting like Crisco oil into her face, and just caused her face to swell up beyond all recognition. It was just awful. I mean, the fact that it's just such a tragedy. Her own parents did not recognize her. Hopefully something has been done for her. I can't imagine what it would be. Probably thinking that by forcing her face into such a distortion, that maybe they would be forced to deal with her face or something. Maybe that was her logic at the time, based on her pathology. So that will be enough of that for now. We don't need to dwell on that. What you're coming on and speaking about, the Pacific Northwest, is so important, and I want to kind of launch you on a kind of context now. Let's go all the way with this. One of the things that I remember, and this was maybe after after you and I had ceased communicating because we had done what we had done with finally getting the operation to take place that you needed. And I was rather exhausted after that point. But we've been through so much together, and we need to be together again because we've been through the ringer with, of course, our original gang stalker, Stephen Outram. And having survived that and come through, we certainly need to be working together again. But at the time that I remember, I had some stupid interview that was set up, and most of these interviews just aren't worth a shit. It's almost like they're, if they're not ambushing you, it becomes an ambush anyway, only in the sense that it was meaningless, and it's never posted, or they don't put it up because what I say is so threatening to them, or they don't find it fitting their political agenda, which with most people who are dealing with any kind of radio or any kind of independent digital transmission like this, 99% of them are right-wing lunatics who are just out there to talk about how the system is out to exterminate us. And well, after what we've just described concerning mind control and people who were sent to generate riots, you may think that, oh, we're edging towards that category. It's just the opposite. I mean, recognizing things that are done for various agendas doesn't render you somebody who's ready to dive into the cesspit of conspiracy theory at the level where you are developing an all-encompassing cosmology on the basis of rank stupidity, where you're just absorbing everything that seems alternative. It was like, now relate the story to these people. There was one young guy who was a fan of mine, and then he was up there with that's, I call him the sleazy detective, Ed Opperman. And I was going to ask you, when you were working with the private detective, that wasn't Ed Opperman, was it? When you were dealing with the Stephen D. Kelly thing and finding out about the fart tubes, and the detective had told you about that, and so had one escort. There was a prostitute who you were helping out, just trying to get her life together, and she was like, I think she serviced Stephen D. Kelly at one point or something, and it was from these several different sources. You got the fart tuba thing about Stephen Kelly, and at the time I was, that detective I don't think was Ed Opperman, was it? That wasn't him.
Yeah.
Oh, it was?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and so with the sleazy detective, what did he have to say about Stephen D. Kelly?
Well, my goodness, I don't think I could even remember how he came up. I think it was along with some other clowns that we had been speaking about at the old, the radio show that used to have you and Ed on, and several others. And he just brought him up, and he said, wait, now check out this site. And he sent me the link, and it took me to Stephen D. Kelly's porn tuba site. It was legit. It was him. It was his picture. And just basically what you had told me. He was really doing it. That's really where he came from. He really had ads up for, I believe, servicing weapons, like upgrading them or detailing them for people. That he was I don't know if he said he was specifically CIA or FBI. I cannot recall that, but that he was trained somehow as a weapons specialist, and he did work with somebody up in higher levels.
If I remember correctly, he basically was. He was affiliated with the CIA, and I actually believe this in the sense, the way he expressed it. And by the way, in all fairness, Stephen D. Kelly presented himself as a mind control victim. So the one thing we cannot fault him for is lying. So he basically said that he was a mind control product of the CIA. And I believe that. And also he was pointing out that they had trained him. Oh, this is where you go into the bullshit part. Was that he was trying to claim they had trained him into weapons repair. And basically what happened was, and this is the But by the way, it's one thing to be naive enough, and this is the way our girl Crystal River, young lady Crystal River, expressed it about Sarah Rachel Adams, who you probably remember, Amanda. I was very supportive of, and all, you know, and had always been respectful of her, but of course she was just in her own little world. What Crystal River told me was exactly like Stephen D. Kelly, but I'll point out the difference. In the case of Sarah Rachel Adams, apparently she put out the word that she could repair jewelry, and or maybe customize it, even customize it, and so people would send her jewelry, and they wouldn't get it back.
Oh no.
And this is different in the sense that, of course, that's wrong and that's sad, and everything involved with that is, you know, we can go on about that, but here's the difference. Sending somebody anything, jewelry, anything, is orders of magnitude different from sending anybody a firearm. Because the difference is, when you send somebody your firearm, the point is, if they use that to take someone else out, you're the one responsible. It's like the registration is in your name. So it's going to be traced to you when they kill someone. So what you're giving somebody is a way to get off the murder rap. And get you onto it. So the last thing you want to do is send anybody your fucking firearm. This has got to be something where you truly have vetted this as a professional. There are professional arms repairmen. Now, I remember contacting one of these motherfuckers in California, and I knew he was the real deal because he couldn't take any work. He basically said, I'm so backed up that if you hand me your firearm to customize it, you're not going to get it back for 2 years at least, you know, and at absolute minimum. So when somebody's that honest with you, you know they're the real thing. Of course, what's the fucking point at that point? It's basically, these guys are so overloaded. There's so few people who are capable of doing this. I mean, because, you know, just think about this. A firearm, if you misalign somebody's sights, you've sentenced them to killing somebody who's standing next to them when it misfires. This is like, this is a lethal weapon. So it's you don't want to imbalance it. You don't want to, you make certain the sight. Now, granted, the overwhelming majority of us are not marksmen. We're not snipers. We're just going to point and shoot. But you can fuck that up. So it's even though they're not that difficult, most firearms are not that outrageously complicated where it's something that will misfire necessarily, but you get my point. But all these people sent Stephen D. Kelly their firearms, and this gives, now either he's brilliant or he's just criminal, or both. He's only brilliant in the sense that if he truly were a murderer or a serial killer, he's just gotten himself all these weapons that he can fire and dispense with that will frame everybody else. But I don't give him that much credit. He's just a thief and just, you know, collected everybody's firearms and didn't send them back. But these are valuable pieces that you can sell, you can pawn. There you go. I mean, there's a kind of brilliance to it, but it's really stupid. It's like you burn your reputation after that, or you would hope he would, but he's still probably advertising himself as such, and, you know, this is just the world we live in. So, by the way, you're sounding kind of muffled, and I just want to make sure that when you're speaking into whatever you're using, that you get very close and speak very loudly. Shout like you're shouting at somebody, unless you're afraid to wake the kids up or something. So aside from that, honey, are you there?
I am. I'm here.
Okay, good. So what I wanted to do was get to start you off in some context here. I was interviewed by one of these crazy couple of guys that, you know, and I don't say that affectionately. I mean, like, literally just lunatics who have their stupid political agendas, and the interview was never published. But these were a couple of idiots. And I was talking about why the Pacific Northwest is so fucked up and so crazy. And I pointed out the fact that the America's first Vietnam, the war in which the guys who came home nobody wanted them, was the Spanish-American War, when all of these American soldiers were deployed in the Philippines, and they committed horrific acts of genocide. We're talking about one of the world's first modern genocides, even before the Turkish genocide against the Armenians, which killed 2 million Armenians. The American genocide against the Muslims in the Philippines killed 3 million Muslims in the Philippines, and people wonder why Muslims hate, America. And this is, of course, where Timothy McVeigh, his partner, Terry Nichols, went to train to build bombs, was with the Filipino Muslims who hated America for those historical reasons, and his wife was a Filipina Muslim, and that's who Terry Nichols married. Of course, the Catholics were killed by the tens of thousands, and ultimately, as I explained before, a Filipino man, Leon Cholgaz, a Roman Catholic, as many of the northern Filipinos were, whose entire family was killed, came to the United States, and he killed President McKinley, who started that war. He assassinated him on September 11th, 1901, 100 years to the day before September 11th, 2001. And so this was, of course, hidden. They scrubbed it. They rewrit the story. In those days, they had you could truly scrub and rewrite history, and there was no electronic trail. And so I dealt with the original records. The fucker was Filipino. They claimed he was Polish. They paid an entire Polish family to claim he was related to them. And a great deal was done to hide the fact that a Filipino had crossed the Pacific and killed the president. And so they said he was a European Bolshevik, a Polish Bolshevik. Bear in mind, this was before there was a fucking Soviet Union. So here you have the situation where all these Americans were in the Philippines committing genocide, getting hooked on opium, that just like in Vietnam where you had all these guys using drugs. And when they came home, their behavior, you couldn't resocialize them. They were so criminal and so kill crazy, or so complexly post-traumatically stress disordered, that they were simply unacceptable for social resocialization. So they basically said, okay, well, we've got all of this empty land in the Pacific Northwest. Thank you, Jameson will be heading to bed in a bit, but he came back for a little bit. So what they did with all these white veterans, who were the veterans of the Philippine insurgency, as they called it, the Philippine insurgency, because America had conquered the Philippines and declared it their territory, which meant that the Filipinos who lived there were now an insurgency. Then the Americans basically had these veterans killing them by the thousands, and you could read about that in the northern Catholic Philippines area, as well as in the Muslim South, where all those records were pretty much destroyed. And I took a great deal I played a great part in their incineration, so I know of what I speak, though the records are still there where you can find hints. You've got enough circumstantial evidence where you'll know what I say is true if you look it up on your own. But when those Americans returned, they said, well, let's stick them all up in the Pacific Northwest. And so they stuck all these crazy, psychotic white veterans up in the Pacific Northwest in Oregon and Washington State. And that is one of the reasons why the Pacific Northwest is so fucked up. These are all the descendants of these psychotic, crazy veterans from the Spanish-American War. And I remember describing this to these two white guys in that interview, And then one of them, and I'm sure this is why they never published the interview, he was so stupid enough to bring up, oh yeah, my grandfather came back from the Spanish-American War, and he brought back with him a little Filipino boy, and he called him Black Jim. And my grandmother was so angry. She was so, and he was relating this totally unconsciously, like, you know, without any sense of self-consciousness, relating this story. And I'm like, dude, I said, obviously this guy is fucking queer as a $3 bill, not the guy telling me the story, his grandfather. But even, I believe the story. I'm certain it was true. But the point is, think about this. Some veteran comes home from a foreign country with a little colored boy. He's obviously fucking him. This is why the grandmother is so angry. And ultimately divorces the guy and leaves him with his little, you know, boy up there in the Pacific woods to fuck around with until whatever. These are the kind of people whose descendants populate the Pacific Northwest. This is why it's such a crazy train. And that was, you know, just to start you on context, you can tell us what you think of that and where, you know, that takes you, because I'm sure that strikes up all kinds of memories. I'm sure it brings up all kinds of observations and contextualizes so much of your experience up there. So, you know, just go at it, please. By all means, take the stage, honey. Let's let you have at it now that I've set the tone.
Oh my. It does. It really does set the tone. If you look all up and down the coast, starting, I would say easily from San Francisco, but you could go to LA if you want to. You know, you could start in Cancun if you want to, but if you want to get, you know, kind of narrow it down, the straight line up from San Francisco up to the Canadian border, Vancouver. It is a very well-known human trafficking child, especially trafficking line. If you go back into major connections and tests, a lot of names come up from the Pacific Northwest, testing sites, military ops, you know, things that, like with L. Ron Hubbard and the who is the rocket testing gentleman?
Jack Parsons.
Oh, yes, Crowley.
Jack Parsons, right?
Jack Parsons, yes, thank you.
Yeah.
You know, the lines and people that they traveled with, along with other people who, you know, their children. I remember a certain gentleman. He, oh my goodness, this could just go into a huge rabbit hole.
Well, please, by all means.
A lot of stuff just would come from here, and a lot of military families, their children who died, their children who went crazy, their children who, you know, the whole Grateful Dead movement down there that, you know, at first was about peace, love, and hope and feeding the community, that got twisted and turned. Portland and Seattle were huge covers of being so apropos and avant-garde and rebellious, and, you know, but the money, the military, the infiltration, the social experiments, the mental experiments, the social and medical problems. I mean, you would think that we were New York and Miami and Los Angeles all squished into one, you know. You have connections with people tied to the Oklahoma City bombings, military families of stars. Courtney Love and her father, you know, I don't know if I told you, I went back to doing work on film and TV, and I just started doing extras. I wasn't doing any other work.
Wonderful.
That I did was
share some experiences of the extra jobs you had.
Well, and actually doing extras is kind of fun and interesting. There's no pressure. There, you know, you hang out and you just get to like do your work, you know. Yeah. So that was a fun angle of that side, I suppose. but the one that I did that was so odd for me was it was a last minute call. I had no idea about it. It was the documentary Now. I don't know if you're aware of those. They're the spoofs on documentaries, and they did one about the real Eastern Oregon cultists. Oh my goodness, what was his name?
Was it Bhagwan or another one? There's so many.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Rajneesh.
Exactly, the Rajneesh. And so it was called Batshit Valley, I do believe, and it was about sex cult, and they infiltrate this small town, and I was one of the sex cult people.
Yes.
And but the crazy thing was this was based in Eastern Oregon, and the real story, I really was born in Eastern Oregon when this was going on. And so my children were also extras, and they were playing normal townsfolk. And I remember my dad telling me about these people as a kid. And I remember telling my dad about what role I was doing and what kind of spoof that we were doing, kind of a Saturday Night Live bit. And so I was playing one of these people that as a child I saw going through town and doing all this crazy shit about. But that's the other funny. Extra work that I did, there are so many TV shows that I filmed that now I know people need to know that, like, for 30 shows that are trialed, like, what is it, 7 or 5 actually get picked up. So the ratio is all, I mean, so my bar is very hot, you know, low here. But Ben Stein, I worked on 5 of his projects, and the money that got put into these shows, from the first day I arrived on set, I knew that these things weren't going to make it. It was just an absolute given. Well, it's indicative of money laundering.
Yes,
people don't know that these films and stuff, it's kind of like charities. It's a way for money to move.
And so what you're saying is they're using this as a front cover to steal anything that's not nailed down. Go on.
Oh, for sure. I mean, for sure. Like, and these were setups that, like, this is not just, okay, a director's son is being paid to be able to make this work. This is his director's debut, or, you know, some producer's pet project, or, you know, whatnot. Like, you can tell when it's like that. And the equipment that was here, the California teams that were here, it was just very obvious to me, at least, I suppose.
Right. And so you just had fun with it. So tell us about that, these experiences.
Like I said, for the most part, being an extra instead of a role, you get to just kind of watch. And I think that's the main thing that I took away from it was, oh my goodness, how much money is rolling through here. And these were not feature films. There was a Disney film that we did, and half of it got cut, and that was more than understandable. But you know, I mean, that's the way it rolls, you know. But then I did this other B project, and the equipment that they had, the people that they had, I mean, they were rivaling what Disney was rolling on. And this was crap. I mean, this was crap. And I hate, I maybe it's not a good thing to say this, but I was in so many different parts and in so many different scenes. They just kept pulling me in that, like, of course. And the whole time I'm going, oh my God, this is never going to see the light of day.
Right.
But yeah, and very young directors and assistants and higher ups that are quite young as far as I'm concerned. You know, the big wigs would go in and out. It was very fun on Documentary Now. I did not get to, like, meet him in person, but it was pretty cool to see old Beetlejuice there. Michael Keaton, you know. I saw more of the woman who played the female, the femme fatale. I forget what her name was in the documentary, but very Hollywood-ish, but Portland has that huge angle here. We have a place called Voodoo Donuts, and if you look it up, there is a ridiculous number of celebrities that make it a point to come up here to go to Voodoo Donuts.
Weird. Oh, and by the way,
they make voodoo donuts.
Oh my God.
Like,
why would anyone want a voodoo donut?
Well, it's very, very close to a very, very well-known, I would say Aleister Crowley type following peoples.
Yes.
Not officially OTO, but you know what not. There's also the witch's house very close by where animal sacrifices and whatnot are still found. So it's in a not that great area.
Right. And but the term for these, if you're making a mock documentary, the term is mockumentary. Have you ever heard anyone use that term?
Yes.
Yes, yep. Mockumentary. Okay, so these are mockumentaries, right? And
yep. There were a couple other episodes they were going to do, but they were more involving my kids, and I guess I was more of not wanting my kids participant.
Right. No, and because you felt that this would just give them a bizarre perspective on the world, or kind of like not how. Yeah. Go on.
I guess I've done a bit. I don't know the biz, like, you know, I don't want to say I'm so in, but I definitely know enough to keep my kids out of it.
Yes, there we are.
At least until they're much older. When I was they had a great time. It was very low key. The other ones were very adult situations.
Okay.
And so it was kind of like, no, my kids don't need to learn about this way. And no, my son probably doesn't want his mom around for this situation.
Yes.
You know, kind of situation. So, you know, I'm not trying to have child stars.
Yes.
If that's they choose to go into, and they know that that's kind of something I've dabbled in and out of. Anywho, that if they choose to go there, I feel I could at least advise them of what not to do.
Right. No, that makes perfect sense. And so aside from that, what I was curious about was did Ed Opperman, was he ever physically there up in the Pacific Northwest?
He could have been, but I have never actually physically met him face to face.
Okay. Yeah. So
he was going to do, I guess, a while ago there was talk of when conferences and tours for those things were still quite lucrative. Right. I want to say that after the super soldier incident, I noticed a big plunge.
Yes.
In it. I remember Ed was giving me shit because I believe that the killer's girlfriend, her name was Amanda.
Yes.
And I remember him giving me shit because I was supposed to go down there. So.
What an idiot.
So.
Oh my God. Yeah, I mean him. He's so. He is what he is. I mean, you know, it's like, I don't hate him, but he's just, you know, he's sleazy and he's pathetic in so many ways. So forgive me, I'm just trying to contextualize this. The impression I get when he was having you kind of like do some snooping for him around the Pacific Northwest because he physically couldn't be there. So he was asking you to check some places out and report back to him for his private detective assignments or something. Was something like that going on or what?
A couple of things had come up, and they were regards to runaway teenagers, which was more of a protective lost people. He was hired to look for these children by their families. And so there was a little bit of that. But for the most part, it was mainly sponsorship, and we were going to do a lot of information, and you were supposed to be one of them. Website and documents were supposed to be produced, you know, from what I had understood it to be. Mm-hmm. And things things weren't really moving along. He had his court case for his custody case with his daughter, and he was set on doing radio shows and kind of got in line with other radios.
He wound up just basically falling into the rut of the radio shit. And you know, when I was telling Derek Talley the other day, who mysteriously is missing in action, so hopefully he's all right. And of course, you may have noticed that the Eric Talley, who's a policeman who was killed in Boulder, Colorado, has Derek Talley's name, except a different, you know, letter to make his name. But
oh no!
Aside from that weirdness, Derek Talley himself is usually fairly communicative, so who knows what's going on with him. But I guess what reminded me of him when I was talking about Ed Opperman, oh yes, I was telling Derek Talley that I hope that 10 years from now I'm not doing what I'm doing now. And he's, oh, you will be. And I'm like, oh, God. You know, he thinks he's being supportive or something like that. It's not like, dude, if I'm doing this 10 years from now. Anyhow, Jameson is going to head off to bed. He's leaving everything on. God bless you, Jameson. Thank you so much. And, yes, feel free to say goodnight to the audience. Why don't you say good day to everyone, Jameson?
Oh, yeah. Good morning, everyone.
That's so energizing. That's so
Well, I gotta kind of keep it down.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Family, yeah.
And well, definitely. Thank you so much. Bless you, and you have sweet dreams. Blessed rest. Are you all right? Yeah. What the fuck did he like collapsed on us? I guess it's like you there.
No, I'm gonna collapse soon.
Okay. All right. Well, have fun.
All right.
Yes.
Later, y'all.
Yes, later. Bye-bye. And so, Amanda, so this is what was going on then. Basically, Lori and Ann Fenton did convince you to kind of try and help Ed Opperman out. But he was, you know, aside from his getting stuck in, you know, just that radio shit and it obsessed with, you know, it's the stupidest waste of energy and time when you're bringing on guests the way he does. You know, and the way these people do, where they try to bring on guests, and like, how long can anyone keep that up when you're just bringing in guest after guest? It's maddening. It's not something one person can do. It's just, there's too much work involved with it. It's worse than the restaurant business, which is endless. You know, washing dishes, getting ready for the next day. I mean, bringing on guests and all the rest of that. It's just awful. You have to be a masochist. So, in his case, his poverty is what always struck me as so bizarre. He obviously was never getting enough contracts where he was sufficient. He was always begging people for money, and it was just so awful. I'm certain ultimately, you know, like I said, V was complaining to me about, oh yeah, I'm sick of seeing this guy. He keeps asking for money, and I was like telling her, why don't you block him? I'm assuming eventually that's probably what you had to do in his case, because otherwise this is what he does with everybody. Hey, help me out. Oh, I need something for the car. Oh, I need something for my daughter's, you know, custody battle. So is that what ultimately happened, or just contact gradually drifted away?
It was... I kind of drifted away because, well, that's when like things started really going downhill for me health-wise, and I didn't really have the sponsorship for nothing to come out of it. At the same time, it was, my goodness, I can't keep putting out for nothing.
Right.
And it, you know, and things were coming, but then it was definitely like, you know, some crazy shit was going on.
Well, there was this one fan that I had, and he went totally crazy train, and you said he was friends with Ed Opperman, and then Ed Opperman severed with him because he like gradually became involved with Flat Earth and everything else. Do you remember this young guy that was?
You know, that sounds familiar. That wasn't Keith.
I can't remember. It's just
So, and that was kind of a part of getting a hold of some other radio shows and other guests where it's kind of like, well, geez, let's get on to some other like meat and potatoes here. Like, yeah. And yeah, as far as I understood, he made fun of all the flat earthers,
Right.
like, but he was interviewing and entertaining it.
Right.
And I remember he totally took me out of context because I was saying like, I totally understand why people don't believe NASA. I can understand why there's so much distrust that people would roll that way. But in my opinion, that was a very good test to see how far something could go. So easily, I suppose. But yeah, oh my goodness, I guess I did block. I think I blocked out a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I don't blame
Honestly.
you. Yeah, that's honestly, there's a lot of stuff that's just not worth remembering. But in terms of so that was something that I was curious about, but we've clarified that then. So so that was Ed Opperman, and he became stuck on his own little, it's chicken shit. He's like trying to use this radio show of his to monetize, and he's doing that off Spreaker and asking people to send him money, and like every time maybe they hit it, he gets a few cents or something. But I mean, it's like, you can't live off that. I mean, nobody can. This is why he's left begging. So it's anyhow just silly. But in terms of the conferences, of course, they all just were money losers. And at the time that Lorien Ann Fenton, of course, was involved with the other individual at the conspiracy conference, Brian William Hall, I mean, the conferences were just dying. So there was no way to get anything beneficial out of any of these things. It's because nobody's going to travel to see somebody in a hotel when these days they just stay home and watch it all on the Skype or something, whatever, some live stream. And especially with COVID now. Oh my God. So you might have heard about this thing that almost went down for Mount Shasta, where the guy on Mount Shasta was going to, have us over there and do a conference, and it just didn't happen because of COVID. He said we would do it this year. I don't think it's going to happen. It seems like that thing is totally gone, but I feel so bad for the one woman I was involved with, Lena Shea, putting money into that in terms of buying a ticket, and then he never gave her money back. And yeah, and of course, there's no defense for that, even though he says, well, they took my money, for some reservation and didn't give it back. And okay, that doesn't help.
When you take a deposit, when you promise a product, you have to be able to replace it, even if it comes out of your ass.
Yeah.
That's you just have to count on that.
Yeah. And so
I mean, for a little bit of the COVID tie-in, I mean, that's what happened to my shows. And I mean, I'm okay, but what I keep thinking about is I know so many families and other people's, a lot of older people actually, who their crafts, they are kind of like fishermen, where there's a season and you put a lot of money into deposits and product and material and permits and businesses and licenses and travel expenses, and your entire year's income is based on this season. And I know a lot of families who, that is their livelihood. And this COVID thing just up and wiped out everything. And basically what you make this year allows you to work next year, because all of these events are prepaid. Like oh my goodness, I was so lucky. I had a show. It was one of the few shows that was still open. It was in Chicago. And I want to say, I forget what music fest it was. It was one of the last shows where Ozzy was going to play and Metallica was going to be there. And it was supposed to be one of the few last shows that were open. And I just happened to not want to throw down the deposit. And I would have been out over $5,000.
Oh.
And I'd be sitting in line waiting for my refund. And that would have been what I counted on for, half my summer.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Uh,
So when you say COVID killed your shows, are you talking about bamboo displays for bamboo crafts or something? Tell us about this.
my bamboo, my art, my jewelry. Yeah.
No, so tell us about that. So you make jewelry or what?
Yes.
Customer? Oh, so tell us about
Yep.
that.
It's mainly raw gem and mineral jewelry, necklace, earring, bracelet, bands, some earrings, some metal art type. I have a small little forge here. Make my own pieces. I'll do wraps or whatnots. Just kind of whatever lot of stones or gems I come across and play with. The bamboo is, locally I would do a lot of planter boxes or just kind of ornamental bamboo, or just install live bamboo plants or fences.
That's wonderful. Tell people where they can contact you about all this.
Well, I honestly don't really have much right now because I kind of went into stop gear.
Okay.
Once I saw that, like these other people, oh my gosh, you can't put money into making product right now because there isn't an avenue to go sell it to. I'm hopefully
Also, I
thinking,
suspect many people don't have the money to buy anything because they're all unemployed, but go on.
Right. See, and that's another thing. Oh my gosh, if I'm making extras and fun stuff, you're not a necessity. You're not a urgency. You're not a want, a need. So that's kind of why I went into the other work. A lot of people went back into remodeling and construction. And so I was doing part work with that. That's a trade my dad taught me from a very young age. I think that's part of why I'm stuck at my house. It's the last house I actually worked on with my dad. But I'm going to obviously have to let that go sometime.
I was about to say, it's just, so you're obviously attached for emotional reasons, and that's hard. I understand completely. And so tell us a bit more about some of these when Bhagwan Rajneesh was around and he took over that town. He started his own city, Rajneeshpuram.
Mm-hmm.
What do you remember about those days?
So I guess you would describe where I came from as I know now, like Cracker Town. We're out in very old farm country. I had no idea that Idaho and it's half being owned by, ex-KKK landowners that infiltrated up there.
Yes.
Which they're still there.
Yes.
In very massive areas. Just very rural, very kind, very hardworking, old ghost mining. I guess what you would say, old school Republican, and I mean like old school, as in, I'll give you a cup of sugar. No, you don't owe me a cup of milk next time. That's what neighbors do.
Right.
Salt of the earth, living to survive, but at the same time, big money. Now that I do look at it and think about it, things were always going through those areas. The tourism that was always there, the weekend hunt, now I can look back at it and see a lot of money was over in these very rural, very homely, the town that I grew up in until I moved to Alaska when I was 9 was 235 people.
Oh, wow.
I made up one of those. I was 234, without me.
Well, yeah, the town power plant was a Sears diehard battery. Yes, go on. Oh, my God.
Yep. And it's a very, it has a lot of history where I grew up. Sumter, Oregon, you can look it up. It was a huge gold mining town. It was the biggest town in the Pacific Northwest, actually, for quite a long time.
Good God.
So much was going through there, and the railroad. And there was a huge fire that went through and took out the entire town, basically. There were and I remember seeing the buildings that were still up.
So that was a precursor of the big fires that happened recently, and I want you to tell us about those. So, I mean, you were caught between the riots and the fires.
Yes.
Yeah, and so you've got to share that with us.
That was, if you wanted to call Armageddon, it's when you're outside at 1 a.m. in, August, and it's just blood red sky.
Yes.
With this weird haze and this heat, and you're literally seeing whiffs of smoke going by you, and I was miles and miles away from the closest fire.
Wow.
And that one was about a 30-minute drive away from me, and that wasn't even the worst one. But where I'm located was there were two major fires going on here, one on the east and one on the west. And
at least. At least.
So there were these two huge fires, and then there were a bunch of very small other fires. And from the very get-go, people were talking about seeing people setting them. And the timing with the riots, it was all so very
suspect.
Crazy.
Yes.
And I ended up driving to Arizona, and during this time, well, after the fires had mainly gone out, and you go driving through these towns in eastern and southeast Oregon and down, you can either split off to Reno or go down to Vegas, and they're just devastated. They're burnt. There's empty buildings. You can see where apartments and town centers and mobile homes and hotels, and they're.
Was there ever any temptation to loot?
No. By the time I had gone through, people that were coming back came back. People that had survived, were. The road work was still working. They're still cutting down trees. They're still trying to clear cut the acres and acres of devastation. And over in Eastern Oregon growing up, there were forest fires. My dad was a fire department volunteer. And my mom actually graduated as the first class of women's firefighters in Seattle, Washington, with her sister. And I want to say they were the first in the Pacific Northwest.
Right. And by the way, explain to people that you do have an Alaska connection. So let people know that.
Yes. Oh, we did. Well, my grandma, my father's mom, had homesteaded in Alaska. They actually lived with the tribe up there, and this is before Alaska became a state. And when shortly after I turned 9, my dad went back up to Alaska to work, because mining in Eastern Oregon and Idaho and Washington was basically shutting down during the late 80s, mid 80s, early 90s. And so we moved back up to Alaska, and I stayed up there until I almost turned 22. And I came to Portland as a pit stop and got sucked in. I got stuck in the gates of hell.
Oh my God. So sorry. Now, how much do you remember, did you know of Lena Shea and myself, or Judith Ager and myself? You remember Judith Ager, who then severed with me ultimately because of Lena Shea, who was pretty much inserted into my life to basically sabotage everything. And so when she had a handler, and the handler's name was Zachariah Garrett. And you might remember vaguely Zachariah Garrett, or you might not. I wouldn't blame you for not remembering this individual at all. He was not particularly noteworthy, but he was on my show a few times and helping me produce for a while. I don't know if you were listening at all at that period of time after I was fired from Revolutionary Radio and then went into American Freedom Radio for a month, and then and then just went on my own. Of course, you remember. I know you remember this. It was after that I was dealing with that Rose Dio cunt. So obviously, you were still listening at that time. So it was kind of like around the time that Rose Dio drifted off into the netherworld of Boulder, Colorado. And by the way, people do not think of this as negative or callous. I hope she was one of the people who died, if anybody deserved to die, in that latest mass shooting in Boulder, Colorado. It would be Rose Dio. Her name's probably not on that list of 10 people, but that would, then again, that would just put her out of her misery. So maybe that's something I shouldn't hope for. Life seems to be nothing but a punishment to her. Anyhow, you certainly remember her, that crazy ass bitch. And oh my God, we could tell people a bit of that story. She came up to meet yourself and just missed you by inches because she was so fucking crazy, so batshit fucking crazy. And the funny thing is, I've told people this before, you'll talk to two people about the same experience where they're supposed to rendezvous. One comes from one direction, one comes from the other. And the one thing you'll know is their stories are going to be wildly different. And yet the two stories I got from these two ladies, one lady, our lovely Amanda Ute, and this other one, just a, mutated creature bitch, Rose Dio, what was so strange was they were supposed to rendezvous where Rose Dio would kind of check in with her, and yet didn't, for the stupidest of reasons. When I was asking both of these people for their relating the story of what went down, they both said exactly the same thing. Even though they were coming from totally different angles, they related, oh, this happened, as they understood it, and that was, they both had the same story. Not like they orchestrated it, because if you get two people together and try to get them to orchestrate a story, they're going to fuck it up, and later on they'll tell two wildly divergent stories anyway. So that shit never works. So it was just the way it worked out. So I know that Rose Dio was right there near the Amityville Horror Hell House, Pacific Northwest. And I know that Amanda Ute was there, and that this almost came to pass, but thank God it didn't. And then Rose Dio just went back into her, normal pattern of insanity. But what happened was ultimately, it's like a release program for animals where they put the collar on them and then they release them, and then they figure out the animal can't live in the wild, and so then they bring it into a range or a reservation and just let it live out the rest of its life there. Like the monkeys or apes and primates, they retire from the biological experimental centers where they infect them with plagues and shit, and then have the monkeys survive that because they give them inoculations and shit. Then they put them on these islands where they just keep them isolated and give them food like they did to the apes in Liberia and shit. I mean, these programs are what happened to her. She basically had wires in her teeth that were, this is all quite true, it wasn't her paranoid belief. She went to a dentist, and I'm certain they stuck shit in her teeth which they could track her with, because she, no matter where she was, then odd things would happen to her, so they always knew where she was. They finally gave her a house to live in. So her father, who had probably turned her in for the mind control program, decided, okay, bring her in and just dump a house on her, because he had probably had several he wasn't going to live in, and across the United States. So he dumped a house out there in Boulder, Colorado, so she could live there. And so it was like, watch, because until that point she'd been homeless for years, and then suddenly somebody gives her a house. It's like, it's just crazy shit. I mean, these people are obviously products of programs where they're considered assets that can be used or exploited. so I guess her service to the cult is that she spends all day on the internet attacking myself. Of course, she's so fucking batshit crazy. It's meaningless, and you know, she's not a threat. And everybody looks at her shit and says, "Wow, no, nobody's gonna look at her shit. It's just too crazy looking." And so, so there we have that. And so aside from all of that, I don't think you were on with us, but I was on a Skype call with Rose Dio when Laura Lee Solomon and myself were sending her money, and we did this a lot to support this bitch because she was producing for me. And one time, here we were on the Skype call. It was Abdul Kadim Haq, Laura Lee Solomon, and myself. And at the other end was Rose Dio. And she was being attacked by skunks that would, like, try to reproduce with her. It was like the Pepe Le Pew cartoon. I mean, these skunks would come up and hump her because I told her this was because she was exuding a pheromone or something that they mistook her for a female skunk or something. And then when they would get pissed off and realize she wasn't a skunk or wasn't responding to their affections, they would spray her. And so you can imagine the stench of this bitch who was homeless and never bathed and was living in her SUV and traveling all over the United States with that skunk reek, which if you don't wash that off with whatever the fuck they use, vinegar or whatever combination, baking soda, vinegar, hydrogen peroxide, you know, if you don't hit it, that stuff goes with you for, you know, until your skin renews itself within a month or so by shedding dermaflakes or whatever. Yes, and this was a woman who, of course, like Jameson Reese, was obsessed with magic. I mean, this was her life. Thelema, you know, magic. And you can see all the good it did her. I mean, this is, you know, when you take a look at these cases, this is your object lesson. Don't start playing with magic. And so anyhow, so there you go. Just kind of venting and catharting. But I'm just wondering if that raises any memories with you. It must. So start sharing after that, you know, with whatever comes to mind.
I had forgotten about that whole situation with her, and I do remember the skunks.
Yes. Oh, you do? Yes. Yes. How did you find out about that? Were you on the Skype with us, or did she tell you, or how did
I don't think I was on the Skype, but I think you and Laura had told me about it like the next day or something like that.
Yes. Yes. And by the way, that happened to her regularly. It was something like whenever you were on the Skype with her, because she was homeless, her life was lived through the cell phone. You would hear her suddenly scream, "A skunk! A skunk!" Okay. And this was just, you know, a regular occurrence in her life. Wretched creature. God, if anyone deserved it, it was her. Oh my fucking God. You know, I just feel bad for the fucking skunks who got mistaken that she was, you know, a female of their species. And yeah, I feel more sorry for them. But so there we have that. And so at that period of time, things were very different. You still hadn't had your surgery, I don't believe. And then ultimately, when you had it was when we kind of just drifted after that, and you needed to kind of isolate. And but with the so in terms of just to give people some perspective here, let them know what you did with your bamboo in the past. You had an entire grove, and you were selling like lots of bamboo to different countries, right? Tell us a bit about this.
Well, I was importing bamboo. And I would sell them to the events, so where you would see big bamboo structures or stages. I remember there was a big concert that was going to be at Hawaii, and we were going to do the entire stage out of renewable resources, and it was going to be all bamboo. And that one had gone through because Hawaii... who was the guy who oh my goodness, I'm sorry, his name just slipped me, but he's a famous old 70s guy. He was supposed to lead the show. He got in some crazy shit. The concerts were postponed and whatnot and blah blah blah.
Bruce Springsteen or something.
No, he sang Old Man. Oh God.
I've always been rather atonal.
It'll so come to me at the hardest time. This still happens to me. I lose
Oh, it
names.
happens to me all the time. Don't even worry about it. Yeah.
But
you did stuff for Burning Man, and yeah.
So we were going to do some things for Burning Man. I had two things. First of all, I was only selling for the structures that were going to be made for the showers and outhouses, and that was as in renewable sources, again, to stop the impact of the waste product, of the huge environmental impact that came from the place. And second of all, that none of my pieces or donations were allowed to be a part of the Burning Man.
Wow.
That's a sacrifice. Yeah. That's an energy thing going on. And luckily, I think my contact for Burning Man and the timing of my surgery, I did not do anything further with that. And I was always kind of weird of anything to do with that event, anywho. But Bumper Shoot,
the term you would use is leery. I was always leery of that event. Yes. Yeah, wary, leery or wary. And of course, wary in this case would be spelled W-A-R-Y as opposed to W-E-A-R-Y, which would mean one is tired. But Burning Man would make me wary or tired as well as wary. But...
Well, both. Yes, it's absolutely something to be very, like, if you're messing with magic and stuff, like what walls do you have up? And second, tiring. It is an energy drain. That's totally what the whole thing is. It is a harvesting event. So you could take it for both terms.
Yeah, it's a harvesting of souls and shit. But I forgot who died there. There was some guy who died falling off the stage or falling on the stage.
Oh, no, he ran into the Burning Man. He set himself on fire.
That was one of those guys did that. Yeah. Among other things, there was a presenter. At one of something who died as well when he fell down or had a heart attack or a combination of both. Gosh, yeah, but yeah, the guy. There were other people who died, of course, when one of these fuckers went with a car and just rammed a bunch of people over. Yeah. I mean, it just goes on and on. I mean, people
die there. People end up. Yeah. I don't know if people know. People go into psychiatric units after Burning Man.
Of course.
They go people you don't know, and if you've never been tested by the elements, if you've never gone into a desert where this Burning Man is located, just the extremes of temperature and whatnot, it really can mess with you. And there's a ritual before going in and being allowed entrance, and something is read to you, and I never read the words because it is a spell. It is a casting, but it is basically, once you enter here, you will go through pain, you will go suffering, you will come out changed. By entering, you acknowledge this change, and they douse you with water or bubbles, something, and you go through. It's a rite, it's a ritual, it's a opening ceremony, and technically, by reading the sign that they have up, they also have a disclaimer at the bottom or in some place where it's basically saying you could die coming in here, and you acknowledge that. And so it's full knowledge, and they play it off of art. That's what used to interest me about it, was getting to just go make art and do just be out there creating, I guess, as an artist, as a enjoyer of music and whatnot, and combining things. It's I can see how some people just see it as a really fun, funky festival.
Right. But you and I know better. So aside from all of that, by the way, for people who don't know, the Burning Man first started off with the guy's name is blocked from my memory, but some dirty old white man who started setting fires on the fucking beach in, what was the beach over at the Presidio military base? Something Field, what is that? Chrissy Field. or something, right? You know, the San Francisco beach on the Presidio part, and so he was at the Presidio military base beach for Crissy Field, and so he started setting off bonfires there shaped like people, and everybody said, "Oh, that's rad," that's neat, and that's how it gradually moved over to the desert and became Burning Man. So it all started at the Presidio military base. Yeah, what more do you need to know than that to know that it's pure raw evil? And like Brandon Young said, who used to go there, and the way he described it, he was there more than once. Like he said, he was told that when you leave, when you re-enter the world, and they call it decompression. When you decompress and re-enter the world, then somebody's going to die. Wait for it. You'll get the call, like someone has died. A friend, a relation. And he said each time he went there, he got a call as soon as he got back. Oh, your aunt's died, whatever. Yeah. So that's part of the sacrifice too. So it's not like they're sacrificing everybody there. People connected through you being there will die. That is so, just so you know. And yes, Michael Aquino had a part in engineering all of this. So in terms of there's that, and then there is decompression. So people get an understanding of that term, how serious this is. You can look up men who have died in decompression chambers, and just so you get an idea of this, people, when you go deep underwater in these bathyscaphes and these diving bells, are they have to decompress you. You're entering multiple levels of pressure, like an alien environment. Like it's like you're going down into the clouds of Jupiter or some shit when you're going into the ocean, and when you're brought back to the surface. They used to have decompression chambers. They've changed the technology now, so they're less dangerous than they were. But you used to enter the decompression chamber to maintain you at the same temperature you were in, and then gradually, bring you back to the pressures of the surface world. Well, there was one accident in which no less than 6 men died at least. And that was because human error. What happened was the 4 divers who had been in the deep diving bathyscaphe got into the decompression chamber on a oil derrick. So on this huge oil derrick, the size of a small city, you had these men waiting to decompress, but they had barely entered when, for whatever reason, nobody can ever fathom, one of the men who had control of the door of the decompression chamber decided he was going to kill himself and everybody else, or was so unaware of we can only speculate, but he wound up reopening the door as soon as they were in without their side of the door, because you have to have 2 separate doors for these things. Without their door yet being closed, he reopened the door behind them, and that caused the change in pressure so violent that all the men inside of that decompressor exploded. And it causes all of the outrush of air being sucked out of that chamber, because it's at a totally different pressure from the outside, so it all gets sucked out like it's in space. Only we are space, and that is the spaceship. And so when all that exploded out into our atmosphere, then the decompression chamber exploded and killed the 2 men who were working the decompression chamber to help these guys decompress. So everybody died. And that's an example of what happens to you when you come out of Burning Man in a more metaphysical sense. Is they're supposed to decompress slowly, and most people don't. So, after a while, your life is no longer normal. When you spend time out in the desert with just a bunch of people doing music and drugs and art, that's not humanity never lived like that. And it's it's not natural. It's not a frontier town. It's not a frontier town in the sense that there's any economy. So there's no real reason for it to exist. That is part of the metaphysical nature of its negativity. It's non-productive. It's a non-productive environment. People might say, well, it's productive in the sense that the art goes there, but the art is burned there. It's only preserved on film. So the ephemeral nature of it, yeah. So there you go, honey. Just kind of an opening for you. We were talking about this with Brendan Zogit. Remember, you and I were talking about this, and we covered it over a period of maybe a few weeks. And
That's
yeah. And
yeah, well, and one of the rules is literally you are not allowed to use money. You are not allowed to sell anything.
Yeah.
Like there's consequences if you do. And tribal Lord of the Fly type of sounding consequences, it's, and part of their slogan is, to leave it as if we were never here. So it really is non-existent.
But of course, it's all bullshit because it leaves a huge carbon footprint. I mean,
exactly. And part of the stuff that's burned is, when you put yourself into your art or your music, we're talking energy and vibration. Part of you is in that. And certain things, humans have lived like that, but they're for very short, very special, very ceremonial, very ritual, very either for good or ill, short periods of time. It is
Thank
not
you.
for going and, getting as blottoed as you possibly can. And
which is what they do. Yeah.
Which is what it is. It really, really is. It is absolutely an environment that it completely encourages getting wasted in any way that you possibly don't even know that you are.
Yeah.
And I'm sure half the people there don't even understand when they were stepping into what they were stepping into, that they had already become not hypnotized, but
I think of it more as meat. Yeah, there's meat.
Yeah, definitely. Like you were already like frequency messed with there, and that's the whole point. They want music and art and stimulation happening 24/7 this whole time. They encourage you not to sleep. They encourage you to stay awake, and and I'm sure there's plenty of.
They got the techno music going 24 hours a fucking day.
Goodness, right? Oh my goodness. Yeah, and you were speaking about how, you were speaking about, I think we had shared this, my friend who had, the major contacts with Burning Man, he lost a friend over here in a really bad shooting and drug deal, home invasion, where there was an attempted rape happening, and he stopped it, and he ended up getting killed, and so did the girl and several other people.
Awful.
This was a month after Burning Man at most, and it definitely scarred my friend. He's never been the same since then. It scarred, the area. It was also totally foreseeable. This place was just a, ticking time bomb. Yeah. And you were talking about decompressing. Well, if you're in a party house with drugs and firearms going in and out of it, after Burning Man, if you don't know how to close down your chakras, if you don't know how to cleanse yourself, if you don't know how to truly decompress yourself, exercise whatever you might have picked up along the way, at the very least, you're not decompressing. You're bait. That's, I think, how mind control happens. I don't think it's, entirely nanobots. It's very easy to step into somebody who's halfway out of their gourd. You take substances that take you or participate in things where you are already participating on the astral level. Walk-ins and takeovers are just, just too easy.
Yes. Yeah. And oh Jesus, I forgot to give a formal shout out to let's make this formal. I better do the advertisement for our man Benestenius, who I've been doing this for years. It'll only take a few minutes, and I will take advantage of that time to give a formal shout out to Isaac Romero, who has just gotten married, and he and his twin brother Sammy Romero have been listening to me for years. They have been definitely following my trail for what must be close to 10 years by now. And so God bless them both, and I'm so excited, so happy for Isaac Romero that he's found his happiness, and this is wonderful. So I do want to get that out there. Now let me just give the ad, so to speak, for our man Benestenius to get that out of the way. By the way, if you're ever doing ads, don't use a term like that to reference an ad you're delivering. But Douglas Dietrich is different from all of that. You know, I'm a case unto myself. And let me see if I can call this up on my screen. Get the ad up there so I can where the fuck did I stick it, and that I can read it out loud. You know, I read this every time I'm on, and I never remember it. You would think I have remembered it by heart by now, but of course not. Oh my God. All right, so I'm trying to locate this. If I can't, then I'll have to turn towards another. Okay, I think I've got it. Yes, almost there. And got it. No, that's not it. That's shit. I'll have to go to another source for it. Hell, I didn't transfer it. I guess I didn't transfer it from so anyhow, honey, save my ass here. Talk about something. Burn some bandwidth.
Benestenius, he's the hardscaper from Arizona, right?
Who? What? Who?
Your sponsor ad, right?
Oh yeah. Benestenius. Yeah, that's right. Hardscaper. I like that. I like that term. Yeah. There you go. That gives him so much more dignity than. Anyhow, so go on. Yes. So go on. What were you gonna say about that?
But is he still doing his murder town tours? Well,
Yeah.
oh my goodness, probably
he still wants me to promote them. I think mostly he's just trying to help me, really, because, I mean, during the time of COVID, he can't be getting any takers. He is getting a lot of business for his landscape architecture, hardscaping.
Right.
I like that. Yeah.
Everybody is. I have done more landscaping and remodels than years.
Yeah.
You know, people are well. I have a lot of projects that people are like, okay, so I wanted to do this and I tried to do this and I really don't know what to do, or I effed this up. Please help.
Yeah.
Or shit, I just got called back to work. I can't finish.
Right.
This or that. So a lot of people have been putting money into the trades such as that. I have another friend who does like mechanical work, wiring work, but a lot of metal framing work. And he said he has just been nonstop busy. He can't believe or understand how much work he's had, but he also can't get enough help at the shop to do all the work that he's been doing. And he said it's been up higher in the last 3 years than ever. But especially mainly these last 8-9 months.
Wow.
So it's very odd what businesses have taken a hit. It's very odd like here in Portland, holy crap, the strip clubs and the marijuana stores never closed down.
Wow.
They had the strippers outside with heaters and little tents up.
Holy shit.
And like lining, fencing going around so people could stay, the distance. So as restaurants and doctors' offices and, hairstylists, manicurists, all sorts of other people could not by law work, according to governors, mayors here, orders.
Yeah.
The strippers were, and the pot shops and the alcohol stores, they were never closed down. Not for 1 second.
Shit. Holy shit.
no, nothing against, the strippers trying to make their money or, but my problem is like, okay, so the guy selling me a bottle of alcohol is all good, but the bartender needing to sell me a drink and get a tip couldn't. The manicurist that needs to pay for her kids, like me, can't do my nails. Yeah. It just what and I want to say I hope this does not sound or be taken as racist, but if you want to talk about who's waxing and doing your nails, it's the Asian community.
Yes.
The massage, not the parlors, even though they are there, but a huge hit of the Asian income industry was very massive.
Yes.
And
I do want to emphasize
not every nail girl and florist can go work at the strip club. So,
it's true. It's true. Yeah, go on. Yeah, no, it's sad. I mean, it's just, believe me, I'll be bringing that up at some point in Arc of Narrative when we return on Sunday next, but that, of course, it's 4 days from now. God knows that there's going to be all kinds of shit going down between. Thankfully, we don't have Trump in power, because there would be shit happening every day. We'd be, nuclear war one day with a limited exchange or something. And then, then the next day, it is just awful. And
did you notice that after, Kim Jong disappeared for a while, that we never had another issue of a nuclear issue with him ever, like, piped up again?
Oh no, I mean, he's doing tests now. It's just they're piddling.
Right.
Yeah.
Right now he is, once again, that definitely poked up again. But those quiet times, I noticed that
so what you're saying is basically the bromance, the bromance between Trump and Kim, was enough to like calm him down and keep Kim from having to how would you call it? Just kind of assert himself.
Right. Absolutely something there. I mean, that was just way too, things were escalated too ridiculous internationally,
yes.
Not just us and them, that they suddenly piped down, and he disappeared from public, view and people said he was dead. His sister was going to
Yeah. You knew that. Yeah, you heard all that. Yes. Oh my fucking God. Yeah. And
it was like 6 months, and this dude is like Stalin. He's on every front page and poster and radio cast that hail to the Almighty. They don't. Part of their power is to remain in public view.
Yes.
And watch and adoration, and for him to have disappeared, was
he was probably
very
he was probably at Mar-a-Lago. Him and Trump were probably watching the strippers at Mar-a-Lago, and he probably, anyhow, I'm being facetious, but it was very frightening. It was bizarre, and it led to all kinds of speculation, and now he's back and he's throwing rockets around, and and there you go. Let me get this out of the way. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide his historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast, who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson. An aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com, the website whereon you can find excerpts from his book, yet to be published, by the same title, The Unfinished Man, or review scenes from his cinematic documentaries, currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, The Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. That's spelled Tucson, like Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it. The TucsonMurders.com. Or telephone the Baron Ben himself personally to privately guide your tours at 1-520-4/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And, of course, forget not to subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel. Yes, you'll know you're in the right place when you see the young blonde white chick with the nice set of pins, and her rack is holding up a t-shirt that reads Ace Hardware. And after that, you can regale yourself with the vision of the Baron Ben himself in his sprint car and his One Piece racing across the AstroTurf, which he recommends as the lawn you never have to water or mow. Yes, he was a real sprint car racer with his own trading card, and you can see his men in action at the Man of the Soil YouTube channel, where he brings those men in brown from over the Great Trump Wall so that they can turn your front yard, your backyard, and all your property into the greatest show on dirt. Yes, of course, if we had white men doing the job, well, first off, they wouldn't show up for work, and those that did would show up late. And then, of course, they'd all die of heat stroke while working under the southwest sun of the continental United States. So it's those men in brown from south of the border that will always carry you through. Make certain to give them some employment, and have Ben give you the best environment to enjoy under lockdown and quarantine while you sit there in your echo bubble. So aside from that, anywhere in the Pacific, Southwest, you'll find the work of Ben Estenius. All right, that's manofthesoil.com. Check out his website. And with that, I guess I'll leave it. So, honey, let's check out how much time we got left on the live stream here. We've been on for 9 hours, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We got 3 hours left. Now, by the way, you don't need to help me through all 3 of those hours. I can start monologuing whenever you get tired. But since you're here, why don't I take advantage of you and exploit you? I'll go refresh myself. I'll be back in about, 7 minutes. And why don't you hold the stage for 7 minutes by, relating anything you want, telling people about certain experiences, like whatever you're willing to share about, the surgery that saved your life or something. Or maybe, is this something you can do? You can do it, right? I know you can do it. Do you want to do it? Are you willing to do it?
Sure. Do you have a topic you could kick me off on?
Oh yeah, sure. Let's think of something. Let's see now. How about let's see. What about you knew something about so many things, like fuck the old California crime scenes. We were just talking about Ben Estenius and all that shit. Didn't you have some knowledge about Charles Manson or some of these Manson family murders or something? There was some things that you had kind of like an insight in. You were kind of either a bit of an amateur criminologist yourself, or somehow acquainted with some of the backstories behind this sort of thing. Does that ring any bells?
It does. I did kind of start into those areas, and kind of like how I ended up in Portland.
Oh, of course. Yes, that's right. It's like if it were Florida, then we just would have assumed you threw a dart at with a map and it fell into the wastebasket, and that's how you would wind up there. But when you wind up in the Pacific Northwest, it's more like somehow you got ejected from off of a plane or something. And I mean,
Right.
yeah, nobody intentionally winds up there. It's like people get stuck there or stranded. Is like. Yeah. So tell us a bit about some of these serial killers and amateur criminology and your pursuits. By the way, I'm really proud of you that you were helping Ed Opperman trying to locate some runaways. I'm not quite sure if that ever produced any results, but yeah, they would run away to places like Portland. By the way, when I get back, remind me to get back into the handler of Lena Shea, that Zachariah Garrett freak, because he was up there in Portland. And so that was when, he basically flipped a switch on Lena Shea, and it was like her behavior changed just like that. I mean, like in a matter of minutes, somebody who had an intensive relationship with myself for 2 years, just within minutes, he just showed up on the scene, flipped the switch, and he did it by putting up a GoFundMe campaign that she was the only one who saw it. Nobody else saw it who went to his page. There was no GoFundMe campaign there, and she went there and she saw it, so it was obviously something that only she was meant to see. By the way, for people who don't believe that, Facebook allows you the publishing off the option. When you publish a post, you can limit who sees it. You can limit to your friends or something like that. So something like that could easily have been arranged where only she could see that. And it's definitely when by the way, Sammy Romero says, good night, Doug, thank you for the shout out, God bless. Okay, good night, dear brother Sammy. Yes, certainly I'm glad I remembered to do that. And so in the case of this Zachariah Garrett guy, he was originally of the Southwest. He was in the Pacific Southwest, and then he moved up to the Pacific Northwest. And he was, the funny thing about him, I don't know if this rings any bells, was that when I was fired from the American Freedom Radio after a month, and then was with that idiot Rose Dio, and then with that idiot Pavel Edward, then when Pavel Edward just, went balls up, and thank God for Judith Ager at that point, because she actually saved my ass when he tried to steal everything, downloading my entire account on Google. Basically, she was the one who convinced him to just stay on with production with me for a while longer. And he was, programmed to be pussy whipped. He had his own handler, which was this crazy, Polish chick named Agnieszka. And she was like his handler. These people are all basically dispatched to sabotage myself as much as possible. For anybody who just thinks, oh, this is paranoia, it's just, fuck you. It's not paranoia. As our lady Amanda, you can say, she's seen all this happen. She's seen much of it happen in the past. She knows what goes on with myself. She's been through it. She's been through the ringer. People tried to kill her when she tried to sponsor myself. She almost paid the price for that with her life, which is why I felt obligated to help her get the surgery she needed to save her life. And but with Zachariah Garrett, so he was in the Southwest, and then suddenly he winds up in the Pacific Northwest, and he was all dressed for the rioting, and he was up there saying, yeah, the rioting, I can talk about it here. And by the way, in all fairness, so people understand this, it was much more than Black Lives Matter. There was all kinds of anarchists that were up there. And these are just like the Freelandia movement, which they just want everything for free. It has nothing to do with freedom, like we want to be independent, like we want to be self-sustaining. No, it's like freedom in the sense that you give them everything for free. That's really the Freelandia movement. So he's like part of that shit. And so when he showed up and told me, oh, Douglas, there's a mutual friend of ours, and he lived in the Pacific Southwest, and there was a home invasion, and they killed him, and he was the father of 2 young boys who were like 17 years old each, and them and the mother, the man who was supposed to take care of their insurance or something ran off with all the money, and all the money they raised for the funeral. I said, can you raise money for this guy? Help send the money to me. I'll make sure they get it. And I'm like saying, dude, that's really lame. Why don't they just put up a GoFundMe? Because if the boys are like 17, well, they're practically legal age. I mean, they'll know about computers. They'll know how to set up a GoFundMe. Why is there no GoFundMe? And, because all he had was some weird ass note on his stupid Facebook page, send me money so I can help these people out, which of course, everybody looks at that and says it's shit. And, so then when I gave him the brush off and shit, it wasn't like he needed to contact Lena. It was the fact that right after she saw that GoFundMe that nobody else could see, she turned into a different person and turned into a blood enemy who set out to destroy me and just sabotaged everything she could. It was monstrous. And so there you have that. It's just the insanity I was dealing. No, I take it you weren't monitoring what I was going through at all and probably didn't know any of this was going on. You had your own issues to deal with. But, is there the Zachariah Garrett guy, after that, of course, he disappeared as soon as that we outed him. He was all defensive because we were making fun of him on my show, saying he must be a drug addict because there's so many hints to that. I mean, there's other parts of the story I haven't told you because I've said it all before, and I'm really there's nothing. I get tired of the backstory because I lived through it. But is any of this ringing a bell with you? Do you remember any of these people or anything at all?
So the names are familiar.
Yeah.
Hers more than his, but his name absolutely rings a bell.
Yeah.
But what they ended up doing, though, about the GoFundMe and then the turning on you, no, I was definitely not aware of that.
Yeah. That was her trigger.
But
he was her handler.
I was gonna say that instant snap, though, that sounds like an absolute trigger handler set off.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it's so sad, and she's in total denial of that, of course. And and by the way, this is so people understand this. There was nothing natural about it. I'm sure people understand that. She was like, her and I were exchanging poetry and pornography, literally, and we were doing that easily in contact with each other throughout the day. And then, as soon as he showed up, then it was like, you've been treating me like shit. Oh, you did this. And she wrote out this essay. It was like Martin Luther's 14 fucking points when he nailed them to the church wall to start the Protestant Reformation, about 14 points about the church. She sent me exactly like that about shit that I had done to her. It was just shit she was pulling out of her ass, just senseless, crazy shit. I mean, obviously, if she had been dissatisfied with how I was behaving at any point in time over all the years that she claimed that this was accumulating like radiation, she would have just expressed it, and I would have changed my behavior. It's that simple. You don't suffer in silence for years. This isn't nobody does that. When people are upset, they express it. You don't, Americans aren't like that. This isn't like Asia where you've got any kind of social pretense. I mean, Americans are just they just let loose. Hey, don't do that. I mean, good God. So she suddenly comes up with all this bullshit oh, yeah, I hope you treat Selena better than you treated me because otherwise she won't be around long. And what the fuck did I ever do to you? Judith Ager was the same way, of course. It was oh yeah, I've never been treated as bad as I have with you. I mean, granted, I took amusement. I didn't even find it offensive, though Peter Moon thinks that's rather pathological of me, that I should find it offensive. When Judith Ager was basically, saying how if I went to Hawaii, her son would chop me up into little pieces and stick me in the taro garden.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and so she said that on one of the episodes, the last episode I was on with her, where of course Lena changed the the graphic on it because I had an illustration of Judith Eggert and myself. So then Lena changed that. So then I realized that, you know, God, if she's willing to do that, she's probably the one who knocked us off bandwidth. I mean, it's, you know, the situation was just crazy. And well, there you go. I mean, yeah, you might talk about, well, fuck. If we think of crazy relationships, what would come up would be your ex-husband, so we don't need to go there. You know, no, yeah, it's just, God, we've been through hell. It's just awful, the both of us. And of course Jameson's going through his withdrawals, and you know, it's just so neurotic. He's got that cat. It's like, you know, these people, it's well, you have a lot of pets, but didn't you have a cat at one point? What was it with that little kitten, right? What happened to that?
Oh, I do. Well, I have up to 5 right now.
Oh God.
I do run, you know, I still do, I don't do what I used to do.
5 pets or 5 kittens alone? Wait.
I have more, I do animal rescuing. And so I did have a few cats get dumped on me. One was one that I knew was going to be put in.
I remember now. The name of the crazy cat lady, Carolyn Rose Goida. That's why you thought of Rose Dio.
Oh,
Carolyn
yes.
Rose Goida. So Carolyn Rose Goida was, I found out, I had raised several $1,000s for her, and she spent it all on cat food and cans of tuna and kitty litter. And we're talking like, I'm not shitting you, truckloads of kitty litter and you know, cans of tuna, which aren't even, tuna's not even good for your cats. If you like, you know, when you slop nothing but tuna on them can after can, it's not good for them. And that, and this, yeah, oh my God. And so this crazy bitch was living in some bombed out factory warehouse with a bunch of homeless guys, and they like had holes in the roof and everything, where they put buckets under the rain and shit. And then when it was hot, they're in, what was it, Chicago, Detroit, where the fuck was that bitch? And she, do you remember?
She had moved around so many times.
Oh, that's right. But the last place she settled into, yeah, the last place she was settled into before they finally arrested her, which as far as I'm concerned was an intervention, because what she was doing was the stench of the 200 cats she had 200 cats. And she made the mistake because all these ladies went out of their way to support her. And you had one lady, either Carol Doan Sloan or somebody else who's, I don't remember, so Carol can correct me on this if she hears of it. Somebody paid for her cell phone service. She had a state-of-the-art cell phone, and she was so stupid. She had someone take a photograph of her with the cell phone telling the temperature, and she's got all these cats on top of her, and her cell phone has got the big temperature on it where it read over 100 degrees. So in the side of the warehouse, it's over 100 degrees, and she's surrounded by a bunch of cats, and that's when they reported it to the authorities as cruelty to animals. So it was an animal intervention on behalf of the cruelty to the animals. Because obviously that is cruelty when you got them locked up in a warehouse where they can't, despite the holes in the roof, there was the warehouse windows were apparently nailed shut or something so the cats couldn't escape. You know, like they could, as if they could fucking open the windows. And just all kinds of crazy shit. And I felt so used, you know, by that, so exploited, you know, and Judith, of course, kept rubbing that, you know, into my face. Like, oh, yeah, you did all that for her, so she could, you know, have all those cat. And it was just awful. She claimed, get this shit, she claimed she was training the cats for, you know, helping recovering Gulf War vets and shit, so that injured veterans like could have these comfort animals. By the way, of course there are comfort animals like dogs and cats. Okay, you don't train the cats. I don't care what people say. It's that's not how it works. You bring the cats in and people stroke them, and that's it. That's it. They get the comfort from that, you know. But it's not like you train the cats. It's not. So just crazy shit. You know, I was hoping they were going to put her in jail because honestly, that would be the best environment for her. 3 hots and a cot with all the crazy shit she was getting into. Do you remember she had the boy who had escaped from the Quakers? I mean, by the way, so people understand this, the Quakers and the Puritans, these Mennonites, they all got a hell of a propaganda machine where everybody thinks they're all enlightened and happy and shit. But, you know, they get people who run away from that environment who think it's hell on earth. And this kid, you know, he had no education. So they don't learn how to drive. They don't learn how to do anything other than fuck each other and read the Bible and hoe the earth and everything. And, you know, you hear the propaganda, people go live with them for a while and say, oh, the simplistic life. Oh, it's great and all these shit. And, well, one of them broke free and he was like, you know, he wound up with Carolyn Rose Goida. From out of the frying pan into the fire. And that crazy ass bitch, Laura Lee Solomon said it best. She didn't know how to treat a human being, so she tried to raise him like a cat. She like gave him a big box to sleep in and shit in, and you know, would open up canned meals for him and shit, and then was wailing about, oh, you know, when he ran away, because, you know, who wants to live like that? I guess it probably went too far when she tried to put the flea collar on him. But, you know, by the time that he got away, she was all wailing, oh, you know, how is he going to get anywhere without any education? And I'm like thinking, fuck, bitch, you had like, what, a couple of doctorates? And look where you're at. You know, what the fuck did education do for you? I guess it taught her how to be a con woman so she could get me to raise funds for her so she could raise her fucking cats. And by the way, there is a pathology here when it just gets to that level. I mean, that's industrial scale. So she was at the industrial scale. So that should be something to talk about. You could talk about pet hoarder horror stories. You must have known a few, right?
Well, half of my peacocks were from those situations, unfortunately.
Oh my God. Oh, that's where they come from. Oh my God.
Right. You know, there is not one animal that I do not have in my home that did not come from needing a home, from some situation, even if that situation, like, you know, Kronk, he was supposedly just from, you know, an old farm family that needed to get rid of these puppies. And lo and behold, when I go there, I find out, holy cow, that's not just what the situation is here.
Wow.
But like my first peacock family, which was actually my first alpha male that did disappear, and I never found him, never found a trace of him, never found a body of him, never found a feather trail of him. He is the only one that absolutely went missing. And he's actually one that went missing for about 4 or 5 days. And then he was delivered in my driveway. Mm-hmm. And my dog Kronk is actually the one that alerted me to him after the screeching tires went peeling and he went all crazy about it. He was in a situation where his toes were curled in on themselves because he had been raised in a concrete area where he was never allowed to roost. He was never allowed to be on soil. And so when he was at my home with his mate, it was the first time that he had actually been able to fly up into a tree. And through rehabilitation, I gained his trust. I was able to hold him. I would massage his feet. We got his toes working and he was able to roost and he thrived in it. Fabulous. But yeah, he was always a big mystery for me because I never even got the, hey, here's his wings left over that I was used to finding. He just disappeared. And that was very devastating.
Of course. Oh my God. So sorry. And So share some experiences like that. I'll refresh myself. I'll be back in about 10 minutes or so at the longest, and you can tell us all about, or tell the listeners all about gossip about Carolyn Rose Goyda. Matter of fact, I could probably stick around for that. Certainly, there must be some other gossip you could give me about her. Just for the sake of my enjoying, bitching about her. Yeah, there was that one time she was like, when she had the young, refugee Mennonite or whatever he was living with her, she was in a trailer for a while. You might remember that. And that's when she got into some horrible, toxic hostility relationship with her nemesis being the sheriff. Who might have ultimately maybe killed one or two of her cats. I can't remember. It was like she was suggesting the situation was getting to that point or something, but she was living in a trailer. Oh God. And that was, yes, she wound up for a while. Oh, with the Boldyke prison guards. And they offered her a place to live, and they basically raped her. I'm sorry, this is horrible. It just went from one thing to another. There was and then I saw these pictures on her Facebook timeline where I said, God, who's that ugly white guy that's all beaten up? I said, why is she putting the picture of this guy up? Is that runaway kid, the Mennonite? Is that what he looks like now? And then Laura Lee said, that's her, you idiot.
Oh no.
And that was, she said she had fought off some guy who had come and, attacked her or something. It's just, I don't know. It was like she was always in trouble because, you're talking about a crazy cat lady who's always got these cats that are kind of like Laura Lee Solomon. And, there you have that. How do I track these people? Or, it's like...
There is some sort of crazy cat lady syndrome.
Yes.
It's true. It's kind of like the sock monster, they really do exist.
Yes, thank you. Tell people about it. It's a parasite. It gets into the brain, and my understanding is they say that only women are prone to it, but the reality is, there's crazy cat men, because these are the the lonely guys who you can tell them a mile away because you can smell the cat urine. And they reek, they reek of cat urine, and they're the guys who you see running into burning buildings to rescue the cat. Literally the apartment house, the home is burning, and they go in there and they try to rescue whatever cats they can, and they burn alive and and die. And all you can think of is how relieved you are. It's honestly, these people are everywhere. My father loved cats, and he always felt I had betrayed him because I was allergic to cats. And oh well, life is hard. And yes, cats around me, I just sneeze and my eyes go all bloodshot. And I actually have nothing against. I don't hate cats, but I've just seen too many examples where Jameson Reese comes to mind, where these things run a person's life. I mean, look at Jameson Reese. He's bringing a cat to a veterinarian tomorrow that's elderly and in some kind of distress. Okay, it's like, whatever. It's like, after a while, what is the return on the investment in terms of, after a while, it is cruelty to keep an animal alive past a certain point.
Right.
Oh my God. But these people do. These people do. It's like this one guy I knew, his mother's dog. And the dog was shitting and pissing itself, and it was like, it's like, okay, at what point do you not see this is not fun? This is
right.
Right.
There's a difference of providing and comfort and the benefits of our established medical care, and then there is another end of my God, grandma's like eating applesauce through a tube and hasn't walked in 3 years, and she isn't even there. Like, this, what quality of life is this that, we're using horrible medications and whatnot to prolong what would have naturally
never have happened. Yeah.
I'm all for it, man. If you can roll to 110, dude, go for it.
Yeah.
But what kind of life is 20 years on a respirator, not moving, like incapacitated, or, and I don't know, everybody has a different angle, but we definitely should not force our will onto
other
animals
living things.
in any way. In many ways.
Yes.
So.
Yes. Thank you. And by that, she's implying the people who fuck them too is also an imposition of,
Yes. Horrible atrocities. My goodness.
Yes.
In many different ways, between stealing their medication and they just go without.
Yes.
What they should be having, because the goddamn freaking nurses and whatnots, paramedics, are stealing their stuff.
Yeah.
To violating and physical abuse, mental abuse. Just because we closed down a lot of our state mental institutes and whatnot, infirmaries, senior abuse is horrific.
Yeah.
And we do not talk about it enough or do anything about it enough. And it is horrific.
Thank you.
Very much.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's wretched. And, honestly, it's, I don't even want to think about it. It's one of those things that I don't see why people do what they do.
Right.
And
Hippie downer, sorry.
oh no. I mean, it bring it's I'm okay now. I mean, my parents are dead, and as far as I'm concerned, they're in a better place. Now let me see now. Of course, I miss them every day, but
Right.
yeah. So let me see. 9, 30, 10,
Right.
so we got 2.5 hours left. As I said, you don't have to stick with me during times like this. I can easily monologue, but let me go refresh myself. Hold the stage for about 10 minutes. I've given you plenty of topics to chew on, so to speak, and you need practice as a co-hostess. So let's give you that practice. Okay, I'll be back. I'm gonna go mute. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, you come back as soon as you can.
Okay, yeah, and you'll be fine, honey. The time will pass. You won't even notice it. When you're talking, the time passes like it's nothing. Anybody who doesn't believe me, try saying a speech behind a podium on a stage before an audience. You'll get up there and your average person will go, ooh, and then, oh, look at the time. 15 minutes have passed. I mean, it's the time it's nothing. It's all relative. The moment you start talking, time ceases to exist. So I don't mean you personally, Amanda, but
Sure.
yeah, but anyone, for any one of us, yes. Okay, love you dearly. I'll be back in about 10 minutes, and I'm gonna go mute for now. All right.
Okay. That's kind of funny. When I was talking to Jameson the other night, like Douglas had said, we talked for an hour and a half roughly, and it had to have been 10 or 15 minutes before I had noticed that just Douglas wasn't even there anymore. I don't even think we were online or live. I was just blabbing away. So as far as Rose goes with the cats, I think most of the stories that I had heard were mainly through Douglas and through her Facebook posts. And the sheriff was after her and her cats, and she did take in this teenage boy that did end up running away. She reminded me a lot of Rose Dio, whom Douglas had spoken about earlier, who had tried to come up here to Portland and had a series of misunfortunate events. My goodness, I would have to listen to what Douglas remembers about what I had shared about that. But she had come up here, and the poor girl had tried to go to the hospital to meet with the hospital, and she thought that they were coming after her there, and she was in the emergency room that was barely 5 minutes away from me, and I told her I'd come meet her and go pick her up, and she ended up running this light and getting pulled over as she was being chased by some other peoples. I will most definitely have to ask Douglas what he remembers about that event, but it was quite wild. And these people, like we were saying before, the super soldier killers over there from the conference that Douglas was at, these people, they're just triggered, and they come out of the blue and also the woodworks, and they have things that happen apparently about this Facebook fundraising site, and how this other woman just turned after being his friend and sponsor and helper for several years, just turned on him. These triggers come out of the blue, and these people are worn down, and they're confused, and things like Facebook posts that only you can see, or text messages that only you get and are erased, or something that somebody says to you when nobody else is around, but suddenly when everybody else is in the room, the complete opposite is said. Or photos that can be manipulated, obviously with editing software and whatnot, that's so prevalent and easy. You can download easy editing software now, but things have been manipulated to put somebody in a situation where they at least think that they're going crazy. Nobody else saw this. Why did I see it? I know it was there. Or, oh my gosh, why do I think it's there? It wasn't there. It's so easy to manipulate. And something that goes way back, one of the first subjects Douglas and I had talked about was not only Mae Brussels, but a researcher named Cooper. And his first name escapes me. I'll have to ask Douglas about this. But they most definitely showed the two angles that making out somebody to be crazy or discrediting to flat out taking them out was very easily shown to do. Ted Gunderson talked about COINTELPRO, and I think it probably started before him. Character assassination is almost always coupled with mental assassination on somebody. Gaslighting, they kind of refer to it now, where you just make somebody question their own sanity. Things are done so quickly and easily where you don't even believe it yourself, or nobody else will believe you, so why try? Why bother? Why talk about it? That's definitely the road I ended up going down of, well, why bother? Nobody believes you anyway, or the consequences that come from speaking truths and sharing what's going on. It just, you get hit, and it's not that you get hit and you care, it's that the people that you love get hit. The life of, you're just trying to survive and just be a person, gets taken away from you. Everything, when everybody turns their back, or you question your own sanity, human beings, we don't function well that way, and that's definitely known. That's been experimented on. That goes back to World War II and Manchurian Candidate sort of test subjects and experiments and mind control, where we definitely know how to program and hit people. We definitely know how to discredit and bury people. And if somebody can't be useful, such as this shooter for Colorado, then they'll at least take care of themselves. They will self-annihilate. They will infiltrate themselves with 200 cats and end up creating acts of animal cruelty when she probably started out as a very loving person who really wanted to help and really had her heart set on animals and caring and taking care of them. I can certainly sympathize with attaching more to animals than humans. I can very much to relate to that, even though I love my fellow human beings and children and friends and family and whatnot. But, animals don't betray you. They're not the ones that hurt you. You don't associate them with terror and abuse and abandonment. And so they're very easy to psychologically manipulate people. And they're also very easy and wonderful with rehabilitation. Just as much as, Douglas was saying, the crazy old man who will run in the building to save a cat, sometimes it's a lonely old man who literally doesn't have another soul on this planet that talks to him and needs him, and it's his only comfort, and it's a real friendship. And so it's very easy to violate and also to cross that line with animals. That's why they're used in trauma, for trauma victims. That's why our Navy SEAL team trains, where they do need to kill a rabbit that they raise, that they attach to, and then they have to kill. And they cannot pass this certain level of a course to proceed to become a Navy SEAL unless they create this act. And I did hear that firsthand from several that is a part of training. Gosh, don't want to go off that deep end of where that sort of thing goes. But definitely I've seen with Douglas that the most amount of people who have come into his life have either been sidetracked away from him one way or another. I do not know all the stories of recently about certain people who railed off, but I did watch and see where he would be set up, or other people were obviously sent in to distract and destroy and infiltrate, and heard several interviews, and I'd have to think pretty hard or see if Douglas remembers a couple of the others where like that one guy who just totally incriminated himself and was going off on his story about his grandfather and coming back from the wars, of things just embedded and triggered, and my goodness, they just come on, and not a lot of people can handle his questioning or his proof, and a lot of other people can't handle other proof and introspective of things that are going on today. Things are so crazy, and the violence against Asians, the Asian American community, the Black Lives Matter, the COVID, the fires, the shootings. My gosh, we're definitely all getting triggered left and right.
Yeah, I just got back and just caught the last of what you were saying about I was just curious. You were saying a lot of people can't handle his questions, or the point. Were you talking about me? or is this someone else? Just curious.
You can't handle the questions. Like, they can't handle your questions. They can't handle the answers. They can't handle,
well, thank you.
It's okay to accuse somebody or, oh, thanks.
You're so wonderful. Thank you so much. Love you dearly. And so when you, there are some stories I have to relate about. Do you remember she's the singer. She was with she was on Facebook, and it was her. McRae, Mona Lee McRae. Have you maintained any contact with her? Is she all right?
You know, I have not gone through Facebook in so long, and there's a few people that are still on there that I need to say hi to. But her, I want to say I don't recollect seeing on there recently.
Oh.
But I should search her and see if she's still on my page, because now that you bring her up, she's somebody I just couldn't honestly pull up at the moment. I've seen.
Let's take a look for her, see if I find anything. I would be surprised if I do, to tell you the truth. For some reason, why am I thinking like that? Mona Lee McCrae. Mona McCrae. Okay. I'm not getting a Mona Lee McCrae. I hope she's still alive. Oh my God. Let's look up and see if there's any obituaries. That would be sad. Let's hope that's not the case. Mona Lee McCrae. I definitely thought that, she's had a hard time of it. Just, she was hit by a car that broke every bone in her body, except in her hand. Yeah, well, that was a while ago. That was before you and I knew her. Yes, so they've got her listed, daughter of actor Joel McCrae and half-sister of actor Jodie McCrae. So they've given her credit, her due, and they list her as an actress. And she's on the 1MDB. There's no dates for birth or death. Biography of Mona Lee McCrae is an actress. Okay, so she seems... There's no one saying she's dead, so I guess she's still around. I hope she's all right. And I remember that both of you, you're close enough where you could conceivably meet, right? I mean, wasn't she in property that was like in the same state? Are you both in the same state or what?
I want to say that she was in Oregon. I think Southern Oregon.
Okay.
That does ring a bell.
Right. Yeah. She was in Oregon, most certainly, definitively. She was in Oregon. Where now? Forgive me because it's been a long while. All I think of is, when I think of your home, I think of the movie 13 Ghosts and shit. Where are you? You're in Washington or Oregon? You're Washington, right?
No, I'm in Oregon. I'm like.
So both of you are in the same state. Yeah. So
Yeah.
No, forgive me again because, I've driven through there, not driving because I don't drive anymore, but, in other words, I was a passenger when other people were driving, but, it all becomes kind of a blur. But Oregon's on top of Washington, right? I mean, it's north of Washington, or is it the other way around?
We're underneath it. We're sandwiched between Washington and California.
Okay, there we are. Washington is the one with basically shares the Canadian border. Washington shares the Canadian border, right? Okay.
Yes.
So
they have the whole of the border area. Don't ever go to the border of Canada and northern Washington.
Right. No, I've heard that. What remind us why?
Yes.
What was going on there?
Oh my, no. Oh my, I'm sorry. I haven't talked about this in forever. I had some of the worst experiences of recently leaving home and ending up at this horrible drug trafficker's house in Blaine, Washington, in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of winter, where just like people talk about the tunnels between Mexico and California, the drug running tunnels that are absolutely legit. I don't have personal physical photos to back myself up, but I swear they're legit.
No. That's irrefutable. Everybody knows that at this point because there have been raids where this has been brought to people's attention, but a lot of people just have no idea.
Like 10 years ago, I sound like the freaking crackhead. Nobody believes me.
People are so fucking... It's amazing to me what they deny or why they deny it. I mean, people are so stupid. I mean, but yeah, so basically what you're telling us is there's an equivalent between the USA and Canada, right?
Yes. Yeah. There absolutely is. And I know this might sound crazy, but in winter there are ice tunnels.
Yeah.
In certain areas. A massive trafficking. I lived in Alaska. I knew several people. I don't know anybody big enough that would even matter, but the drugs and human trafficking, along with other black market things that went through there, we just knew they came through Canada. People that live in small towns kind of know small town rules where nothing's a secret. Or on the other hand, everybody's keeping the same secret. Everybody knows it, but you don't talk about it, sort of deal. And the stuff, it just, things come through Canada. I don't know how else to say it, just besides flat out. Yes, we have border patrol. Yes, we have security, and yes, things are being monitored.
By the way, just to put this into perspective for people, the border control at Canada, between Canada and the United States, is non-existent for all intents and purposes. They take their old white guys who are retiring and they put them up in Canada, and the old white guys just there was one time some Canadian guy went batshit crazy and literally did the chainsaw murder routine. And so by the time he showed up at the Canadian border, he was Canadian, and he showed up at the Canadian border with the United States with a bloody chainsaw and blood all over his clothing and a psychotic look in his eyes. I know this because I saw the photographs. And the Border Patrol just waved him through. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, you're a white guy with a chainsaw. Because, this is what they see all the time is crazy white guys with chainsaws up north. That's what you see is crazy white guys with blood all over their shirts with chainsaws. Yeah, I mean, that's the norm.
If you want to go disappear, if you want to go crazy, and still mingle, that's definitely your area.
Thank you.
It really is. It really, getting from Alaska into Canada was a much, 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 much bigger deal than getting out of Canada into America.
Yeah.
But that's the way when you go that way. If you go opposite, if you say that you're going through Canada, it's much harder to get into Canada knowing you're an American citizen trying to get back into America, if that makes any sense.
I think so. Yeah. Pac One Morales was.
There are many well-known spots where if you are trying to get into America or get into Canada, yes, you absolutely hit these spots. Also, if you're willing to brave the weather and you slip some money or whatnots to the right people, you will be shown the right areas to bypass it anyway. And it's kind of like Mexico. You're chancing the desert and the heat, and over here you're chancing tundra.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah.
But there absolutely is a steady. I mean, when I say that I had a harder time going into California, from Alaska into Canada, I was questioned more. My vehicle was not searched, and I was stuffed with boxes and traveling. I drove through Canada from the ferry. Just had to say what I had and where I was going and kind of detail it out and all that whatnots. But I could have had kilos in my and they never and what I found, I didn't understand it at the time until later, and I talked with other people, but what I found out was people coming off the ferry and places that I went and other ships that were coming into port and just being in certain places, I found out that kilos were of many different things were absolutely passing in and out of there.
Yeah.
And I don't know if people understand about Alaska. The government is very big there. It is a network up to the Antarctic, and international business and world politicians. I know this sounds very weird, but world politicians and celebrities were in and out of Juneau and Anchorage, and the Kenai Peninsula for hunting.
Yeah, yeah.
For trophy hunting.
Yeah, it would be for that, for the natural sites, for the Aurora Borealis, I would assume.
Yes.
It would just be a cool place for them to go. I mean, you know what I thought was that if somebody would invest enough money for it, I think that what somebody should establish would be a franchise, or at least start with one establishment where you'd be up near the pole where it's night for several months of the year, right? You have there's periods of time where it's night for several months of the year. Of course they do the stupid vampire film 30 Days a Night, something like that, and they play on just typical misunderstandings of vampirism. But in terms of what I said people should do, because the one thing that all modern men and women are really lacking is sleep. They should have facilities up there where there is night for long periods of time, where it would be a sleep vacation. You are just offered the opportunity to basically sleep. There might be other amenities available, but mostly it would be, the main attraction would be just the ability to sleep, and that you could sleep throughout the day and at your own rhythm, and until you've kind of recovered yourself or recuperated to a degree. Because this is what's truly lacking with most people. But in your case, again, what was it that why your insomnia? Is this psychosomatic, or is this physical pain, or combination, or what's going on with that?
I now think it's a combination. I remember as a child being awake at night. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I guess I'll say it. I mean, I grew up in a gold mining town that was from the early 1800s. I just remember looking out my window and seeing the old town and old structures and buildings, and I saw people walking around, and I thought that was normal.
Cool.
But I mean, I know now, like, they weren't really there.
Still, that's neat. Yes.
But they weren't there. But I mean,
no, they were there. They were there. They're just in a different time. And remember, time is simultaneous. It's right. Really, time is an illusion in a very real sense. They were there. It was just you were able to see them and other people weren't. That's the way to look at it. So
there's if people look up Sumter Bed and Breakfast, haunted Sumter Bed and Breakfast, it'll talk about this building there. That's an old bed and breakfast. It's one of the old buildings that did last from the fires because it was up a hill, where my dad built our house that I was born in. Well, I wasn't born in there. I was born on the property, and then he built the log cabin because my handprints are in the foundation in that house. Wow.
It's still
my
there?
Bedroom is still there. Well, I don't know. Some horrible family members took over my dad's inheritance, and I'm hoping it's still there. I don't know. That's kind of something I don't know. I could see it getting bulldozed and sold, just because of the other malicious things that have happened there. But I'm hoping they're there. I hope it's there. But my bedroom window faced the entranceway to this 1800s building, and there was a man who I just always called the doctor. And I can see him leaning up against the post with one arm up and one arm in his pocket. He's wearing this red striped tie and these glasses and a white button-up shirt and these really old-fashioned pants, pulled up with a belt. I would always see him at night. And I would always ask my mom, why is the doctor there at night? And it just, I know now who he was. Yeah.
So how did she respond? How did your mother respond to that?
I think my mom was somebody who was very curious about those things, but really when they were confronted, she really didn't handle them well.
Okay.
The same thing happened with my son, whom even, I don't know, I assume more so than me, would just say things. I'm talking as, he's still got a diaper on and just learning to talk, and jaw-dropping comments come out of, there's no way in hell why this baby should know these things, say these things. I took him to California for a visit with some in-laws, and we're at a hotel, and he's pointing out the mirror or out the window going, oh, tomorrow we're just going up and left and down the street, right? We're going over there. And this 2-year-old shouldn't know these things. He's never been there. He doesn't understand, it's not like I told him these instructions, these kind of things. So, yeah.
So he, in other words, like many children, he's sensitive to the world around him, and that's wonderful. And
he had a past life he talked about for quite a while that he stopped talking about, and he doesn't have any recollection anymore. But it was from a war and a plane going down, and he and another pilot on a raft and getting marooned on an island. And when I did have a globe and we were looking at the globe and stuff like that, he did point, and it was over in the Asian Pacific, and he did look over there and he did point, and he was like, this is the area, this is where we went down. And that was the last time he went into this full story of being shot down and going over there, and he was the only one that lived. The other person that landed with him had passed away.
Yeah.
And after that, he did not speak about it anymore.
And,
but that's very common with kids. Like after 4 or 5 or 6, they don't remember.
Yeah.
Anymore.
Yes, that's right. That's right. And so his story is very similar to other young men's story that I've heard, and of course some of these have become quite famous, where there's a memory of a past experience in conflict, usually because the conflict is so intensive that it carries through into the next incarnation. So, as I've said before, the soul is very complicated, and there's an element that incarnates and reincarnates, and there are elements that move on. And so we're very multifaceted entities. And so there's a lot more to us than people understand. And so aside from all of that, honey, how is your daughter doing? Just curious. So we know your son is for some reason easier for you to speak about because he has these these memories and stuff, but she's younger than him, and therefore, is there anything particularly outstanding about her that bears relating? Just curious.
My kids are constantly mistaken as twins, even though they're about 2 years apart. Mm-hmm. And they're also twins in every sense, where they're exactly alike and they're exactly opposite. My son, where he didn't sleep and he spoke about these things and he saw these things. My daughter, when she was young, was just an airy fairy, happy, giggly, slept at night. Yes. And napped during the day, didn't drain. Like, my son was absolutely terrified of me leaving up to about the age 3 or 4. And it was not spoil the baby syndrome. I will beat the crap of anybody that tries to pull that shit. Right. Yes. But I mean, this kid was terror. It was terror that was going on with him. She is very resilient. She's very much like me. She's very her own. She's very much a smart ass. She's very funny, and she's very artistic, and she, whatever it is, when things were very, very gnarly for us, she was thank God, very young, and certain things were just shielded from her from a certain way. My son was also very protective of her, and so were my animals. And she in turn was very much protective of her brother, and she still is. She's a very strong, resilient girl who she just turned 13, which I can't wrap my head around. And on one hand, I feel very protective of her. It's although on one hand, I think my son is a lot more sensitive in certain areas. I think my daughter is also very much more in tune and connected in other areas. I cannot tell you who told it to me, but I do know that Doreen Virtue had repeated to me what I had said to somebody else, which I know we have no connection, but that Makai that's my son. He's my star child, and my daughter is my earth fairy. They're very much
wonderful.
I remember my son, I did pull him from things. He was drawing pictures of how ships get propelled and drawn into water bases.
Wow.
When he was 5 years old. I want to say that's when I met you at the conference.
Right.
When that whole conference was going on. And other things happened that I definitely I didn't seclude him or block him off, but protection definitely kicked in for there. And my daughter has always been just very kind of similar to me and my grandma, and my dad, just very in tune with animals and plants and kind of the other angle of things. But my son, gosh, he's an electrical wizard, computer wizard like my dad, and they both just kind of fit each other oppositely, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. And your dad spent some quality time with his grandchildren, right?
He did, and then at the end when I got sick and he started, I don't know if it's dementia. I don't know what happened, but things changed and turned very, very quickly. He was stuck in Eastern Oregon, and I unfortunately was unable to drive, so we only had phone contact for the last couple years.
Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah. You know, my dad, even in his old age, there were several fires that happened over in Eastern Oregon, and he still drove around taking care of people and putting out fires and taking care of stuff.
Right.
So
yes, that was so sad. I'm sorry for our loss in his death, but it sounds like he may be in a better place with what he was going through. Yeah.
I'm glad he's there, because me understanding where things went and how things went, I'm happy that's not happening anymore.
Right.
It should not have ended that way for him.
Right.
So, man, that's people who serve your country. He was sent to Germany during Vietnam to set up their electrical communication system at our bases over there. And he was one of 6 of his entire battalion that actually lived through Vietnam.
Wow.
And he and his partner that were sent over there, they're 2 of the 4 that lived only because they weren't in Vietnam.
Right.
But he lived off base. He was in, I want to say, what was it called? Red Rock? Castle Rock, where they did the testing for the rockets for space.
Castle. Oh yeah. I don't remember. It's something like what you said. Yeah. I almost said Castle.
Jupiter rockets. Yeah. Right. The Jupiter rockets where what's his butt from Germany, where they were testing the rockets to go to the
Yeah,
Yes, von Braun.
Yes.
My dad was an electrical engineer over there, and he was a class E, either 3 or 6, I forget, which he always told me only meant he didn't have to live in the barracks, and he actually got a house off the base.
Wow.
But he told me, he'd have to screw the cabinets shut because at night they would do the testing for the rockets to blast up to the moon. And if you literally didn't have your bed and your cupboards nailed down, your shit was broken, because they would do their testing at night for the moon launches.
Yes.
So he was there for the electrical engineering for that. So that was, he never talked about what he did for that, though. And I'm sure that was for his kids' protection.
Yes. That makes sense. And so I'm so sorry for our loss that he's not with us to share his experiences. But what about your mother? I don't remember ever much about her. She may not be someone you want to speak about publicly,
Well, I would say it's kind of like that kind of classic family stuff where somebody goes off the other end of where things are okay. Things were okay, I guess, for a while, but no, it didn't end up too good. I'm not exactly on speaking communication terms with her.
I vaguely remember that now. Yeah, okay, go on. Yes.
People don't know that there's trauma in so many different ways. My mother, on her side, my grandfather was a German who came over, fought in the war. My grandmother was a nurse who was actually an EM nurse, an emergency nurse, up until she had to retire because she was so old. But she was a war nurse. Same with my grandmother on the other side. Very strong women. My grandmother and grandfather actually met because my grandmother was a ranking over my grandfather.
Wow.
Because of her station as a nurse. She wasn't just a regular nurse. I don't want to say that. I don't know her exact title. She does have a memorial up in Seattle.
Wow.
But basically, my grandfather needed to iron his suit, and they were on a war train about to be deployed, and my grandmother had an iron and ironed his clothes, and that's the only reason why I'm here.
Wow,
How they
that's
met.
cute.
She converted to Catholicism. She's an old Scottish immigrant. I'm second generation from Scotland, Germany family.
Yeah.
And my gram, she definitely I don't know where I was going with that.
No need to worry. I mean, we weren't going anywhere in particular. I was just kind of, asking you about your family and whatnot. Of course, I remember V, my medical cosmetologist, when I was asking her about different, family connections like this, just because I was curious. She later on became convinced. I may have forwarded you the email, so you probably saw her. She suddenly felt she was convinced I was asking security questions so that I could, break into her account or something, or her, whatever her card was that she had with the bank or something, because, they ask questions like that, like, what's your favorite relative? Yeah, what's your grandmother's maiden name and shit like that? And by the way, I was doing what I'm doing now. There was nothing to it in terms of what's your grandmother's maiden name or something like that. It was just casual question. But she was convinced I was going to, try and rip her off. And I told her, fuck, with all the work that would go into that, I might as well go out and find myself an honest job.
Right.
Holy shit. I mean, oh my fucking God.
absolutely right. No.
So, but yeah. So we're not going anywhere in particular with that, but we were just kind of, you know, asking about background and stuff. Of course, you know, as it gets more closer to what you were experiencing with your ex-husband, it becomes more freaky with every, you know, with every character that was involved, basically. You know, it's. But anyhow, so just so people know, her husband is pure mind control material. But by the way, this isn't because we're paranoid people. It's because she has this semi-military background, and the military's full of assholes, and you know they all turn their children over for fucking programming and shit, because you know that's how they get promotions and shit. In some cases, that's pretty much how it worked out. So there you have it. In terms of where was I going with that? Now, oh yeah, telling people that in terms of your ex-husband, basically, he was a product of he was so fucked up, and why did you marry him again?
Well, so something else, like, I don't know if people understand, is that people who have traumatic either backgrounds from childhood or from service.
Yeah, well, your husband was more like his Marine Corps brother was raping him and shit. That's the kind of vibe I get.
You know, right? So, like, there's many different levels, and there's different triggers for that at different stages, and it's kind of like psychopaths or sociopaths.
Kind of like, yeah, I think more.
Well, it's just in that they're very practiced in the way to present themselves and to function in normal life.
Oh, you know what? It's funny you say that. Yeah, this is the image we have of the functional psychotic or the functional sociopath. Your ex-husband reminds me more of, like, I think more of Leatherface from the Chainsaw Massacre movies myself. But, you know, maybe that's wrong of me, but my impression was like somebody who, like, spends all day on the couch or something, and then, you know, and then gets up in the middle of the night and, you know, gets into the car and runs off with everything. It's like, or something. I mean, this is like, I have no image of this guy that forms any organized, coherent image in my mind, because he's so fucking nebulous, not because you ever hide anything about him. It's more like he just wasn't there. I mean, you know, this is the impression I get of him. He's not there. It's you know, oh my God. But
and I can agree with you 100%. And I can honestly tell you that when I first met him, and easily up to about 10 years from there too, I would not be able to agree with what you said, because it was not him. And it was not that way. And at the other hand, the way that things are concealed in these families, like, I was already dating this man and knew this man for 6 years before an incident happened where I actually understood the family, his family, not mine and his, not me and his family. His family dynamic of actually, for the first time, getting things actually said out loud, and actually seeing things for myself, and actually experiencing certain things to actually understand what the hell was going on. And at that point, when those things first happen, you don't know, oh my freaking God. Like, there is no manual in high school that says
what to
mind
do.
Control bullshit 101.
Yeah.
You know, like, you're not, when these things happen, that's what gaslighting is they come out of nowhere. They don't fit any other experience that you understand, that other people don't and aren't around to experience the same things as you. So there is almost nobody that you can relate it to that would also go, yeah, man, that's fucked up. Like, what the hell? Like, that's not right. you know, like the situations that you end up getting put in. So when everybody goes off on certain people, certain celebrities, certain situations, yes, there are sellouts. Yes, there are people that knew what they were getting into. They made the blood oath. They made the deal with the devil. They asked it. They wanted it. Now they're paying for it. There's other people where you don't really know what the hell is going on till it's actually you're in it.
Yeah.
And you're in it and
yeah, like up to your ass and in sewage
exactly.
and shit. Yes, and it's all
And
hot and smelly and and wet.
Yep.
Yes, go on. Yes.
Yep.
That was how Laura Lee
and
Solomon described helping out Carolyn Rose Goida. But go on.
yes. Right, and that's why I'm sure that she has some knowledge. I'm sure she has information. I'm sure she was discredited only because of how she turned out.
For what it's worth, the reason I helped her raise money was because she said she had all this shit in this storage facility that she was paying for, and so she needed to pay for it so they wouldn't get rid of the shit, and she was going to, get it out there, and that was all her secret formulary for free energy or something. That's not what she said, in all fairness, but some bullshit technological stuff that she supposedly had. And there you go. She was involved with something because of the number they did on her. Yeah, and of course there are people who are just crazy, but she seemed semi-functional enough where I was attributing. I guess the thing that Judith Ager and I had a unconscionable amount of fun with was like her, and maybe that's the wrong way of expressing it, but it's hard to think of a word for it in English. But Carolyn Rose Goida described being basically raped by some guy over a period of what was, if I remembered correctly, it was something like at least 18 hours, maybe it was something like, so when Laura Lee Solomon and I were trying to make some sense of that, her conclusion was like it was gang rape and she was being passed around because, there's not that many men that can last 18 hours. So when Carolyn was saying she was raped for over a period of 18 hours, it's like, okay, so I actually asked her about that on air at one point when I brought it up tactfully and said, how did this work? What was it then? So the way she described it was that, okay, so he was only like somehow abusing her by having her tied up while he was doing lines of coke in front of her or something like that. It became less and less alarming and more like just it's abuse, but it's not nearly what originally we made it out to be. Now this isn't that I'm implying that Carolyn Rose Goida was lying and telling just a bunch of stories. She had been through shit, but at the stage in her life that she was at, there was just no coming back. It was just she had crossed a point. She had crossed a point where it was the cats, and by the time it got to the point where it was hundreds of cats, then it's gone. I mean, there's nothing else in her life. I mean, that's Laura Lee Solomon was kind of like that, and it paid this. She had an ability to look at what happened with Carolyn Rose Goida and kind of make a choice to turn around and get off the crazy cat lady path, but she couldn't. I mean, she literally couldn't. I mean, just again to relate that as quickly as possible, she had about 7 cats in her home, and maybe some strays she was feeding that came to the door when she was discovered. It was not her neighbors. Her neighbors were always very helpful with her and helped with the cats. Nobody ever complained about it. But when she was outed by the gang stalkers and they called her landlord, the landlord came in to conduct an inspection, found her with the cats, and expelled her. When he evicted her, then she got very lucky, wound up with a very wonderful apartment right next to work. She'd been working there for 15 to 20 years. and she had to get rid of all of her cats. It must have been heartbreaking. She wound up getting 2 new young cats because they allowed 2 cats at the new place. And then that's when she was fired from work because she was so exhausted from making the move, she fell asleep at work. And, you know, her problem was she had never been popular at work. She always did her work, but she was never popular there. So they filmed her while she was asleep, which is something she did not tell me. So she was dragging on this bullshit for, you know, the months of the appeal. She rendered an appeal, which of course didn't come back. It was just crazy shit. She could have legitimately sued them, but at that point she's too busy trying to stay alive, and she didn't want to stay alive. She tried to kill herself twice. And then, you know, by the time I reestablished her in her friend's place, because I had to call her friend up, tell her what was going on, and get her to take her in. By the time I reestablished her there, she was basically, you know, helping, how would I describe this? She was living in her friend's garage, kind of. They set up a heater and everything, kind of set up a place for her. Her friend really lived alone, so they had some spare bedrooms. But I guess they were trying, her kids were moving back. It was something like that, but she was wound up in the garage. But she spent all her time with, you know, her friend's cat. And so it was like, well, that might be understandable comfort, and hopefully, you know, I've got nothing against her. Hopefully she's alive and well and all that shit. But, you know, there you go with that. It's just, this becomes a running theme. It becomes like really depressing to see people in that condition. Now, your animals, of course, you seem to be much healthier about it. Obviously, the kids love them. You get, you know, different things, like you said, that you're helping to recover. But was that how you grew up? Did your parents have a lot of pets while you grew up? Was it something like that? Your love of animals? I mean, you seem to have a knowledge for how to care for them. So where did that come from?
I've always had an affinity for animals. I guess I said, you know, I grew up in a mountain with very little people. There were town people, there were friends, but I just remember, you know, walking through the woods, petting deer and rabbits and birds. I know I'm not Snow White. I'm not confusing myself. I've just always had, you know, I would find hurt animals and I would learn how to take care of them. And my grandmother, like I said, both grandmothers on my side, both sides, my mother and father were World War II nurses. I'm very proud of them and their work. And they both immigrated over here from Europe. And so health and helping and animals, kind of like other people's children, disabled, elderly, they've always, animals, I've always had I don't know if you would say affinity or soft spot or just natural inclination. From 8th grade on, I spent working with children, and I always got into the field of special needs. The schools would label as troubled or mentally, we have different
developmentally disabled used to be one of the terms.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think it's different now because we're getting less and less what they used to call developmentally disabled, and it's more and more autistic, which is a difference.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
Right. And I just always was able, I guess with the animals as a kid, I was just able to relate to on a completely different level. And it was just very natural. And I was able to do something good. And it was just what I would do, if that makes any sense.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, and so yeah.
That's just making me think of a student that I had. He was actually, I want to say 2 or 3. I knew his father because he was a janitor at the school that I was interning the entire time that I was in high school, so 9th through 12th grade. And the father was on the shore with his 2-year-old. And the mother and son, which I had in my afternoon classes, they fell through the ice and died.
Oh.
And the son, of course, was, the father ran out and tried to rescue his wife and child, and his son was left on the shore, and he watched the whole thing happen. He watched his brother and his mother drowned. And this son, actually, I won't say his name and oh my goodness, he's got to be like 25 now, which is crazy to me.
Yes.
I can't even fathom that much time going by. But he was in my first kindergarten class. And I just remember that this child would see things the way that I saw things, where, I don't know, what do you say?
Well, you both saw things the same way. Yes.
We both saw things the same way. Juneau, Alaska is also another ghost gold town, with a lot of history.
So what you're saying is like yourself, he was able to see those elements that were otherwise lost to time. Yes.
Right. And he was another labeled troubled child.
Okay.
And I just remember in months with reviews, he was able to.
When they use the term troubled child, doesn't that usually mean juvenile delinquent? Like, these are usually, like, back in the old days, they used a term like that, would usually mean kids. Yeah.
Not in public terms. They use even worse terms. I would be the first to tell you, any parents that are listening, your teachers are talking shit about you. Your teachers and nurses and school bus drivers are talking shit about your kids.
Yes.
I heard the most bullying, horrific gossip, slander, mean crap that I ever have in my entire life in a teacher's lounge. No joke. I swear to God, the problem about children being bullies is absolutely stemming from the atmosphere.
They're following the adult example.
You know what? There were teachers that were bullied. If they weren't with an in crowd, if you weren't hip to these other whatevers, if you weren't climbing the bullshit, corporate.
What did you think? What did you think of the comedy Bad Teacher? Did you see that comedy?
I did not. Oh my goodness, that.
Gotta see that. The comedy Bad Teacher's really funny.
Oh
no. So you check that out. I'm sure you I mean, I don't know, do you have Netflix or what do you have?
I do have Netflix. I'm still I know people, I'm so old fashioned. I don't have cable. I don't watch TV. I do have internet. I do Netflix occasionally and stuff like that. So I will have to check that out.
Okay.
For sure.
Yes.
My friend and I used to always joke that I swear to God, we could write any soap opera or cliche series that would just kick the crap out of any of these other hit series, because writing truth is so much crazier than fiction.
Yes.
The stories that I could tell you, they're just bonkers. They're bonkers.
Yes. That definitely. And but anyhow, so go on with the teachers are bullying weaker teachers, essentially, or more shy teachers, or just teachers who weren't. Yeah. So go on.
Yeah, if you were a little weird, just like in school, if you were a little nerdy, or and not the cool nerdy, like the Portland nerdy,
right.
I found out.
Yeah, insular. If you were, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, I found out late that being a Portland nerd chick was an in thing, unfortunately or fortunately, I don't know. but if you were nerdy in the wrong way, if you weren't cool in this way, if I watched it, the craziest thing happened. This poor woman, she was in the finance department. She was bullied relentlessly. I shared an office with the union president, and this woman would come in and talk to her, and I would be present, which I shouldn't have been, but it was the main office, and people just talk, and it was my office. And as she would talk about what these people said, what they did, these jokes they would make, these things that they would say, the snotty innuendo, the the passive aggressive crap. And she would leave and go away, and she would go, okay, we're going to deal with this. So we're going to work on this. We're going to talk about this. She left. And then I would see the same people that she was talking about would come in, and her and the union president would laugh.
Yes.
Joking about her.
Right.
And, complaining about her. And this woman, this poor woman who I always thought was a nice lady, she just did her job. She just was a person. There was no reason to pick on this woman. A year after I moved out of Juneau, actually, she had a sudden illness, and she unfortunately passed away.
Oh, God.
The same.
Uh-huh. And there's a punchline to that, right? It was like when she was dead, they all pissed on her grave or something.
You know what? Even better. I love her son to the end of the day. These same people had the balls to show up at her ceremony, her service.
Her memorial. Yeah.
Her memorial.
Yeah.
And she had been working for the school district for I don't want to say, quote, 20 years, but she'd been there for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
A long time. And her son marches right up there, and he just looked straight out, and he went, well, maybe this will teach some people some lessons about what it means to be a good person and how to treat people when they're alive. And he just walked off the stage. So he just bitch slapped everybody for his mom.
Right.
And the look on these old biddies' faces was, and they're saying the same things about kids. They're saying the same thing about parents. It's really a very toxic. That's why our schools are so bad. It's from the ground up. It really is. It's, if you're a good teacher, I love public schools because things were so bad, and I went to private schools, and it was at least better, and I, until COVID, was at least able to trade for my kids' education.
Right.
And now it's different. But we really, we need to incorporate. I'm totally for India and Asian and American. We need to mix all the good stuff together. And skills and trades are downhill. Like we were saying about landscaping, how it's on the rise. Skills are needed so desperately. Skilled labor, skilled craft, skilled knowledge is absolutely essential. And that classically has been handed down into certain, I don't want to say races.
There are ethnics, shall we say, there's ethnic enclaving that is natural. That's all. It just organically happens. And
absolutely.
Yeah. So
absolutely.
Yeah, so by all means, go on. The other day, for instance, and I really wanted to thank our man Sammy Romero, who went to sleep, but he might hear this later when he was reviewing it. He said, just caught up with Sunday Transmission. It was mind-blowing hearing you describing the caste system of San Francisco and India and its connection with the tech world. So I was explaining there are, of course, negative elements to cultures you don't want, like the caste system of India, and how that's impacting our because of the Cold War with China. We're getting more and more Asian Indian technicians involved with high technologies, and they're importing the caste system. And so far they're just preying on each other, where they're making certain that the untouchables never get hired or are denied all opportunity for advancement, etc. But eventually because they're programming your fucking computers, these are the people who will produce the artificial intelligences that will fossilize and ossify our social caste system. So this has got to stop. I mean, so this is something that just an example of how how important it is to understand the cultures that are commingling with us. You see, the tech people, all they know is that it's cheap from India. Bring the Asian Indians in; they're cheap, and and they're brilliant, and they're educated, and oh yeah, guess what? They've got this. They're an insurgency. I mean, this is basically an insurgency when they're infecting us with this caste system. No, you don't want that. So what do? I mean, we've got to, of course, educate people in the fact that these people are stratifying their own people in the technologies world, and since they're becoming all of the programmers and the and whatnot, then this will impact us all. So we've got to discourage that. Get people to progress, advance, and diversify even within their own cultures when something like that is going on. So aside from that, honey, tell us more about some examples that you were getting to. You were kind of getting to the point where it simply could be like we'll get to a point where there is a more hybridized culture, cosmopolitan, but we'll probably have ethnic enclaving where certain ethnicities just become, specialized with something. Now, an example that also comes to mind is the way that it broke down in the Greater Bay Area when it came to certain examples of ethnic enclaving in California. Is that there were two major things that I noticed. One of them was I guess three. It basically was like this: the Cambodian immigrants, Kampuchean, many of them, because they're so ethnically enclaved and they're so culturally just, among themselves, they don't feel comfortable outside of themselves. They're a rural culture in a primarily urban environment and economy. They stick with each other like glue. And so at some point, one of them began opening donut franchises. So it became ethnically enclaved, where many of the donut shops were owned by Cambodians, Kampuchean people. And so that became like a trip. They became affiliated with that the way we used to think of Chinese laundry. And then there was the Brazilians, and what happened was, for whatever reason, the Brazilians became affiliated with pizza, and they opened a bunch of pizza franchises, and then they began to dominate yellow cab. And the reason they dominated yellow cab was they got their relations into driving cabs so that they could deliver their pizza by exploiting the cab. They really weren't, becoming cab drivers so that they could just pick up riders. They didn't even care for that. They were just using it to deliver the pizzas for their relations who owned the franchises, the cabs. And by the way, for people who don't know this, most cabs do not want your business. They have no interest in picking up anybody. Most cabs, I don't know what the fuck they're doing, but they're not picking up customers. This is why we started developing Uber and Lyft and Flywheel and all of these cars that pick you up, because the cabs are not doing it. Whatever the fuck they're doing, they're not picking up clients. So this is why you've got these other cars that do. And so there we have that. And so you're not suggesting something like that. Your vision, I'm assuming, is a little different, not just these kinds of ethnic enclavings and strange little niche systems, but something more different, right? Honey?
Well, no.
Yeah.
It's actually really funny because when I first moved to Oregon, the Oregon school district, public schools, were on strike. So finding a job as a teacher, especially a newbie, like, if you don't know, if you're like not in already, you're like at the bottom of the list.
Yes.
And when there's strikes and labor issues, like you're not working. So I actually worked at a coffee shop, and it's very funny because they were a Korean family who had, in the last 3 years, moved from Los Angeles and their chain in San Francisco because they closed down their donut shops. So the Cambodian donut shop phase moved to the Korean immigrant phase.
Yeah.
And I worked for them for about 5 years. And also it's very interesting in Southeast Alaska. We have a very large Filipino, Korean, Hawaiian immigrant
Community.
chain. And so some of the things that you were saying were actually like absolutely on point. Like exactly that. And gosh, that just definitely that took me back, because I mean, when I bought this house, I was able to get a loan for as a single 23-year-old for getting a home off of a coffee shop job, working for an immigrant Korean family, as opposed to being laid off as a teacher for your public school.
Right.
And you know, if that shouldn't say, like, I was able to buy a house because you people will tip for your coffee. Right. You'll Jones for your coffee.
Yes.
And you know, but you do not want to put the money into your public education system. And I will also say, it's not that you don't want to put your money in. There's a shit ton of money going in. I saw the waste. I saw the books. I worked at district office. I did the accounting. I saw the waste. The money that's being thrown away that is actually not educating anybody. Teacher, administrator, or student is disgusting.
Oh my God.
So it's, you know, and that would be why our skills and our you know, if the, and I want to say, you know, the Brazilians took after Little Caesars. Little Caesars does not pay money as a pizza company. They pay money as a food delivery system.
Yes.
Kind of like the Whole Foods, not Whole Foods, the Amazon company, but like bulk buying. That's why they're able to sell their food as cheap as they do, because they are in the delivery system. So cabs, it was very, very weird when COVID had just started and the riots started. For the first time, I saw cabs parked in Portland, Oregon.
Yeah.
But
wow. That's amazing.
There
we are. There we are. Thank you.
You know, and before then, it's not like I saw them driving around. It's not like I was constantly passing them. It's not like they were in flux and moving.
Right.
And right. It definitely was not just the lockdown that did that.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. And there you have it. See, we're exposing the secrets of the universe. This is an education for all who are listening. And of course, this is a Wednesday night, so it is a weeknight. So a lot of people have dropped off towards this point because, you know, they're going into work tomorrow. But definitely, I'm glad you showed up, because I had, you know, it was just odd. It was an odd night. I didn't, not that really much into it tonight, and we'll probably do better hopefully on Sunday. But hopefully not too much has happened by then where I have to, you know, integrate into the arc of narrative all kinds of other things that might be going down. But you know, with all of the mass shootings that went on lately, so that reminds me again of that weird ass Zachary Garrett up there in Portland, Oregon. And so what I know is that you had a bunch of anarchy movements that were up there that you know, the Black Lives Matter people didn't even want to get involved with. And these were the kinds of movements that were really making it violent. It was not the Black Lives Matter movement that was making it violent. It was, these other elements came in, the anarchists on one side, and then you've got the radicalized right-wingers on the other side trying to, you know, instigate trouble. You got everybody was setting fires. Between the riots and the fires, all I can say is I thought of you often and just hoped that you survived. It looks like you did.
It was, I've had other things happen, and at least at those times I felt in control. Like, okay, I can beat the shit out of this person. I will at least go down fighting, like, if that makes any sense.
Right.
But it is a completely different situation when you are surrounded. Like, my car was literally like, I can still see these people's faces and clothes like smushed up against my car. I was
shit. Oh shit.
I was literally,
you know what that's like?
I
It's
was,
like, you know, The Walking Dead or World War Z and
it
shit.
was. Oh my God, Douglas! Like it was. If you, it made the news, and I was scared that my car was like a part of this picture that I figured out. Like, like you can see the SWAT team with their fucking like guns out and their batons and their riot shields, and then you can see my car, and you can see the swarm of the dumb fucks like surrounding it. And this is when, like, during that time, it was during daylight. And this is another thing. During the daytime, it was total peaceful protests. Even if they did shut down this roads, even if they did block up miles of this or what that, or block off the bridge or whatever, it was peaceful. But as soon as shit got dark, it was absolutely freaking terrifying. And there were several times where I saw buildings on fire, fire trucks going by, SWAT teams going by. They've got their fucking guns out. Like, I'm just trying to get home to my goddamn kids.
Yes.
People are over here throwing bottles and lighting shit on fire and knocking things over and chanting like, kill the cops, kill the fucking pigs.
Right,
and like,
yeah, kill pigs. Yeah, smash the state. Smash the state. Yes, go on.
Yes. And like, it's another job that I had to quit and not do. Part of it was wearing masks all the time is not something that I could handle. But at the time that I like had to stop was because I couldn't risk being stuck in there or not being able to get to my kids or being like injured, and not being able to take care of my kids. I've been in other crazy situations and life-threatening situations and whatever, protecting myself. And there was a time where before the crazy riots happened, I was doing some delivery to Southeast Portland, and I was desperately looking for a restroom. So I found this.
Oh shit! I've been there. I've been there in that situation. It's awful. It's awful. So go on. Yes. Oh my God.
Awful. I had been driving for 6 hours, like running over a couple 100 miles, just running shit all around town. And like, I had to stop and brake. And it was one of those crazy times where my GPS system, my driver system kind of screwed up, and it set me around the wrong way, and it took me the longer route. And I ended up getting stuck behind first this big old truck, and then this truck that had to like this delivery truck that was taking forever to get out of the way. And by the time I got to where I meant to go to the bathroom, which was a 7-Eleven, there were 5 police cars and 7 SWAT cars past me. And I was just like,
a military convoy.
Yes, it was a straight up convoy. And by the time I got to where I needed to drop my stuff off, they were telling me, oh my gosh, did you see what happened up the street? Blah, blah, blah. And I was like, no. Apparently these people had a police scanner, and they told me that the 7-Eleven that I was going to go take a piss break at had a guy who came in with a machete and held everybody up in the store for the last 20 minutes. And had like held 3 customers and 2 clerks hostage. And if I hadn't gotten rerouted and went the long way and went and did my other shit right, my ass would have been in that store. I would have been in the bathroom.
Oh my God.
It was crazy.
Hey, well, you could have told the guy, if it turns you on, I'm just going to have to piss anyway. I'll do it right here in front of you if you don't let me use the restroom.
Right?
But that's it's so fucking typical. Just this kind of the craziness of Portland. Like I said, everybody up there is out of their fucking mind, and I hope Mona Lee McRae is okay. Have some amusing stories to share about her. I know where she's at, kind of in the sense of, when you don't go out for a long time. And then you decide you're going to do something. Then when the time comes where you should be doing something, a lot of times you just say, no, I can't do it. It's like this was well before COVID when she got to that point. And I remember what I had shared with you about her son living in San Francisco for a long while. Essentially.
Oh, that's right.
Yes, and with herself, what happened was, because she had been doing acting in the past, basically she got a call from her agent, and of course this means that somebody who's dealing with many, many actors, and then they think of something that, hey, I could help this person out, they could do this. He called her up and said, look, you can be an extra in this scene where there's a bank robbery or something and a bunch of people get killed, and they just want you to slide on the floor, in all the fake blood. And by the way, so people understand this, it's in the old days, black and white film, it's very hard to make blood. But if you by that I mean to make something look like blood. So
right.
when when they consulted black and white photographers who were forensic photographers, like the founder of the First Church of Satan, Magus Anton Szandor LaVey. So when I was taught by the people who taught him about forensic photography, when I took the courses at City College of San Francisco, these were the men who had taught Anton LaVey when they were young men, and now they were about to retire by the time I took the last of their courses at City College of San Francisco. And what they told me was, to the old films, the way they would make blood look like blood was chocolate syrup. So they would use lots of chocolate. Yes, in black and white. Yeah. And so in terms of what was going on was color film, with the film Mona Lee McRae was going to be part of course, but she apparently had some bad experiences in the past with fake blood. Or something. She told her agent, last time I did something, it ruined the clothes. And so he said, look, I'll tell you what, I'll buy you some used clothes. You wear that for the scene, okay? And you slide through the fake blood, strawberry syrup or whatever it is, in these, these Goodwill clothes I'll give you. And so he established it for her, set up the schedule that she would appear, and I'm sure the film got done anyway, because they probably had other extras, but the role that was kind of saved for her, where she would just be on the floor and slithering through a bunch of strawberry syrup, she, by the time the day came, she just couldn't do it. She called him and said, I don't feel like going down there and sliding through. So he set all that up for her. I'm sure that was the last time he ever did anything for her. And she didn't go down there to do that. But this is like, it's like, this is why I was like wondering. I was kind of surprised whenever she showed up in the chat room once in a while just to check in. It was like, you really wonder about that. But at the same time, she seemed to be doing okay. But I know that she lives in a fairly rural area. And I remember probably the last time I dealt with her at some length where it was like involving anything serious was that she had set up like, before there was these various websites, there was what she had tried to set up with this weird little guy who had set up some kind of website service, a web hosting service, and it was just a dude. It was just a dude. So she like had a bunch of my stuff on there. And she, of course, did not get along with Laura Lee Solomon. So I had to call her to let her ask her, is there something we can download from this stuff you've got up there so we can transfer it someplace else? And Oh, it was just a nightmare. And then I wound up calling the company, and I was going between them and her. And while I was speaking to her, I'll be fucked if it wasn't like she said, "Oh, I hear some noises outside." And she's got really worried. And then she said, "Let me get my gun and check around outside." And I'm like thinking, well, does this happen often or just when I call? I mean, it's like it was just so. Oh shit. Oh, whoa. That's okay. I see your camera. So can you hear me now?
Oh, I can. Yes.
That is so weird. Your camera's on. So turn your camera on.
That is weird.
Yeah.
What is going
Oh, it wasn't me. Somebody turned me on mute. And the powers that be couldn't stand hearing about Mona Lee McCrae not wanting to slide through strawberry syrup.
on? That was weird.
Yeah, it wasn't me. I didn't touch any buttons. It was it was just they put us on mute and turned your camera on. Well, there you go. Who says the powers that be don't have a sense of humor? It's all malevolent, but let's make certain that let's see if we're still on. Okay. Seem to be streaming. And I'm sorry.
Oh.
Go on.
Oh, I was just saying it seems on. Okay, like. Okay.
Yeah. It looks like it. I mean, I wouldn't mind if they knocked us off at this point because, we're in the last hour of the show. It just saves myself from, reading the solicitation again. If I even bother to do that. Oh, fuck. Let me try and go to the live streaming and see how we're doing. It says excellent connection. 1 hour left. Okay, Chris Holland. By the way, Chris Collins said that was one of the funniest things he ever heard was when you were talking about the swarm of dumb fucks surrounding your car. Yes.
Oh, like at the time, like I was seriously, people talk about disassociation and whatnot, and I know I did that to like get home, but like that was messed up.
Yeah.
That was messed up. It was because those are when there is a mob and you're in the middle of a mob.
Yeah.
That is like Rome, like the every single Caesar and senator and whatnot knew you had to appease the mob. Go to any ancient what have you about the mob, and being in the middle of one and seeing the crazy in everybody's freaking eyes is I would have rather been in the middle of a war zone, because at least you know what people are and what they're going to do and when it's going to happen, and I would equivalent like that to like and not right before the battle starts and not in the middle of the battle, but when like shit hits the fan, like people are just hacking left and right, and you have friendly fire, and you have just chaos and mayhem, and it was seriously like there and being instigated, and every dumbass that had no idea of the context of the grounds that they were fighting for police brutality when they were on grounds of a absolute horrific event that happened in our own generation. People who are my age and their children who are Asian American, who are immigrant Asian, are still recuperating from having their land stolen, their assets stolen, their livelihood stolen, and being treated just like the Native Americans, like dog shit.
Yes.
Like they are subhuman. And I would like to ask the latest Black Lives Matter. I was in the middle of the freaking Portland riots. I got stuck and rerouted and surrounded several times, either by SWAT or by rioters. And it is not the same as like when, I forget what year it was, but when the oil
Yes,
line
the oil
was going
crisis,
through,
yeah, of the
the oil
19
crisis.
that was the Carter administration. So it was like 1978, I believe, around that
Well,
period. Yeah.
and then again, what happened a couple of years ago when they're trying to make this natural gas line go through the native line up to Canada,
Yeah.
and then they ran through the native line, and it was during the winter, and they opened up water cannons on people in
Jesus.
January, in February.
Wow.
They blew off people's fucking arms.
Oh!
And
Oh!
like, I mean, and this was in the last decade.
Yeah.
Like what the fuck? And we're trying to buy this bullshit of like, when was the last time your protest had that happen? When did the police do that?
Yeah.
That didn't happen to you. You were not in freezing fucking sub-degree temperature and having water turned on you.
Yes.
This is not the 1950s. This is not the 1960s.
Yeah.
The shit is very, very different. And what you get to claim compared to the First Nations people and Asian Americans, whatever you want to call yourself, I have no problem. In Alaska, Filipino, Hawaiian, Korean, we have a huge mix and love of it all, whatever you want to describe yourself as. But the Oriental compass is absolutely being murdered.
Yes.
Is being, I don't want, genocide is a huge ass word.
Yeah.
But when you target to kill a certain population, which is happening, and it is being covered up and it is being condoned, you don't get to cry wolf about past hurts when there are present atrocities.
Yes.
That you yourself can be a part of speaking up against, and not playing victim to, when somebody else, when you should know better, when you experienced it and you've been through it, and if you're profiting off the back of other lands and other entrepreneurs and other slaves, such as every 1800s Asian family that's been here, they were sold into slavery, they were duped, they were tricked, they were sold. Worse than the black man. You had a better chance at owning property, and there were African Americans that did own property.
Right.
But if you were of Asian descent, fuck you.
Yes.
You had no chance. Even right now in California, I don't know if it wrote into law. I don't want to say that as a quote, but there is something going on where for black farmers, there is a special grant going through.
Right.
But if you are an Asian farmer, if you are a white farmer, it doesn't matter how desperate or poor or in debt or essential you are, you're not getting the grant.
Right.
And it's a part of the Black Lives Matter appropriation reconciliation.
Right. That's right.
Which,
yeah.
We do need to take care of our minorities, but our minorities are landowners, farmers, and that you suddenly throw Asians into the same lot as whitey, who, okay, you don't get none because you've always got some, and we're only going to give to one group because only one group has been oppressed, and you totally block out a very thriving, very essential Asian farming community. God, what's the point in that?
Thank you.
You're shooting yourself in the foot there.
Yes. Thank you so much. Yes, honey. Honestly, and so in terms of the what was I going to say? Now that we've kind of covered that, we're in the final hour, just kind of taking ourselves to the finish line here. And we don't even need to really reach the finish line. But I was talking about that other man before. You might remember him. So I was able to recall some of the names that we were bringing up the people, but we couldn't remember their names. So I was just wondering if you remember the guy I was talking about who was that Olympic swimmer who I had on my show a few times, and he was the guy who was in the hostel up there in Sweden, and his wife was in Norway, and he was just do you remember his name at this point? Because God knows I can't remember to save my soul, that poor bastard. Oh my God.
I know something that comes to me at the most odd, ridiculous time, but I know exactly who you're talking about. I can hear his voice.
Yeah. And what about the when it came to that poor guy? I know I felt so bad for him, and he was getting drunk all the time. I mean, he was, hardcore alcoholic, and he smoked. He smoked, and I remember one of the saddest stories he told me was, because of my background, Olympic swimming and everything, I was like, these Russian guys were asking me to, get on their water polo team, and so he like joined them for some water polo game, and then he was like, he said, every few minutes I had to go to the side of the pool and lie on the back, lie on my back at the side of the pool so I could breathe. I was like, holy fucking shit. I said, oh my fucking God. At that point, how much longer does a person have to live? I guess they can live a longer time. You just, I remember what you were saying about the the importance of, for instance, activity and whatnot. I mean, my life is totally sedentary, but the interesting thing is, when I'm walking up the hill with other people, like I said, that idiot Abdul Kadim Haq, I'm sure you remember that poor son of a bitch, that wretched creature. Oh my God, we became blood enemies later because of his bullshit. And, but he he was walking up a hill in San Francisco with me, and I thought because of my sedentary lifestyle, I'm always worried I might be out of shape or something. When I was walking next to him, I realized I had nothing to fucking worry about. I mean, he was like wheezing and grabbing his chest with both hands and shit. And, I didn't think he was going to make it to the top. But there you go with that. Oh God, it was just, you talk about an idiot. He was like in France, and he was with a bunch of people. I had told him about the African narcotic that I'm partial to, with all the cathinone in it, what's known as the cat, so he was really intrigued by it, as are many people who hear about that. And then when he was in France, and he was with a bunch of these bohemian druggies, these were people who had like their own careers going, and they could afford the good shit. Hey, have some hash, and he had some hashish. So, and then they was doing the marijuana. And then he saw, oh, what's that? Oh, that's that cat from Africa, And so, Doug's always talking about his Africa habit. And I'm black, it shouldn't bother me. So then he took a big, dose of that. And I was like, when he's telling me this, I'm like, are you fucking crazy? I was like, are you out of your fucking mind? You're on hashish and you're on THC, and then you try some cathinone, it's like, you're out of your fucking mind. And anyhow, it was like, then I said, how long was it before you went to the hospital? Well, of course he went to the hospital, so then they first brought him to one hospital. He couldn't have been that bad off, because they first brought him to a French hospital where they said, well, you're going to have to pay, $600, for us to take care of you or something like that, because you're not a citizen and you don't have insurance, so we got to take something. And he said, oh, fuck that shit, and this is a guy who can't breathe. He said he was having problems breathing. If you're not willing to pay $600 so you can get back to breathing again, maybe you should just off yourself now. So they took him to a Muslim hospital where they told them he was a Muslim. By the way, it's a total fucking lie. He's not a Muslim. He's a goddamn apostate. And so they treated him for free at a Muslim hospital. And basically, he had a reaction where his body shut down, the autonomic nervous system, so he couldn't breathe. So he's just an idiot. I mean, you know, kids, come on, don't be experimental. It's like, okay, like you go to a bar, do you mix your booze? Do you like have, oh, give me a tequila. Oh, now I'll try that screwdriver with vodka. And yeah, oh, don't worry, I'll have another beer. I mean, okay, this is like, yeah, normal people don't do that. These are like kids who are like, you know, trying to experiment with alcohol and nothing good comes of it. What happens is you get very sick. Yeah, well, that's what it's like with the other drugs, you know. I mean, come on. I mean, you know, I have way too much fun with this sometimes, with stupid things that people do. But so you can relate some stories like that. I'm sure you must have been witness to certain bits of self-abuse. I mean, a great example just to get you started, so that you know that you know what direction to go in. Obviously, there was that time that Princess Leia died, Carrie Fisher, and you remember what they found in her system, right?
I forget what it was.
She had cocaine, heroin, and ecstasy in her system. As a matter of fact, the autopsy, she was on a plane, and then she died on the plane. The autopsy showed she had cocaine, methadone, heroin, ecstasy, and alcohol. And so the coroner's report, after exposing all of that, they said, oh, cause of death, sleep apnea. I mean, really? Really?
Oh my God.
And then what happened was, when I posted that on my timeline, somebody wrote on it, this one woman, she said, Big Pharma is killing us. Big Pharma! With all of the legal and comparatively safe pharmaceutical prescriptions available, you know, she's got hardcore street drugs in her fucking body.
Oh my God.
I mean, she's basically got speed, cocaine, heroin, and ecstasy, hardcore street drugs at 60 years of age, not to mention a stimulant, an opiate, a hallucinogen, and a toxic chemical byproduct that's not very compatible when washed down with a depressant like alcohol. Sleep apnea! Yeah, right.
And she's coming from the UK. Wasn't she coming from London?
I think so. Yeah. So basically, it's severe cardiovascular trauma brought on by years of substance abuse. But basically, you know, it's like, so I mean, what do you say at that point? It's like I don't even get it. What, you know? So obviously, somebody who's doing that, there seems to be no sense of reality. There's no, I mean, obviously, there's got to be some awareness that this drug makes me do this drug makes me do that. What, you know, it's kind of like taking a laxative and you know, a Imodium or a constipative agent at the same time. I mean, like, what do you think is going to happen? Like, I'll see which one overpowers the other. Is that the game? Or so
I always felt extra bad for her. Because
why?
Well, because she was a child of the movie industry, and so she very much reminded me of people such as Marilyn Monroe, or Dorothy from Wizard of Oz,
Julie Garland.
Yes. Or you know, her daughter Liza Minnelli. I feel very bad for her. You know, these women who were in these certain places during these certain times, died young, you know, and if they lived a long life, it was, very drug-addled. It was very self-abusive. It was very hyped up the whole time. Carrie never, she talked about being at and passed around at big events.
There we are. That's the cause. That's the cause. By the way, go on. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, that's when you take uppers and downers, because normally that wouldn't, you know, if you're taking the uppers, it's because you need to get up. from the downers you took. And if you're trying to get down, it's because, holy crap, you took so many uppers. And on the other hand of that, that's when we were talking about like the Burning Man techno, where like, you know, you see people snorting coke and this and that and chugging beer and mixing all of these things that there's just no good outcome at all.
Yeah. Thank you. By the way, WTF is in the chat room. I call him what the fuck. He said, much love, Douglas, and all. Big storms here. 147 millimeters of rain last night. Expecting more tonight. Laying in bed, smoking some good shit. Listening to transmission. No doubt the net will die. Thunder was so close and loud last night, it vibrated my mattress. I kid you not. And even while he entered that, I could see a flickering of his icon in the chat room.
Oh no.
Holy shit. Hopefully he's still alive. Hopefully he wasn't struck by lightning the moment he entered that. Anyhow, that was nice to share. And but in terms of, thank you for clarifying that. So basically we're talking about a classic case of child abuse in Hollywood. Just it's basically sexual exploitation from the moment they first become conscious. So yeah, that's just so.
For Star Wars, I want to say that, I mean, she might have been barely 18. Somebody can tell some Star Wars, you know, debutante can correct me if I'm wrong, but her and Harrison Ford had an affair, and I believe she described it as she was underage and hopped up on coke.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, that's easily believable. My understanding was they were all fucking each other on the set, because the guy dressed as Chewbacca was insinuating he was having sex with her too. So yeah, it's just so sad. I mean, I'm glad they were enjoying themselves on the set, but they all wound up in, you know, all fucked up. Both Mark Hamill and Carrie Fisher had horrible car accidents and had to get facial surgery. And the one who came out the worst was the guy who played Darth Vader, the guy named David Boyce or something like that. And he wound up having a horrible car accident in which his face was terribly deformed. Poor bastard. And yeah, so anyhow, WTF says, haha, what the fuck is fine? Yes, there we are. So he's still with us. His net's still up.
Interesting how, you know how they would do those shows and specials on curses on the set of Poltergeist or other Hollywood movie lore, but they would never do it for Star Wars.
Yeah.
And they're serious, like you were just saying about like bad crap that happened to certain people who were on in that movie trilogy.
Yeah. So tell us more. What do you know about? What more do you know about? Share that with us.
Gosh, I would definitely have to look up to get things straight. But just like you were saying, that the original, or the actor that played
Darth
Star
Vader.
Wars, not or Darth Vader, yes, not the voice, obviously,
right.
But the actual dude. But kind of like Carrie, who crap obviously was bad. I know there was something with CP3O. Well,
that was a midget, you know. I was going to make a joke, like, what happened to the midget? Did he, like, suddenly become 6 feet tall and was unemployable after that? I used to be employable as a child robot, but now I couldn't get that role for Tweaky in Buck Rogers.
Right.
I don't know if people remember the Buck Rogers television series came out, I guess after that, riding that whole wave of science fiction space, craze. And they had to have, of course, the midget in the fucking tin suit as Tweaky the robot and shit. And so this was like how midgets got employed. I mean, probably, is that a legitimate term, by the way? Is there a difference between midget and dwarf, or am I'm serious. I don't mean to be offensive. Is that an offensive term?
I am so back on that too, because as I understand, it's supposed to be little people.
Are we supposed to say? Oh, yeah, that sounds even more offensive. That sounds patronizing.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Seriously, like And you know what? Whatever anybody wants to be, I'll call you.
Yes.
But if you want to be a little, I think of little people as like the Irish little people, the Celtic, the little people. But
right. Fair, basically like leprechauns.
Yes, that's especially from my grand, like very Scottish, like the little people, like that was insinuating brownies and fae folk.
Thank you.
So that's odd for me, but if that's what the current feel good is, okay.
Oh shit!
Sure.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. I looked up midgets versus dwarfs. And the first thing that comes up is Little People of America. There we are, Little People of... I can't believe this. What? Whoa, who would want to be called that? Yeah, thank you. This is like... oh, and they call themselves LPAs for Little People of... Oh, yeah, I'm a little person of America. I'm an LPA. But what do you call people in... other countries then? Little peoples of the world? What? This is bizarre. But you know, Peter Moon was like mentioning the fact that they used to have entire communities of these people so they could be supportive of each other. And so these communities were loaded with houses that were built to their size, and they don't have that sort of thing anymore. But Peter Moon was fascinated by that shit, and I'm just so have you dealt with any of these in the educational system?
I have never had a dwarf, which would be what like when I was in the school district, what it was labeled as. I never had that. A person of that way. But when I was telling you, when I was working for the Korean coffee shop owners, a gentleman who was on the TLC reality show, he was one of the little people. That was one of the stars of TLC's. I guess their show is no longer on air anymore, but he used to come through, and he was a great person. He was a great guy, and he was kind of my first knowledge into, oh my goodness, you know, what would it be like to, because he sold products to hotels and other areas to accommodate when a little person would need to rent their services or be out in society, kind of as in a handicapped person, for such things as handicapped bathrooms or ramps for wheelchairs or elevators, seeing and hearing impaired aid. He went around and sold products to aid and help if a little person did rent their facilities. So that was kind of my first introduction into understanding, like you were saying, there would be villages or areas where they would be around, because they absolutely do have necessities that need to be tailored to them. And it was kind of like Andre the Giant. If he was an actor, he was a wrestler, had a very tragic life, that was full of pain constantly, and it was due to his giganticism. And he used to talk about how renting a hotel, he had to make it very clear that they would have a bathtub to rent the room. And the only point of having to have this bathtub was that was the only way he could go to the bathroom. Nice. Because he could not fit on a normal toilet. He could not, there was nothing that could help him. And he would literally have to hold his bowels the rest of the day, the rest of the drive, the rest of the tour, until he could finally go to the hotel, and he would have to have a bathtub. And this poor man was in constant pain from that. And you kind of understand the drinking and the trying to numb himself,
Right.
which goes back to our minorities. We do need to take care of others. And, not the normals, and it's not the quiet majority, and it's not the ones, the little guys, and I don't mean that as a bad pun. but the easily forgotten. Like, we do need to wrap our minds around how there are going to be other ethics and ethnics and races and abilities that, God, you cannot compare yourself to, and we got to just take care of.
Yeah, no, definitely appreciate it. Now, while we have some time left, let me basically get this down here. Hold on for a second. Trying to save some of these images, because when I looked up the little people, it brought up a case that was originally brought to my attention by Lena Shea, where there was a couple who ultimately abandoned, quote unquote, this child that they had adopted from the Ukraine, who wasn't a child at all. This was an adult dwarf who was 22 years of age and was basically exploiting them. Yeah, but the reason that this is got the creep factor going is, let me see if I can dredge this up, and I'll put it now. You have, are you able to see like pictures that you're okay? You know where the text box is, so let me enter some photographs here, and I'll share these photographs with you. And so let me check this out here, and okay, see if I remember where I stuck this idiot. But let me catch you up while I'm talking about this. Basically, what had happened was David J. West, who was this Mormon author that I was working with, you might remember, and I had been nothing but supportive of this individual. And he had a wife at one point. And then I will, now, ultimately, this young lady developed a crush on myself, and it was very sad. She had a father who was in the Navy, and she was a guest of mine on my program, where she talked about her father being on that carrier where there was this horrible race riot. And so let me look that up, CV race riot, and then I can get the name of the carrier her father was on, who suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder, the Kitty Hawk. So the USS Kitty Hawk was a riot at sea in which a race war erupted between the black and white sailors on the United States Navy aircraft carrier, the Kitty Hawk, on a night in October in 1972. And so what happened was that her father was a survivor of that conflict. Many men died, just so people understand the seriousness of this. And her father was, you had a race riot that involved over 100 sailors, and we're talking about fights with razors and knives, just awful shit. And so her father was a survivor of that, and so she was on my show to speak of that at one point. And so she was this wonderful human being, and so she kind of had a crush on me, came down to meet me, to rendezvous with myself. She wound up being waylaid in Oakland, never got across the bridge. She wound up being seduced by staying for a stop at what I believe was his cousin's home. So he had a cousin who lived in Oakland. And by the way, she, with her 3 children, her daughter and 2 sons, was living with David J. West in a fucking trailer. He had them all in a trailer. Imagine having a wife and 2 sons and a daughter and yourself living in a trailer in Wisconsin. And this was just obviously horrible. And so when she came down and met his cousin, she wound up sleeping with him. He found out because he heard her on the cell phone, because in a trailer you can't hide anything like that. He heard her on a cell phone talking to his cousin about their liaison. Ultimately, this is what led to their divorce. But he kept the kids. And so, but by the way, she was terribly abused in the sense that she had many internal problems, and it damaged, cervix, and problems with her womb, and they ultimately had to have surgery to remove her womb after the third pregnancy. So he just kept her doped up and pregnant, kept taking her to the psychiatrist to prescribe antidepressants and everything else, and kept impregnating her. Basically, he was killing her, and because she wasn't responding well to these pregnancies and could not have them without each time shortening her lifespan. And so she ultimately died very recently, and that explained his behavior. What happened was that during the time that I consulted with him, and he wrote a short story in his anthology Space Eldritch and credited myself, everything was copacetic. He wanted to help write that book on vampirology. And then what happened was that he, as I said, was trying to do something stupid with it, to turn it into something it could not be, and ultimately was fired from the project. And then when it was published 2 years later, none of it reached distributors because Laurie and Ann Fenton essentially had all the copies destroyed and ran off with the insurance money, claiming that they had been misdelivered by trucks or something. And so obviously she had help from Aquino in this. She was involved with them all the time. And so I just kind of gave up on that project. It's kind of a cursed manuscript, which I guess is part of its charm in a strange way. It just keeps having something horrible happening to it, but hopefully it all works out best in the end. And like I said, people have only responded positively. No one has ever said anything negative about it, which in my opinion is profoundly comforting and reassuring. And how would I say it? Those words don't really apply. It's more like I'm stunned and puzzled, but relieved. But they're missing half the fucking book and the context. But at any rate, because we had to get it out there, because this fucker literally put a notary paper out saying that the book was never published, and I realized why he did it, because his name was on the cover, because I had credited him for the work that he had tried to do and was just trying to be friendly, and this way he could say it was never published and he could publish it himself and basically own the copyright. But the reason he did it now, because the question is, why now? Why would he suddenly do that now? I realized it's because his wife was dead, because I know that if she were still alive and I challenged him legally in court, she would stand by my side as my witness to say that he had stole everything and that he was plagiarizing. Do you understand what I'm saying? Does it make sense now? Yeah, and so here's, to give you an example of his psychosis. Look at that. Look at what he said. I mean, when you take a look at that, this was his response when she died last year. I mean, this is what he wrote. And when you read that, I'm sure you're just as aghast as I am. Just the pathology of his total lack of empathy, care, truly psychotic. And let me get another image your way, just to give you another example of his pathology. But by the way, you're able to open that image and review it, right?
Oh.
What?
That's all said?
Yeah, that's what he said when she died. It just gives you an idea of his. I would not be surprised if he had killed her. I mean, this is like with what he wrote when she died. That's that all he had to say. Yeah, go on.
I'm sorry. We were talking before on just like a basic like criminal psychologist level, like which I'm so not an expert on, but just him saying, but my ex Debbie Meadows, instead of something as in the mother of my children, or, just naming her name, but putting the X in front of it has troublesome, those would be like red marks.
Yeah, well, the very fact that he uses her full name instead of Stacy, yes. My Stacy, I can't believe she's gone. Yeah. No, her full name. Like, it's like...
Her full name. and the X in front of it has just massive. Oh my God, that's creepy.
Thank you. And beyond that, when you look at the last sentence, he said, "Oh, I just thought I'd put this up here because a lot of you knew her, like it was obligatory." Like it was obligatory.
Yep.
I had to put this up here because, you know, a lot of you knew her, so I just had to put it up here. It's not like he wanted
It's
to.
just it. Exactly. It's very passive aggressive, dismissing it, the severity, the impact of his life. Like you maybe only knew your baby mama for one night, but this person should have a mark on your life in many ways.
Thank you.
And not like this, spoken about like this. This is not natural.
Thank you.
Or normal.
Yeah. And I'm going to find out the other images to give you to even ratchet up the creep factor even beyond that, because, and then I'll bring up the other creep factor just to kind of close off the show with in our final hour. But give me a second here. What I have to do is kind of go through my files because, you know, first off, just so people know, my common joke is that, you know, other guys go to work and they say, man, I'm going to get in trouble. I've got to stop cruising for porn on my work computer. But in my case, of course, my problem is I just got to stop doing work on my porn computer. And so the problem is finding these images. I try to maintain files like this would be for business or this. They all become just loaded with porn. In my case,
profile.
yeah, and so everything else becomes subsidiary. So I just have to look through all this nookie till I get to the images that just count. It's not like I want the images in the porn file; they just wind up getting stuck there. It's that these aren't porn files originally. It's just that, you know, when I'm cruising around, I just download it into the nearest file that I've been working on, so it winds up they all become that. But at any rate, so I may have stuck it in a different file to prevent it from that fate, because it would be just too creepy otherwise. Oh, here's a funny one for you. Don't read this out loud, but oh shit. Oh, let me make certain that I download that the right way. Let me minimize that so I can read it. Oh, there we are. I know what I had written that under. Let me upload this for you. Okay, there we are. Let me give you this image just for the sake of humor here. And, all right, let me press the enter button. Don't read that out loud, but you can read what the one person wrote with that photograph. And you give me your response. And that... And so let me go back to searching for what I was looking for, and I think it'll be in the one neutral file I have. Let me get this neutral file here. All right, this should be around in here someplace. See if I can find it. And while I'm doing this, the thing with David J. West was so creepy because he was contacted by my gang stalker, Richard K. Cole. And Richard K. Cole said, let's strike at Douglas. And then so David J. West did it by saying, Douglas made up a conspiracy about his books, being published. They were never published. And, so then we just got it out right away and published it. And, but he rattled before he struck, and you realize why he had to by doing a public, notarized, signed paper where he said that the book had never been published. That was his legal cover before he published the shit. That way he could, claim there, see, I said it here, it was never published, then, I can publish it. I mean, but you really have to wonder how desperate someone must be to get to the point where they do something like that. I guess he's running out of ideas for writing. But you know what's so disgusting about him was after his wife died, he's got these two kids and two sons and the daughter. He winds up marrying, like I said, his high school sweetheart, who was this tall blonde who was involved with public presentations. And so she's statuesque and a blonde and just has those advantages. And then she winds up marrying this dwarf, which is basically what he fucking is. And, has her own set of kids. So they do the Partridge Family thing and expand their kids. And then, one of his relations in Utah dies. And like typical Mormon fashion, the guy who was living in a trailer suddenly finds himself living in a mansion with all kinds of rooms, one for each of his children. And his wife is doing all the work. She does public presentation and shit. So she does all the work and he gets to stay home all day and write. And this is what happens with idle minds. You see, when you get to stay home all day with the kids and just write, you wind up doing shit like, what can I do to rip off my best friend? Who, does he, like, he probably just blames me for his wife, coming down to get some dick. But, I can't help it that he's short, fat, bald, and ugly. It's like, it's just the way the world works. And, but there you go with that. And that's, just let me get this to you, see what I can find. Got to be around here somewhere in this other file because it's clean of everything else. And, so so I've got to be able to find, these are like just fucking scenery shit that I send to old ladies for their birthdays when they sponsor me and shit. So I can't put the point in there because then I wind up sending them that by accident and then the sponsorship ends. So it's got to be in this file. Let's see what I can find here. And so aside from that, okay, here we are. You gotta be around here someplace or up further. In the meantime, do me a favor and while I'm doing this, fill the air with trivia. This is what I have the men do when I'm like trying to do things to get the show started. Talk trivia, talk about the different things that are like what does the new spring season bring to your home? There must be things that change in your home during the spring season, right?
For sure. Getting ready for the garden to get going, planting seeds. Chickens are, of course, getting up earlier because the sun's coming out. So that and losing an hour always sucks.
Right. And go on.
So that's always nice. I am definitely ready for winter to be done this year.
Say that again, because we lost your audio.
I'm sorry. Is that better?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just ready for spring to be here. I think this year I'm very ready for the sun, and even though that brings more people out, but.
Even though that brings more people out, yeah, there's always a downside, right? So here we are. Okay, I found one of them. Let me see if I can find the other. Let me see if I can. How do I do this? Okay, here we are. Make that larger. No, not make it larger. Close it, and then I can. Here we are, press the rename so I can take the text, and then I will close this again, and then what I do is lower this and go back to, let me see, I know what to do, and so in the meantime, keep talking trivia, honey, and, keep the bandwidth burning, and while I look for this. All right, so it's not in there. It was in the other file. And, all right. I'm not hearing any trivia, honey.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Springtime, yeah, we're doing horse camp and trail riding, and that's always good stuff.
And you can always talk about diet too. You can talk about, the what was the diet that you were kind of experimenting with?
Not so much experimenting, but I've been vegetarian for a very long time. That came from issues I was having. My body was rejecting meat anyway.
And why do you think that is?
I forget what it's called, but it is something that does happen to people. It usually happens as my daughter had the same thing, where things like cutting meat suddenly became odd. I could cook it, but I couldn't cut it.
Is that because it was just revolting? It suddenly made you feel viscerally kind of nauseous? Yeah.
Right. It started with visceral reactions, and it turned into even my body just could not process it. And I forget what the term is for that. But we have been vegetarian for over a decade by now. But we do everything from, mushrooms to this or that.
And do qualify the mushrooms.
oh gosh, yes. No, not those.
We do everything from mushrooms to, yeah.
No, that was back in the day. That was long before kids. No, not those, but I do. My dad taught me how to grow mushrooms. I used to go.
Okay, here we are. Now take a look at that. The creep factor. Open those images, and by the way, these are indicative, but his entire timeline is obsessive with his daughter. Everything she's doing, just total creep factor. When you take a look at where his hand is, right in her crotch, and just is, and just what he says, like that's funny. You can read that one out loud. I mean, just that. When you see what he's saying, it's like, who does that? And then when I go over here to, here we
and the picture with that comment is focused on the child instead of what the adult is saying.
Yes.
As if being the sneaky one.
Yeah.
Like that. Oh, that's so.
Now here's the creep factor. This is the 22-year-old Ukrainian midget that this couple adopted and abandoned because she was just juicing them for everything and forcing them to carry her around all over the place and shit. And look at the fucking similarity of the face and the expression to his daughter. I guess that's because he's a midget.
Wow.
It's like they're twins and shit. So, there you go. I mean, this is like, and here's another example of the same individual. This is the 24-year-old. It's a midget webpage. What the fuck? I guess when I tried to, anyhow, there's another photograph that's very similar to that, but it's not loading. But you get my point. That's the 22-year-old Ukrainian midget who was an adult woman who's juicing this innocent couple. And then they went to jail when they abandoned her because she's got no paperwork. She's got no paperwork from the Ukraine. When they adopted her, they fabricated all this paperwork. So the fact that she's 22 years old and an adult, she's basically going back into the adoption system for some other suckers to pick up. And so she can do this for a good maybe 10, 20 more years, just sucking off other people's tit. But you compare her coy expression to the what I had to the daughter of the doofus, and it's uncanny. The word is uncanny. It's an uncanny resemblance, and there's that same coy manipulative look on both of them. When kids develop that is when they're molested, because they become sexually aware and they become aware that they can bargain with their body, and then they develop that kind of expression. Now, tell me, am I off, or you get what I'm saying? It resonates.
I do. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. And So there we have that, and so yeah, there's a creep factor for tonight, the shudder factor, and what he says about his daughter, you can read that out loud. The fact that he's making a joke about, what kind of a joke is that? Oh, hey, I have a crush on this boy who's 20 years old, or something like, you know, he's like, and he publishes that, like, oh, and people are supposed to look at that and say, ha ha ha, oh, that's so cute. You get what I'm saying? That's so creepy as fuck. Yeah, it's exploitive.
There's one site about little kids being like cute, like and adorable. And I remember my son when he was like 5, maybe 6 or 7 at most, but like we were checking out the grocery store and there's a lady there and he was like, wow, you're beautiful. Would you be my wife? And she's like, oh, I have a husband. He's like, oh man, okay. And it was like, it was totally cute and it was totally adorable and it was very little kiddish and it was very like, you know,
yeah,
that's that. But it's ridiculous. It would be like me going, hey, Makai, do you see that lady? She's really hot. Huh? Like,
yeah.
You know, or like, hey, do you see my son? He's going to be 18, you know, in 15 years. But he thinks like there's a very different level of the way that this is being put, and the picture that he's putting with it is making her seem like she's a little seductress.
Thank you.
And it's always twisted. It's always twisted on the girl. Literally the child girl, yes, or child boy who is seduced the this or that. No.
Yeah, thank you. It is sick, and just the and what he said about his dead wife. I'm grateful for the children she gave me. That's what he said about the dead wife. You see that in the earlier picture he published of her. I'm grateful for the children she gave me, which of course can be taken normally. But when you take a look at it in that context, it's like, right, yeah, then it becomes something like she's dead now and she can't complain about what I'm doing. That's basically what it comes down to. Sick son of a bitch.
That is not an ode to the mother of your children who just passed away. That's not like, God. I hope I'd be remembered more than that.
Yes, thank you.
Oh my God.
Thank you. Thank you. Not like, I'm putting this up here because I know a lot of you knew her. That's basically what he says. I'm putting this up here because I know a lot of you knew her. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It's